The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 5, Side 1. Chapter 17, The Revolt of the Netherlands, 1555 to 1648. 1. Mise-en-Scène. On October 25, 1555, the Emperor Charles V transferred the sovereignty of the Netherlands to his son Philip. On the 26th, before the States General at Brussels, Philip received oaths of allegiance and swore to maintain the rights and privileges of the 17 provinces according to tradition, treaty, and law. Those mutual pledges set the stage for one of the great dramas in the history of freedom. The scene was complex. The Netherlands, that is, the lowlands, then comprised the present Belgium as well as the existing Kingdom of the Netherlands. Dutch, Low German, was the language not only of the 7 northern provinces, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Friesland, Groningen, Overijssel, and Gelderland, but also of 4 provinces, Flanders, Brabant, Mechlin, and Limburg, in northern Belgium, while Walloon, a dialect of French, was spoken in 6 southern provinces, Artois, Walloon Flanders, Cambrai, Tournai, Hainaut, and Namur. All these and the neighboring Duchy of Luxembourg were under Habsburg rule. The people in 1555 were overwhelmingly Catholic, but their Catholicism was of the humane, humanist kind, preached by Erasmus a half-century back and generally practiced in Renaissance Rome. Not the somber, uncompromising type developed in Spain by centuries of war against Moslem infidels. After 1520, Lutheranism and Anabaptism seeped in from Germany, and then, more numerously, Calvinism from Germany, Switzerland, and France. Charles V tried to stem these inroads by importing the papal or episcopal form of the Inquisition and by proclaiming through placards the most terrible penalties for any serious deviation from Catholic orthodoxy. But after the weakening of his power by the Peace of Passau in 1552, these penalties were rarely enforced. In 1558, a Rotterdam crowd forcibly rescued several Anabaptists from the stake. Alarmed by the growth of heresy, Philip renewed the placards and their penalties. Fear spread that he intended to introduce the Spanish form of the Inquisition in all its severity. Calvinism was congenial to the mercantile element in the economy. The ports of Antwerp and Amsterdam were the central ganglia of North European commerce, alive with importation, exportation, speculation, and every form of finance. Insurance alone kept 600 agents in affluence. The rivers Rhine, Maas, IJssel, Waal, Scheldt, and Lys, and 100 canals bore in silence a dozen varieties of transport. The winds of trade fed the fires of craft and factory industry in Brussels, Ghent, Ypres, Tournai, Valenciennes, Namur, Mechlin, Leiden, Utrecht, Haarlem. The businessmen who controlled these towns respected Catholicism as a tradition-rooted pillar of political, social, and moral stability, but they had no relish for its pompous hierarchy, and they liked the role given to the educated laity in the management of Calvinist congregations and policy. More immediately, they resented the taxes laid upon the Netherlands economy by the Spanish government. The peasantry suffered most and benefited least from the revolt. The greater part of the land was owned by magnates resembling the feudal lords of Germany and France, and it was these who organized the struggle for independence. Philippe de Montmorency, Count of Horn, held vast tracts in the southern provinces. Lamoral, Count of Egmont, had spacious estates in Flanders and Luxembourg and could afford to marry a Bavarian duchess. In several campaigns he fought with such dashing valor that he became a favorite of Charles and Philip. It was he who led Philip's army to victory at Saint-Quentin in 1557. In his princely palace he displayed a generous but extravagant hospitality and slipped embarrassingly into debt. Such men and many lesser nobles looked hungrily upon the wealth of the church and heard with envy of German barons who had enriched themselves by seizing ecclesiastical property. They thought that the king would do well to carve a round number of handsome military commanderies out of the abbey lands, so creating a splendid cavalry in place of a horde of lazy Epicureans telling beads. The richest and ablest of the great landowners was William of Nassau, Prince of Orange. The family owned large properties in the German province of Hesse-Nassau and in the district around Wiesbaden as well as in the Netherlands, while it derived its title from its little principality of Orange in southern France. Born in German Dillenburg in 1533, William was brought up as a Lutheran till he was 11. Then, to be eligible to inherit the lands of his cousin René, he was moved to Brussels and reconditioned as a Catholic. Charles V took a fancy to him, secured for him the hand of Anne of Egmont, heiress of the Count of Buren, and chose him as chief attendant at the historic abdication in 1555. Philip sent him, still a youth of 22, but already a master of Flemish, German, Spanish, French, and Italian, as one of his plenipotentiaries to negotiate the peace of Cateau-Cambrésis. There William handled himself with solid judgment and such watchful tongue that the French called him le taciturne, the silent. Philip made him a state councillor, a Knight of the Golden Fleece, and stadtholder of Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht. But William developed a mind of his own, and Philip never forgave him. The young prince had graces of person as well as of purse. He was tall and athletic, carried no useless weight, and charmed all but his enemies by his eloquence and courtesy. As a military leader he was a consistent failure, but as a political strategist his flexible persistence and patient courage transmuted his defects into the establishment of a new state against the opposition of the strongest political and religious forces in Europe. He handled men better than armies, and in the long run this proved the greater gift. His foes charged him with changing his religion to suit his personal or political needs. It was probably so, but all the leaders of that century used religion as an instrument of policy. Many found fault with his marriages. His first wife having died, he negotiated for the hand of another wealthy Anne, daughter of the Protestant Maurice, Elector of Saxony. He married her with Lutheran rites in 1561, but did not declare himself a Protestant till 1573. Anne went semi-insane in 1567 and was deposited with Frans. While she was still alive, William secured from 5 Protestant ministers permission to marry Charlotte de Bourbon of the royal house of France. This in 1575. She had fled from a nunnery and had embraced the Reformed faith. She died in 1582. After mourning her for a year, William took a 4th wife, Louise de Coligny, daughter of the admiral who had perished in the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Despite, perhaps because of these marriages, William was rich only in lands, poor in money. By 1560 he was almost 1,000,000 florins in debt. In a flurry of economy he dismissed 28 of his cooks. Philip fumbled ruinously in handling the Netherlands nobles. His father, reared in Brussels, knew these men, spoke their language, managed them judiciously. Philip, brought up in Spain, could speak neither French nor Dutch. He found it difficult to bend to the magnates graciously, to respect their customs and their debts. He frowned upon their extravagance, their drinking, and their easy ways with women. Above all, he could not understand their claims to check his power. They, on their part, disliked his somber pride, his penchant for the Inquisition, his appointment of Spaniards to lucrative posts in the Netherlands, his garrisoning of their towns with Spanish troops. When he asked for funds from the nobles and businessmen who constituted the States General, they listened coldly to his plea, through interpreters, that his father and the recent wars had left the treasury with great deficits. They were alarmed by his request for 1,300,000 florins and a further tax of 1% on realty and 2% on movable property. They refused to sanction these levies, but voted him only such sums as they deemed adequate for current needs. 3 years later he summoned them again and asked for 3,000,000 guilders. They yielded, but on condition that all Spanish troops be withdrawn from the Netherlands. He made this concession, but cancelled its conciliatory effect by getting papal permission to establish 11 new bishoprics in the Low Countries, and nominating to these sees men willing to enforce his father's decrees against heresy. When he sailed for Spain on August 26, 1559, never to see the Netherlands again, the economic and religious outlines of the great struggle were taking form. 2. Margaret of Parma, 1559 to 1567. Philip had appointed as his regent Margaret, Duchess of Parma, a natural daughter of Charles V by a Flemish mother. She had been brought up in the Netherlands, and despite long residence in Italy, she could understand the Flemings, if not the Dutch. She was neither bigoted nor intolerant, but was a devout Catholic who, annually in Holy Week, washed the feet of 12 maidens and gave them marriage dowries. She was an able and kindly woman, uncomfortably lost in a maelstrom of revolution. Her authority was limited by advisers whom Philip had designated. Egmont and Orange were in her Council of State, but finding themselves consistently outvoted by the 3 other members, they ceased to attend. In the resultant triumvirate, the dominant personality was Antoine Perronneau, Bishop of Arras, known to history as Cardinal de Granvelle. He was a man of good character according to his lights. Like Margaret, he was inclined to peaceful means in dealing with heresy, but he was so dedicated to Catholicism and monarchy that he found it hard to understand dissent. He and the regent were handicapped by Philip's insistence that no important measure could be taken without the royal consent, which took weeks to transmit from Madrid to Brussels. The cardinal sacrificed popularity by obeying the king. He privately opposed the multiplication of bishoprics, but yielded to Philip's insistence that 4 sees were not enough for 17 provinces. The Protestant minority noted with anger that the new bishops were spreading and intensifying the papal inquisition. In March 1563, Orange, Egmont, and Horn, themselves Catholics, wrote to Philip charging Granvelle with violating provincial rights that the king was pledged to maintain. They thought the cardinal responsible for the new bishops, and they urged his removal from office. Margaret herself did not relish his assumption of powers. She longed for some accord with the dissatisfied nobles who were important to her in preserving social order. Finally, in September 1563, she too recommended that Granvelle be sent to other pastures. After long resistance, Philip yielded and invited the lordly minister to enjoy a leave of absence. Granvelle left Brussels on March 13, 1564, but continued to be one of the king's most trusted counselors. The nobles returned to Margaret's Council of State. Some of their appointees sold offices, justice, and pardons, and the regent seems to have shared in the spoils. The Inquisition spread. Philip watched it from Spain, urged it on, and sent Margaret the names of suspected heretics. Hardly a day passed without an execution. In 1561, Ghislain de Moulet was burned at Oudenarde. Thomas Cowberg was burned alive at Tournai. An Anabaptist was hacked to death with 7 blows of a rusty sword in the presence of his wife, who died with horror at the sight. Enraged by these barbarities, Bertrand Leblanc invaded the Cathedral of Tournai during Christmas Mass, rushed to the altar, snatched the host from the priest, trampled it underfoot, and cried out to the congregation, "Misguided men, do ye take this thing to be Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior?" He was put to torture. His right hand and foot were burned away to the bone. His tongue was torn out. He was suspended over a fire and was slowly roasted to death. At Lille, Robert Ogier, his wife, and his sons were burned because they called the worship of the consecrated host a blasphemous idolatry. The Torquemada of the Netherlands was Peter Titelman, whose methods were so arbitrary and brutal that the city council of Bruges, all Catholic, denounced him to the regent as a barbarian who dragged people from their homes, tried them without any legal checks, forced them to say whatever he wished, and then condemned them to death. And the magistrates of Flanders, in an earnest address to Philip, begged him to end these enormities. Margaret timidly asked the inquisitor to conduct himself with discretion and modesty, but the executions continued. Philip supported Titelman and bade the regent enforce without mercy or delay the decrees recently issued by the Council of Trent in 1564. The Council of State protested that several of these decrees violated the recognized privileges of the provinces, and it suspended their publication. William of Orange, anxious to keep the Netherlands united in the preservation of their traditional political liberties, proposed a policy of toleration far in advance of his time. "The king errs," he told the Council of State, "if he thinks that the Netherlands can indefinitely support these sanguinary edicts. However strongly I am attached to the Catholic religion, I cannot approve of princes attempting to rule the consciences of their subjects and wanting to rob them of the liberty of faith." Catholics joined with Protestants in branding the edicts as tyrannical. Egmont was sent to Madrid to ask for a mitigation of the edicts. Margaret privately seconded the request. Egmont was feted in Spain, but came back empty-handed. The bishops of Ypres, Namur, Ghent, and Saint-Omer addressed a petition to Philip in June 1565, begging him to soften the edicts and to admonish the people by gentleness and fatherly love, not by judicial severity. To all such protests, Philip replied that he would rather sacrifice 100,000 lives than change his policy, and in October 1565 he sent this plain directive to the agents of the Inquisition. "As to the Inquisition, my will is that it be enforced, as of old and as is required by all law, human and divine. This lies very near my heart, and I require you to carry out my orders. Let all condemned prisoners be put to death, and suffer them no longer to escape through the neglect, weakness, and bad faith of the judges. If any are too timid to execute the edicts, I will replace them by men who have more heart and zeal." Margaret obeyed Philip and ordered full enforcement of the edicts on November 14, 1565. Orange and Egmont again withdrew from her council. Orange, other nobles, and many magistrates refused to enforce the edicts. Protestants poured forth pamphlets and broadsheets denouncing the persecution. Foreign merchants, sensing revolution in the air, began to leave the Low Countries. Stores closed, trade languished. Antwerp seemed dead. Many Netherland Protestants fled to England or Germany. In England, they helped to develop those textile industries which in the 17th century competed with the United Provinces and in the 18th led the Industrial Revolution. Many of the lesser nobles secretly adopted the Protestant creed. In December 1565, some of these, Louis, Count of Nassau, the chivalrous younger brother of William, Philip van Marnix, Lord of St. Aldegond, his brother, Jean van Marnix, Lord of Toulouse, Hendrik, Count of Brederode, and others, met in the palace of the Count of Culemborg in Brussels, drew up a compromise denouncing the introduction of the Inquisition into the Netherlands, and formed a league pledged to drive it from the country. On April 5, 1566, some 400 of these minor nobles marched to the palace of the regent and presented to her a request that she ask the king to end the Inquisition and the edicts in the Netherlands, and that all enforcement of the edicts be suspended until Philip's reply was received. Margaret replied that she would communicate their petition to the king, but that she had no authority to suspend the edicts. However, she would do all in her power to mitigate their operation. One of her counselors, seeing her frightened by the number and the resolution of the petitioners, reassured her, "What, madam, is your highness afraid of these beggars?" Or "ces gueux." The Confederates defiantly accepted the name. Many of them adopted the coarse grey costume, the wallet and bowl then characteristic of mendicants. "Vive les gueux!" became the battle cry of the Revolution, and for a year it was these younger nobles who led and nourished the revolt. Margaret apprised Philip of the request and its wide popular support, and renewed her efforts to bring him around to moderation. He answered in an apparently conciliatory mood on May 6, 1566. He hoped that heresy could be suppressed without further shedding of blood, and he promised to visit the Netherlands soon. The Council of State sent to him Florent de Montmorency, Baron of Montigny, and the Marquis of Bourguignon, to reinforce the regent's plea. Philip received them handsomely, wrote to Margaret on July 31st, consenting to the abolition of the Episcopal Inquisition in the Netherlands, and offering a general pardon to all for whom the regent should recommend it. The Calvinists, Lutherans, and Anabaptists of the Netherlands took advantage of this lull in the storm to bring their worship out in the open. Protestant refugees returned in considerable number from England, Germany, and Switzerland. Preachers of all kinds, ex-monks, learned theologians, ambitious hatters, curriers, and tanners, addressed large gatherings of fervent men and women, many of them armed, all chanting psalms and crying, "Vive les gueux!" Near Tournai, Ambrose Villa, who had studied with Calvin, preached to 6,000 on June 28, 1566. 2 days later, on the same spot, another minister addressed 10,000. A week later, 20,000. Half of Flanders seemed to have gone Protestant. On Sundays, the churches and towns were almost empty, while the townspeople attended the Protestant assemblies. When word went about the province of Holland that the eloquent Peter Gabriel was to preach at Overijn near Haarlem, Protestants by the thousands flocked there and shook the fields with their psalms. Near Antwerp, the Protestant assemblages numbered 15,000, some said 30,000, nearly every man armed. The regent ordered the magistrates of Antwerp to prevent such gatherings as a danger to the state. They replied that their militia was inadequate and unreliable. Margaret herself, since the departure of the Spanish garrisons, had no troops at her disposal. Antwerp was in such turmoil that economic life was seriously impeded. The regent asked William of Orange to go there and arrange some peaceful settlement between Catholics and Protestants. He quieted the strife by persuading the preachers to confine their assemblies to the suburbs and to keep them unarmed. In this same month, July 1566, 2,000 beggars, led by Count Louis of Nassau, gathered at Saint-Tron in the bishopric of Liège, and amid much joyous roistering laid plans to advance their cause. They resolved to communicate with German Protestants and to raise among them an army that would come to the aid of the Netherland Protestants in case these should be attacked. On July 26th, Louis and 12 others, garbed as beggars, presented to the regent a demand that she convene the States General, and that meanwhile she be guided by Orange, Egmont, and Horn. Her answer being non-committal, they intimated that they might be obliged to seek foreign aid. Louis at once proceeded, with the connivance of his more cautious brother William, to raise in Germany 4,000 cavalry and 40 companies of infantry. On August 9th, Philip signed a formal instrument declaring that his offer of pardon had been wrung from him against his will and did not bind him. And on August 12th, he assured the Pope that the suspension of the Inquisition was subject to papal approval. On August 14th, a Protestant crowd, aroused by preachers who denounced religious images as idols, broke into one after another of Saint-Omer's churches, smashed the images and the altars, and destroyed all decorations. In that week, similar mobs accomplished like denudations in Ypres, Courtrai, Oudenarde, and Valenciennes. At Antwerp, on the 16th and 17th, mobs entered the great cathedral, broke up the altars, shattered stained glass, the crucifixes and other images, destroyed organs, embroideries, chalices, and monstrances, opened sepulchres, and stripped corpses of ornaments. They drank the sacramental wine, burned costly missals, and trampled upon masterpieces of art. Having sent for ladders and ropes, they hauled statues down from niches and smashed them with sledgehammers. Shouting in triumph, the crowd passed through Antwerp, destroying the images and ornaments in 30 churches and monasteries, burned monastic libraries, and drove monks and nuns from their convents. When the news of this Calvinist fury reached Tournai, the iconoclastic ecstasy was let loose there, and every church was sacked. In Flanders alone, 400 churches were cleansed of their imagery. At Culemborg, the jolly count presided over the devastation and fed his parrots with consecrated hosts. Elsewhere, some former priests toasted the wafers on forks. From Flanders, the fury passed into the northern provinces, to Amsterdam, Leiden, Delft, Utrecht, at last into Groningen and Friesland. Most Protestant leaders condemned these ravages, but some of them, noting that very little violence had been done to persons, judged the destruction of statues and pictures as less criminal than the burning of live heretics. Margaret of Parma shrank before this storm. "Anything and everything is now tolerated in this country," she wrote to Philip, "except the Catholic religion." Philip bided his time for revenge, but the regent, faced with armed mobs and audacious leaders, felt compelled to make concessions. On August 23rd, she signed with the representatives of the Gueux an accord by which Calvinist worship was to be permitted wherever it was already practiced, on condition that it should not interfere with Catholic services, and that the Protestants should leave their weapons at home. The Confederate spokesmen agreed to disband their league if the government lived up to this accord. The persecution halted, and for a moment there was peace. Neither William of Orange nor the King of Spain was satisfied to let matters rest. William saw in the growth of a passionate Protestantism an instrument with which to win independence for the Netherlands. Though still nominally a Catholic, he resigned all his state offices, organized his own system of espionage, and went to Germany on April 22, 1567, to seek soldiers and funds. 5 days later, the Duke of Alva left Spain, commissioned by Philip to raise and use sufficient troops to avenge the Calvinist riots and stamp out, by uncompromising force, all heresy, rebellion, and freedom in the Netherlands. 3. Alva in the Netherlands, 1567 to 1573. Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, Duke of Alba, or Alva, now 59 years old, was a figure out of El Greco. Straight, tall, thin, with dark eyes, yellow skin, silver beard. At 20, he had inherited his illustrious title and extensive estates. He had entered early upon a military career, in which he distinguished himself by courage, intelligence, and severity. Philip attached him to his innermost council and listened congenially to his advice. In this emergency, his judgment was that of a soldier trained in Spanish discipline and piety. Crush the rebels without mercy, for every concession strengthens the opposition. Philip gave him full powers and bade him Godspeed. Alva crossed to Italy and assembled there, chiefly from Spanish garrisons in Naples and Milan, a select army of 10,000 men. He dressed them in proud splendor, gave them the latest arms and armor, and solaced them with 2,000 prostitutes properly enrolled and assigned. He led them over the Alps and through Burgundy, Lorraine, and Luxembourg, and entered Brussels on August 22, 1567. Egmont met him with all submission and a gift of 2 rare horses. Margaret met him with regret, feeling that her brother had superseded and overruled her just when she had restored a humane order. When Alva garrisoned the larger towns with his Spanish troops, she protested, but the Duke coldly replied, "I am ready to take all the odium upon myself." Margaret asked Philip's permission to resign. He granted it with a comfortable pension, and in December she left Brussels for her home in Parma, mourned by the Catholics who revered her, and by the Protestants who foresaw how mild her greatest rigor would soon appear beside Alva's calculated brutality. The new regent and governor-general installed himself in the citadel at Antwerp and prepared to cleanse the Netherlands of heresy. He invited Egmont and Horn to dinner, feted them, arrested them, and sent them under strong guard to a castle in Ghent on September 7th. He appointed a Council of Troubles, which the terrified Protestants rechristened the Council of Blood. 7 of its 9 members were Netherlanders, 2 were Spaniards, but only these 2 had a vote, and Alva reserved to himself the final decision in any case that specially interested him. He ordered the council to ferret out and arrest all persons suspected of opposition to the Catholic Church or the Spanish government, to try them privately, and to punish the convicted without tenderness or delay. Agents were sent out to spy. Informers were encouraged to betray their relatives, their enemies, their friends. Emigration was forbidden. Shipmasters aiding emigration were to be hanged. Every town that had failed to stop or punish rebellion was held guilty, and its officials were imprisoned or fined. Thousands of arrests were made. In one morning, some 1,500 persons were seized in their beds and carried off to jail. Trials were summary. Condemnations to death were sometimes voted upon groups of 30, 40, or 50 at a time. In 1 month, January 1568, 84 residents of Valenciennes were executed. Soon there was hardly a family in Flanders that did not mourn a member arrested or killed by the Council of Troubles. Scarcely anyone in the Netherlands dared protest. The slightest criticism would have meant arrest. Alva felt his success tarnished by inability to lure William of Orange within his reach. The Council of Troubles drew up an indictment of the prince, his brother Louis, his brother-in-law Count Vandenberg, the Baron of Montigny, and other leaders as having encouraged heresy and revolt. Montigny was still in Spain. Philip had him jailed. William's son, Philip William, Count of Buren, was a student in the University of Louvain. He was arrested, was sent to Spain, and was brought up as a fervent Catholic who repudiated his father's principles. William was declared an outlaw whom anyone might kill with legal impunity. He proceeded with the organization of an army and directed his brother Louis to do likewise. He asked aid of the Lutheran princes, who responded feebly, and of Queen Elizabeth, who held back cautiously. Sums came to him from Antwerp, Amsterdam, Leiden, Haarlem, Flushing. Counts Vandenberg, Culemborg, and Hoogstraten sent 30,000 florins each. He himself sold his jewelry, plate, tapestries, and rich furniture, and contributed 50,000 florins. Soldiers were plentiful, for mercenaries released by a lull in the religious wars of France had returned to Germany penniless. Toleration was a necessary policy for William. He had to win Lutherans as well as Calvinists to his banner, and he had to assure the Catholics of the Netherlands that their worship would not be impeded by liberation from Spain. He planned simultaneous action by 3 armies. A force of Huguenots from France was to attack Artois in the southwest. Hoogstraten was to lead his men against Maastricht in the south. Louis of Nassau was to enter Friesland from Germany in the northeast. The Huguenot and Hoogstraten invasions were repulsed, but Louis won a victory over the Spanish soldiery at Heiligerlee on May 23, 1568. Alva ordered the execution of Egmont and Horn on June 5th to release for action the 3,000 troops that had guarded them at Ghent. With these reinforcements he advanced into Friesland, overwhelmed Louis's weakened army at Gemmingen on July 21st, and killed 7,000 men. Louis escaped by swimming an estuary of the Ems. In October, William led 25,000 men into Brabant, resolved to meet Alva in a decisive battle. Alva, with men less numerous but better disciplined, outgeneraled him and avoided battle except in destructive rearguard attacks. William's troops, unpaid, refused to fight. He led them to safety in France and disbanded them. Then, disguised as a peasant, he made his way from France to Germany, where he moved from one town to another to avoid assassination. With these disastrous campaigns began the 80 Years' War, waged with unprecedented perseverance by the Netherlands till their final triumph in 1648. Alva was for the time proud master of the field, but he too was penniless. Philip had arranged with Genoese bankers to send Alva by sea 450,000 ducats, but the vessels were forced by English privateers into Plymouth harbor, and Elizabeth, not averse to helping William for such a fee, seized the money with the blandest of apologies. Alva summoned the States General of nobles and burgesses to Brussels and proposed to them on March 20th, 1569, an immediate tax of 1% to be levied upon all property, a perpetual tax of 5% on every transfer of realty, and a perpetual tax of 10% on every sale. The Assembly protested that since many articles changed ownership several times a year, such a sales tax would approach confiscation. It referred the proposals to the provincial assemblies, and there the opposition was so bitter that Alva had to defer the 10% tax till 1572, and content himself meanwhile with the 1% tax and a grant of 2,000,000 florins yearly for 2 years. Even the 1% tax was hard and costly to collect. Utrecht refused to pay it. A regiment of soldiery was quartered upon the households. Resistance continued. Alva declared the whole district treasonous, abolished its charters and privileges, and confiscated all the property of the inhabitants for the king. It was this taxation and the measures taken to enforce it that defeated the hitherto undefeated Alva. Now nearly the entire population, Catholic as well as Protestant, opposed him, and with rising anger as his impositions hampered and discouraged the business activity upon which the Netherlands had built their prosperity. More skilled in war than in finance, Alva retaliated for Elizabeth's appropriation of the Genoese funds by seizing English property in the Netherlands and forbidding trade with England. Elizabeth thereupon confiscated Netherland goods in England and diverted English trade to Hamburg. Soon the Netherlands felt the torpor of commercial decay. Shops closed, unemployment mounted, and the powerful business classes, which had borne so patiently the hanging of Protestants and the sacking of churches, secretly meditated, at last financed, revolt. Even the Catholic clergy, fearing the collapse of the national economy, turned against Alva and warned Philip that the Duke was ruining the state. Pope Pius V, who had rejoiced over Alva's victories, joined with Cardinal de Granvelle in deploring Alva's severity and recommended a general amnesty to all repentant rebels and heretics. Philip agreed and so notified Alva in February 1569, but the Duke asked for delay, and the amnesty was not proclaimed till July 16, 1570. In that year the Pope bestowed the blessed hat and sword upon Alva and the golden rose upon Alva's wife, and Philip put the imprisoned Montigny to death on October 16, 1570. Meanwhile a new force had entered upon the scene. In March 1568, a band of desperate men known as the Wild Beggars turned their ardor to pillaging churches and monasteries and cutting off the noses or ears of priests and monks, as if resolved to rival the barbarities of the Council of Blood. In 1569 to 1572, another group, calling themselves Beggars of the Sea, seized control of 18 vessels, received commissions from William of Orange, raided the Netherland coast, plundered churches and monasteries, preyed upon Spanish shipping, and replenished their provisions in friendly English ports, and even in distant La Rochelle, then held by Huguenots. Wherever a coastal town was left without a Spanish garrison, the Beggars of the Sea rushed in, captured strategic posts, and by their power to open the dikes made it dangerous for Spanish forces to approach. Alva could no longer receive supplies by sea. The principal cities of Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, and Friesland, so protected, gave their allegiance to William of Orange and voted him supplies for war in July 1572. William moved his headquarters to Delft and declared himself Calvus et Calvinista, bald and Calvinist, which was truer of his head than of his creed. Now Philip van Marnix wrote the song Wilhelmus van Nassauwen, which became and still is the national hymn of the Netherlands. So encouraged, William organized another army and invaded Brabant. At the same time, Louis of Nassau, supported by Coligny, raised a force in France, entered Hainaut, and captured Valenciennes and Mons. This on May 23, 1572. Alva marched to recapture Mons, hoping thereby to discourage further support of Louis by France. William advanced southward to help his brother. He won some minor victories, but too soon exhausted his funds. His troops paid themselves by plundering churches and amused themselves by killing priests. Catholic opposition rose. When William's army neared Brussels, it found the gates closed and the citizens armed to resist. Resuming its march, it was but a league from Mons when it was surprised in its sleep by 600 Spanish soldiers. 800 of William's men were slaughtered before they could organize for defense. William himself barely escaped, fleeing with a remnant of his forces to Mechlin in Brabant. Meanwhile, the murder of Coligny and the massacre of St. Bartholomew ended all hope of aid from France. On September 17th, Mons fell to Alva, who allowed Louis and his surviving troops to leave unharmed. But Alva's general, Philippe de Novarme, on his own authority, hanged hundreds of the inhabitants, confiscated their property, and bought it in at bargain rates. William's failure in strategy, the excesses of his uncontrolled troops, and the barbarities of the beggars frustrated his hopes of uniting Catholics, Calvinists, and Lutherans to oppose Alva's tyranny. The beggars, who were nearly all ardent Calvinists, showed against Catholics the same ferocity that the Inquisition and the Council of Blood had shown against rebels and heretics. In many instances they gave Catholic captives a choice between Calvinism and death, and they unhesitatingly killed, sometimes after incredible tortures, those who clung to the old faith. Both sides in the conflict put to death many prisoners of war. Wrote a Protestant historian, on more than one occasion men were seen hanging their own brothers who had been taken prisoners in the enemy's ranks. The islanders found a fierce pleasure in these acts of cruelty. A Spaniard had ceased to be human in their eyes. On one occasion a surgeon at Ver cut the heart from a Spanish prisoner, nailed it on a vessel's prow, and invited the townsmen to come and fasten their teeth in it, which many did with savage satisfaction. It was these merciless beggars who defeated Alva. Resting from his campaigns, he bequeathed to his son, Don Federico Alvarez de Toledo, the task of recovering and punishing the cities that had declared for William or had surrendered to him. Alvarez began with Mechlin, which offered only a few shots of resistance. Priests and citizens came out in a penitent procession to beg that the town be spared. But Alva had ordered an exemplary revenge. For 3 days, Don Federico's troops sacked homes, monasteries, and churches, stole the jewels and costly robes of religious statuary, trampled consecrated wafers underfoot, butchered men and violated women, Catholic or Protestant. Advancing into Gelderland, his army overcame the feeble defenses of Zutphen, put nearly every man in the town to death, hanging some by the feet, drowning 500 by tying them in couples back to back and throwing them into the IJssel. Little Naarden, after a brief resistance, surrendered. It greeted the conquering Spaniards with tables set with feasts. The soldiers ate and drank, then killed every person in the town. They passed on to Haarlem, a Calvinist center which had shown especial enthusiasm for the revolt. A garrison of 4,000 troops defended the city so resolutely that Don Federico proposed to withdraw. Alva threatened to disown him if he desisted from the siege. Barbarities multiplied. Each side hanged captives on gibbets facing the enemy, and the defenders infuriated the besiegers by staging on the ramparts parodies of Catholic rites. William sent 3,000 men to attack Don Federico's army. They were destroyed, and all further efforts to relieve Haarlem failed. After a siege of 7 months, and after being reduced to eating weeds and leather, the city surrendered on July 11, 1573. Of the garrison, only 1,600 survived. Most of these were put to death. 400 leading citizens were executed. The rest were spared on agreeing to pay a fine of 250,000 guilders. This was the last and most costly victory of Alva's regime. Over 12,000 of the besieging army had died of wounds or disease, and hateful taxes had poured their proceeds fruitlessly into the sieve of war. Philip, who counted pennies rather than lives, discovered that Alva was not only unpopular but expensive, and that his general's methods were uniting the Netherlands against Spain. Alva felt the veering of the wind and asked to be relieved. He boasted that he had executed 18,000 rebels, but the heretics were as strong as when he came. Moreover, they controlled the ports and the sea, and the provinces of Holland and Zeeland were completely lost to the king. The Bishop of Namur estimated that Alva in 7 years had done more harm to Catholicism than Luther and Calvinism had done in a generation. Alva's resignation was accepted. He left the Netherlands on December 18, 1573, was well received by Philip, and, aged 72, led the Spanish armies in the conquest of Portugal in 1580. Returning from that campaign, he fell into a lingering fever and was kept alive only by drinking milk from a woman's breast. He died on December 12, 1582, having lived a year on milk and a half a century on blood. 4. Requeséns and Don Juan, 1573 to 1578. To replace him, Philip sent Don Luis de Requeséns, lately Spanish Viceroy of Milan. The new governor was surprised by the number and the spirit of the rebels. "Before my arrival," he wrote to the king, "I did not understand how they could maintain such considerable fleets, while your majesty could not support a single one. It appears, however, that men who are fighting for their lives, their firesides, their property, and their false religion, for their own cause, in short, are contented to receive rations only without receiving pay." He begged Philip to allow him to grant a general amnesty to all but persisting heretics, to allow these to emigrate, and to abolish the 10% tax on sales. William of Orange saw in these proposals merely a play for time and a new device for extirpating Protestantism from the Netherlands. He would accept peace only on full freedom of worship, the restoration of provincial privileges, and the withdrawal of all Spaniards from civil and military posts. The war continued. In the Battle of Moke, April 13, 1574, William's brothers Louis, aged 36, and Henry, aged 24, lost their lives. Two events helped the revolt at this point. Philip went bankrupt in 1575, and Requeséns died while besieging XVIII on March 5, 1576. The king appointed his half-brother, Don Juan of Austria, to the ungrateful post, but Juan did not reach Luxembourg till November. During this interval, the representatives of Holland and Zeeland signed at Delft, on April 25th, an act of pacification, which gave William supreme command on land and sea, the power of appointment to all political posts, and even, in emergency, the right to confer the protectorate of the Confederation upon a foreign prince. Speaking with his new authority, he appealed to the other provinces to join in expelling the Spaniards from the Netherlands. He promised liberty of conscience and worship to Catholics and Protestants alike. His appeal would probably have met with little response in the southern provinces had not the Spanish soldiery, cheated of pillage at XVIII, mutinied in July and begun a campaign of indiscriminate plunder and violence that terrorized Flanders and Brabant. The Council of State at Brussels reprimanded them. They defied it. The Council declared them outlaws, but had no force to oppose them. William offered to send military protection and renewed his pledge of religious freedom. The Council hesitated. The people of Brussels overthrew it and set up another council under Philippe de Croix, who opened negotiations with the prince. On September 26th, Ghent welcomed a body of troops sent by William to protect it from the Spanish mutineers. On October 19th, delegates from Brabant, Flanders, and Hainaut met at Ghent. They were reluctant to ally their states with the outlawed prince. But on the 20th, the mutineers sacked Maastricht. On the 28th, the conferees, to secure the protection of William's troops, signed the Pacification of Ghent, which recognized him as governor of Holland and Zeeland, suspended all persecution for heresy, and agreed to cooperate in expelling all Spanish soldiers from their provinces. The States General of the southern provinces, meeting at Brussels, refused to sign the pacification, considering it a declaration of war against the king. Once more the mutineers reinforced William's arguments. On November 4, 1576, they seized Antwerp and subjected it to the worst pillage in Netherland history. The citizens resisted, but were overcome. 7,000 of them were killed. 1,000 buildings, some of them masterpieces of architecture, were set on fire. Men, women, and children were slaughtered in a delirium of blood by soldiers crying, "Santiago, España, a sangre, a carne, a fuego, a saco." St. James, Spain, to blood, to flesh, to fire, to sack. All through that night the soldiers plundered the rich city. Nearly every house was robbed. To extort confessions of hidden hoards, real or imaginary, parents were tortured in their children's presence, infants were slain in their mothers' arms, wives were flogged to death before their husbands' eyes. For 2 days more this Spanish fury raged on until the soldiers were sated with gold and jewelry and costly clothing, and began to gamble their gains with one another in streets still littered with the dead. On November 28th, the States General ratified the pacification of Ghent. It was a timely victory for the prince. When Don Juan sent word from Luxembourg that he was about to enter Brussels, the States General replied that it would not receive him as governor unless he accepted the pacification, restored the charters of the provinces, and dismissed all Spanish troops from the Netherlands. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. It was a timely victory for the prince. When Don Juan sent word from Luxembourg that he was about to enter Brussels, the States General replied that it would not receive him as governor unless he accepted the pacification, restored the charters of the provinces, and dismissed all Spanish troops from the Netherlands. The Don, brave in battle, muddled in diplomacy, soldierless and penniless, fretted the winter through in Luxembourg, then, on February 12, 1577, signed the Perpetual Edict, which committed him to the pacification and the provincial liberties. On March 1st, Juan made a ceremonial entry into Brussels, and the city was delighted to have so handsome and powerless a governor. The Spanish troops departed, and peace smiled for a moment upon the ravaged land. Juan's dreams were larger than his purse. After his exploits at Lepanto and Tunis, this helpless majesty chilled his romantic blood. Nearby, in England, the lovely Mary Stuart was a prisoner of that ogress Elizabeth. Why not collect an army and some ships, cross the water, depose one queen, marry the other, be king of England and Scotland, and bring those benighted regions back to Mother Church? Philip, who feared the gap between ducats and dreams, set his brother down as a fool. Juan proved it by suddenly leaving Brussels on June 11th, putting himself at the head of a Catholic Walloon regiment, and repudiating the pacification. After fruitless negotiations with Juan, the States General invited William to the capital. On his arrival on September 23rd, he was welcomed by a large part of the Catholic citizenry as the only man who could lead the Netherlands to freedom. On October 8th, the States General notified Don Juan that it no longer recognized him as governor, but would accept in his place a prince of the blood. On December 10, 1577, all the provinces except Namur bound themselves together in the Union of Brussels. The Catholic members of the States General, fearing William's Calvinism, asked Matthias, Archduke of Austria, to accept the government of the Netherlands. The youth of 20 came and was installed on January 18, 1578, but William's supporters persuaded the new governor to appoint him as his lieutenant, actually the master of administration and policy. Only mutual toleration of religious diversity could have preserved this association, and intolerance shattered it. The Calvinists of Holland, like the Catholics of Spain, held that only unbelievers could practice toleration. Many of them openly called William of Orange an atheist. The Calvinist preacher Peter de Thanes charged him with making the state his god and changing his religion as others changed their clothes. The Calvinists were, and till 1587 remained, only a tenth of the population in the province of Holland, but they were active and ambitious, and they were armed. They won control of the political assemblies. They replaced Catholic with Protestant magistrates. In 1573, the Estates, or Provincial Council, forbade all Catholic worship in Holland, on the ground that every Catholic was a potential servant of Spain. By 1578, Calvinism was almost universal in Zeeland and was politically, not numerically, dominant in Friesland. Waves of image-breaking swept over Holland and Zeeland in 1572, and after 1576 in other provinces, even in Flanders and Brabant. All association of religion with art was repudiated as idolatrous or profane. Churches were stripped of pictures, statues, crucifixes, and decoration. Gold and silver vessels were melted down. Bare walls remained. The beggars tortured Catholic priests and put some to death. William condemned these procedures, but connived at the seizure of political power by armed Calvinist minorities in Brussels, Ypres, Bruges, and all northern Flanders. At Ghent, the victorious Calvinists imprisoned the councillors, sacked and gutted churches and monasteries, confiscated ecclesiastical property, prohibited all Catholic services, burned monks in the marketplace, and set up a revolutionary republic. This in 1577. At Amsterdam, on May 24, 1578, armed Calvinists entered the town, banished the magistrates, replaced them with Calvinists, and gave the denuded churches to the Reformed worship. On the following day, a similar uprising transformed Haarlem. At Antwerp, which was now William's headquarters, the Protestants drove priests and monks from the city on May 28th. The prince berated his followers for their violence and persuaded them to let Catholic services be resumed. But in 1581 all Catholic worship was forbidden in Antwerp and Utrecht. The Calvinists charged that the priests had deceived the people with bogus relics and manipulated miracles, exhibiting fragments of the true cross, holding up old bones for adoration as those of saints, and secreting oil in the heads of statues to make them opportunely sweat. William mourned to see his years of labor for unity ending in division, chaos, and hate. The Calvinist democracy that had captured several cities was falling into such anarchy that men of property, Protestant as well as Catholic, began to wonder whether the new dispensation was not, for them, worse than the old, placards and all. William met this rising demand for order by negotiating with Francois, Duke of Anjou, to take over the governorship from the incompetent and negligible Matthias, but Anjou proved treacherous and worthless. As a culminating misfortune for the prince, a new Spanish army of 20,000 well-trained men was marching north under the ablest general of the age. In December 1577, Alessandro Farnese, Duke of Parma, brought his army to Don Juan in Luxembourg. On January 31st, 1578, they defeated the undisciplined forces of the States General at Gembloux. Louvain and a dozen minor towns opened their gates to the new conqueror. The States General of the Netherlands fled from Brussels to Antwerp. Don Juan, smelling new glory, caught a malignant fever and died at Namur, October 1st, 1578, aged 33. Philip appointed Farnese Governor-General, and a new chapter began. 5. Parma and Orange, 1578 to 1584. Alessandro Farnese, now 33, was the son of the former regent, Margaret of Parma. Brought up in Spain, he swore loyalty to Philip, fought at Lepanto, and gave the last 14 years of his life to saving the southern Netherlands for the king. In 1586 he was to inherit the Duchy of Parma and its title, but he never took the ducal throne. Sharp eyes, dark features, cropped black hair, eagle nose, and bushy beard revealed only a part of his ability, courage, and subtlety. He had all the military art of Alva, less of his cruelty, immeasurably more skill in negotiation and address. The battle for the Netherlands now became a duel between the Duke of Parma's diplomacy and arms, supported by Catholic funds and hopes, and the heroic perseverance of the Prince of Orange, financed by Dutch merchants and helped and hindered by the fanaticism of his friends. On January 5, 1579, a group of Catholic nobles from Hainaut, Douai, Artois, and Lille, inspired by the Bishop of Arras, formed the League of Arras for the protection of their religion and property. On January 29th, the provinces of Holland, Zeeland, Groningen, Utrecht, and Gelderland formed the Union of Utrecht for the defense of their faith and liberties. Soon they were joined by Friesland and Overijssel. These 7 united provinces became the Dutch Netherlands of today. The remaining provinces became the Spanish Netherlands and, in the 19th century, Belgium. The division of the 17 provinces into 2 nations was determined partly by the predominance of Catholicism in the south and of Protestantism in the north, but also by the geographical separation of the lowlands by the great inlets and rivers which, by their breadth and their controllable dikes, offered defensible ports and barriers to Spanish fleets and arms. On May 19th, the League of Arras signed an agreement with Parma by which it bound itself to tolerate no religion but the Catholic, and accepted Spanish sovereignty on condition that the privileges of the provinces and communes should be restored. By persuasion, bribery, or force, the Duke soon regained almost all the southern provinces for Spain. The Calvinist leaders at Brussels, Ghent, and Ypres abandoned their conquests and fled to the Protestant north. On March 12, 1579, Parma led a large army against Maastricht, strategically situated on the river from which it took its name. Prodigies of heroism and barbarity were performed on both sides. The attackers dug miles of subterranean passages to mine and invade the city. The defenders, women joining the men, dug passages to meet them, and battles were fought to the death in the bowels of the earth. Boiling water was poured into the tunnels, fires were lit to fill them with smoke. Hundreds of besiegers were scalded or choked to death. One of Parma's mines, exploding prematurely, killed 500 of his men. When his soldiers tried to scale the wall, they were met with firebrands, and burning pitch hoops were coiled around their necks. After 4 months of effort and fury, the besiegers made a breach in the wall, entered through it silently at night, caught the exhausted defenders sleeping, and massacred 6,000 men, women, and children. Of the city's 30,000 population, only 400 now survived. Parma repeopled it with Walloon Catholics. It was a major disaster for the Protestant cause. William, who had tried in vain to succor the city, was with some reason blamed for incompetence and delay. The same extremists who had frustrated his unifying policies by their intolerance and violence now charged him with treason to their cause in his negotiations with the Catholic Duke of Anjou, and they pointed out that he had attended no religious service during the past year. Philip seized the moment to promulgate, on March 15, 1581, a ban against Orange. After detailing all the ingratitude, disloyalty, marriages, and crimes of the prince, he proceeded, "Therefore, for all his evil doings as chief disturber of the public peace, and as a public pest, we outlaw him forever, and forbid all our subjects to associate with him or communicate with him in public or in secret, or to administer to him victuals, drink, fire, or other necessaries. We declare him an enemy of the human race, and give his property to all who may seize it. In order the sooner to remove our people from his tyranny and oppression, we promise, on the word of a king and as God's servant, that if one of our subjects be found so generous of heart that he shall find means of executing this decree, and ridding us of the said pest, either by delivering him to us dead or alive, or by depriving him at once of life, we will give him and his heirs landed property or money, as he will, to the amount of 25,000 gold crowns. If he has committed any crime of any kind whatsoever, we will pardon him. If he be not noble, we will ennoble him." The provincial estates replied to this ban by appointing William stadholder, or chief magistrate, of Holland and Zeeland on July 24, 1581. And 2 days later the representatives of Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, Utrecht, Flanders, and Brabant signed at The Hague an act of abjuration, solemnly renouncing allegiance to the King of Spain. In a document as famous in Dutch history as Parliament's Declaration of Rights from 1689 in the history of England, they proclaimed that a ruler who treats his subjects as slaves and destroys their liberties should no longer be accounted their legitimate sovereign, and may lawfully be deposed. William's own reply to the ban took the form of an apologia written for him by his chaplain and sent to the States General and to every European court. He welcomed the ban as a distinction. He charged Philip with incest, adultery, and the murder of his own wife and son. He expressed his readiness to resign his offices, to withdraw from the Netherlands, even to surrender his life, if he might thereby benefit his country. He signed the document with his motto, "Je maintiendrai," I will hold fast. Soon afterward, on March 18, 1582, Philip reaped the first fruits of the ban. Jean Jourguy, spurred on by the promised reward, armed himself with a pistol, begged God's help, promised the Virgin a portion of his spoils, made his way to William of Orange at Antwerp, and shot him through the head. The bullet entered under the right ear, passed through the palate, and emerged through the left cheek. The assassin was caught and killed at once by William's attendants, but the mission seemed accomplished. For weeks the prince seemed near death. Farnese invited the rebel provinces, now that their obstinate leader was dead, to make their peace with their merciful king. But William slowly recovered under the devoted care of his wife Charlotte, who died of exhaustion and fever on May 5th. In July, 2 obscure conspirators laid a plan to poison both the Prince of Orange and the Duke of Anjou. The plot was detected, and the criminals were arrested. One killed himself in jail, the other was sent to Paris, was tried and found guilty, and was torn to pieces by means of 4 horses. During this year of 1582, Anjou collected some French soldiers about him at Antwerp. Dissatisfied with his ducal title, he dreamed of making himself a king. Suddenly, on January 17, 1583, his followers, shouting, "Long live the Mass," attempted to seize control of the city. The people resisted them. Nearly 2,000 lives were lost in this French fury. The uprising failed, Anjou fled, and William suffered further loss of popularity for having so long supported him. In March another attempt was made upon his life. Feeling unsafe in Antwerp, he moved his headquarters to Delft. The provinces of Groningen and Gelderland now made their peace with Parma. Only 2 of the united provinces still adhered to William, but these 2, Holland and Zeeland, testified their loyalty by making the stadholdership hereditary in his family. this in December 1583. So were laid the foundations of the House of Orange, which in 1688 would half conquer, half inherit England. Assassins persisted. In April 1584, Hans Hanzoen of Flushing tried to blow up the prince. He failed and was put to death. Balthasar Gerard of Burgundy burned with religious zeal and the thought of 25,000 crowns. Going to the Duke of Parma, he offered to kill the Prince of Orange. Parma judged the youth of 20 unfit for such an enterprise, refused him the modest advance requested, but promised him the full reward if he succeeded. Gerard went to Delft, disguised himself as a poor and pious Calvinist, received an alms of 20 crowns from William, and poured 3 bullets into the prince's body, this on July 10, 1584. William cried, "My God, have pity on my soul. Have pity on this poor people." He died within a few minutes. Gerard was caught, was tried by the city magistrates, expressed joy over his success, and was put to extreme torture and death. William was buried at Delft with the highest honors as father of his country. Having sacrificed nearly all his belongings in promotion of the revolt, he left his 12 children almost penniless, a silent testimony of the nobility into which he had matured. The full reward was paid to Gerard's parents. The Catholics of the Netherlands rejoiced, calling the crime God's vengeance for the desecration of churches and the murder of priests. They sent the assassin's head to Cologne as a precious relic, and for half a century they labored to have him declared a saint. 6. Triumph, 1584 to 1648. The death of their leader broke the spirit of such followers as William still had in Flanders and Brabant. Parma took Bruges, Ghent, Brussels, Mechlin, Antwerp. By the end of 1585, all the Netherlands south of the Maas, except Ostend and Sluis, had fallen to Spain. The beggars, however, still controlled the ports and the sea. The northern provinces had repeatedly appealed to Elizabeth for aid. Now she responded. She knew that the revolt of the Netherlands had kept Spain from declaring war upon England. She could not afford to have that blessing cease. Moreover, the Dutch controlled the market for English wool. In December 1585, she sent to Holland a substantial force under Leicester and Sir Philip Sidney. Leicester, as Governor-General of the rebel provinces, assumed almost sovereign power. Seeing that the southern provinces imported the necessaries of life from the northern, he forbade all trade with any Spanish possession. But the Dutch merchants lived on that trade. They exported goods to Spain during their war with Spain. They refused to obey Leicester's prohibitions. Defeated at Zutphen on September 22, 1586, Leicester left Holland in disgrace and disgust. For a year, chaos reigned in the north. The little republic was saved by Parma's absorption in Philip's plan for the invasion of England, by Parma's diversions against Henry of Navarre in France, by Dutch control of the waters, by the wealth and the persistence of the Dutch merchants, by the political genius of Jan van Oldenbarnevelt, and by the military genius of Maurice of Nassau, William the Silent's son. Soon after his father's death, Maurice was chosen stadtholder of Holland and Zeeland. In 1588, aged 21, he was made Captain General and Admiral of the United Provinces. In 1590, Utrecht, Overijssel, and Gelderland conferred their stadtholderships upon him. Profiting from the Leiden lectures of Simon Stevan on mathematics, Maurice applied the latest science to ballistics, engineering, and siege. He trained the Dutch army to new cohesion and discipline. In a series of campaigns from 1590 to 1594, remarkable for swift movement and surprising strategy, he recaptured Zutphen, Deventer, Nijmegen, and Groningen. Parma, having wasted his skill and funds in Philip's vain sallies against England and Henry IV, died at Spa of exhaustion and wounds on February 20, 1592. To succeed him, Philip appointed Archduke Ernest of Austria, who soon died. Then Cardinal Archduke Albert, who resigned his religious dignities and married the king's daughter, Isabel Clara Eugenia. Shortly before his own death in 1598, Philip bestowed upon Albert and Isabel sovereign rights in the Netherlands, with the proviso that if they died childless, the sovereignty was to revert to Spain. They proved to be capable and kindly rulers, unable to subdue the northern provinces, but establishing in the south a civilized regime under which ecclesiastical arts flourished in genial harmony with Rubens's nudes. A new figure appeared upon the scene in 1603. Albert had besieged Ostend for 2 years without success. An Italian banker, Ambrosio de Spinola, placed his fortune at the service of Spain, raised and equipped a force of 8,000 men, besieged and took Ostend. But even his immense riches could not offset the wealth of the Dutch merchants. They persisted in building and financing fleets that harassed Spanish shipping and threatened the line of gold between America and Spain. Tired of blockade and slaughter, Albert and Isabel urged negotiations with the Dutch, and Philip III, tired of bankruptcy, consented. Oldenbarnevelt, over the protests of Maurice, persuaded the Dutch to conciliation. A truce was signed in 1609 that gave the Netherlands 12 years' rest from the war. Internal concord varies inversely with external peace. Maurice resented the dominance of Oldenbarnevelt in the affairs of the Republic. Technically, the Grand Pensionary, chief paid official of Holland, had authority in that province alone. But since Holland had as much wealth and paid to the States General as much in taxes as all the rest of the United Provinces together, he wielded in the Federation a power commensurate with that wealth and with the force of his mind and character. Moreover, the landowners who ruled the provinces and the rich merchants who ruled the communes felt drawn to Oldenbarnevelt, who, like them, rejected democracy. Better overlorded, he said, than ruled by a mob. Maurice, turning to the people for support, found that he could win them if he made the Calvinist ministers his friends. The religious issue that now inflamed the Republic was threefold: the growing opposition between church and state, the conflict between Catholics and Protestants, and the war of doctrine within the Protestant fold. Calvinist synods sought to determine political policy and to use the government as an agent for the enforcement of their creed. The States General distrusted the Calvinist congregations as dangerous examples and seed plots of democracy, and Oldenbarnevelt made many enemies by bidding the clergy leave government to the civil powers. Strange to say, even in the northern provinces, the population in 1609 was still predominantly Catholic. The laws forbade Catholic worship, but were not enforced. 232 priests conducted Catholic services. The Provincial Council of Utrecht ordered the priests to marry their housekeepers, but compliance was sporadic and spiritless. Within the Protestant communities, the struggle lay between the Calvinists and a minority of libertines. The latter were so called not as loose livers, but as favoring religious liberty, even for Catholics, and a liberal and humane interpretation of the Protestant theology. These heirs of the Erasmian tradition, to whom William of Orange had belonged, were denounced as secret papists by the precisians, or orthodox Calvinists, who adhered to strict predestinarianism and felt that their faith should be made compulsory throughout the United Provinces. Dirk Coornhert, who had served as secretary to the Prince of Orange, argued for freedom of worship in writings that established the literary language of Holland. An Amsterdam preacher, Jacobus Arminius, was assigned to refute Coornhert's views. He was converted to them as he studied to answer them, and when he was appointed professor of theology at Leiden, he shocked the precisians by questioning predestination and asserting, against Luther and Calvin, that man is saved by good works as well as faith. He admitted that virtuous heathen might escape hell, and surmised that in the end all men would be saved. His fellow professor Franciscus Gomarus branded him an insidious heretic. Arminius died in 1609. By that time he had won an influential following, including Oldenbarnevelt and Hugo Grotius, the pensionary of Rotterdam. In 1610 these libertines drew up a remonstrantia against the doctrines of predestination, election, and reprobation, and proposed a national synod of clergymen and laymen to redefine the Reformed faith. The precisians formulated a contra-remonstrantia that reaffirmed the Calvinist theology. God had, after Adam's fall, reserved a certain number of human beings from destruction and destined them to salvation through Christ. In this election God does not consider belief or conversion, but acts simply according to his pleasure. God sent his Son Christ for the salvation of the elect, and of them alone. The Gomarists insisted that such questions could be dealt with only by clergymen, and they so successfully labeled the Remonstrants as Papists, Pelagians, or Unitarians that a large majority of the Protestant population rallied to the precisian side. Maurice of Nassau moved from a scornful disregard of theological disputes to a tentative association with the Orthodox party, as offering him a popular basis for an attempt to regain national leadership. A battle of sermons and pamphlets ensued, of more than warlike bitterness. Violent disturbances broke the peace of the truce. Libertine houses were raided in The Hague. Orthodox Calvinist preachers were driven from Rotterdam. Holland mustered an army to defend its theology. Other provinces followed suit. Civil war seemed about to destroy the republic so lately born. On August 4, 1617, Oldenbarnevelt put through the Council of Holland a scherpe resolutia, which Maurice thought sharp indeed, proclaiming the supremacy of the state in matters of religion, and directing the cities of the province to arm themselves for protection against Calvinist violence. Passing to Utrecht, he persuaded its provincial council to raise troops in support of Holland. On July 25, 1618, Maurice of Nassau, as legal head of the army, entered Utrecht at the head of an armed force, and compelled its new regiments to disband. On August 29th, the States General of the United Provinces ordered the arrest of Oldenbarnevelt, Grotius, and other Remonstrant leaders. On November 13th, a synod of the Reformed Church met at Dordrecht, gave the Remonstrant theologians a hearing, condemned them as heretics, and ordered all Remonstrant ministers dismissed from ecclesiastical or educational posts. The Arminians, like the Catholics, were placed under a ban and were forbidden to hold public assemblies or services. Many of them fled to England, where they were well received by the established church and strongly influenced the latitudinarian Anglicans. Oldenbarnevelt was tried by a special court which allowed him no legal aid. He was charged with having treasonably divided and endangered the Union, having sought to set up a state within the state. Outside the court, a flurry of pamphlets advertised to the multitude the faults of his private life. He defended himself with such eloquence and force that his children raised a maypole before his prison and confidently celebrated his coming release. On May 12, 1619, the court pronounced him guilty, and the sentence of death was carried out the next day. Grotius was condemned to life imprisonment, but through the ingenuity of his wife he escaped and lived to write a memorable book. Despite this triumph of intolerance, religious liberty grew in the provinces. The Catholics were too numerous to be suppressed, and the doctrinal decrees of the Synod of Dort could not be enforced. In the same year, 1619, the Mennonites freely founded at Rheinsberg their Quaker-like sect of Collegianton, with whom Spinoza would find safe refuge. In 1629, Descartes was to praise the intellectual freedom that he enjoyed in Amsterdam, and by the end of the century Holland was to be the haven of heretics from many lands. On August 9, 1621, the war with Spain was resumed. The Archduke Albert having died childless, the southern Netherlands reverted to Spain. Spinola attacked the Dutch border towns. Maurice marched against him, but years of strife had worn him out, and suddenly, aged 57, he was dead in 1625. Spinola captured Breda, so opening the road to Amsterdam and giving a theme to Velasquez. The Dutch recovered obstinately. Frederick Henry, who succeeded his brother as stadtholder, surprised enemies and friends by his hitherto hidden talents as statesman and general. Through the diplomacy of Francis Hersens, he secured an annual subsidy of 1,000,000 livres from Richelieu. He raised a new army. After long sieges, he took 's-Hertogenbosch, Maastricht, Breda. Fortunately, Spinola had been recalled to Lombardy. Meanwhile, the Dutch merchants turned money into ships, for every victory on the sea expanded trade. In 1628, a Dutch flotilla under Piet Hein captured a Spanish squadron carrying gold from Mexico. Another Dutch fleet attacked a Spanish force of 13 vessels on the river Slack, destroyed it, and took 5,000 prisoners, this in 1631. The most brilliant of these naval victories was won by Lieutenant Admiral Martin Harpertson Tromp in the Downs, the English Channel between Dover and Deal. The Spaniards, resolved to regain control of the Netherlands ports from the Dutch, had assembled a new armada of 77 ships, manned by 24,000 men. Sighting it in the Channel, Tromp sent for reinforcements. On October 21, 1639, with 75 vessels, he sailed into close quarters with the enemy and sank, disabled, or captured all but 7 of the Spanish ships. 15,200 of the Spanish crews were killed in battle or were drowned. This Battle of the Downs ranks in Dutch history as the defeat of the Armada does in the history of England. It ended all claim of Spain to control the seas, cut the lifeline between Spain and her colonies, and shared with the French victory over the Spanish army at Rocroi in 1643 in closing the era of Spanish ascendancy in Europe. Deeply involved in the 30 Years' War, Spain decided to yield everything to the Dutch in order to be free to fight the French. At Münster, January 30th, 1648, the Spanish plenipotentiaries signed the Treaty of Westphalia, ending the 80 Years' War in the Netherlands. The United Provinces were declared free of all bond to Spain. Their conquests were recognized. Rhine commerce was to reach the North Sea through Dutch ports alone, and freedom of trade was conceded to Dutch merchantmen in the Indies east and west. So triumphantly ended the longest, bravest, and most cruel struggle for freedom in all history. Chapter 18. From Rubens to Rembrandt, 1555 to 1660. 1. The Flemings. It is surprising that in so small a segment of Europe as the Netherlands, two such diverse cultures developed as the Flemish and the Dutch, two faiths so uncongenial as Catholicism and Calvinism, two artists so opposed in mood and method as Rubens and Rembrandt, as Vandyck and Hals. We cannot explain the contrast through language, for half of Flanders, like all the United Provinces, spoke Dutch. Some of the difference may have derived from the proximity of Holland to Protestant Germany, of Flanders to Catholic France. Part of it came from the closer association of Catholic, royalist, aristocratic Spain with Brussels and Antwerp. Flanders inherited medieval religion, art, and ways, while Holland was yet too poor to have a culture of its own. Possibly the greater sunshine in the southern provinces inclined their population to a sensual, morally easy life and an indulgent Catholicism, while the mists and hardships of the north may have encouraged a stern and stoic faith. Or was it rather that the Spanish armies won in the south and, harassed by intervening rivers and Dutch money, lost in the north? Antwerp must have been beautiful when its cathedral was complete in all its spires, facade, and decorative art, while nearby the Bourse throbbed with all the vitality and chicanery of commerce, and the waters danced with the shipping of the world. But then war came. Alva's fury and the Inquisition drove Protestant artisans and merchants into Holland, Germany, and England. The Calvinist fury gutted the churches. The Spanish fury rifled the homes and burned the palaces. The French fury drowned its failure in blood, and the 14-month siege by Farnese starved Catholics and Protestants impartially. At last the Catholics joined the Protestants in Exodus, and Antwerp's trade passed to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Haarlem, Hamburg, London, and Rouen. But man's ferocity is intermittent, his resilience endures. It is a consolation to note how quickly some nations and cities have recovered from the destructiveness of war. So it was with Flanders after 1579. The textile industry survived, Flemish lace was still in demand, the rains still nourished the land, and the toil of the people supplied the splendor of the court. Under the archdukes, luxury-loving but humane, Antwerp and Brussels enjoyed a remarkable resurrection. Flanders returned to its cathedrals, its religious festivals, its pagan kermis. Perhaps Rubens exaggerated this in the wild kermis of the Louvre, but hear the report of the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand from Antwerp to Philip IV in 1639. Yesterday they held their great festival. A long procession moved out to the countryside in many triumphal cars. After the parade they all went to eat and drink, and in the end they were all drunk, for without that they do not think it a festival. The Cardinal himself, when he came from Spain to Brussels in 1635, had been received with several days of pageantry, amid gorgeous decorations designed by Rubens himself. The Flemish towns before the revolt had been described by an Italian visitor as having a constant succession of gay assemblies, nuptials, and dances, while music, singing, and cheerful sounds prevailed in every street. And not all of that spirit had yielded to the war. The games that Bruegel had pictured were still played in the streets, and the churches heard again such polyphonic masses as had once made Flemish singers the desired of every court. Flanders entered its most brilliant age. 2. Flemish Art. The court and the church, the nobles and the burghers, cooperated to finance the revival of Flemish art. Albert and Isabel supported many artists besides Rubens. For a time, Antwerp was the art center of Europe. Brussels tapestries regained their excellence, aided by Rubens's heroic designs. Venetian glassmakers had brought their art to the Netherlands in 1541. Now native artisans reproduced the fragile miracles, some so cherished that they have survived centuries of turbulence. Workers in metal fashioned marvels of their own, like the magnificent reliquaries that may still be found in the Catholic churches of Belgium. The merchant aristocracy ordered objects of art, sat for pictures, and built princely palaces and town halls, such as that which Cornelis de Vriend raised to the glory of Antwerp from 1561 to 1565, before the storm. When fanaticism had denuded the churches of their art, they became eager patrons of the studios, demanding statues and pictures to visualize the creed for the people. Sculpture struck no spark here, for François Duquesnoy of Brussels did most of his work in Rome, where he carved a mighty St. Andrew for the interior of St. Peter's. Very few tourists who make it a point to see the oldest citizen of Brussels, the Fountain of the Mannequin Peace from 1619, the bronze boy who adds to the city's water out of his own resources, know that this is the most enduring of Duquesnoy's creations. But of Flemish painters there is no count. Apparently every house in the Netherlands had to have some original picture. 1,000 artists were kept busy in 100 studios painting portraits, landscapes, animals, victuals, mythologies, holy families, crucifixions, and, as their distinctive contributions to the history of art, group pictures of municipal bodies and genre pictures of domestic or village life. At first these painters submitted to the prestige of Italian modes. Italian ships sailed every day into Antwerp. Italian traders set up shops there. Italian artists came to scoff and remained to paint. Many Flemish painters went to study in Italy. Some settled there. So Eustace Sustermans of Antwerp became a favorite portrait painter for the Grand Dukes of Tuscany. Some of the finest portraits in the Pitti Palace are by this lusty Fleming. Franz Florus, returning from his studies with Michelangelo in Rome, called himself frankly a Romanist, relished anatomy, and subordinated color to line. For a generation, from 1547 to 1570, his studio at Antwerp was the center and summit of Flemish painting. It is almost worth going to Caen to see in its museum his jolly mountainous Wife of the Falcon Hunter. Frans lived in wealth, built himself a palace, gave and drank freely, and died in poverty. Cornelis de Vos was the ablest in a large family of painters. When too many notables begged to sit for Rubens, he sent some of them to Vos, assuring them that they would fare just as well. We can still see Cornelis, his wife, and 2 pretty daughters, hanging comfortably in the Brussels Museum. Toward the end of the 16th century, the Italian infatuation faded, and Flemish artists resumed native themes and ways. David Teniers the elder, though he studied in Rome, returned to Antwerp to paint a Dutch kitchen and a village kermis, and then taught his son to surpass him. The descendants of old droll peasant Peter Bruegel formed a dynasty of painters devoted to local landscapes and village scenes. His sons Peter Hell Bruegel and Jan Velvet Bruegel, his grandsons Jan II and Ambrose, his great-grandson Abraham, his great-great-grandson Jan Baptist Bruegel. They run over 2 centuries, from 1525 to 1719, but let us clear the slate of them here. They took from their powerful ancestor a flair for rural prospects and village festivities, and some of them painted landscape backgrounds for busy Rubens. The artists of the Netherlands brought art out of the church and the monastery into the home, the fields, and the woods. Daniel Segers painted flowers and fruit in loving detail, devoted his pictured wreaths to the Virgin, and joined the Jesuits. Franz Snyders gave life and fragrance to a score of museums with exciting, sometimes gory hunting scenes, and many a dish of venison and fruit. He still remains, as Rubens ranked him, the greatest painter of animals. No one has rivaled him in catching the play of light upon the fur of beasts or the plumage of birds. Adrian Brouwer returned to Bruegel's peasants and pinned them on his brush as they dined, drank, sang, danced, played cards, cast dice, fought, caroused, and slept. Adrian himself, in his 32 years, sampled many lives, studying for a while with Hals in Haarlem, then, aged 21, already a registered master in the Painters' Guild at Antwerp, spending beyond his income and soon entangled in debt, imprisoned by the Spaniards for causes now unknown, but living sumptuously in jail, achieving freedom and paying his debts with little pictures so full of life, so technically excellent in sensitive drawing and subtle play of light, that Rubens bought 17 of them and Rembrandt 8. His peasants seemed never happy except when stupefied with strong tobacco or cheap drink, but Brouwer preferred a peasant singing in his cups to a silken hypocrite flattering a prince. In 1638, aged 32, he was found dead outside a tavern door. Jacob Jordaens was a soberer man who inscribed upon one of his pictures a warning to his thirst. Nihil similius insano quam ebrius. Nothing is liker to a lunatic than a drunkard. He chose to picture people who could drink without drooling and women who could rustle silk majestically. Born in 1593, he lived to the sensible old age of 85. He pictured himself for us in The Artist and His Family, a man erect, self-confident, handsome, prosperous, holding a lute, a wife at ease in her choking ruff, a pretty daughter just beginning to bloom Flemishly, and a little girl happy in a comforting home and creed. See her pendant cross. Jordaens was converted to Protestantism, but only at 62. He painted several religious pictures, but he preferred genre and mythologies, where he could bring out the powerful heads and effulgent breasts of the men and women he had seen in Antwerp homes, as in The King Drinks, or better, The Allegory of Fertility. Here, amid fruit, painted by Jacob's friend Snyders, and satyrs, we are startled by a magnificent nude, seen only in rear elevation, but in all the grace of youth. Where in Rubens's Flanders did Jordaens find so slender a model? 3. Rubens, 1577 to 1640. The greatest of the Flemings was born in 1577 of a long line of successful businessmen. He continued the line. His father, Jan Rubens, studied law at Padua, married Maria Pippelinks, and was elected an alderman at Antwerp at 31. Accused of Protestantism and excluded by name from the amnesty of 1574, he fled with his wife and 4 children to Cologne. Chosen as legal adviser by Anne of Saxony, the separated wife of William of Orange, he committed adultery with her and was imprisoned by the prince at Dillenburg. Maria forgave her husband, wrote him tender and touching letters, pleaded and labored for his liberation, and obtained it after 2 trying years, on condition that Jan live under surveillance at Siegen in Westphalia. She joined him in 1573, and it was probably there that Peter Paul was born. He was baptized by Lutheran rites, but while he was still a child, the family was converted to Catholicism. In 1578, Jan moved with his family to Cologne, where he practiced law and prospered. When he died in 1587, Maria and the children went to live in Antwerp. Rubens received formal education only till 15, but he added to it much reading and experience. For 2 years, from 1590 to 1591, he served as page to the Countess of Lalaing at Oudenaarde. There, presumably, he learned French and the fine manners that distinguished him from most artists of his time. His mother, perceiving his flair for drawing, apprenticed him to Tobias Verhecht, then to Adam van Noort, then to Otho Venius, a man of wide culture and courtly speech. After 8 years with this admirable teacher, Rubens, now 23, went to Italy to study the masterpieces whose fame agitated all pictorial souls. At Venice he showed his own work to a gentleman in the retinue of Vincenzo Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua. Soon Rubens was living in the ducal palace of Mantua as court painter. 2 pictures that he made there already touched mastery. Justus Lipsius and his pupils, in which the pupils of the famous scholar include Peter and his brother Philip, and a self-portrait showing Rubens half-bald at 25, but bearded, bold, and alert. He made trips to Rome to copy pictures for the Duke, and to Florence, where he saw, and later idealistically painted, the marriage of Maria de' Medici to the absent Henry IV. In 1603, the Duke sent him with a diplomatic mission to Spain, bearing gifts to the Duke of Lerma. The minister accepted as originals the copies that Rubens had made, and the artist returned to Mantua as a successful diplomat. On a second trip to Rome, he settled there permanently with his brother, who was librarian to a cardinal. Peter now painted a multitude of saints. One of these pictures, St. Gregory worshipping the Madonna, he rated as his first great picture. In 1608, hearing that his mother was ill, he rushed north to Antwerp and was deeply moved to find her dead. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. In 1608, hearing that his mother was ill, he rushed to Antwerp and was deeply moved to find her dead. Her wise and patient love had helped to give him the cheerful disposition that blessed his life. Meanwhile, he had learned much in Italy. The luscious color of the Venetians, the sensualism of Giulio Romano's frescoes at Mantua, the pliant grace of Correggio's female figures at Parma, the pagan art of pagan and Christian Rome, the reconciliation of Christianity with the enjoyment of wine, women, and song. All these passed into his blood and art. When Archduke Albert made him court painter at Antwerp in 1609, Gothic remnants disappeared from Flemish painting, and the fusion of Flemish with Italian art was complete. It was part of his unconscious wisdom that he had been away from the Netherlands during 8 years of war, and that he received his appointment in the first year of the truce. It was precisely in the next 12 years that Antwerp and Brussels restored their cultural life. Rubens was no small part of that revival. His biographer lists 1,204 paintings and 380 drawings, and probably many others escaped history. This fertility is unparalleled in the history of art, and almost as remarkable were the diversity of subjects and the rapidity of execution. "My talent is of such a kind," Rubens wrote, "that no commission, however great in size or varied in subject matter, ever daunted me." He finished in 25 days the 3 panels of the Descent from the Cross for the Antwerp Cathedral, and in 13 days the immense Adoration of the Kings, now in the Louvre. In addition to his court salary of 500 florins a year, he received payment for each individual product, and he charged at a lordly rate. For example, 3,800 florins, or about $47,500, for the 2 masterpieces just named. That is 100 florins per day. Part of this, of course, went to his numerous assistants, several of whom were themselves registered as masters in the Artists' Guild. Jan Velvet Bruegel painted flowers in Rubens's pictures. Jan Wildens painted landscapes and accessories. Paul de Vos painted minerals and fruit. Frans Snyders evoked the fine-pointed head of a dog in Diana returning from the chase. And we do not know how much is Snyders and how much is Rubens in the powerful hunting scenes in the Dresden and Munich galleries and the Metropolitan Museum in New York. In some cases, Rubens drew the figures and left the painting to his aides. To his clients, he gave a conscientious account of the degree in which the pictures he sold them were by his own hand. Only in this way could he meet the demands made upon him. His studio became a factory, reflecting the business methods of the Netherlands economy. His fertility and celerity sometimes lowered the quality of his product, but he neared perfection often enough to become the god of Flemish art. Now he felt secure enough to marry in 1609. Isabella Brandt was the daughter of an Antwerp lawyer and alderman, and therefore a fit mate for the son of an Antwerp lawyer and alderman. Rubens went to live in her father's house till his own palatial home on the Wapens Canal was finished. In one of his finest paintings, Peter and Isabella are pictured in the happiness of early marriage, she hidden in overflowing robes and laced in flowered bodice, her hand laid trustfully and possessively upon his, her proud face rising out of an enormous blue ruff, her head crowned with a cavalier hat. He in ripe manhood and success, with sturdy legs, blond beard, handsome features, and ribboned hat. Isabella was allowed only 17 more years of life, but she gave him children whom he raised and portrayed lovingly. See the curly-headed boy in the Berlin Kaiser Friedrich Museum, plump and happy, playing with the dove, and see him again, sobered by full 7 years, in The Sons of the Artist. Only a good man could have painted these portraits. At the same time, he was basically a pagan, unabashedly in love with the human body, male as well as female, in all the intoxication of athletic strength or easeful curves. It was a symbol of his Flanders that it enjoyed his profane mythologies, riots of unimpeded flesh, while the churches welcomed his interpretations of religious themes. He could not quite make up his mind between Mary and Venus. Probably he felt no contradiction between them, for both of them brought money. In the worship of Venus, the pagan element is unrestrained, a parkful of bacchantes, modestly hiding an elbow or a knee and embraced by goatee satyrs, while a dozen infants dance around a statue of the goddess of love. Though these pagan subjects echo his stay in Italy, his Venuses lack all classic line. They cannot live in the north on sun and air and wine, as in the south. They must eat and drink to cushion themselves from rain and mists and cold. Teutonic flesh, like British whiskey, English or Scotch, is a climatic defense. One of Rubens's pictures, 3 bulging nudes, is entitled, "Without wine and bread Venus is cold." He was too courtly to say without meat and beer. So he saw nothing out of scale in A Shepherd Making Love, which shows a shepherd trying to seduce 300 pounds. There's nothing good or bad, beautiful or ugly, but environment makes it so. In The Rape of the Sabines, it is all the 2 mighty Romans can do to lift one of their ravished captives upon a horse. Even in The Consequences of War there is no emaciation. Diana, returning from the chase, is no Greek goddess trim and chaste, but a Flemish housewife, broad-shouldered, muscular, matronly. In all that massive picture only the dog is slim. The Rubensian woods are full of satyrs squeezing avoirdupois, as in Ixion and Hera, and the 4 corners of the world. And, as we might have expected, the origin of the Milky Way is no nebular hypothesis, but a fat housefrau squirting streams of milk from a congested breast. The 3 Graces, however, are relatively svelte, and in The Judgment of Paris 2 of the ladies conform to later fashions. One is among the fairest female figures in art. Usually in these pagan pictures there is far more than flesh. Rubens poured into them the rich abandon of his fancy, 100 accessories filling out the scene, delineated with careless care, and leaping to the eye with color, warmth, and life. Nor is there any prurience in the billowy display. It is merely animal vitality, mens plena in corpore pleno. Not one of these pictures offers erotic stimulus. Rubens himself was anomalously well-behaved for an artist, necessarily high-strung and sensitive to color and form. He was known as a good husband, a solid family man, untouched with any scandal of gallantry or intrigue. The ecclesiastics of Flanders, Italy, and Spain recognized the innocence of his sensuality and had no qualms in asking him to illustrate again the story of Mary, Christ, and the saints. He accommodated them, but in his own unhackneyed way. Which of his countless predecessors visualized with fuller imagination or painted with subtler skill the ancient theme of the adoration of the kings? Who would have dared to center the composition upon the fat belly of a bronzed and turbaned Ethiopian, looking in colorful disdain upon the pale faces around him? Who would have dreamed that this pagan, peering with eye and brush into every nook and cranny of the female form, would love the Jesuits, would join their Marian congregation, and would perform the exercises prescribed by Ignatius Loyola to cleanse the soul with visions of hell? In March 1620 he contracted with the Jesuits to design, before the end of the year, 39 pictures to cover the ceilings of the splendid Baroque church that they had begun to build in Antwerp in 1614. He made the drawings. Vandyck and others turned these into paintings, nearly all of which were destroyed in 1718. For the high altar, Rubens himself painted 2 major works, Ignatius healing the possessed, and the Miracles of St. Francis, both now in the Vienna Kunsthistorisches Museum. Nevertheless, Rubens was a Catholic only in the Renaissance sense, and a Christian only by location. His paganism survived within his piety. He was not quite comfortable with virgins and saints. His Madonnas are robust women, clearly fitter to manage a man than to beget a god. In the Madonna in a Garland of Flowers, Mary holds up not a divinity, but a handsome boy displaying his equipment to the world. And The Return from Egypt shows Christ as a curly-headed lad, with Mary dressed like a Flemish matron wearing her new hat on a Sunday walk in the park. Even in the Elevation of the Cross in the Antwerp Cathedral, Rubens's interest in anatomy dominates the religious motif. Christ is a virile athlete, not a dying god. In The Blow of the Lance, everything again is anatomy. Christ and the thieves are massive figures, every straining muscle shown. The women at the foot of the cross are posing for the artist rather than fainting with grief. Rubens has not felt the scene. At least 5 times Rubens challenged Titian with an Assumption of the Virgin. In the most famous of these efforts, the Madonna seems lifeless, and the living creatures are the Magdalene and the startled apostles at the empty tomb. Finer is the great triptych commissioned by the Archduchess Isabel for the Confraternity of St. Ildefonso in Brussels. In the central panel, the Virgin, descended from heaven, presents to the Archbishop of Toledo a chasuble direct from paradise. The saint is all humility, breathless with adoration, while in the side panels Isabel and Albert lay aside their crowns and kneel in prayer. Here for a time Rubens gave life to piety, and in St. Ambrose and the Emperor Theodosius he caught and conveyed the mysterious power and authority of the Church. The Archbishop of Milan, armed only with priests and an acolyte, but with a head of majesty, drives from the cathedral the emperor backed with awesome guards but burdened with unshriven cruelty. Rubens rarely failed with old men, for in them, especially, the face is an autobiography and offers visible character to perceiving art. See the patriarch's head in Lot and his family leaving Sodom, one of the finest Rubens pictures in America. He returned with gusto to secular subjects, mixed with mythology, when Marie de Médicis offered him the most tempting contract of his career. On February 16, 1622, he signed an agreement to paint, within 4 years, 21 large pictures and 3 portraits commemorating events in the life of Marie and her husband, Henry IV. The Queen invited him to come and live at the French court. He had the good sense to stay home. In May 1623, he took the first 9 panels to Paris. Marie liked them, Richelieu admired them. The series was completed in 1624. Rubens took the remainder to Paris and set them up in the Luxembourg Palace. In 1802, the pictures were transferred to the Louvre, where 19 of them now enjoy a room all their own. Those who have seen and studied them will not grudge the 20,000 crowns, or about $250,000, paid to Rubens for his work, and doubtless shared by him with his aides. All in all, these paintings are his supreme achievement. If we allow for some marks of haste and accept the incredible story as we do in Ovid, Shakespeare, and Verdi, we find all of Rubens here except his occasional piety. He loved the splendor of court ritual, the majesty of royal power. He never tired of plump women, rich raiment, and gorgeous drapery. He had lived half his days with the gods and goddesses of classical mythology. Now he brought all these together in a flowing narrative, with an inventiveness of episode, an opulence of color, a mastery of composition and design that made the series an epic and opera in the history of painting. Only 2 more honors were wanting to Rubens's apotheosis: to be made a diplomat and to receive a patent of nobility. In 1623, the Archduchess Isabel used him as negotiator in hopes to renew the truce with Holland. Rubens had his own reason for promoting peace, since his wife aspired to inherit a fortune from her Dutch uncle. These efforts failed. Nevertheless, Isabel persuaded Philip IV to ennoble him in 1624 and made him gentleman of the household of Her Most Serene Highness, that is, herself. Later, the king protested against her employing so mean, unpedigreed, a person to receive foreign envoys and discuss affairs of such great importance. Yet Isabel sent Rubens to Madrid a year later, in 1628, to help arrange a peace between Philip IV and Charles I. He took some of his paintings with him. The king revised his notion of pedigree and sat to Rubens for 5 portraits, as if Velázquez were not making enough. The 2 artists became good friends, the Spaniard, then 29, modestly deferring to the genial Fleming, then 51. Finally, Philip appointed the mean Rubens as his envoy to England. In London, the artist successfully concluded a treaty of peace, despite the emissaries and the bribes of Richelieu to the contrary. Rubens painted some English portraits, the Duke and Duchess of Buckingham, and the magnificent face, beard, and armor of Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel. Having paved the way for Vandyck, he returned to Antwerp in March 1630 with a degree from Cambridge and a knighthood from Charles. Meanwhile, his first wife had died in 1626, and as Flemish custom required, the funeral was celebrated with a lavish banquet that cost the artist-diplomat 204 florins, or about $2,800, on food and drink and hired plate. Death in Flemish society was an almost prohibitive luxury. Rubens drowned his loneliness in diplomacy. In 1630, aged 53, he married Helena Formant, aged 16. He needed beauty about him, and she had already the warm coziness that filled his art and his dreams. He painted her again and again, in every garb and none, in her wedding costume, holding a glove, happy under a saucy hat, hiding only her hips in a fur coat, and best of all, walking with Rubens in their garden. This last is one of the peaks of Flemish painting. Then he showed her with their firstborn, and later with their 2 children, a presage of Renoir, not to speak of the pictures in which she posed voluptuously as Venus or demurely as the Mother of God. He painted his beloved rulers, Albert and Isabel, without flattery. We see them in the Vienna and Pitti galleries, probably as they were, governing a troubled land with all the goodwill compatible with Spanish ideals. He found fine types of manhood and womanhood in Flanders. He pictured them in his painting of Jean-Charles de Cord and his pretty pouting wife, and in the portrait of Michael Ophovius, Bishop of Sahertigenbosch. And he left us a powerful image of the invincible Spinola. But portraiture was not Rubens's forte. He gives us no subtle insights like Titian, no revelations from the depths as in Rembrandt. The greatest of his portraits is that which he painted of himself in 1624 for the future Charles I. Immense gold-tasseled hat, revealing only the great forehead of the bald head, penetrating eyes in quizzical glance, the long, sharp nose that seems to go with genius, the bristling moustache and fine red beard. This is a man well aware that he is at the top of his craft. Yet something of the physical vitality, sensuous enjoyment, and calm content that had shown in the picture of himself with Isabella Brant has gone with the years. Only failure wears out a man faster than success. He was rich, and he lived in grand style. His costly home in Antwerp was one of the sights of the city. In 1635 he bought for 93,000 florins an extensive estate and feudal castle in the lordship of Stein, 18 miles out, and took the title Lord of Stein. He spent his summers there, painted landscapes, and tried his polyphonic hand at genre. Amid his luxuries, with 3 maidservants, 2 grooms, and 3 horses, he continued to work hard, finding his happiness in his family and his work. His wives, children, patrons, aides loved him for his serenity of spirit, his generosity, his warm-hearted sympathy. Others more competent must analyze the technical qualities of his art, but we may safely describe him as the chief exemplar of pictorial Baroque, sensuous color, incalculable movement, rich imagination, luscious ornament, as against classic placidity and restraint of thought and line. But amid this confusion of beauty, the critics tell us there is superb draftsmanship. Rubens's drawings fed a brilliant school of engravers who made the master's paintings known to Christian Europe as Raimondi had done with Raphael's designs. From Rubens's hand or studio came famous cartoons for the tapestry weavers of Paris and Brussels. They made royal gifts or decoration for Louis XIII, Charles I, and the Archduchess Isabel. His final decade was one of universal triumph, darkened by physical decline. Only Bernini equaled him in artistic fame. In painting, no one dreamed of questioning his supremacy. Pupils ran to him from all quarters. Commissions came from half a dozen courts, even from Stadtholder Frederick Henry across the lines of war. In 1636, Philip IV asked him to paint scenes from Ovid's Metamorphoses for the Pardo hunting lodge. Rubens's studio produced 50 pictures for the series, of which 31 are in the Prado. One of them, The Judgment of Paris, seemed to the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand the best picture Rubens ever painted. We may prefer the riotous kermesse that he painted in 1636, a Bruegel of mad pursuit in which no woman is so old or ample but some man snatches her. The self-portrait at 60 is the other side of these concluding years. A man still proud, hand on his sword of nobility, but face thinning, skin hanging, crow's feet under the eyes. A brave and honest picture. In 1635, gout put him to bed for a month. In 1637, it disabled his hand for a time. In 1639, it prevented him from signing his name. By 1640, both hands were paralyzed. On May 30th, 1640, aged 63, he died from arthritis and arteriosclerosis. It was an astonishing career. He was not the uomo universale of the Renaissance ideal, yet he realized his ambition to play a role in the state as well as the studio. He was not a universal artist like Leonardo and Michelangelo. He left no sculpture, designed no building except his home. But in painting he reached high excellence in every field. Religious pictures, pagan revels, gods and goddesses, nudity and raiment, kings and queens, children and old men, landscapes and battle scenes, all poured from his brush as from a kaleidoscopic cornucopia of color and form. Rubens ended the subjection of Flemish to Italian painting, not by rebellion, but by absorption and union. He was not as deep as Rembrandt, but wider. He shied away from the dark depths that Rembrandt revealed. He preferred the sun, the open air, the dance of light, the color and zest of life. He repaid his own good fortune by smiling upon the world. His art is the voice of health, as ours today sometimes suggests sickness in the individual or national soul. When our own vitality lags, let us open our Rubens book anywhere and be refreshed. 4. Vandyck, 1599 to 1641. It was just like Rubens to hail and encourage the precocious talent of the young Adonis who joined his studio about 1617. Anthony van Dyck had been apprenticed at the age of 8 to Hendrik van Balen, the teacher of Snijders. At 16 he had pupils of his own. At 19, he was a registered master, not so much a pupil of Rubens as a highly valued aide. Rubens rated an early painting by Vandyck as equal in worth to his own Daniel of the same year. He kept for his own collection Vandyck's Christ crowned with thorns, and only later reluctantly surrendered it to Philip IV for the Escorial. In religious pictures, Vandyck came too amiably under Rubens's influence, and, lacking the older artist's vitality of movement and color, fell short of him in all but portraiture. In the early self-portrait of about 1615, he revealed the qualities that were to mark and limit his genius: grace, finesse, and a soft beauty almost unbecoming in a man. His fellow artists were happy to sit for him as an added hedge against oblivion. He made admirable portraits of Snyders, Duquesnoy, Jan Wildens, Jan de Waal, Gaspard de Creye, and Martin Pepijn. It was one of the many lovable qualities of Vandyck that he liked his rivals. These portraits suggest in Rubens's studio a pleasant spirit of comradeship not always present in the realm of art. In 1620, the Earl of Arundel received from Antwerp a letter. Vandyck lives with Rubens, and his works are being esteemed almost as highly as those of his master. He invited the young artist to England. Vandyck went, received a piddling pension of £100 from James I, painted a few portraits, rebelled at the menial copying required of him by the king, asked for an 8 months' leave of absence, received it, and stretched it to 12 years. At Antwerp he made provision for his mistress and her baby, then he hurried down into Italy in 1621. There, for the first time, he struck his stride, and he left fine portraits at almost every stop. He pored over the great Venetians, not so much to study their color and massive scope, as Rubens had done, but to ferret out the secrets of poetic portraiture in Giorgione, Titian, and Veronese. He went on to Bologna, Florence, Rome, even to Sicily. At Rome he stayed with Cardinal Guido Bentivoglio and repaid him with a portrait. His courtly manners were resented by the Flemish artists who were starving in Italy. They dubbed him Il Pittore Cavalleresco, and made things so unpleasant that he gladly accompanied Lady Arundel to Turin. He was especially welcomed in Genoa, which remembered Rubens and had heard of Vandyck's flair for ennobling nobility, making every sitter seem a prince. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York has a sample of these Genoese aristocrats in the Marchesa Durazzo, sensitive face and, as always in Vandyck, fine hands. The National Gallery in Washington has the Marchesa Balbi and the Marchesa Grimaldi, proud and pregnant. Berlin and London have other examples, and Genoa managed to keep in her Palazzo Rosso the Marchese and Marchesa di Brignole Sale. When Vandyck returned to Antwerp in 1628, his pockets were full, and his lace was exquisite. His native city called him back from nobles to saints. To fit himself for these, he repented of his promiscuity, willed his young fortune to 2 nun sisters, joined the Jesuit confraternity of the unmarried, and turned his hand to religious themes. He could not rival Rubens in this field, but he avoided the exuberant master's exaggerations and carnal effulgence, and gave to his pictures a touch of the elegance he had learned in Italy. Reynolds thought Vandyck's Crucifixion in the Mechlin Cathedral one of the world's greatest paintings. However, that may have been Sir Joshua's way of repaying a debt. Vandyck tried his hand at mythological pictures, but though he had pursued many women, he was not at home with nudes. His forte was always portraiture, and during these 4 years in Antwerp he gave some respite from oblivion to Baron Philippe Leroy and a devoted dog, to General Francisco de Moncada and his horse, to Count Rhodokanakis, looking like Swinburne, to Jean de Montfort, looking like Falstaff, and, most beautiful of these Vienna Vandykes, young Rupert, Prince Charming Palatine, soon to be fighting for Charles I in England. Alluring, too, is the portrait of Maria Louisa of Tassis, lost in her swelling robes of black satin and white silk. And as good as any of these is Vandyck's etching of Peter Hellbrugel, the younger, an old man still seething with the unspent sap of an amazing dynasty. Some of these portraits he took with him when Charles I invited him to try England again. Charles, unlike his father, had a sure taste in art. He surmised that this handsome Fleming was just the man to do for him what Velasquez was doing for Philip IV. Vandyck came and transmitted the king, Queen Henrietta Maria, and their children to posterity, indelibly marked with the Vandyck elegance. Most famous of the 5 royal portraits is the one in the Louvre. The proud, incompetent king posing in riding costume, one arm akimbo, sword prominent, jaunty hat, and Vandyck beard. But the tired horse, champing the bit between hunts, can be more easily loved. In Dresden and Turin are rival paintings of Charles's children, as yet harmless and innocent. Charles was more human than he pretended. His capacity for warm affection showed in his fondness for Vandyck. He knighted him, gave him expensive homes in London and the country, a yearly pension of £200, additional payment for each picture, and every welcome at the court. The happy artist lived up to his income, loved fine clothing, had his coach and four, his thoroughbreds and his mistresses, and filled his homes with music and art. He bettered Rubens's instruction in delegating work, left the painting of costumes to assistants, painted a portrait in an hour from a sketch made at one sitting, and made hay while the son played hide-and-seek. Once, story says, Charles I, suffering from parliamentary parsimony, asked the extravagant artist if he knew what it meant to be short of funds. "Yes, sire," answered Vandyck. "When one keeps an open table for his friends and an open purse for his mistresses, he soon reaches the bottom of his money chest." If at times he sank into debt, it was not for lack of patronage. Half the English aristocracy waited in turn to receive his imprimatur. James Stuart, Duke of Lennox, as handsome as his dog; Robert Rich, Earl of Warwick; Lord Derby and his family; Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, challenging fate. Poets, too, had their hour: Carew, Killigrew, Suckling. And finally there was old Parr, claiming to be 150 years old and looking it. Vandyck painted 300 portraits in England, almost all distinguished by the grace and dignity that he saw in a lord even when they were not there. His mistress, Margaret Lemon, competed expensively with the aristocracy for his services. The king suggested that marriage would be cheaper, and he helped Vandyck to secure in 1639 the hand of Lady Mary Ruthven, of a family famous in Scottish history. The artist painted a handsome picture of his bride, but it could not compare with the lovely face he gave himself in the self-portrait that all the world knows. Rich, wavy hair, sharp eyes, refined features, scissored beard, gold chain proclaiming his knighthood. Did Vandyck flatter Sir Anthony? If so, it was of no use, for his health, consumed too lavishly, had already begun to fail. Loath to be remembered only for portraits, he asked Charles to let him paint historic scenes on the walls of the banqueting hall at Whitehall, but Charles was living from an empty purse. Vandyck crossed to Paris in 1640, hoping for the commission to paint the Grande Galerie of the Louvre. Louis XIII had already chosen Poussin, and when Poussin relinquished the assignment, it was too late for Vandyck. He fell ill, rushed back to London to his lying-in wife. He died in 1641, 11 days after she gave birth to a daughter. He was not yet 42. He founded no school and left no mark upon continental art, but in England his influence was overwhelming. Local painters like William Dobson, Robert Walker, and Samuel Cooper made haste to copy his flattering, lucrative style. And when a great burst of portraiture came with Reynolds and Gainsborough, it was the Vandyck legacy that provided schooling and stimulus. Vandyck's portraits were not profound. He was too hurried to search for the soul, and sometimes he stopped at the face or the beard. The cavaliers who surrounded Charles I were known for their fine manners, but it is unlikely that so many of them looked like poets, and some of the romance that we find in their brave stand for their king may have come to us from seeing them through Vandyck's eyes. It would be unfair to expect from so frail and fortunate a youth the robust vitality of Rubens or the De Profundis Clamavi of Rembrandt, but we shall continue to cherish these Genoese, Flemish, and English portraits as bright and precious minims in our inheritance. 5. The Dutch economy. What a leap it is from those perfumed English lords to the stout, tough burghers of Haarlem, The Hague, and Amsterdam. It is a unique world behind the dikes, a world of water rather than land, a life of ships and commercial ventures rather than of courts and chivalry. There is hardly anything more startling in economic history than the rise of the Dutch to world power, or more comforting in cultural history than the way in which this wealth so soon graduated into art. The United Provinces had some 3 million population in 1600. Only half of it tilled the land. By 1623, half of it lived in cities, and much of the land was owned by urban landlords who trusted that commercial profits would be deodorized by putting them into the soil. Even in agriculture, Dutch energy and skill had taken the lead in Europe. New dikes and dams were ever reclaiming polders from the sea. Canals fertilized farms and trade. Intensive horticulture complemented extensive stock breeding. And Dutch engineers in the late 16th century brought the windmill to perfection just as Dutch painters were bringing it into art. Half of industry was still handicraft, but in mining and treating metals, weaving cloth, refining sugar, brewing beer, it was advancing to a larger, less happy, more remunerative scale. Every year 1,500 doggers, or two-masted fishing vessels, sailed from Dutch ports to snare herring. Shipbuilding was a major industry. During the truce with Spain from 1609 to 1621, the Netherlands sent out 16,000 vessels, averaging 57 tons, with crews totaling 160,000 men, more than England, Spain, and France combined. Anxious for trade outlets and raw materials, Dutch captains explored uncharted seas. In 1584, Dutch merchants established themselves at Archangel and advanced against the Arctic ice in a vain effort to find a northeast passage to China and thereby win a prize of 25,000 florins offered by the government of Holland. Dutch names on modern maps of the Spitsbergen archipelago recall the voyages in which Willem Barents lost his life during a winter on the ice of Novaya Zemlya in 1697. In 1593, the adventurous Dutch sailed into the rivers of the Guinea Gold Coast of Africa, made friends with the natives, and inaugurated a busy trade. Till 1581, Dutch merchants had bought Oriental products on the docks of Lisbon to resell them in northern Europe. But in that year, Philip II, having conquered Portugal, forbade trade with the Dutch, who thereupon decided to make their own voyages to India and the Far East. Jewish refugees from Spain and Portugal, or their descendants, were well informed about Portuguese trading posts in the East, and the Dutch profited from this knowledge. In 1590, Dutch merchantmen, even during the war with Spain, passed through the Straits of Gibraltar. Soon they were trading with Italy, then with the Arabs, sturdily ignoring religious differences. They made their way to Constantinople, signed a treaty with the Sultan, sold goods to both the Turks and their enemies the Persians, and moved on to India. In 1595, Cornelis de Houtman led a Dutch expedition around the Cape of Good Hope and via Madagascar to the East Indies. By 1602, 65 Dutch ships had made the return voyage to India. In 1601, the Dutch East India Company was organized with a capital of 6,600,000 florins, 44 times more than the English East India Company, formed 3 months before. In 1610, Dutch merchants opened trade with Japan, in 1613 with Siam. In 1615, they secured control of the Moluccas, in 1623 of Formosa. In one generation, they conquered an empire of islands, and they ruled it from their Java capital, Jakarta, which they named Batavia. In that generation, the company returned an average of 22% annually to its shareholders. Pepper was imported from the Spice Islands and sold in Europe for 10 times the price paid to the native producers. Taking the planet for their province, the Dutch sent ships to seek a northwest passage to China. In 1609, they hired an English captain, Henry Hudson, to explore the Hudson River. 12 years later, they organized the Dutch West India Company. In 1623, they established the colony of New Netherland, comprising the present states of Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. In 1626, they bought New Amsterdam, now Manhattan, from the Indians for trinkets valued at $24. They were rapidly clearing and developing these lands when their North American possessions fell as a prize of war into English hands in 1664. Similar Dutch acquisitions in South America were surrendered to the Spanish and the Portuguese. Only Suriname remained as Dutch Guiana. Despite these losses, the Dutch Empire shared abundantly with Dutch trade in Europe to give the merchants of Holland a financial base for their political power, their splendid homes, and their patronage of art. During the first half of the 17th century, the United Provinces held the commercial leadership of Europe, and their wealth per capita was greater than that of any other country in the world. Raleigh was dismayed by the superiority of the Dutch to the English in living standards and business enterprise. A Venetian ambassador in 1618 thought that every Hollander was in comfortable circumstances, but he had probably little acquaintance with the lower classes, whose poverty Rembrandt knew so well. Millionaires were numerous in Holland. Some of them made fortunes by selling shoddy materials to the Dutch army and navy defending Holland, and such men labored zealously to prevent the outbreak of peace. Most Dutch wealth was in the province of Holland, whose commerce from the neighboring sea was many times greater than that of the other northern provinces. Several towns in Holland had a prosperous bourgeoisie, Rotterdam, The Hague, Haarlem, Utrecht, but none could rival Amsterdam. The growth of its population tells the tale. 75,000 in 1590, 300,000 in 1620. Merchants, craftsmen, and bankers had flocked to it from war-ravaged Antwerp. After 1576, the Jews of Antwerp transferred to Amsterdam their financial activities, their commerce, their jewel industry. The diamond cutters of Amsterdam still lead the world. The merchant rulers of the city allowed considerable religious freedom, for only in this way could trade be encouraged with peoples of diverse faiths. The Bank of Amsterdam, founded in 1609, was in this age the strongest financial institution in Europe. Dutch currency was sought and trusted everywhere. 6. Dutch life and letters. The Dutch were charged by their rivals with undue commercialism, a fever of money-making, and the coarseness of manners, sometimes connected with absorption in economic life. Dutch historians amiably admit these allegations. And yet can we call a culture commercial that so loved cleanliness, tulips, music, and art, that set up a school in every village and wiped out illiteracy, that created an intellectual atmosphere electric with controversy and ideas, and allowed such freedom of thought, speech, and press, as soon made Holland the international refuge of rebel minds? There is no country, said Descartes, in which freedom is more complete, security greater, crime rarer, the simplicity of ancient manners more perfect than here. And in 1660 another Frenchman wrote, "There is not today a province in the world that enjoys so much liberty as Holland. The moment a seigneur brings into this country any serfs or slaves, they are free. Everybody can leave the country when he pleases, and can take all the money he pleases with him. The roads are safe day and night, even for a man traveling alone. The master is not allowed to retain a domestic against his will. Nobody is troubled on account of his religion. One is free to say what he chooses, even of the magistrates." The basis of this freedom was order, and the clarity of the mind was mirrored in the neatness of the home. Courage, industry, and obstinacy characterized the men. Domestic assiduity and mastery marked the women. Calm temper and a bluff good humor were in both sexes. Many Dutch businessmen retired after making a reasonable fortune and gave themselves to politics, literature, golf, music, and domestic felicity. "The Dutch hold adultery in horror," wrote Lodovico Guicciardini. "Their women are extremely circumspect and are consequently allowed much freedom. They go out alone to make visits, even journeys, without evil report. They are housekeepers and love their homes." There were many women of fine culture, like Maria Schuurman, the Minerva of Holland, who read 11 languages, spoke and wrote 7, practiced painting and sculpture well, and was adept in mathematics and philosophy. Maria Tesselschatte's poetry was almost as beautiful as her person. She translated Tasso's Gerusalemme Liberata to universal praise. She painted, carved, and etched. She played the harp and sang so well that half a dozen notables, including Constantine Huygens, Joost van den Vondel, and Gerbrand Bradero, laid proposals at her feet. She married a sea captain, became a devoted housewife and mother, and left behind her a tradition, still dear to Dutch memory, of intelligence, accomplishments, and nobility. The love of music was even more widely spread than the appreciation of art. Jan Petersen Sweelinck of Amsterdam, the greatest of Dutch organists, taught Heinrich Scheidemann, who taught Johann Adam Reinken, who taught Johann Sebastian Bach. Along with all this excellence went some corruption in Dutch commerce, much drunkenness, many brothels, and a taste for gambling in all its forms, even to speculation in the future prices of tulips. Haarlem was the center of the tulip culture. The bulbs had been imported from Italy and South Germany toward the end of the 15th century. Paris, too, made the flower of fashion and distinction. In 1623, one fancier refused 12,000 francs, or about $30,000, for 10 tulip bulbs. In 1636, nearly the entire population of Holland took to speculating in tulips. Special bourses existed where one could buy or sell tulip crops or futures. Tulips had their own financial crash in 1637. In that year, an auction of 120 precious bulbs for the benefit of an orphanage brought 90,000 florins. Credat qui vult. Into this genial atmosphere, the refugees from Flanders, France, Portugal, and Spain, and foreign merchants from half the world, imported a stimulating variety of exotic ways. The universities of Leiden, Franeker, Harderwijk, Utrecht, and Groningen gathered world-famous scholars and produced others in turn. Justus Lipsius, Joseph Scaliger, Daniel Heinsius, and Gerard Vossius were all professing at Leiden in the first half-century, between 1575 to 1625, of its career. By 1640, Leiden was the most renowned seat of learning in Europe. Among the general public of the United Provinces, literacy was probably higher than anywhere else in the world. The Dutch press was the first free press. The Leiden Weekly News and the Amsterdam Gazette were read throughout Western Europe because they were known to speak freely, while elsewhere the press was at this time governmentally controlled. When a king of France asked to have a Dutch publisher suppressed, he was astonished to learn that this was impossible. Men of letters were many in Holland, but it was their misfortune that they wrote either in Latin, which was dying, or in Dutch, which narrowed their audience. The Dutch could not make their language, like their marine, a common carrier. Dirk Coornhert and Hendrik Spiegel upheld the lusty vernacular as a literary vehicle and struggled to free it from uncongenial accretions. Coornhert, artist, writer, statesman, and philosopher, was the first and most virile figure in the cultural blossoming that crowned the political revolt. He drew up as city secretary at Haarlem the manifesto of 1566 for William of Orange, was imprisoned at The Hague, escaped to Cleves, earned his living as a skilled engraver, translated the Odyssey, Boccaccio, Cicero, and the New Testament. Back in Holland he labored for religious toleration and symbolized the intellectual history of the next, 17th century, by losing the faith that he saw so mangled in bloody disputes. He became an agnostic, confessing that man will never know the truth. His principal book, Zedenkunst, The Art of Well Living, proposed a Christianity without theology, a system of morality independent of religious creeds. By some oversight, he was allowed to die a natural death in 1590. It was characteristic of Holland that businessmen often mingled literature with their material affairs. Romer Vischer, wealthy merchant of Amsterdam, gave help and hospitality to young writers, made his home a salon rivaling those of France, and himself wrote poetry that won him the title of the Dutch Marshal. Peter Hooft made his castle of Muiden, on the Zuider Zee, a haven for the Dutch Renaissance. Into his Muiderkring, or Muiden Circle, he welcomed poets, scientists, diplomats, generals, and physicians. And he himself, in his last 20 years, wrote the Nederlandsche Historien, telling the story of the Netherlands' revolt in prose so strong and beautiful that Holland celebrated him as its Tacitus. 3 among 100 poets brought the vernacular to its literary peak. Jacob Cats, for 22 years Grand Pensionary of Holland, expounded proverbial wisdom in popular verse, salted with spicy anecdotes. For centuries the works of Father Cats were in every literate Dutch home. Joost van den Vondel climbed over misfortunes and enemies to the supreme place in the literature of Holland. His father, a hatter, was banished from Antwerp for Anabaptist opinions, and Joost was born in Cologne. In 1597, the family settled in Amsterdam, where the father, going from one extreme to the other, opened a hosiery shop. Joost inherited the business but left its operation to his wife and son, while he made up for lack of formal education by studying Latin, Greek, Italian, French, and German. His 28 plays were formed on Greek and French models, carefully obeying the unities. His satires ridiculed predestination and the debates among the Protestant sects. He felt the aesthetic appeal of Roman Catholic ritual and of Maria Tesselschade, who was both Catholic and beautiful. After her husband died in 1634 and Vondel's wife died in 1635, the two poets entered into close friendship. In 1640 he was received into the Catholic faith. He continued to flay religious animosity, economic chicanery, and political corruption, and won a warm place in Dutch hearts by singing the courage and glory of the Netherlands. In 1657, the hosiery business, which his son had mismanaged, went bankrupt. The son fled to the East Indies, the poet sold all his modest possessions to satisfy the creditors, and for 10 years he earned his bread as a pawnbroker's clerk. At last his government pensioned him, and he spent the last 13 of his 92 years in peace. The most attractive figure in the literature of the Netherlands in this age was Constantijn Huygens, a Dutchman with all the versatility of the Italian Renaissance. His father, Christian Huygens, was secretary to the Council of State at The Hague. His son, Christian Huygens, was to be the greatest of continental scientists in the age of Newton. Between them, Constantijn well maintained the family's remarkable progression of ability. He was born at The Hague in 1596. There and at Leiden, Oxford, and Cambridge he received an ample education. He wrote Latin and Dutch poetry, excelled in athletics, and became a good musician and artist. At 22, he joined a diplomatic mission to England, played the lute before James I, and fell in love with John Donne, whose poems he later translated into Dutch. At 23, he was sent on a diplomatic mission to Venice. On his return, he nearly lost his life scaling the topmost spire of the Strasbourg Cathedral. In 1625, he became secretary to a succession of stadtholders. In 1630, he was appointed to the Privy Council. Meanwhile, he issued several volumes of poetry, distinguished by grace of style and delicacy of feeling. His death at the age of 90 in 1687 marked the close of the Netherlands' most brilliant age. 7. Dutch Art. The Dutch Protestants felt that medieval church architecture and decoration had been forms of indoctrination, perpetuating legends and discouraging thought. They decided to worship God with prayer and sermons rather than with art. The only art they kept in their ritual was song. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. The Dutch Protestants felt that medieval church architecture and decoration had been forms of indoctrination, perpetuating legends and discouraging thought. They decided to worship God with prayer and sermons rather than with art. The only art they kept in their ritual was song. So their ecclesiastical architecture aimed at an almost stark simplicity. Even the Catholics raised no memorable churches in the United Provinces. Overseas merchants in the 16th century brought in, perhaps from Syria or Egypt, the idea of bulbous cupolas. The fashion spread from Holland and Russia into Germany and became a feature of Central European Baroque. Businessmen, not the clergy, dominated Dutch architecture. And first of all, they built themselves sturdy dwellings, almost all alike, not instilling fear like the Florentine palace, nor arousing envy. The luxury and art were all inside, and in the flower gardens carefully tended. Their civic buildings allowed more ornament and pride. Lepanto brought French, German, and Renaissance elements into a remarkable harmony in the Rathaus, or town hall, that he built for Leiden. The Hall of the Butchers' Guild at Haarlem, also by Lepanto, is as proud as a Gothic cathedral. The town hall at The Hague shows the classic style completely domesticated in Holland. The Michelangelo of Dutch architecture and sculpture in this age was Hendrik de Keyser, who became city architect of Amsterdam at the age of 29 in 1594. There he designed the Westerkerk, the Exchange, and the East India House, all in Italian-Dutch Renaissance style. At Delft he built the town hall and the monument to William I, and in 1627 at Rotterdam he cast in bronze his masterpiece, the noble statue of Erasmus, which for some years sat calmly intact amid the ruins of the Second World War. Some of the loveliest Dutch structures dating from this period lost their lives in that failure of statesmanship. Pottery shone among the minor arts. In Rotterdam and Delft, tiles were an industry that good taste made an art. Delft raised its faience to a place in nearly every home in the Netherlands. About 1610, soon after the opening of Dutch trade with the Orient, Delft potters began to imitate Chinese ware and produced a thin blue majolica called Hollands porcelain. Soon half the Western European world displayed Delft pottery on its walls or shelves. The one major art in the Netherlands was painting. Never elsewhere in known history, not excepting Renaissance Italy, did an art win such pervasive popularity. For the years between 1580 and 1700, the art catalogues list 15,000 Dutch paintings. Italian influence dominated Flemish art, but in the northern provinces, the successful resistance to Spanish power aroused a nationalistic spirit and pride that needed only the wealth derived from overseas trade to produce a cultural explosion. Art was turned into new channels of domesticity and realism by the almost complete withdrawal of ecclesiastical and aristocratic patronage. The new patrons were merchants, burgomasters, lawyers, corporations, guilds, communes, hospitals, even almshouses, hence the portraits, group pictures, and genre. Nearly every Dutch city had its school of artists, nourished by local patronage: Haarlem, Leiden, Utrecht, Amsterdam, Dordrecht, Delft, The Hague. Simple citizens who in other lands might have been, in art, illiterate dependents of the church, adorned their homes with pictures, sometimes bought at considerable cost. So a baker proved his good taste by paying 600 florins, or about $7,500, for a single figure by Vermeer. Secularization was almost complete. Saints went out as subjects, merchants came in. The home and the fields triumphed over the church. Realism flourished. The bourgeois sitter appreciated a little idealization of himself and his wife, but dikes and dunes, windmills and cottages, sailing ships and cluttered docks pleasantly refreshed on the walls the memory of actual and common things. Jolly topers, tavern tipplers, even bordeltjes were welcomed into homes that a century earlier might have shown saintly martyrs, historic heroes, or pagan gods. Nudes were out of style. In that damp climate, with those stout forms, nudity was no delight. The Italian cult of beauty, refinement, and dignity seemed out of place in this new environment, which asked nothing more of art than the reproduction of daily life and familiar scenes. There was a sad side to this picture of a nation mad about pictures. The artists who painted them lived for the most part in poverty and low esteem. In Flanders, the Archduke, the lords, and the bishops paid their chosen artists well. But in Holland, the painters, competing individually, produced for the common market, and they reached customers largely through dealers who grew up between producer and purchaser and who knew how to buy cheap and sell dear. Dutch artists rarely received high prices. At the crest of his fame, Rembrandt earned only 1,600 guilders by the night watch, Van Goyen only 600 by his view of The Hague, and much less for the rest. Jan Steen painted 3 portraits for 27 guilders. Isaac van Ostade sold 13 of his pictures for a like sum. Many Dutch artists had to do extraneous work to butter their bread. Van Goyen sold tulips. Hobbema was a tax collector. Steen kept an inn. The artists themselves were so numerous that they glutted their market. A list of the famous ones would fill pages, and a list of their treasured works would crowd a book. 8. Frans Hals, 1580 to 1666. His ancestors had lived for 2 centuries in Haarlem. His father was a magistrate there, but for unknown reasons Frans was born in Antwerp. Not till he was 19 did he return to live in Haarlem. We hear no more of him till 1611, when the registry of a Haarlem church notes the baptism of Herman, son of Frans Hals, and his wife Anneke. The next record is from a police court in 1616, telling how Frans Hals, arrested for undue beating of his wife, was severely reprimanded and was dismissed on his undertaking to be more gentle and to avoid drunken company. 7 months later Anneke died. 5 months thereafter, in 1617, Frans married Lisbeth Reiners. 9 days later she gave him the first of 10 children. He has left us an admirable picture of himself and this second wife. She lived with him through his remaining 47 years, putting up with all his impecuniosity and drunken bouts. There was nothing very attractive about him except that he was a great painter and a jolly soul. He was already 36 when he achieved a major success, the banquet of the officers of St. Joris's shooting guild, the first of the 5 Doelen pictures that gave Hals his rank. The Doelen were the headquarters of volunteers who practiced marksmanship, held competitions and social gatherings, and served as communal militia. Occasionally the officers of such guilds would pay an artist to paint their portraits as a group, each individual insisting that his prominence in the picture should be proportioned to his grade in the company and his contribution to the cost. Here, then, are these officers, decked out in their best finery, gathered around a feast, with one of them carrying the colorful standard of the company. Hals earned his fee, for each of these heads is an individual and powerful portrait, each different, each a biography and a masterpiece. We do not hear of another such assignment till 11 years later, but in the interval he produced pictures that are among the prizes of Dutch art. The Herring Seller, again a history in a face, the Merry Trio and Junker Ramp and his girl, both in New York, the famous Laughing Cavalier, self-confidence incarnate, with all his fortune on his back in ruff and frills and flowered cloak, and a smile almost as subtle as La Gioconda's. And in this period, around 1624, Frans painted his self-portrait, a strong and handsome face with wistful eyes denying the pride of the fine clothes and folded arms. The man was a bruised shuttlecock between the hunger for perfection and the thirst for drink. In 1627 came the second Doelen group, another officers of St. Joris's guild, not so clear and bright as the first. Hals deliberately turned for a time from the easy brilliance of strong colors to the more difficult manipulation of the minor keys, half-tones, gray shadows, softer outlines. Another Doelen of that year, St. Adrian's Shooting Guild, is also in subdued tones. The shooters must have been pleased, for they commissioned Hals to paint them again in 1633. Now the artist recalled his colors and displayed his genius for making every face interesting and unique. In 1639 he painted still another officers of St. Joris's Guild, but here the individual is lost in the crowd. All in all, these Doelen are among the outstanding group pictures of all time. They illustrate the emergence of the middle class into proud prominence in Dutch history and art. In his second period, 1626 to 1650, Hals painted portraits that cry out for remembrance. The Jolly Toper, under a hat large enough to cover a multitude of drinks. The Sand Runner, disheveled and ragged and charming. the gypsy, or La Bohemienne, smiling and bulging in the Louvre, the jester in Amsterdam, the fanciful Balthazar Coimans in Washington, and as the climax of this maturity, Hals's supreme picture, the Regents of St. Elizabeth's Hospital. So like, so unlike Rembrandt's Syndics of the Drapers' Guild, painted 21 years afterward. Frans's incalculable carouses, though they do not seem to have injured his art, had hurt his standing, even in a land and a time that took occasional intoxication as an ode to joy. He continued to paint pictures that would have made any artist famous. Hilleboba, the Witch of Haarlem, the disenchanting Descartes, enormous eyebrows, enormous nose, eyes saying dubito, and, painted at the age of 80, young man in a slouch hat. But meanwhile disasters multiplied. In 1639, Hals's son Peter was sent to an insane asylum at municipal expense. In 1641, his wayward eldest daughter, at her mother's request, was put into a workhouse. By 1650, Frans was destitute. In 1654, the local baker sued him for a debt of 200 gulden and attached the painter's goods. In 1662, the broken old man applied for and received poor relief. 2 years later, the Haarlem Council voted him a yearly pension and an immediate gift of 3 loads of peat to fire his hearth. Probably as additional alms, he was given, in this year 1664, a commission to paint 2 pictures: the Regents of the Almshouse and the Women Regents of the Almshouse. The male group shows the unsteady hand of the artist's 84 years. Many features are daubed in vaguely, but in the companion piece, the Requeséns, the old skill has surprisingly returned. Here are 5 souls drawn out into their obedient faces, 5 old women wasted with unwanted tasks, prim and stern with their Puritan code, forgetting the joys and frolics of their youth. Yet through those grim features somehow shines a timid kindliness, a weary sympathy. These final pictures, last flames of the painter's fire, now with the great Dulin canvases, hang in the Frans Hals Museum that Haarlem built on the site of that almshouse. He died a pauper in 1664, but he was given honorable burial in the chancel of St. Bavon's in the city whose fame rests upon a long-resisted siege and the works of her greatest son. For 2 centuries thereafter he was almost forgotten. His pictures sold for pittances, or by auction, or not at all. If historians of art remembered him, it was to note the narrowness of his range. No religious pictures, no mythologies, no histories, no landscapes, no nudes. Or the apparently careless haste of his method. No preliminary sketches, but rapid daubs and slashes of color that relied on suggestion and the beholder's memory to fill in details. Today, a possibly exaggerated acclaim balances that long neglect, and one generous critic considers Hals the most brilliant executant of portraits the world has seen. Where time, the safest judge, so vacillates in its judgment, let us be content to admire. 9. Rembrandt Harmensz van Rijn, 1609 to 1669. He was born at Leiden to a prosperous miller, Gerrit Harmensz, who added Van Rijn to his name, probably because his house overlooked the Rhine. The artist must have loved his father, for he painted him 11 times or more, in lordly hat and chain, and as a money-changer, and as a noble Slav, a strong, well-modeled face bristling with character, and in 1629 as a man sombered with age. His mother, too, he pictured a dozen times, most memorably in the old woman of the Vienna gallery, worried and worn. In the Rijksmuseum at Amsterdam we see her poring over a Bible. If, as some believe, she was a Mennonite, we can better understand Rembrandt's predilection for the Old Testament and his closeness to the Jews. At 14 he entered the University of Leiden, but he thought in other forms than ideas or words. After a year he withdrew and persuaded his father to let him study art. He did so well that in 1623 he was sent to Amsterdam as pupil to Peter Lastman, who was then rated the Apelles of the age. Lastman had returned from Rome to Holland with a classic emphasis on correct drawing. From him probably Rembrandt learned to be a superlative draftsman. But after a year in Amsterdam, the restless youth hurried back to Leiden, eager to paint after his own fashion. He drew or painted almost everything that he saw, including hilarious absurdities and shameless obscenities. He improved his art with fond experiments in self-portraiture. The mirror became his model. He has left us more self-portraits, at least 62, than many great painters have left paintings. Among these early Autoritratti, as a charming head in The Hague. Rembrandt at 23, handsome of course, for all mirrors show us handsome, hair carelessly tossed about with young superiority to conventions, eyes alert and proud with the confidence of proved ability. In fact, he had already established himself. In 1629 a connoisseur paid him 100 florins for a picture, quite a fee for a young competitor in a land where painters were as numerous as bakers, and not so amply fed. His first themes, after himself and his parents, were biblical. Jeremiah mourning the destruction of Jerusalem has the mystic aura that distinguishes Rembrandt's religious pictures, and Simeon in the Temple catches completely the spirit of Nunc dimittis servum tuum Domine. So many commissions came from Amsterdam that Rembrandt went back to it in 1631 and lived there the rest of his life. Within a year of his arrival he painted one of the world's masterpieces, the anatomy lesson of Professor Nicholas Tulp. There had already been several anatomies in Dutch painting. No precedents were broken, no modesty violated, when the distinguished surgeon, 4 times burgomaster of Amsterdam, commissioned Rembrandt to picture him giving a demonstration in anatomy in the hall of the Surgeons' Guild. He planned to present the painting to the Guild as a memorial to his professorship. It was probably Dr. Tulp who chose the 7 students to share the picture with him, obviously not pupils, but men of maturity and standing either in medicine or in another field. And Rembrandt made full use of the opportunity to show faces illuminated with character and intelligence. The cadaver seems unduly inflated, and 2 of the onlookers are posing for posterity. Dr. Tulp himself takes the affair quite calmly, as one inured and confident. But the 2 men peering over the head of the corpse are curiosity and attention vivified, and the play of light upon flesh and roughs announces Rembrandt's specialty. Commissions now flowed in 2 years, 40. With money in his pocket and hunger in his blood, the artist was ripe for marriage in 1634. Saskia Eulenburg had a lovely face, dancing eyes, hair of silken gold, a comfortable figure and fortune. What could be lovelier than the Saskia in Kassel? She was the orphan daughter of a wealthy lawyer and magistrate. Perhaps her cousin, an art dealer, had induced her to sit to Rembrandt for a portrait. 2 sittings sufficed for a proposal. Saskia brought a dowry of 40,000 guilders, which made the future bankrupt one of the richest artists in history. She became a good wife despite her money. She bore patiently with her mate's absorbed genius. She sat for many pictures, though they revealed her expanding form. She let him deck her out in strange costumes for the rosy Flora now in London and the simpler wistful Flora in New York. We see his happiness in a Dresden painting where he holds her on his knee, irradiates the canvas with his smile, and raises a tall tumbler to his physical and financial ecstasy. In these grateful years, from 1634 to 1642, he turned out one masterpiece after another. He continued to picture himself. In the self-portrait of 1634 in the Louvre, handsome and jolly, with jewels in his hat and a gold chain on his chest. And again that year in An Officer, magnificent in a world-conquering hat, and in 1635 with a gorgeous hat whose plume tickles the sky. Looking for character rather than beauty, he painted in 1634 the old lady who looks down upon us from the walls of the National Gallery in London with a face corrugated by the years, and a year later the old woman in an armchair in New York. Among the human ruins of Amsterdam he found an octogenarian whom he dressed in turban and robes and pictured in an Oriental. He had a penchant for collecting costumes, jewelry, swords, fancy hats and shoes. See them, except the sword, in Martin Day, with lace on his gloves, frills on his pants, and shields on his shoes. Now, too, he painted time-worn religious subjects with a fresh sincerity, taking his models from the old men and young women whom he met in the streets. Each picture so remarkable in technique, so striking in its manipulation of light, so moving in the intensity of its feeling, that any one of them might be defended as the artist's best. Let the sacrifice of Abraham and the angel Raphael leaving Tobias serve as examples. From these blessed years came some famous portraits, like the lady with a fan and a man with gloves, both defying words. The last achievement of this period, and perhaps the greatest picture that Rembrandt ever painted, was the immense canvas, 14 by 12 feet, that history knows as the Night Watch, but is more properly named Captain Cook's Company of Harquebusiers, from 1642. No detail is unfinished in that vast expanse. No shade of darkness or incidence of light is uncalculated. No contrast of color is unexplored. In the center, the proud captain stands in brown and white and red. At his left, a lieutenant in golden yellow boots and coat and hat. Swords gleam, pikes flash, pennants wave. At the right, the fife and drum corps. The company emerges from its headquarters, apparently for some festival parade. Rembrandt had signed a contract with each of the 16 persons to be painted, each paying 100 florins. Many felt that equal pay had not been rewarded with equal prominence in the picture. Some complained that he had put them too deeply in shadows, or had neglected to make them recognizable by their friends. Few further group commissions came to his studio, and his prosperity began to wane. It must have been high in 1639, for in that year he bought a spacious house in the Jodenbreedstraat, a street inhabited by well-to-do Jews. It cost him 13,000 florins, an enormous sum, which he never succeeded in paying off. Probably it was intended to shelter not only his family, but his pupils, his studio, and his growing collection of antiquities, curiosities, and art. After paying half the purchase price in the first year of occupancy, he let the rest remain as a debt, on which the unpaid interest rose to a point that eventually drove him to bankruptcy. Meanwhile, his beloved Saskia was declining in health. She had borne him 3 children, but each died in childhood, and their painful birth and tragic end weakened her hold on life. In 1641 she gave birth to a son, Titus, who survived. But in 1642 she passed away. Her will left all her possessions to Rembrandt, with the proviso that on his remarriage the remainder of her legacy should be transferred to her son. A year after her death, Rembrandt painted her from loving memory. That loss darkened his mood. Thenceforth he seemed obsessed with thoughts of death. Though deeply affectionate within his family, he had always preferred privacy to company. Now he courted a somber solitude. When he was painting, he brushed premature viewers away, telling them the smell of paint is not good for the health. He was not a cultured man of the world like Rubens. He read little, hardly anything but the Bible. He lived in a wordless realm of color, shadow, and light, as varied as the world of letters, but alien to it and unique. He had difficulty in donning the social graces when sitters came, and in making the small talk to keep them amused and still. They came in less number when they found that Rembrandt, like most of his predecessors, was not content to make a sketch from a sitting or two and then paint from the sketch, but preferred to paint directly on the canvas, which required many sittings. Moreover, he had an impressionistic way of painting what he thought or felt, rather than merely what he saw, and the result was not always flattering. It did not help him that his house was in the Jewish quarter. He had long since made friends with many Jews. He had engraved a portrait of Manasseh ben Israel in 1636. Now, in 1647, he painted on wood the dark face of the Jewish physician Ephraim Bonus. Almost surrounded by Hebrews, and evidently liking them, he found subjects increasingly among the Portuguese and Spanish Jews of Amsterdam. Perhaps he knew Baruch Spinoza, who lived in that city from 1632 till 1660. Some have thought that Rembrandt himself was Jewish. This is improbable, for he was christened and reared in a Protestant faith, and his features were completely Dutch. But he had no perceivable prejudice in religion or race. There is an especial depth of sympathetic understanding in his pictures of Jews. He was fascinated by their old men, their beards dripping wisdom, their eyes remembering grief. Half the Hebrew Calvary is in the face of an old Jew from 1654 in the Leningrad Hermitage, and in the portrait of a rabbi from circa 1657 in London. This last is the rabbi who, after Rembrandt's bankruptcy, gave him spiritual comfort and material aid. In 1649 we find him painting Hendrik Stoffels in bed, and we perceive that he has taken a mistress. She had been Saskia's maid. She stayed with the widowed artist, took faithful care of him, and soon consoled him with the warmth of her body. He did not marry her, for he was loath to relinquish Saskia's legacy to Titus, still a boy of 8. As he painted Hendrika in 1652, she was tolerably fair, with eyes of haunting wistfulness. It was probably she who posed for 2 studies in nudity in 1654, Bathsheba at the bath and A Woman Wading, both of them glories of color and amplitude. In July of that year she was summoned before the elders of the parish church, was severely reprimanded for adultery, and was excluded from the sacrament. In October she bore him a child. Rembrandt acknowledged it as his and managed to get it safely baptized. He learned to love his mistress as deeply as he had loved his wife. How else could he have put such tenderness in her face when he painted her in 1658 in the red robe that matched her hair? She was a good stepmother to Titus, who was growing up into a bewitching lad. See him in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, aged 14, as lovely as a girl, with the wondering eyes of youth, mystified by life and only half secure under paternal love. Or again in the Wallace collection, a year older. We can weakly imagine what a solace he must have been to Rembrandt, who in this year found economic realities crashing about his head. He labored to make ends meet. Some great religious pictures belong to this period, 1649 to 1656, of adultery and debt, Jacob blessing his grandchildren, Christ at the fountain, Christ and the woman of Samaria, and a descent from the cross. However, in Protestant Holland, ecclesiastical subjects were not in demand. He tried his hand at mythologies, but succeeded only when he could clothe the figures. Danae is uninviting, but Athenian Mars are unsurpassed in their kind. He continued to paint portraits of arresting character. Nicholas Breuning is snatched directly from a vivid moment of life and thought, and Jan VI is the Dutch burgomaster at his strongest and best. And about this time Rembrandt painted some nameless figures profoundly studied: the man with the golden helmet, the Polish rider, the centurion Cornelius. Beside these, most portraits seem surface sheen. Rembrandt was 50 when disaster came. He had seldom bothered to count his debits and credits. He had recklessly bought house and art, even shares in the Dutch East India Company. Now, as patronage lagged far behind maintenance, he found himself hopelessly in debt. In 1656, the Orphans' Chamber of Amsterdam, to protect Titus, transferred the house and grounds to the son, though the father was for a while allowed to live there. In July, Rembrandt was declared bankrupt. His furniture, paintings, drawings, and collections were sold in costly haste from 1657 to 1658, but the proceeds fell far short of his obligations. On December 4th, 1657, he was evicted. He moved from one house to another until at last he settled on the Rosengracht in the Jewish ghetto. Out of the wreck, some 7,000 florins were salvaged for Titus. He and Hendrikje, to protect Rembrandt, formed a partnership by which they could sell his remaining works without letting them go to his creditors. They seem to have taken loving care of the aging artist. Amid these tribulations he continued to spawn masterpieces: The Man on Horseback, The Wonderful Head of an Old Man, a Karl Marx in octogenarian disillusionment, the astonishingly vivid and natural woman cutting her nails, perhaps even part of the religious ritual that required cleansing of the whole body on the eve of the Sabbath. Now, too, he painted some startling self-portraits: Rembrandt with his sketchbook in 1657, the stern face and enveloped corpulence of the more famous portrait from 1658 in the Frick collection at New York, the full-figure portrait in 1659, the worried face from 1659 in Washington. In his final decade, from 1660 to 1669, he was kept alive by his son and his mistress, but his quarters were cramped, his studio was badly lighted, his hand must have lost some of its decisiveness as the result of age and drink. St. Matthew the Evangelist is coarse in its texture, but the angel whispering in his ear is none other than Titus, now 20 and still as fair as a bride. And then, in that year 1661, came the master's last triumph, the syndics of the Drapers' Guild. The stallmeesters, examiners and controllers of cloth, commissioned the old artist to commemorate them in a group picture to be hung in the hall of their corporation. We would have forgiven some hesitancy in the composition, some crudity in details, some carelessness in the incidence of light. But criticism is at a loss to find fault there. The subdued foreground and background make the 5 main figures leap to the eye, each of them a single and separate person, but all caught in the living moment of their common thought. In many paintings of these broken years, the connoisseurs find signs of failing energy and technique, simplicity of colors, neglect of details, a hasty sweep and crudity of the brush. And yet even then we have such arresting pictures as The Return of the Prodigal, an unforgettable portrayal of loving forgiveness, and The Jewish Bride. This is wondrous fruit to come from a dying tree. But we have said nothing of his landscapes, his drawings, and his etchings. Only a few of the landscapes stand out, but the drawings are at the top of their kind. Famous are the pen-and-ink view of Amsterdam in Vienna and an old woman sitting in Berlin. Rembrandt's etchings are prized as highly as any in the history of that painstaking art. One of them, Christ Healing the Sick, came to be known as the 100-guilder piece because it was bought for that unprecedented price, or about $1,200. In 1867, however, a copy of it brought 25,000 francs, or about $20,000. 300 etchings, 2,000 drawings, 650 paintings. This is the surviving oeuvre of Rembrandt, almost as widely known as Shakespeare's plays, almost as varied, original, and profound. Nearly all were from his own hand, for though he had aides, none of them shared his secret for revealing the invisible. Some of his work was careless, some of it repulsive, like the flayed ox in the Louvre. At times he was engrossed in technique, at times he skimped it for the vision's sake. He was as neutral as nature between beauty and ugliness, for to him truth was the ultimate beauty, and a picture representing ugliness truthfully was beautiful. He refused to idealize the figures in his biblical paintings. He suspected that those Old Testament Hebrews looked pretty much like the Jews of Amsterdam. He pictured them so, and in consequence they rise from myth or history into life. More and more as he grew older, he loved the simple people around him rather than men dehumanized by the pursuit of gain. Where artists like Rubens sought their subjects among the beautiful, the happy, or the powerful, Rembrandt lavished his sympathetic art on the outcasts, the sick, the miserable, even the deformed. And though he made no show of religion, he seemed to embody unconsciously the attitude of Christ and Whitman toward those who had failed or had refused to compete in the war of each against all. We take a last look at him in the self-portraits of his old age. There is no vanity here. On the contrary, these are the autobiography of defeat. As he pictured himself in 1660, he was still facing life with a blend of courage and resignation. The pudgy, unshaved face was quizzical but not sad. He was still moving forward. But in another portrait of the same year, a worried look darkens and ridges the face around the rubicund nose. In 1661 he saw himself as baffled, but shrugged his wrinkles philosophically. And in his last year he pictured himself as having found peace in accepting the limits and the wry humor of life. Hendrickje died in 1662, but Titus still blessed him with the sight of youth, and in 1668 the old man rejoiced in the marriage of his son. When in that same year the son followed the mistress, the artist lost his hold on life. On October 8, 1669, the death register of the Westerkerk recorded, Rembrandt van Rijn, painter, leaves 2 children. His contemporaries hardly noticed his passing. None of them dreamed of ranking him with Rubens or even with Vandyck. Joachim von Sandrart, his contemporary, wrote of him, "What he chiefly lacked was knowledge of Italy and of other places which afford opportunities for the study of the antique and of the theory of art." This now seems to us the secret of his greatness. Had he managed his affairs more prudently and shown more amenity in society, he might have been a richer man. His art suffered from his predilection for the society of the vulgar. Ruskin agreed with the German historian of art. Vulgarity, dullness, or impiety will always express themselves through art in brown and greys, as in Rembrandt. It is the aim of the best painters to paint the noblest things they can see by sunlight. It was the aim of Rembrandt to paint the foulest things he could see by rushlight. But Eugène Delacroix, reflecting democratic developments in France, thought, "Perhaps we shall one day find that Rembrandt is a greater painter than Raphael." I write down, without taking sides, this blasphemy, which will cause the hair of the academicians to stand on end. The tendency among art critics today is to rate Rembrandt above Raphael and Velázquez, equaled only by El Greco. Truth, we perceive, is a function and vassal of time. From Rubens to Rembrandt, what a gamut and chasm, between joyous light and somber shadow, between the abyss and the court, between the happy sensuality of the Antwerp noble, at home in palaces and with kings, and the Amsterdam bankrupt who knew the lower depths and was acquainted with grief. To see these 2 men as the contrapuntal elements of a mighty harmony is to feel in another way the greatness of the little nation that had fought a giant empire, to feel the complexity of a civilization that could produce at one end a Catholic culture gladly adorning its unquestioned creed with myths and its beloved shrines with art, and at the other a Protestant culture that could nourish the greatest artist and the greatest philosopher of the age. Chapter 19. The Rise of the North, 1559 to 1648. 1. Denmark as a great power. Let us look at the map, for maps, like faces, are the signatures of history. When Frederick II ascended its throne in 1559, Denmark was one of the strongest and most far-reaching states in Europe. It had not yet learned how clever it is to be small. In the perennial contest with Sweden for control of the commerce between the North Sea and the Baltic, Denmark was at first the victor, even extending its rule across the Skagerrak to and throughout Norway, and across the Kattegat into what is now South Sweden. It held the strategic cities of Copenhagen and Helsingør on the west side, and Malmö and Helsingborg on the east side of the Øresund, or Sound. The swirling waters, in one place only 3.5 miles wide, that now separate Denmark from Sweden. Farther east it held, through most of this period, the islands of Bornholm, Gotland, and Ursel, thereby controlling the Baltic Sea. On the south it included the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, and far away in the northwest it ruled Iceland and Greenland. The tolls charged by Denmark on commerce passing through the straits between the seas were the chief source of the kingdom's revenues and wars. Political power resided in the 800 nobles who owned half the land, kept the peasants in serfdom, elected the king, and ruled the country through the Riksdag, or National Diet, and the Rigsråd, or Council of State. They had profited from the Reformation by absorbing most of the property formerly belonging to the Catholic Church. In return for exemption from taxation, they were expected, but they often refused, to arm and lead their peasants in war at the call of the king. The Protestant clergy, shorn of wealth, had a minor social standing and little political influence. However, they controlled education and held a censorship over literature, which consequently produced mainly theology and hymns. The general population, numbering 1 million, enjoyed heavy meals and heavy drinking. A barber surgeon advised his clients, "It is very good for persons to drink themselves intoxicated once a month, for the excellent reasons that it frees their strength, furthers sound sleep, eases the passing of water, increases perspiration, and stimulates general well-being." 2 Danes in this period have a special claim on history: Tycho Brahe, the greatest astronomer of his generation, and Christian IV, who not only was king of Denmark for 60 years, from 1588 to 1648, but would have been a leader of men even without the advantage of royal birth. We pass by his father, Frederick II, merely noting that for him the Flemish architect Antonis van Oberger designed, between 1574 and 1585, the fortress of Kronborg Castle at Helsingør, Hamlet's Elsinore. When Frederick died in 1588, Christian was a boy of 11. A regency of 4 nobles ruled for 8 years. Then Christian took the reins. For the next half-century he lived the abundant life with such exuberance and versatile energy that all Europe marveled. He bettered the instruction of the aforesaid barber-surgeon, for he regularly required to be helped home after an evening's carouse. His profanity set a standard that few of his subjects surpassed. The number of his bastards created a problem in accountancy. His people laughed these popular faults away and loved him, for he danced at their weddings, joined in their labor, and risked his life repeatedly in their service. To all this he added a knowledge of Latin and science, an educated taste in the arts, and a simple religious faith that raised no sophomoric questions about credibility and no qualms about fun. In his spare time he helped to make Copenhagen one of Europe's most attractive capitals. His building program doubled the circumference of the city. In his reign, Schloss, or Castle Rosenborg, took form. Soon thereafter, the Bourse spread its vast facade and raised its twisted steeple high. He reformed the government of Norway, developed its industries, and rebuilt its capital, which for 3 centuries bore his name as Christiania. It was renamed Oslo in 1925. In Denmark, he improved administration, promoted manufactures, organized commercial companies, founded colleges and towns, and raised the condition of the peasants on the crown estates. Ambition toppled him, for he dreamed of reuniting all Scandinavia under one head, his own. The nobles objected that Sweden was unconquerable, and they refused their support. Chiefly with foreign mercenaries, he waged against Sweden the Kalmar War from 1611 to 1613. When the 30 Years' War came, he found himself uncomfortably allied with Sweden in defense of the Protestant cause. That peril over, he resumed the struggle with Sweden in 1643, though he was now 67 years old. He led his inadequate forces with romantic ardor. In the naval battle of Kolberg in 1644, he fought all through the day, despite 20 wounds and a blinded eye, and won a temporary victory. In the end, Sweden proved stronger, and the Peace of Brömsebro in 1645 freed Sweden from paying dues for her commerce in the Sound, and ceded to her Gotland, Ursel, and 3 provinces on the Scandinavian peninsula. When Christian IV died, after 15 years of constructive labor and destructive wars, his kingdom was smaller than at his accession, and the ascendancy of Denmark had passed away. 2. Sweden, 1560 to 1654. 1. The Rival Faiths, 1560 to 1611. Between Gustavus Vasa, the founder of modern Sweden, and Gustavus Adolphus, the savior of Protestantism, Swedish history is clouded by the contest of religious creeds for political power. The first Vasa had freed Sweden from Denmark and had united his country under a strong hereditary monarchy, while noble oligarchies kept Denmark and Poland feudal and weak. The Swedish peasantry was free and was represented, along with the nobles, the clergy, and the towns, in the Riksdag or Diet. The same word bonde that in Denmark had come to mean serf was in Sweden the proud title of a freeman tilling his own soil. But the resources of the land were severely limited by climate, by inadequate population, and by Danish control of 3 peninsular provinces and the Sound. The nobles chafed in their new subordination to the king, and the Catholic Church, despoiled of her Swedish wealth, plotted patiently to recapture the people, her property, and the throne. Vasa's son, Eric XIV, from 1560 to 1568, was unfitted to meet these problems. He had courage and ability, but his violent temper stultified his diplomacy and led him to murder and madness. He infuriated the nobles by killing 5 of their leaders, one with his own hand. He carried on against Denmark the Northern 7 Years' War, from 1563 to 1570, and prepared future wars by conquering Livonia. He alienated his brother John by obstructing a marriage that would have made John heir to the Polish crown, and when John nevertheless married Princess Catherine Jagiellon, Eric shut him up in the fortress of Gripsholm. Catherine came to share the rigors of John's imprisonment and inclined his ear to the Catholic faith. In 1560, Eric's brothers compelled him to abdicate, and after 6 years in confinement he was put to death by order of the Riksdag and the new king. John III, from 1568 to 1592, made peace with Denmark and his nobles, and renewed the conflict of the faiths. His wife pleaded with him, more by night than by day, to accept Catholicism. With his permission, Jesuits entered Sweden in disguise, and the ablest of them, Antonio Posivino, undertook the conversion of the king. John's conscience burned with the memory that he had consented to his brother's death. For such a fratricide the fires of hell seemed an inevitable punishment. This, Posivino urged, could be escaped only by confession and absolution in the Church, which all believed to have been founded by Christ. John yielded. He received the sacrament according to the Roman rite and promised to make Catholicism the religion of the state, provided the Pope would allow the Swedish clergy to marry, the Mass to be celebrated in the vernacular, and the Eucharist to be administered in wine as well as bread. Posivino went to Rome. The Pope rejected the conditions. Posivino returned empty-handed. John ordered the Jesuits to receive the sacrament in both kinds and recite the Mass in Swedish. They refused and departed. In 1584, Catholic Catherine died. A year later, John married a Protestant lady who, more by night than by day, brought him back to the Lutheran faith. In August 1587, his Catholic son was elected to the Polish throne as Sigismund III. By the Statute of Kalmar, father and son agreed that after John's death, Sigismund should reign over both Poland and Sweden. But Sigismund pledged himself to respect Sweden's political independence and Protestant faith. When John died in 1592, the Riksdag, under the lead of his brother Duke Charles, met at Uppsala on February 25, 1593, with 300 clergymen and 300 laymen, nobles, burgesses, miners, and peasants, and adopted the Lutheran Augsburg Confession of 1530 as the official creed of the Swedish Church and State. The historic synod, Uppsala Möte, declared that no religion but Lutheranism was to be tolerated in the nation, that none but Orthodox Lutherans were to be appointed to ecclesiastical or political office, and that Sigismund would be crowned in Sweden only after he had accepted these principles. Meanwhile, Duke Charles was recognized as regent in the absence of the king. Sigismund, who had been educated by the Jesuits, dreamed of bringing Sweden and Russia into the Catholic fold. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. Sigismund, who had been educated by the Jesuits, dreamed of bringing Sweden and Russia into the Catholic fold. When he landed at Stockholm in September 1593, he found the Swedish leaders almost unanimous in demanding his solemn guarantee to obey the Uppsala Declarations. For 5 months he sought to win a compromise. The leaders were obdurate, and Duke Charles collected an army. Finally, Sigismund gave the required pledge, and a Lutheran bishop crowned him at Uppsala in February 1594. Soon thereafter he issued a statement protesting that his pledge had been given under duress. He appointed 6 Lords Lieutenant to protect the remaining Catholics in Sweden, and in August he returned to Poland. Duke Charles and Archbishop Angermanus of Uppsala prepared to enforce the synod's decrees. The Diet of Söderköping in 1595 called for an end to all Catholic worship and the banishment of all sectaries opposed to the evangelical religion. The Archbishop ordered that whoever neglected to attend Lutheran services was to be beaten with rods, and in his visitation of the churches he personally attended such punishments. All surviving monasteries were closed, and all Catholic shrines were removed. Sigismund's advisers begged him to invade Sweden with a large army. He thought 5,000 men would suffice. With these he landed in Sweden in 1598. At Stegabor, Duke Charles gave him battle and was defeated. In a second engagement at Stengebro, Charles won. Sigismund again agreed to the Uppsala Declarations and returned to Poland. In July 1599, the Swedish Diet deposed him, and Duke Charles, still as regent, became the actual ruler of the state. The Diet of 1604 passed a succession act entailing the crown upon such male or female members of the Vasa family as accepted the established Lutheran religion, and enacting that no dissenters from that religion should be allowed to dwell or hold property in Sweden. Every prince who should deviate from the Confession of Augsburg should, ipso facto, lose the crown. So the road was open to the accession of Charles's son, Gustavus Adolphus, and to the abdication of his granddaughter, Christina. In 1607, Charles IX was crowned king. He reformed the disordered government, vigorously promoted education, commerce, and industry, and founded the cities of Karlstad, Filipstad, Mariestad, and Göteborg. This last settlement gave Sweden clear access to the North Sea, circumventing Danish control of the straits. Christian IV declared war in April 1611 and invaded Sweden. Charles, aged 61, challenged Christian to single combat. Christian refused. At the height of the conflict in October 1611, Charles died, but before his death he laid his hand upon the head of his son, saying, "Ille faciet," he will do it. He did. 2. Gustavus Adolphus, 1611 to 1630. The most romantic figure in Swedish history was now 16. His mother was a German, daughter of Duke Adolphus of Holstein-Gottorp. Father and mother gave him a rigorous education in the Swedish and German languages and in Protestant doctrine. By the age of 12, he had learned Latin, Italian, and Dutch. Later, he picked up English, Spanish, even some Polish and Russian, to which was added as strong a dose of the classics as comported with training in sports, public affairs, and the arts of war. At the age of 9, he began to attend the sessions of the Riksdag. At 13, he received ambassadors. At 15, he ruled a province. At 16, he fought in battle. He was tall, handsome, courteous, generous, merciful, intelligent, brave. What more could history ask of a man? His popularity was so universal in Sweden that even the sons of nobles whom Charles IX had executed for treason came willingly to serve him. He did not display the Vasa tendency to personal temper and violence, but it appeared in his relish for war. He inherited from his father the Kalmar War with Denmark. He waged it zealously, but he felt that it was leading him in the wrong direction, and in 1613 he gave Denmark $1 million, or about $10 million, in exchange for peace and the free passage of Swedish vessels through the Straits and the Sound. At this stage of his career he was more interested in keeping Russia out of the Baltic. If at any time, he wrote to his mother, Russia should learn her strength, she would be able not only to attack Finland, then part of Sweden, on both sides, but also to get such a fleet on the Baltic as would endanger our fatherland. He sent his most resourceful general, Jacob de la Gardie, to conquer Ingria, and in 1615 he himself laid siege to Pskov. The Russian resistance was troublesome, but by threatening to ally himself with Poland, Gustavus persuaded Tsar Michael Romanov to sign a peace in 1617, recognizing Swedish control of Livonia, Estonia, and northwestern Ingria, including what is now Leningrad. For the time being, Russia was blocked from the Baltic. Gustavus boasted that without Swedish permission, Russia could not launch a single boat upon that sea. Now he turned his attention to Poland, whose Sigismund III still claimed the Swedish throne. Catholicism was by this time victorious in Poland and was eager for another chance to capture Sweden. Moreover, Poland, with great ports at Danzig, Memel, Libau, and Riga, was then a stronger competitor than Russia for control of the Baltic. In 1621, Gustavus led 158 ships and 19,000 men to the siege of Riga, through which a third of Polish exports passed. Its population was predominantly Protestant and might not resent a Lutheran overlord. When it capitulated, Gustavus dealt with it leniently to attach it to his cause. During a 3-year truce with Poland, he strengthened the spirit and discipline of his army and, like his contemporary Cromwell, made piety an instrument of martial morale. He studied the military art of Maurice of Nassau and learned how to win campaigns by swift movement and far-seeing strategy. He brought in technicians from Holland to instruct his men in siege tactics and the use of artillery. In 1625 he crossed the Baltic again, captured Dorpat, confirmed Swedish control of Livonia, and completely shut out Lithuania from the Baltic Sea. A year later, his armies subdued both East and West Prussia, which were fiefs of the Polish crown. Only Danzig held out. The conquered regions became provinces of Sweden, the Jesuits were expelled, Lutheranism was made official. All Protestant Europe now looked to Gustavus as a possible savior in the great war that was then devastating Germany. In the intervals of peace, he had faced with less genius than in war the problems of internal administration. During his absence on campaigns, he left the government to the nobles, and to ensure their fidelity, he allowed them to monopolize office and to buy from the crown vast estates at little cost. But he found time to stabilize finances, to reorganize the courts, the postal service, the hospitals, and poor relief. He established free schools, founded the University of Dorpat, and richly re-endowed the University of Uppsala. He prodded mining and metallurgy, and it was no small item in his successes that Sweden had materials and skill to manufacture armament. He promoted foreign commerce by granting monopolies and gave a charter to a Swedish South Sea Company. His minister, Oxenstierna, known for his calm in crises, was appalled by his master's energy. "The king," he said, "controls and steers mines, commerce, manufactures, and customs just as a steersman steers his ship." He begged Gustavus to cool down. "If we were all as cold as you," answered the king, "we should freeze." "If we were all as hot as your majesty," the minister retorted, "we should burn." Now the consuming fever of the Swedish knight was to get into the 30 Years' War. "All wars in Europe hang together," he said. He had noted with deep anxiety the victories of Wallenstein, the advance of Habsburg armies into northern Germany, the collapse of Danish resistance, the alliance of Catholic Poland and Catholic Austria. Soon the Habsburg power would seek control of the Baltic, and the commerce, religion, and life of Sweden might be at the mercy of the Empire and the papacy. On May 20th, 1629, Gustavus sent to the Swedish Diet a warning of Wallenstein's plan to make the Baltic a Habsburg sea. He recommended offense as the best defense and asked the nation to support and finance his entry into the Armageddon that was about to determine the fate of theologies. Sweden was already heavily burdened by his campaigns, but the Diet and the people responded to his call. With the help of Richelieu, he persuaded Poland to a 6-year truce in September 1629. 9 months he spent collecting ships, provisions, troops, and allies. On May 30th, 1630, he addressed the Diet in an eloquent and moving farewell, as if surmising that he would not see Sweden again. On June 26th to 28th, his forces disembarked on an island off the Pomeranian coast, and Gustavus went forth to glory and death. 3. Queen Christina, 1632 to 1654. Since his daughter, heiress to his throne, was a child of 4, he appointed as regent one of the ablest statesmen of that genius-crowded age, Count Axel Oxenstierna. Christina later described him. He had studied much in his youth and continued to do so in the midst of business. His capacity and knowledge of the world's affairs and interests were very great. He knew the strong and weak points of every state in Europe. He was ambitious, but faithful and incorruptible, withal a little too slow and phlegmatic. He had a reputation for silence, but to say nothing, especially when speaking, is half the art of diplomacy. For 2 years he ruled Sweden well, while Gustavus fought in alien fields. Then, as regent for Christina, he directed the armies of Sweden and Germany, as well as affairs at home, and no country in Europe had in those 12 years a better government. In 1634 he drew up a form of government, specifying the composition, powers, and duties of each department in the administration. This is the earliest known example of a written constitution. In 1644, Christina, now 18, assumed control. She felt herself fit to rule this vibrant nation, grown to 1.5 million souls, and indeed she had all the abilities of a precocious male. "I came into the world," she said, "all armed with hair. My voice was strong and harsh. This made the women think I was a boy, and they gave vent to their joy in exclamations which at first deceived the king." Gustavus took the discovery of her sex like a gentleman, and came to love her so dearly that he seemed quite content to have her as heir to his power. But her mother, Maria Eleonora of Brandenburg, never forgave her for being a girl. Perhaps this maternal rejection shared in making Christina as much of a man as her physique would allow. She conscientiously neglected her person, scorned ornament, swore manfully, liked to wear male dress, took to masculine sports, rode astride at top speed, hunted wildly, and bagged her game at the first shot. But I never killed an animal without feeling pity for it. Despite all this, she had some feminine charms. Pierre Huet, afterward Bishop of Orange, reported in 1653, "Her face is refined and pretty, her hair golden, her eyes flash. She carries modesty written on her face, and shows it by the blushes which cover it at an immodest word. She cannot bear the idea of marriage, because she was born free and will die free," reported the Jesuit confessor of the Spanish ambassador. She seems to have felt that coitus was for a woman a form of subjection, and doubtless, like Elizabeth of England, she knew that her husband would want to be king. She was sensitively aware of her faults and acknowledged them bravely. "I was distrustful, suspicious, ambitious to excess. I was hot-tempered, proud and impatient, contemptuous and satirical. I gave no quarter. I was too incredulous and little of a devotee." But she was generous to extravagance and faithful to her tasks. "She spends only 3 or 4 hours in sleep," said the Jesuit. "When she wakes, she spends 5 hours in reading. She never drinks anything but water. Never has she been heard to speak of her food, whether it was well or ill cooked. She attends her council regularly. During a fever 28 days long, she never neglected her state affairs. Ambassadors treat only with her, without ever being passed on to secretary or minister." She wished to rival not only the youths in sports and the courtiers in politics, but also the scholars in learning, and these not merely in languages and literature, but in science and philosophy as well. By the age of 14 she knew German, French, Italian, and Spanish. By 18 she knew Latin. Later she studied Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic. She read and loved the French and Italian poets, and envied the bright vivacity of French civilization. She corresponded eagerly with scholars, scientists, and philosophers in several lands. She brought together a splendid library, including rare ancient manuscripts, which students came from many countries to consult. At her death, connoisseurs were impressed by the fine taste she had shown in purchasing pictures, statues, enamels, engravings, and antiques. She collected savants as she collected art. She longed to have pundits and thinkers about her. She drew to her court Claudius Salmasius, Isaac Votius, Hugo Grotius, Nicholas Hentius, and rewarded them all lavishly. Those scholars who could not come sent her their books and paeans, Scarron, Guise de Balzac, Mademoiselle de Scudéry, and the grave Milton, while blasting her Salmasius, declared her fit to govern not only Europe but the world. Pascal sent her his calculating machine with a remarkably beautiful letter complimenting her on being a queen in the realm of mind as well as of government. Her penultimate passion was for philosophy. She corresponded with Gassendi, who, like 100 others, congratulated her on realizing Plato's dream of philosopher kings. René Descartes, the outstanding philosopher of the age, came, saw, and marveled to hear her deduce his pet ideas from Plato. When he tried to convince her that all animals are mechanisms, she remarked that she had never seen her watch give birth to baby watches, but of this more later on. She did not neglect native talent. Sweden had then a true polymath, Georg Schönhelm, linguist, jurist, scientist, mathematician, historian, philosopher, the father of Swedish poetry, and the center of Swedish intellectual life in this age. Gustavus Adolphus so admired him that he raised him to the peerage. Christina made him court poet until he joined her enemies. Attracted by the pedagogical theories of John Comenius, she brought him to Stockholm to reform the school system of Sweden. Like Elizabeth at Oxford and Cambridge, she visited Uppsala to encourage by her presence the teachers and pupils at the university. She listened there to Schönhelm and others discourse on the Hebrew text of the Old Testament. She built a college at Dorpat and gave it a library. She founded 6 other colleges. She developed into a university the college that her father had founded at Abo in Finland. She sent students to study abroad, some to Arabia to learn Oriental scholarship. She imported Dutch printers to establish a publishing house in Stockholm. She urged Swedish scientists to write in the vernacular so that knowledge might spread among her people. She was without question one of the most enlightened rulers in history. Did she have a mind of her own, or was she the undiscriminating receptacle of the intellectual currents eddying about her? The unanimous testimony is that in government she did her own thinking, made her own decisions, ruled as well as reigned. We shall see in a later chapter how she vetoed Oxenstierna's martial policy, labored for peace, and helped to end the 30 Years' War. Her fragmentary memoirs are vital and fascinating. The maxims, which she left in manuscripts, have nothing hackneyed about them. For example, one is in proportion as one can love. Fools are to be more feared than knaves. To undeceive men is to offend them. Extraordinary merit is a crime never forgiven. There is a star which unites souls of the first order, though ages and distances divide them. More courage is required for marriage than for war. One rises above all when one no longer esteems or fears anything. He who loses his temper with the world has learned all he knows to no purpose. Philosophy neither changes men nor corrects men. In the end, after sampling a dozen philosophies, perhaps after ceasing to be a Christian, she became a Catholic. She was accused of having imbibed atheism from her physician Bordeaux. A Swedish historian, echoed by Voltaire, thought her conversion a conscious farce. On this theory, she had come to the conclusion that since truth cannot be known, one might as well adopt the religion that appeals most to the heart and the aesthetic sense, and gives most comfort to the people. But conversion to Catholicism is often a sincere reaction after extreme skepticism. In the depths of doubt, mysticism may sink its well. There were mystic elements in Christina. Her memoirs are ultimately addressed to God. Belief is a protective garment. Its complete divestiture leaves an intellectual nudity that longs to be clothed and warmed. And what warmer raiment than the colorful, sensuous Catholicism of France and Italy? How, she asked, can one be a Christian without being a Catholic? She pondered long over the question and over the many complications involved in conversion. If she abandoned Lutheranism, she must, by the laws of her realm and her beloved father, abandon not only her throne but her country. What an anticlimax such a change of faith would be to her father's heroic defense of Protestant Europe. But she was tired of her official duties, of the harangues of preachers and counselors, of the pedantic trivia of scholars, antiquaries, and historians. And perhaps Sweden was tired of her. Her alienation of crown lands, her costly gifts to her favorites, had impoverished and consumed her revenues. A majority of the nobles were leagued against her policies. In 1651 there was a flurry of rebellion. The leaders were hastily executed, but an active resentment survived. Finally, she was sick. She had injured her health, probably by too much work and study. Frequently she suffered dangerous fevers with symptoms of inflamed lungs. Several times she fainted, sometimes remaining unconscious for an hour. In 1648, during a severe illness, she says, she made a vow to quit all and become a Catholic, should God preserve my life. She was a Mediterranean soul shivering in the wintry north. She dreamed of Italian skies and French salons. How pleasant it would be to join the cultured women who were beginning their unique function of nursing the intellect of France, if she could take a substantial fortune with her. In 1652, she secretly sent to Rome an attaché of the Portuguese embassy to ask for Jesuits to come and discuss Catholic theology with her. They came in disguise. They were discouraged by some of the questions she asked, whether there was really a providence, whether the soul could survive the body, whether there was any actual distinction between right and wrong except through utility. Then, when they were about to abandon her as lost, she comforted them. "What would you think if I were nearer to becoming a Catholic than you suppose?" "Hearing this," said one of the Jesuits, "we felt like men raised from the dead." To become a Catholic before abdicating was legally impossible, but before abdicating she desired to protect the hereditary character of the Swedish monarchy by persuading the Diet to ratify her choice of her cousin, Charles Gustavus, as her successor. Long negotiations delayed her abdication till June 6, 1654. The final ceremony was almost as moving as the abdication of Charles V, 99 years before. She took the crown from her head, discarded all regal insignia, removed her royal mantle, stood before the Diet in a dress of plain white silk, and bade her country and her people farewell in a speech that brought taciturn old nobles and phlegmatic burgesses to tears. The council provided for her future income and allowed her to keep the rights of a queen over her retinue. She left Stockholm at nightfall 5 days after her abdication, stopped at Nyköping for a last visit with her mother, went on sleepless for 2 days, fell sick with pleurisy, recovered, and rode on to Halmstad. There she wrote to Gassendi, awarding him a pension and sending him a chain of gold. At the last moment she received an offer of marriage from the new-crowned Charles X. She refused it courteously. Then, disguised as a man and under the name of Count Dona, she took a ship for Denmark, not knowing that for 35 years more she would play a part in history. 3. Poland goes to Canossa, 1569 to 1648. Poland, too, in this age made her peace with the Roman Church, and it is instructive to see how Catholicism so quickly recovered in that kingdom nearly all the ground it had lost in the Reformation. But first let us note, with our usual haste, the political background of the cultural evolution. 1. The State. The period begins with an outstanding achievement of statesmanship. Southeast of Poland lay the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, ruled by its own dukes and extending from the Baltic through Kiev and the Ukraine to Odessa and the Black Sea. The growth of Russian power threatened Lithuania with the loss of its autonomy. Though its Greek Orthodox Christianity largely agreed with Russia's, it reluctantly decided that a merger with Roman Catholic Poland would better preserve its self-rule than an embrace by the Russian bear. Sigismund II signalized his reign by signing the historic Union of Lublin on July 1, 1569. Lithuania acknowledged the King of Poland as its Grand Duke, sent delegates to the Sejm at Warsaw, and accepted that Diet or Parliament as its government in all external relations. But it kept its own religion, its own laws, its own control of its internal affairs. Poland, so enlarged, had now a population of 11 million, from Danzig to Odessa, from sea to sea. It was unquestionably one of the great powers. The death of Sigismund II in 1572, leaving no male heir, brought to an end that Jagiellon dynasty which had begun in 1386 and had given Poland a line of creative kings and a civilization of religious toleration and humanistic enlightenment. The nobles had always resented hereditary monarchy as a violation of their feudal rights and liberties. Now they resolved to keep power in their own hands by making the monarchy elective. They established a republic of nobles and made Poland's future kings the servants of the XVIII. Since the XVIII included not only the greater nobles or magnates, but also the gentry, szlachta, or lesser nobility, the plan seemed to realize Aristotle's ideal of a government mingling monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements in mutual checks and balances. In the context of the time, however, the new constitution meant a feudal reaction, a fragmentation of authority and leadership, while Poland's Baltic competitors, Sweden and Russia, were being forged into martial unities by hereditary monarchies privileged to think in terms of generations. Every royal election now became an auction of noble votes to the highest bidder among rival candidates, financed usually by foreign powers. So French agents, by distributing gifts with both hands, bought the Polish crown for the degenerate Henry of Valois in 1573, only to have him called back a year later to misrule France as Henry III. The electoral diet redeemed itself when, after a chaotic interregnum, it chose Stephen Batory as king in 1575. As Prince of Transylvania, he had already made a name for himself in politics and war. His agents in Warsaw had promised that if elected he would pay the national debt, put 200,000 florins into the treasury, recover all territory that Poland had lost to Russia, and sacrifice his life on the battlefield, if necessary, for Poland's honor and glory. Who could resist such an offer? Whereas a few rich nobles supported the candidacy of Maximilian II of Austria, 7,000 members of the electoral diet cried out for Batory. He rode up with 2,500 troops, won many hearts by marrying Anna Jagiellon, led an army against Danzig, which had refused to acknowledge him, and forced the proud Porte to pay a fine of 200,000 gulden into the national treasury. Even so, the nobles were not sure that they liked the new king, with his sharply penetrating eyes, his realistic mind, his frightening mustache, and authoritative beard. He despised pomp and ceremony, dressed simply, wore patches, and made beef and cabbage his favorite dish. When he called for funds for a campaign against Russia, they granted him inadequate supplies grudgingly. Relying upon subsidies from Transylvania, he advanced with a small army and laid siege to Pskov, then the third in size of Russian cities. Ivan IV, though terrible to his people, felt too old to meet so vigorous a foe. He sued for peace, yielded Livonia to Poland, and allowed Russia to be cut off from the Baltic in 1582. When Ivan died in 1584, Batory proposed to Sixtus V to conquer all Russia, unite it with Poland, drive the Turks from Europe, and bring all Eastern Europe to the papal obedience. The Pope made no objections, but amid laborious preparations for this crusade, Batory died in 1586. When he had ceased to trouble her, Poland recognized him as one of her greatest kings. After a year of bargaining, the Diet gave the throne to Sigismund III, who, as heir to the Swedish crown, might unite the two countries to control the Baltic and check the expansion of Russia. Half his reign, as we have seen, was consumed in vain efforts to establish his authority and the Catholic faith in Sweden. The sudden death of Boris Godunov in 1605, plunging Russia into a defenseless chaos, gave Sigismund another opportunity. Without consulting the Sedzim, he announced his candidacy for the Muscovite throne and advanced with an army into Russia. While he spent 2 years besieging Smolensk, his general Stanislas Zokievsky defeated the Russians at Klushino, marched to Moscow, and persuaded the Russian nobles to accept Sigismund's son Ladislas as their king, this in 1610. But Sigismund repudiated this arrangement. He, not his son, should be Tsar. Having at last taken Smolensk in 1611, he marched toward Moscow. He never reached it, for winter caught up with his dilatory advance. His unpaid soldiers rebelled, and in December 1612, 2 centuries before Napoleon, his army retreated, amid disorder and suffering, from Russia into Poland. All that remained from the costly campaigns was the possession of Smolensk and Seversky, and a strong infusion of Polish influence into Russian life. The rest of Sigismund's reign was a succession of disastrous wars. His alliance with the Habsburgs involved him, to the emperor's delight, in an expensive struggle with the Turks, in which Poland was saved only by the skill of her generals and the courage of her troops. Gustavus Adolphus took advantage of Poland's preoccupation in the south to invade Livonia, and the Peace of Altmark in 1629 left Sweden master of Livonia and the Baltic Sea. Sigismund died a broken man in 1632. The Diet gave the crown to his son, for Ladislas, or Vladislav IV., now 37, had shown his mettle as a general and had won many friends by his frank and cheerful character. He offended the Pope by tolerating Protestantism in Poland and the Greek Orthodox Church in Lithuania, and at Thorn he allowed a peaceful public debate of Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist clergymen in 1645. He encouraged art and music, bought Rubens pictures and Gobelin tapestries, established the first permanent Polish theater, and staged Italian operas. He corresponded with the imprisoned Galileo and invited the Protestant scholar Grotius to his court. He died in 1648 just as a great Cossack revolt threatened the life of the Polish state. 2. The civilization. The Polish economy was still medieval. Internal trade was in the peddler stage. Foreign commerce was largely confined to Danzig and Riga. The merchant class was negligible in wealth and rarely found admittance to the Sedzim. The nobles controlled the diet, the king, and the economy. The large estates were tilled by peasants, subject to feudal regulations in some ways more severe than on the manors of medieval France. The noble owner made these regulations himself and enforced them with his own soldiery. He forbade his tenants to leave his jurisdiction without his consent. He transferred them from place to place. He increased or diminished their lands at his own will. He exacted several days of unpaid labor from them yearly. He obliged them to buy and sell only from or to him. He compelled them to buy from him a certain annual quantity of badly brewed ale. He could conscript their children to serve him in peace or war. Legally they were free, they could own and bequeath property, but the Jesuit Father Scarga described them as slaves. Life was mostly rural. The nobles gathered in Warsaw to vote their collective will, but they lived on their estates, hunting, quarreling, loving, feasting, giving one another open-handed hospitality and training themselves for war. Marriages were arranged by the parents. The girl was rarely asked, and she rarely resisted. It was assumed that love generated by marriage and parentage would be more enduring than marriage generated by love. Women were modest and industrious. Sexual morality was firmly maintained. We hear of no extramarital love affairs before the 18th century. Men, rather than women, molded manners, except that Cecilia Renata, who married Ladislas IV in 1637, refreshed the Italian influences imported by artists and clergymen in earlier times, and Louise Marie de Gonzague, whom he married in 1648, brought with her a wave of French manners and speech that lasted till the 20th century. Polish dances had a grave grace that as early as 1647 led a Frenchman to speak with admiration of the Polonaise. Polish art could not keep the pace that Weizstoss had set at Krakow in 1477. The splendid tapestries of Sigismund II were woven in Flanders. Architects and sculptors from Italy raised the monuments to Sigismund and Bathory and Anna Jagiellon in the Krakow Cathedral, the Baroque churches of the Jesuits in Krakow and Nieszwiesz, and the famous Sigismund III column in Warsaw. Painting languished under the Protestant attack upon religious images, but Martin Kober made a revealing portrait of Bathory. Education, like the graphic arts, suffered from the religious turmoil. The University of Krakow was in passing decay, but Bathory founded the University of Wilno in 1578, and at Krakow, Wilno, Poznań, Riga, and elsewhere the Jesuits established colleges of such excellence that many Protestants favored them for the mental and moral training of their sons. Better still was the Unitarian school at Raków, which attracted 1,000 students from all the creeds. Jan Zamoyski, the humanist chancellor of Bathory, organized in Zamość a new university devoted chiefly to the classical curriculum. There was an abundant literature. Religious controversy was often rude in epithets but polished in form. So Stanislas Orzechowski, who defended Catholicism, laid about him with violent intolerance, but in wonderful Polish among the best in our history. Equally noted for its style was The Polish Courtier in 1566 by Łukasz Szkornicki, an adaptation of Castiglione's Cortegiano. The Jesuit Peter Scargo was eminent in prose and verse, in education and politics. He passed from the presidency of Wilno University to be for 24 years the Bossuet of Poland as the leading preacher at the royal court. He denounced without fear the corruption that surrounded him. He predicted that unless the nation could evolve a more stable and centralized government, it would fall a prey to foreign powers. But he called for a responsible monarchy, limited and restrained by law. The poetry of Jan Kochanowski remained unrivaled in his own field and tongue till the 19th century, and is still popular today. He reached the height of his inspiration in his Trenia, Threnody, or Lament, for his daughter Ursula, dead in the full charm of childhood. All Polish culture in this age was disturbed by the conflict of creeds. In the first half of the 16th century, Protestantism seemed destined to capture Poland as well as Germany and Sweden. Many nobles were won to it as a rebellion against royal authority and ecclesiastical corruption, and as a means of appropriating church property. Sigismund II granted a wide religious toleration. A year after his death, the committee of the Diet drew up, on January 28, 1573, the Confederation of Warsaw, guaranteeing religious liberty to all dissidentes de religione, without exception. When put to a vote, it was opposed by the episcopal members of the Diet, but it was unanimously approved by the 98 lay members, including 41 Catholics. It represents a landmark in the history of toleration, for no previous official proclamation had gone so far. Under this broad protection, a variety of sects flourished: Lutherans, Calvinists, Zwinglians, Anabaptists, Bohemian Brethren, Anti-Trinitarians. In 1579, Faustus Socinus came to Poland and began to organize a church on Unitarian lines. But the Krakow populace dragged him from his house, destroyed his library, and would have killed him had not the Catholic rector of the university come to his aid. This in 1598. The Calvinists united with the Lutherans in demanding the expulsion of the Socinians from Poland. The Diet in 1638 ordered the closing of the Unitarian schools, and in 1658 banished the sect from the country. They fled to Transylvania, Hungary, Germany, Holland, England, and at last to America, to find their most genial voice in Emerson. Popular intolerance, Jesuit pedagogy, Catholic discipline, and royal politics joined with Protestant sectarianism to destroy Protestantism in Poland. The new sects fought one another as vigorously as they opposed the ancient creed. The peasants clung to the old faith because it was old. It had the comfort of custom on its side. When the kings, Bathory and Sigismund III, rallied to it, many Protestant converts or their children found it pleasant to make their peace with the Church. The fact that most of the Germans in Poland were Protestants gave Catholicism the help of nationalist sentiment. And the Church actively cooperated with these extraneous aids to reclaim Poland for the papacy. She sent some of her most subtle diplomats and most enterprising Jesuits to win the kings, the women and children, even the Protestant nobles themselves. Ecclesiastical statesmen like Cardinal Stanislaus Hojus and Bishop Giovanni Commendone warned the kings that no stable social, moral, or political order could be based upon the fluid and clashing Protestant creeds. The Jesuits proved themselves well able to defend the old incredibilities against the new. Meanwhile, the Catholic clergy, submitting to the decrees of the Council of Trent, underwent a rigorous and impressive reform. The Catholics, too, had a problem. The union of Lithuania with Poland brought the Greek Orthodox Church into irritating contact with the Roman. Their creeds differed slightly, but the Orthodox services used the Slavonic ritual, and the Orthodox priests had wives. In 1596, Jan Zamoyski, by the union of Brześć, or Brest-Litovsk, formed a middle group of clergy and laity into a uniate church, which adhered to clerical marriage and Slavonic rite, but accepted the Roman creed and the papal supremacy. Roman Catholic leaders hoped that the compromise would gradually win the Greek and Russian communions to the papal obedience, but the new church encountered passionate resistance, and its archbishop at Polotsk was murdered by the Orthodox populace. The Polish kings continued throughout the 16th century a religious toleration more advanced than in any other Christian country, but the Catholic population frequently returned to the old policy of violent hostility. They attacked a Protestant church in Krakow and exhumed and scattered corpses from Protestant graves in 1606 to 1607. They destroyed a Protestant church in Vilno and beat, some say killed, the ministers in 1611. In Poznania, they burned down a Lutheran church and demolished a conventicle of the Bohemian Brethren. The Catholic clergy took no part in these popular theological demonstrations, but they profited from them. All circumstances conspired to favor the old church, and by 1648 her victory was complete. 4. Holy Russia, 1584 to 1645. 1. The people. "You have only to look upon a map of the world," said Nadiazdin in 1831, "to be filled with awe before the destiny of Russia." As early as 1638 it had reached through Siberia to the Pacific and along the Volga to the Caspian, not yet, however, to the Black Sea, hence many wars. The population was only 10 million in 1571. The soil might easily have fed these millions, but reckless tillage exhausted farm after farm, and the peasants moved on to fresher fields. This migratory tendency seems to have shared in bringing serfdom. Most tenants received advances from their boyar landlords to clear, equip, and plant their farms. They paid as much as 20% on such loans. Many of them, unable to repay their borrowings, fell into servitude to their landlords, for a law of 1497 made a delinquent debtor the slave of his creditor till the debt was redeemed. To escape such servitude, some peasants fled to Cossack camps in the south. Some won freedom by agreeing to develop new and difficult terrain, and so Siberia was settled. Some migrated to the towns to join the craftsmen there, or work in the mines or in the metallurgical or ammunition industries, or to serve the merchants or peddle goods in the streets. The landowners complained that the desertion of farms by tenants, usually leaving debts unpaid, disrupted agricultural production and made it impossible for the owners to pay the rising taxes demanded by the state. In 1581, Ivan the Terrible, to assure continuous cultivation, forbade the tenants of his administrative class, the oprichniki, to leave their farms without the owner's consent. Though that class was now losing its distinctive existence, the serfdom so established continued on its estates and was soon demanded of their tenants by the nobles and the clergy who owned the greater part of Russia's land. By 1648, most Russian peasants were in fact, if not in law, serfs bound to the soil. Russia was still close to barbarism. Manners were coarse, cleanliness was a rare luxury, literacy was a class privilege, education was primitive, literature was largely monkish chronicles, priestly homilies, or liturgical texts. Of 500 books published in Russia between 1613 and 1682, nearly all were religious. Music played a prominent role in religion and in the home, and art was the handmaid of the Orthodox faith. Architecture built complex churches bulging with chapels and apses and bulbous domes, like the Church of the Virgin of the Dawn in Moscow. Painting adorned churches and monasteries with frescoes, now mostly covered over, or raised iconostases, or icon panels, rich in pictorial invention rather than artistic skill, as in the Church of the Miracle of St. Michael at Krakow. By 1600, icon painting had ceased to be an art and had become an industry, producing stereotyped pieces on a large scale for domestic piety. The outstanding art product of the age was the 100 meters high bell tower of Ivan Veliki, or John the Great, raised by a German architect in the Kremlin Square circa 1600 as part of Boris Godunov's program of public works to relieve unemployment. In the picturesque churches, bright with costly ornaments, somber with calculated gloom, hypnotic with solemn ceremony and sonorous chants and prayers, the Orthodox clergy molded the people to piety, obedience, and humble hope. Seldom has a religion so closely cooperated with the government. The Tsar gave the example of faithful religious observance and beneficence to the Church. In return, the Church invested him with awesome sanctity, made his throne an inviolable altar, and inculcated submission and service to him as a duty owed to God. Boris Godunov established the Patriarchate of Moscow as independent of Constantinople in 1598. And for almost a century the Metropolitan of Moscow rivaled the dignity, sometimes challenged the power of the Tsar. When in 1594 an embassy came to Moscow from Pope Clement VIII to propose a union of the Orthodox and Latin churches under the papacy, Boris rejected the plan with scorn. Moscow, he said, is now the true Orthodox Rome, and he caused prayers to be offered up for himself as the only Christian ruler on earth. 2. Boris Godunov, 1584 to 1605. As yet he was ruler in fact only. The Tsar was Fyodor I Ivanovich, 1584 to 1598, the feeble son of Ivan, or Ivan IV, the Terrible, and the last of the Rurik line. Fyodor had seen his elder brother die under his father's demonic blow. He had allowed his own will to be broken. He took refuge from the dangers of the palace in devotion to religion. and though his people called him a saint, they recognized that he lacked the iron to govern men. Ivan IV had appointed a council to guide the youth. One member of it, Feodor's brother-in-law, Boris Godunov, made himself dominant and became the ruler of the reign. Ivan IV, by the last of his 7 wives, had left another son, Dmitri Ivanovich, who was now, in 1584, 3 years old. To protect the child from intrigues other than their own, the council sent him and his mother to live in Uglich, some 120 miles north of Moscow. There, in 1591, the young Tsarevich died, by means not yet determined. A commission headed by Prince Vasily Shuisky, a member of the council, went to Uglich to investigate. It reported that the boy had cut his throat in an epileptic fit, but Dmitri's mother charged that he had been killed by an order of Godunov. Boris's guilt was never established and is questioned by some historians. The mother was forced to take the veil, and her relatives were banished from Moscow. Dmitri was added to the calendar of Orthodox saints and was temporarily forgotten. Like Richard III of England, Boris ruled more successfully as regent than later on the throne. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Like Richard III of England, Boris ruled more successfully as regent than later on the throne. Though lacking formal education and perhaps illiterate, he had a shrewd ability and seems to have labored earnestly to meet the problems of Russian life. He reformed internal administration, checked judicial venality, favored the lower and middle classes, undertook public works to give employment to the urban poor, mitigated the lot and the dues of the serfs, and, says a contemporary chronicle, was beloved of all men. He enjoyed the respect and confidence of foreign powers. When Tsar Feodor I died in 1598, the Zemsky Sobor, or National Assembly, unanimously asked Godunov to take the crown. He accepted it with coy protestations of unworthiness, but there is some suspicion that the assembly had been prepared by his agents. Several nobles, resenting his defense of the commonalty, contested his right to the throne and conspired to depose him. Boris imprisoned some, exiled some, and compelled Fyodor Romanov, father of the first Romanov Tsar, to become a monk. Several of the defeated group died so conveniently for Boris that he was accused of having them murdered. Living now in suspicion and fear, he spread spies everywhere, deported suspects, confiscated their property, put men and women to death. His early popularity faded, and the poor harvests of 1600 to 1604 left him without the support of the starving populace against the persisting intrigues of the nobility. One intrigue became famous in history, literature, and music. In 1603, a young man appeared in Poland who claimed that he was the supposedly dead Dmitri, the legitimate heir to the throne of Fyodor Ivanovich. Boris, on good grounds, identified him as Grishka Otrepyev, an unfrocked monk who had been in the service of the Romanov family. The Poles, fearful of expanding Russia, were pleased to find in their midst, available to their use, a claimant to the crown of Muscovy. They were further delighted when Dmitri married a Polish girl and joined the Roman Church. King Sigismund III, who had just signed in 1602 a truce with Russia for 20 years, connived at Dmitri's recruiting of Polish volunteers. The Jesuits warmly espoused the pretender's cause. In October 1604, Dmitri crossed the Dnieper with 4,000 men, including Russian exiles, German mercenaries, and Polish knights. The Russian nobles, professing neutrality, gave him secret support. Fugitive peasants joined the advancing force. The starving people, longing to be deceived, accepted the new Dmitri at his word and carried his banner as the symbol of monarchical legitimacy and their desperate hopes. While the shouting, praying mob moved upon Moscow from the west, the Cossacks, always ready for a fray, dashed up from the south. The movement became a revolution. Seeing it as a Polish invasion, Boris sent his army westward. It defeated a detachment of Dmitri's forces, but missed the rest. In his Kremlin chambers, Godunov received no news but of the swelling and advancing mob, the spreading disaffection, the toasts drunk by the boyars, even in Moscow, to the health of Dmitri, whom they heralded to the people as the holy Tsarevich chosen by God to be Tsar. Suddenly, after doubts and agonies known to Pushkin and Mussorgsky rather than to history, Boris died on April 13, 1605. He had commended his son Feodor to the care of Patriarch Basmanov and the boyars, but the priest and the nobles went over to the pretender. Godunov's son and widow were killed, and in a delirium of national ecstasy the false Dmitri was hailed and crowned as Tsar of all the Russias. 3. Time of Troubles, 1605 to 1613. The new Tsar was not a bad ruler, as kings go. Unimposing in stature, unprepossessing in face, he could nevertheless handle a sword and ride a horse like a born boyar. He had a perceptive and furnished mind, eloquent address, genial manners, and an unaffected simplicity that shocked the protocol of palace life. He surprised his staff by assiduity in administration, and his army by training it in person. But his superiority to his environment was too conscious and manifest. He openly expressed his scorn of boyar coarseness and illiteracy. He proposed to send noble sons to be educated in the West. He planned to import foreign teachers to establish high schools in Moscow. He laughed at Russian customs and neglected Orthodox ritual. He failed to salute the images of the saints. He dined without having the table sprinkled with holy water. He ate veal, which was considered ritually unclean. He concealed, perhaps he had never taken seriously, his conversion to Catholicism, but he brought to Moscow his Polish Catholic wife, escorted by Franciscan friars and a papal legate. He himself had Poles and Jesuits in his entourage. He spent too freely the revenues of the treasury, doubling the pay of army officers and allotting to his friends the estates confiscated from the Godunov family. Restless and martial, he planned a campaign against the Khan of the Crimea and practically declared war by sending the Moslem ruler a pigskin coat. When he almost denuded Moscow of soldiers by ordering them south, the boyars feared that he was opening the capital to Polish invasion. A few weeks after Dmitri's accession, a boyar faction under Shuisky conspired to depose him. Shuisky confessed that he had recognized the pretender only to get rid of Godunov. Now the tool must be cast aside and a real boyar enthroned. Dmitri discovered the plot and had the leaders arrested. Instead of summarily executing them, as tradition demanded, he granted them a trial by the Zemsky Sobor, which for the first time was now chosen from all ranks and classes. When it condemned Shuisky and others to death, he commuted the sentence to banishment, and after 5 months he allowed the exiles to return. Many who had believed him to be the son of Ivan the Terrible felt that such unorthodox clemency cast doubt on his royal parentage. The pardoned conspirators renewed their conspiracy. The Romanov family, upon which Dmitri had rained plums of patronage, joined in the plot. On May 17, 1606, Shuisky and his followers invaded the Kremlin with their armed retainers. Dmitri defended himself well, killing several of his assailants with his own hand, but he was overcome and slain. His body was exposed on the place of executions. A ribald mask was thrown over his face, a flute was placed in his mouth, later his corpse was burned, and a cannon shot his ashes to the wind to discourage further resurrections. The victorious boyars proclaimed Shuisky Tsar Vasily IV. He bound himself to put no man to death, to confiscate no property without consent of the Duma, the assembly of boyars, and he solemnly vowed in the Uspensky Cathedral that ill shall unto no man be done without the council, that is, the Zemsky Sobor, or assembly of all classes. These guarantees, though often violated, formed a historic step in the evolution of the Russian government. They failed to appease those large elements of the population that mourned the deposition of Dmitri. A rebellion broke out in the north. A second false Dmitri was set up as its leader, and Sigismund III of Poland gave him unofficial support. Shuisky solicited the aid of Sigismund's enemy, Charles IX of Sweden. Charles sent a Swedish force into Russia. Sigismund declared war upon Russia. His general, Zolkiewski, took Moscow. Shuisky was deposed in 1610, was carried off to Warsaw, and was forced to become a monk. A faction of the boyars agreed to recognize Sigismund's 14-year-old son Ladislas as Tsar on condition that the independence of the Orthodox Church be maintained, and that the Polish army help the nobles to suppress the social revolt that was threatening aristocratic government in Russia. The revolt was first of all a religious and patriotic repudiation of a Polish Tsar. Hermogenes, Orthodox Patriarch of Moscow, forbade the people to swear allegiance to a Roman Catholic sovereign. The Poles arrested him. He soon died in his cell, but his proclamation made Ladislas's rule impossible. Religious leaders called upon the people to drive out the Poles as Roman Catholic heretics. Government seemed to dissolve, and Russia fell into turmoil. A Swedish army held Novgorod and proposed a Swedish prince for the Russian throne. Peasants in the north and the south, Cossacks in the south, repudiated Ladislas and set up their own rule in the provinces. Bands of brigands pillaged villages and towns and tortured all who resisted. Agriculture was disrupted, food production fell, transportation was hazardous, famine rose, and in some districts the population resorted to eating human flesh. A rebel mob entered Moscow, and in the confusion most of the city was burned to the ground. This on March 19, 1611. The Polish garrison retreated into the Kremlin and waited in vain for Sigismund to come to its support. At Nizhny Novgorod, a butcher, Kozma Minin, organized another rebel army, inspired by Orthodox devotion. He called upon each family to give up a third of its possessions to finance an advance upon the capital. It was done, but the people would follow only a titled leader. Minin invited Prince Dmitri Pozharsky to serve as their general. He consented, and the new army marched upon Moscow, fasting and praying. Arrived, they laid siege to the Polish garrison in the Kremlin. It held out till it was reduced to eating rats and men and boiling Greek manuscripts for broth. Then, on October 22, 1612, it surrendered and fled. That year was long celebrated in Russian memory as the Year of Liberation, and when, 2 centuries later, the French were driven from Moscow, the victorious Russians set up in their again incinerated capital a monument to Minin and Pozharsky, the butcher and the prince who had set them so heroic an example in 1612. Pozharsky and Prince Dmitri Trubetskoy invited lay and ecclesiastical representatives from all regions of the empire to a council for the election of a new ruler. Various boyar families pulled various wires. Finally, the Romanovs prevailed. The council chose Michael Romanov, then only 15, and the Moscow populace, quickly gathered and quickly coached, acclaimed him Tsar on February 21, 1613. The people, having saved the state, humbly returned it to the nobility. The new government suppressed social disorder and revolt, confirmed and extended serfdom, pacified Sweden by ceding Ingria, and signed a 14-year truce with Poland. The truce freed from long captivity Michael's father, Fyodor Romanov, whom Boris had forced to become the monk Filaret. Michael made him Patriarch of Moscow and welcomed him as a counselor so powerful that the people called Filaret the second Tsar. Under the combined rule of father and son, despite more uprisings and wars, Russia achieved, after a generation of turmoil, an unsteady and discontented peace. The time of troubles, which had begun with Boris's death, ended with Michael's accession, and this in turn began the Romanov dynasty, which was to rule Russia till 1917. Chapter 20. The Islamic Challenge, 1566 to 1648. 1. The Turks. Amid the internal conflicts of Christendom, political or theological, some thoughtful men were disturbed by the apparent neutrality with which Providence looked upon the greater contest between Christianity and Mohammedanism. That faith had been driven from Spain, but Dur al-Islam, the world of Islam, was still immense. It included Indonesia and northern India. Indeed, this was the age of the brilliant Mohammedan Mughal dynasty at Delhi, from 1526 to 1707. It embraced Afghanistan, much of Central Asia, and all of Iran, where in this period Persian art would display its sunset glory. West of Persia, the Islamic realm was the Ottoman or Turkish Empire, then rivaled in extent only by the Empire of Spain. It kept in its grasp all the coasts of the Black Sea, controlled the mouths of the Danube, the Dnieper, and the Dniester, and helped its allies, the Tatar Khans, to control the Crimea and the mouth of the Don. It took in Armenia, Asia Minor, Syria, Arabia, all the Near East. There it held the most famous cities of the ancient and medieval world: Babylon, Nineveh, Baghdad, Damascus, Antioch, Tarsus, Smyrna, Nicaea, Mecca, and Jerusalem, where by Moslem permission Christians worshipped at the tomb of Christ. In the eastern Mediterranean it secured the great islands of Cyprus, Rhodes, and Crete. North Africa was overwhelmingly Moslem, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic. Egypt was governed by pashas appointed by the sultans. Tripoli, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco were ruled by local Mohammedan dynasties whose submission to the sultans varied inversely with their distance from Constantinople. This was the age of the Saadian dynasty, from 1550 to 1668 in Morocco, when its capital, Marrakesh, hummed with commerce and shone with art. In Europe, the Ottoman power extended from the Bosporus through Hellas, usually including Athens and Sparta, the Balkans and Hungary, to within 100 miles of Vienna, through Dalmatia to the gates of Venice, through Bosnia and Albania to just a leap across the Adriatic into Papal Italy. There and at besieged Vienna, the great debate was not between Protestants and Catholics, but between Christianity and Islam. Within that Moslem cordon, Christendom lived its divided life. No matter how far west Islam reached, it remained Oriental. Constantinople was a window on Europe, but Ottoman roots stretched too far back into Asia to let proud Turkey ape the West. In some parts of Islam, the heat of the desert or the tropics burned out the vital spirits. The uninhabited distances discouraged commerce. Men could not bestir themselves so acquisitively as the West Europeans. They cultivated immobility and were more readily content. The unchanging crafts of Islam were exquisite, but required time and taste and did not lend themselves to large-scale industry. The caravans were patient, but they could not compete with the commercial fleets of Portugal, Spain, England, and the Netherlands, which used all water routes to India. However, some ports on the Mediterranean, like Smyrna, prospered from the transfer of goods between ships and caravans. The Mohammedan religion inspired men to hopeful bravery in war, but to an enervating fatalism in peace. It lulled them with dervish dances and mystic dreams. And though it had in its youth allowed great science, it now frightened philosophy into a scholasticism of barren pedantry. The ulama, the scholar-theologians who wrote the laws on the basis of the Quran, formed the children in faithful orthodoxy and saw to it that no age of reason should raise its head in Islam. There the conflict between religion and philosophy gave religion a decisive victory. Moreover, that religion made easy conquests on lands won from Christendom. In Constantinople, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria, the Eastern Christian Church still had patriarchs, but the Christian population was rapidly diminishing. In Asia Minor, the Armenians, and in Egypt, the Copts, remained Christian, but generally in Asia, Africa, and the Balkans, the masses had gone over to Mohammedanism. Probably the reasons were practical. If they remained Christian, they were excluded from public office, they paid a substantial tax in lieu of military service, and of every 10 children they had to surrender a son to be reared as a Moslem janissary for the army or the bureaucracy. Otherwise, the Christians in Islam enjoyed a religious toleration such as no Christian ruler would have dreamed of according to Mohammedans in Christian states. At Smyrna, for example, the Muslims had 15 mosques, the Christians 7 churches, the Jews 7 synagogues. In Turkey and the Balkans, the Greek Orthodox Church was protected by Turkish authorities from any molestation in their worship. Pepys thought that most of Hungary yielded to the Turks because it had more religious liberty under Ottoman rule than under the Catholic emperors. This was certainly true of heterodox Christians. The Calvinists of Hungary and Transylvania and the Unitarians of the latter country, reported Sir Thomas Arnold, preferred to submit to the Turks rather than fall into the hands of the fanatical House of Habsburg. And the Protestants of Silesia looked with longing upon Turkey and would gladly have purchased religious freedom at the price of submission to Muslim rule. More striking still is the judgment of the leading Christian authority on the history of modern Greece. Many Greeks of high talent and moral character were so sensible of the superiority of the Mohammedans that, even when they escaped being drafted into the Sultan's household as tribute children, they voluntarily embraced the faith of Muhammad. The moral superiority of Ottoman society must be allowed to have had as much weight in causing these conversions as the personal ambition of individuals. This moral superiority of the 17th century Ottomans is difficult to assess. Tavernier, who traveled and traded in Moslem lands in 1631-33, 1638-43, and later, reported, "Turkey is full of thieves that keep in troops together and waylay merchants on the road." The Turks were known for their calm benevolence, but the same religion that tamed their unsocial impulses in peace released them violently in war with infidels. The enslavement of captured Christians was sanctioned, and there were slave-captured raids by Turks on Christian lands near Ottoman frontiers. However, in number and cruelty, the Turkish trade in slaves lagged far behind the Christian slave raids in Negro Africa. Sexual indulgence was apparently more abundant and enervating in Islam than in Christendom, though it was usually kept within the orderly limits of polygamy. Turkish society was almost exclusively male, and since there was no permitted association of men with women outside the home, the Muslims found companionship in homosexual relationships, platonic or physical. Lesbianism flourished in the Zenana. Among a large minority there was an active though circumscribed intellectual life. Literacy was probably higher in European Turkey in the 17th century than in Christendom. We may judge the abundance of the literature from a bibliography that Haji Kalfa compiled in 1648 of over 25,000 books in the Arabic, Turkish, and Persian languages. Hundreds of volumes were available on theology, jurisprudence, science, medicine, rhetoric, biography, and history. Prominent among the historians was Ahmed ibn Muhammad, whose history of the Mohammedan dynasties of Spain has often buttressed our story. We have known him chiefly as al-Makari, so named from his native village in Algeria. Most of his book is made up of passages transcribed or abridged from earlier narratives, yet it is a remarkable production for its time, giving an account not merely of politics and war, but of morals, law, women, music, literature, and medicine, and bringing the record to life with vivid details and humanizing anecdotes. Nearly every literate Turk wrote poetry, and, as in Japan, the rulers competed zealously in the game. Mehmet Suleiman Oglu, more melodiously known as Fuzuli, composed the finest love lyrics of the age. They sound silly in the poor translation available in English, but we catch his meaning, that the young women of Baghdad were warm and soft and smooth to the touch, timid and tender till yoked. Mahmud Abdul-Baki, who died in 1600, greatest of Ottoman lyric poets, after being the favorite singer of Suleiman the Magnificent, continued to warble for 34 years after his patron's death. Nefi of Erzurum, who died in 1635, wrote satires with a sting, one of which must have reached Allah, for while Murad IV was reading it, a thunderbolt fell at the royal feet, so the Sultan tore up the volume and banished the poet from Constantinople. He was soon recalled, but another satire pricked Vizier Behram Pasha, who had him beheaded. Ottoman art still produced masterpieces. The Mosque of Ahmed I rose in 1610 to dominate the capital with its 6 soaring minarets, its succession of swelling domes, the massive fluted columns of its interior, its mosaic arches, lordly script, and shining ornament. 5 years later, Ahmed dedicated to his favorite wife the lovely Yeni Valide Jamisi Mosque. 2 majestic mosques were added to Damascus in this period, and in Adrianople the unrivaled architect Sinan, who had designed the Mosque of Suleiman, built for Selim II a temple that some rank higher than any in Constantinople. No civilization has surpassed Islam in the making of artistic tiles. See, for example, those in the Mosque of Ahmed I, or, still more beautiful, those that adorn the entrance to the mausoleum of Selim II near St. Sophia's. Bouquets of white and blue flowers in a field of green, blue, and red sprays and foliage. Living flowers could not be fairer, and might envy this permanence. In this age, Iznik, where 13 centuries back Constantine had presided over the historic council that fixed the Christian creed, was famous for its lustered tiles. There are convincing samples in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Miniature painting in Turkey echoed that of Persia, which we shall look at presently. Calligraphy was in so high repute, story had it, that a line of handwriting by Mir Imad was sold for a gold piece even in his lifetime, that no book was printed in Turkey before 1728. In textiles, too, the Turks were pupils of the Persians, but they yielded to no others in excellence. Turkish rugs were not quite as delicate in texture, intricate in design, or rich in color as the Persian, but they stand high in the history of this art. Already in the 15th century, Turkish rugs had won renown in the West, for we see them in the paintings of Mantegna, and later in Pinturicchio, Paris Bordone, and Holbein. Many Tudor mansions were carpeted with Turkish rugs. Even the hardy Cromwell had 22, and we find them represented in the Gobelin tapestries illustrating the life of Louis XIV. The West was learning that the East had arts as well as guns. 2. Lepanto. The rulers of the West, however, had to watch the guns, for Ottoman sultans had announced their intentions of making all Europe Moslem. The manpower and the wealth of their sprawling realm gave them the largest and best-equipped army in Europe. The Janissaries alone numbered over 50,000. Perhaps the salvation of the West and of Christianity lay in the very vastness of the Ottoman Empire. Distances were too great to bring the scattered resources to a point. And the Sultans, though they constituted a more enduring dynasty, 1288 to 1922, than any Christian ruling family, were deteriorating through the opportunities of the harem, and were delegating their government to transitory viziers whose insecurity tempted them to cushion their fall by feathering their nests. So Selim II, who succeeded Suleiman the Magnificent in 1566, was a dissolute idler whose one stroke of genius lay in entrusting both administration and policy to his able vizier, Mohammed Sokoli. The Turkish assaults upon the Holy Roman Empire were interrupted. Emperor Maximilian II bought peace with an annual tribute of 30,000 ducats, and Sokoli turned to nearer game. Arabia had preserved its independence religiously, but now in 1570 it was conquered for the Porte. The Aegean Sea was still dotted with Venetian possessions, hampering Turkish fleets and trade. Lala Mustafa was sent against Cyprus with 60,000 men. Venice appealed to the Christian powers for help. Only the Pope and Spain responded. Pius V had not forgotten that in 1566 a Turkish fleet had threatened Ancona, the papal port and fortress on the Adriatic. Philip II knew that the Moors of Spain, suffering under his blows, had appealed to the Sultan for help in 1569, and that their embassy had been favorably received. The diplomatic situation was illuminating. The emperor would not join in war against Turkey, for he had just signed a treaty of peace and could not honorably or safely break it. France opposed any plan that would raise the power or prestige of Spain, and she cultivated the friendship of the Turks as an aid against the emperor. England feared that a common enterprise with Philip would leave her at the mercy of Catholic Spain in case of victory. Venice worried lest victory bring Spanish power into the Adriatic and end Venetian monopoly of that sea. Pius labored for a year to overcome these hesitations. He had to consent to the use of ecclesiastical revenues by Venice and Spain. Finally, on May 20, 1571, the three powers joined in a holy league and prepared for war. During these negotiations, the Turkish attack upon Cyprus had proceeded with great losses on both sides. Nicosia was taken after a siege of 45 days. 20,000 of its inhabitants were put to the sword. Famagusta resisted for almost a year. When it fell on August 6, 1571, its heroic defender, Marcantonio Bragadino, was flayed alive, and his skin, stuffed with straw, was sent to Constantinople as a trophy. So prodded, the Holy League gathered its forces. Savoy, Florence, Parma, Lucca, Ferrara, Urbino, and Venice's old enemy Genoa contributed vessels and men. At Naples, Don Juan of Austria received the admiral's flag in solemn ceremony from Cardinal de Granvelle. On September 16th, after the sailors and soldiers had been given the Eucharist by the Jesuits and Capuchins who were attached to the expedition, the Armada sailed from Messina past the toe and heel of Italy across the Strait of Otranto to the island of Corfu. Here the news came of the massacres and atrocities that had attended the fall of Cyprus. The thirst for revenge animated the crews, and shouts of "Vittoria! Vittoria! Viva Cristo!" rose from the fleet as Don Juan gave the order to advance to battle. On October 7, 1571, the Armada moved through the Gulf of Patras into the Gulf of Corinth. There, off the port of Lepanto, the Turkish navy was waiting, with 222 galleys, 60 smaller vessels, 750 cannon, 34,000 soldiers, 13,000 sailors, 41,000 rowers. The Christians had 207 galleys, 6 greater Venetian galleasses mounting heavy guns, 30 smaller vessels, 1,800 cannon, 30,000 soldiers, 12,900 sailors, 43,000 rowers. The Christian fleet carried a standard of Christ crucified. The Turkish carried the Sultan's standard, bearing the name of Allah embroidered in gold. The right wing of the Christians gave way before the Turks, but the left wing, under the Venetians, turned sturdy resistance into disciplined attack, and the artillery of the galleasses killed thousands of Turks. Don Juan ordered his flagship to steer straight for that of the Ottoman admiral, Muhsin Ali. When they met, the Don's 300 Spanish veterans boarded the Turkish galley. A Capuchin monk led them to the assault, waving a crucifix aloft. The battle was decided when the vessel was captured and Ali's severed head was hoisted upon his own flagstaff. The morale of the Turks collapsed. 40 of their ships escaped, but 117 were captured and 50 others were sunk or burned. Over 8,000 Turks died in the battle, 10,000 were taken prisoner, and most of these were distributed as slaves among the victors. Some 12,000 Christian slaves rowing in the Turkish galleys were freed. The Christians lost 12 galleys and 7,500 men killed, including members of the oldest and most prominent families in Italy. It was unquestionably the greatest naval battle of modern times. Cervantes, who was among the 7,500 wounded Christians, described it as the most memorable occasion that either past or present ages have beheld, and which perhaps the future will never parallel. It should have been the most decisive battle in modern history, but the exhaustion of the rowers, the damaged condition of the victorious fleet, and the rise of a violent storm prevented pursuit of the Turks. Quarrels sprang up among the Christians over the distribution of the glory and the spoils. As Spain had contributed half the ships and expense, Venice a third, and the papacy a sixth, the booty was divided accordingly. The Turkish prisoners were allotted in like proportion. Philip II received 3,600 slaves in chains, and out of the Pope's share Don Juan was granted 174 slaves as an honorarium. Some Christian leaders wished to keep as slaves the Christians, freed from the Turkish galleys, but Pius V forbade it. All Catholic Europe rejoiced when news of the triumph arrived. Venice decked itself with garlands and art. Men kissed each other when they met in the street. Titian, Tintoretto, and Veronese painted vast pictures of the battle, and the Venetian leader, Sebastiano Veniero, was feted for days and nights, and at last was chosen doge. Rome, where, since the departure of the Armada from Messina, clergy and laity had spent hours each day in anxious prayer, broke out in Te Deums of joy and relief, and Pius V, organizer of victory, almost canonized Don Juan by applying to him the words of the Gospel. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. Masses were said, fireworks were set off, salvos of artillery were fired. The Pope begged the victors to assemble another fleet. He besought the rulers of Europe to seize the opportunity by uniting in a crusade to drive the Turks out of Europe and the Holy Land. He appealed to the Shah of Persia and Sheikh Mutahat of Arabia Felix to join the Christians in the attack upon the Ottomans. But France, jealous of Spain, proposed to the Sultan, soon after Lepanto, a direct alliance against Philip II. Intelligence of this offer shared with other factors in dissuading Philip from further enterprise against the main Turkish power. He was involved in disputes with England and in the mess that Alva was making in the Netherlands. He resented Venetian insistence on monopolizing trade in the Adriatic, and he feared that another victory over the Turks would rehabilitate the crumbling empire of Venice and strengthen her as a rival to Spain. Pius V, worn out with victory and defeat, died on May 1, 1572, and the Holy League died with him. 3. Decline of the Sultans. Meanwhile, the Turks, with an energy that dismayed the West, built another fleet as great as that which had been almost destroyed. Within 8 months after Lepanto, a Turkish flotilla of 150 ships roamed the seas looking for the Christian Armada, which was too disorganized to venture from its havens. Encouraged by all to continue the war, but helped by none, Venice made peace with the Porte on May 7, 1573, not only ceding Cyprus, but paying the Sultan an indemnity that covered the cost of the island's conquest. The Turks had lost the battle and won the war. How far they were from enfeeblement appears in the confident proposal made by Saccoli to Venice in 1573 that if she joined Turkey in war against Spain, they would help her to conquer the kingdom of Naples as rich amends for losing Cyprus. Venice rejected the proposal as inviting the Turkish domination of Italy and Christendom. In October, Don Juan refurbished his glory by capturing Tunis for Spain, but within a year the Turks, now with a fleet of 250 vessels, recaptured the city and massacred the Spaniards who had newly settled there. For good measure, they raided the coasts of Sicily. Selim II died in 1574, but Saccoli carried on the administration and the war. It is a problem for philosophers that historians see a decline of Ottoman power in the reign of Murad III, from 1574 to 1595, who loved philosophers. But he loved women too, and he begot 103 children from not quite so many wives. His favorite wife, Bafo, the Venetian slave, enslaved him with her charms, mingled in affairs of state, and accepted bribes to use her influence. Saccoli's authority was undermined, and when he aroused fanatical opposition among the populace by proposing to build an observatory in Stamboul, he was assassinated in 1579, probably at Murad's behest. Chaos ensued. The currency was debased, the Janissaries mutinied against being paid in bad coin, bribery corroded the bureaucracy, a pasha boasted that he had bribed the Sultan, Murad abandoned himself to venery and died of debauchery. Bafo wielded almost as much influence over her son, Mohammed III, 1595 to 1603, as she had over his father. He began his reign in orthodox fashion by murdering 19 of his brothers as an inducement to domestic peace. But Murad's fertility had made this problem difficult. Many of his sons were left dangerously alive. Corruption and disorder spread. War with Austria and Persia annulled victories with defeats. Ahmed I, from 1603 to 1617, facing the rise of Shah Abbas I as a powerful leader in Persia, decided to concentrate Turkish forces on the Eastern Front. To free them in the west, he ordered his agents to sign with Austria the Peace of Zitva-Turuk in 1606, the first treaty that the proud Turks condescended to sign outside Constantinople. Austria paid the Sultan 200,000 ducats, but was excused from any further tribute. Transylvania now voluntarily accepted Ottoman suzerainty. Persia, too, made peace in 1611, giving Turkey, as a war indemnity, 1 million pounds of silk. Altogether, this reign was marked with success and sanity, except for continued revolts of the Janissaries. Ahmed was a man of piety and goodwill. He tried and failed to end the rule of imperial fratricide. Othman II, 1617 to 1622, proposed to discipline and reform the Janissaries. They demurred and killed him. They forced his imbecile brother Mustafa I to take the throne, but Mustafa was sane enough to abdicate in 1623 in favor of his 12-year-old nephew, Murad IV, 1623 to 1640. The Janissaries chose the Grand Viziers and slew them whenever it seemed time for a change. They invaded the royal palace and compelled Sultana Kusem to open the treasury vaults to appease them. In 1631 they came again, pursued the young sultan into his private apartments, and demanded the heads of 17 officials. One of them, Hafiz, ordered himself to the crowd as a sacrifice. They cut him to pieces. Murad, as yet impotent, faced them with what seemed an idle threat. "So help me God, ye men of blood, who fear not Allah, nor are ashamed before his prophet, a terrible vengeance shall overtake you." He bided his time, formed a corps of loyal troops, and arranged the assassination of one after another of the men who had led the mutinies. Further attempts at rebellion were crushed with savage ferocity, and occasionally the Sultan, like Peter the Great, shared personally in carrying out the sentences of death. He killed all of his brothers but one, whom he thought harmlessly imbecile. Reveling in royal authority, he decreed the capital penalty for using tobacco, coffee, opium, or wine. Altogether, we are told 100,000 persons were executed in his reign, not counting deaths in war. For a moment, social order and administrative integrity were restored. Feeling now reasonably secure, Murad took the field against the Persians, accepted himself the challenge of a Persian warrior to single combat, slew him, captured Baghdad in 1638, and concluded a victorious peace. When he returned to Constantinople, the populace received him with wild acclaim. A year later he died of gout brought on by drunkenness. He was 28 years old. After him the Turkish decline was resumed. Ibrahim I, 1640 to 1648, had escaped death from his brother by being, or pretending to be, feeble-minded. Under his careless rule, anarchy and corruption were renewed. He made war on Venice and sent an expedition against Crete. The Venetians blockaded the Dardanelles. The people of Constantinople began to starve. The army revolted and strangled the Sultan. The Christian West, recalling the story of Rome's Praetorian Guard, concluded that Turkish power need no longer be feared. Within 35 years, the Turks were again at Vienna's gates. 4. Shah Abbas the Great, 1587 to 1629. It was a boon to the Christian West that from 1577 to 1638, while first France and then Germany were crippled by the wars of religion, the Turks, who might have pushed their western frontier to Vienna, directed their energies against Persia. Here, too, religion offered a pretext to disguise the lust for power. The Turks, following the Sunnah, or traditional forms of Mohammedanism, denounced as heretics the Persians, who accepted the heterodox Shia, and condemned as usurpers all caliphs since Ali, the prophet's son-in-law. The real casus belli, of course, was more abdominal than theological, the desire of ruling minorities for additional land, resources, and taxable population. By a series of persistent wars, the Ottoman Turks advanced to the Euphrates, the Caucasus, and the Caspian Sea, absorbing the new Persian capital, Tabriz, and the old Arab capital, Baghdad. Pedro Teixeira described Baghdad about 1615 as a substantial city of Arabs, Persians, Turks, and Jews living in 20,000 brick houses amid a crowded movement of pack bullocks, camels, horses, asses, and mules. The men cleanly dressed, many of the women handsome, and nearly all have fine eyes peering over or through their veils. One public official was entirely devoted to protecting strangers. East of Baghdad and the Euphrates lay the disunited states of Iran, reaching to the Caucasus and the Caspian on the northwest, to Turkestan on the northeast, Afghanistan on the east, the Indian Ocean on the south, the Persian Gulf on the southeast. These scattered members waited for a unifying soul. Abbas the Great was the fifth Shah, or king, of that Safavid dynasty which Ismail I had founded at Tabriz in 1502. During the long reign, from 1524 to 1576, of the second Shah, Tahmasp I, the new state suffered many incursions by the Turks. After his death they invaded and annexed the Persian provinces of Iraq, Luristan, and Khuzestan. Meanwhile, the Uzbeks came down from Transoxiana, captured Herat, Mashhad, and Nishapur, and overran Persia's eastern provinces. When Abbas, aged 30, succeeded to the throne without a capital in 1587, he made peace with the Turks and marched eastward to meet the lesser foe. After years of war, he recaptured Herat and drove the Uzbeks from Persia. He was now eager to face the Turks, but his army was depleted by losses, disordered by tribal jealousies, and lacking in the latest means of inflicting death. About this time, 1598, two adventurous Englishmen, Sir Anthony Shirley and his younger brother Robert, arrived in Persia on a trade mission from England. They brought valuable presents, military experience, and an expert founder of cannon. With their help, Shah Abbas reorganized his army, equipped it with muskets as well as swords, and soon had 500 pieces of artillery. He led this new force against the Turks, drove them from Tabriz in 1603, and recovered Erivan, Shirvan, and Kars. The Turks sent against him an avalanche of 100,000 men. Abbas with 60,000 defeated them in 1605. Azerbaijan, Kurdistan, Mosul, and Baghdad were recovered, and Abbas ruled from the Euphrates to the Indus. Even before these arduous campaigns, he had begun in 1598 to build a new capital farther removed than Tabriz from invaders, and less desecrated with alien memories and Sunni feet. Isfahan was already 2,000 years old, though not under that name, and had 80,000 population. About a mile from this ancient city, the Shah had his engineers lay out a rectangular space as the Maidani Shah, or Royal Square, 1,674 feet long, 540 wide, and bordered with trees. On two sides ran promenades covered against rain and sun. On the south side rose the Masjid-i Shah, the Royal Mosque. On the east, the Mosque of Luftala, and the Royal Palace. The remainder of the periphery was occupied by shops, inns, and schools. West of the Maidan ran an avenue 200 feet wide, the Chahar Bagh, or Four Gardens, flanked by trees and gardens, and adorned with pools and fountains. On either side of this parkway were the palaces of the ministers of state. Through the city flowed the river Zayand, spanned by 3 masonry bridges. One of these, the Aliverdi Khan, was a picturesque structure 1,164 feet long, with a broad paved roadway and on each side arcades for pedestrians. The new town was watered and cooled with streams, reservoirs, fountains, and cascades. The whole design was as excellent a piece of town planning as that age anywhere knew. When Chardin visited Isfahan in 1673, he was astonished to find a great metropolis of administration, commerce, crafts, and arts, with 1,500 villages surrounding it and an urban population of 300,000 souls. The city and its suburbs had 162 mosques, 48 colleges, 273 public baths, and 1,800 caravanserais, or inns. Tavernier, seeing Isfahan in 1664, described it as equaling Paris in extent, but only a tenth as populous, for every family had its own house and garden, and there were so many trees that it seemed rather a forest than a city. It is a pleasant picture, but, Tavernier adds, there are before every door certain troughs to receive the filth and ordure of each family, which the peasants come daily to carry away to dung their grounds. You shall also meet with little holes against the walls of the houses in the open street, where the Persians are not ashamed to squat and urinate in sight of all the world. Alert to the fact that Western Europe was grateful to him for keeping the Turks busy in the East, Shah Abbas sent Sir Anthony Shirley and others on missions to establish relations with Christian governments and to open up exports of Persian silk free from Turkish intermediaries. When European envoys came to Isfahan, he housed them palatially and gave them full religious freedom. Having captured 5,000 Armenians in his Turkish campaigns, he did not enslave them, but allowed them to develop their own center at Julfa, near Isfahan, and he profited from their commercial activity and finesse. There they built their own church and decorated it with a mixture of Christian iconography and Moslem decoration. Sometimes Abbas played with the idea of fusing all religions into one and imposing peace in heaven and on earth. In a more realistic mood, he used the Shia fervor of the Persians as a means of national morale. He encouraged his people to make pilgrimages to Mashhad as the Mecca of Persian Islam, and he himself walked the 800 miles from Isfahan to Mashhad to offer his devotions and gifts. Therefore, the architecture with which he made Isfahan gleam was chiefly religious. Like the medieval church in the West, he would transmute the pennies of the poor into temples whose grandeur, beauty, and peace would be a pride and a possession for all. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The architecture with which he made Isfahan gleam was chiefly religious. Like the medieval church in the West, he would transmute the pennies of the poor into temples whose grandeur, beauty, and peace would be a pride and a possession for all. The most impressive structure in the new capital was the Masjid-i-Shah, which Abbas built in 1611 to 1629. The Maidan is its majestic plaza and approach. The whole square seems to lead to that embracing portal. The eye is caught first by the flanking minarets and their lacery of overhanging turrets, from which the muezzin proclaims the unity of God, then by the resplendent faience that covers the portal frame, and by the inscription frieze offering this shrine as a gift from Abbas to Allah. In Persia, even the alphabet is art. Within the arch, the walls are clustered with stalactites spangled with white flowers. Then the inner court, open to the sun, then through further arches into the sanctuary under the great dome. One must go outside again to study the dome, its majestic Kufic lettering, its swelling and yet graceful form, faced with enameled tiles of blue and green flowing in arabesques over an azure ground. Despite the enmity of time, this is even now one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. Less imposing, more delicate, is the mosque that Shah Abbas raised from 1603 to 1618 in honor of his saintly father-in-law, the Masjid-i-Sheikh Luftala, an elegant portal, a sanctuary and mihrab of exquisite faience, but above all an interior of incredible beauty, arabesques, geometrical figures, flowers, and scrolls in perfect unified design. Here is abstract art, but with a logic and structure and consequence that offer the mind no bewildering chaos, but intelligible order and mental peace. On the east side of the Maidan, the Shah built an open throne under a great arch, the Ala Kapi, or Sublime Portal. There he gave audience, or watched the horse races or polo matches in the Maidan. Behind this gate were the royal gardens, containing several palaces used by the Shah for special purposes. One of these survives, much chastised by time, the Chihil Sutun, or 40 columns, an audience chamber and throne room supported by 20 plane tree columns faced with mirror glass, and a long gallery adorned with oil paintings depicting events in the life of the Shah. The doors of the palace were of lacquered wood decorated with garden scenes and floral scrolls. 2 of these doors are in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Still in place is the brilliant stucco decoration, in gilt and colors, of the audience chamber ceiling. Here again abstract art is brought to perfection in logic and design. From his many palaces and from his camp, Shah Abbas directed the life of his expanding realm. Like most great rulers, he interested himself in every phase of his people's life. He built roads and bridges, and had miles of road paved with stone. He encouraged manufactures, foreign trade, and the extraction of minerals from the soil. He built dams, spread irrigation, brought clean water to the towns. He restored injured cities, Mashhad, Qazvin, Tabriz, Hamadan. He often disguised himself, said Tavernier, and went about Isfahan like an ordinary inhabitant, under pretense of buying and selling, making it his business to discover whether merchants used false weights or measures. Finding 2 culprits, he had them buried alive. This was the Oriental way of establishing law. In the imperfection of surveillance and police, severity of punishment aimed to check the natural lawlessness of men. Probably a long career in war accentuated in Shah Abbas this use of cruelty as deterrent or revenge. He killed one of his sons and blinded another. Yet this same man composed poetry, financed many charities, and supported many arts. His death in 1629 ended the zenith of Safavid art and rule, but the order that his coordinated energy had built endured for almost another century. Despite a succession of weak Shahs, the Safavid dynasty maintained itself till its cataclysmic collapse under the Afghan conquest of Persia from 1722 to 1730. And even in that period of political decline, Safavid art continued to rank among the most refined products of human taste and skill. 5. Safavid Persia, 1576 to 1722. Let us look at the Safavid period from the death of Tahmasp I, 1576, to its end in 1722. For this is a cultural development that cannot be cut to fit European chronology. Several Occidental travelers have left us illuminating accounts of Persia in this age. Pedro Teixeira, who was there in 1600, the Jesuit father Kuczynski, who lived in Isfahan from 1702 to 1722, and wrote a history of the revolution of Persia, covering the whole Safavid dynasty. Jean Tavernier, who described at length his travels from 1631 to 1668 in Turkey, Persia, India, and the East Indies, and Jean Chardin, who reported in 10 volumes his stay in Persia from 1664 to 1677. Though he encountered the Simoon near the Gulf, Chardin fell in love with Iran. He preferred Isfahan to Paris in summertime and found such an exquisite beauty in the air of Persia that, he wrote, I can neither forget it myself nor forbear mentioning it to everybody. He thought that the clear Persian sky had influenced Persian art to brilliance of luster and color, and had happily affected the Persians in body and mind. He believed that the Persians had profited from their mixture with the people of Georgia and the Caucasus, whom he rated the handsomest and bravest in the world, but not quite as handsome as a Persian horse. This once fertile Eden, home of jeweled caliphs and melodious poets, had been ruined by Mongol incursions, disruptions of government, the neglect and silting of lifeblood canals, the shifting of trade routes, and the discovery of an all-water passage from Western Europe to India and China had left Persia commercially becalmed. Some trade, however, moved down the rivers to the Persian Gulf. In 1515, the Portuguese captured Hormuz, the leading Gulf port, and they held it for a century. But in 1622, the army of Shah Abbas, aided by the ships of the English East India Company, expelled the Portuguese from Hormuz. The Shah built another commercial depot nearby at Bandar Abbas, or the port of Abbas, and the trade that developed there helped to finance the art and luxury of his reign. Caravans still passed from the west to the east through Persia, and left some wealth in the towns on their way. Teixeira described Aleppo as a city of 26,000 homes, many of them built of well-wrought stone, and some fit for princes, with a population of Moslems, Christians, and Jews. It had clean and handsome public baths, and several streets were paved with marble slabs. Most industry was still in the handicraft stage, medieval, painstaking, artistic, slow, but Aleppo had a silk factory, and tobacco was grown throughout the land. According to Chardin, the Persians had a filter system for smoking. They passed the smoke through water, and thereby it was purged of all the oily and gross qualities of the tobacco. Smoking became a necessity to the Persians. They had rather go without their dinners than their pipes. Shah Abbas was an exception. He despised the habit and tried to cure his courtiers of it with a trick. He had horse manure dried and substituted for tobacco in the vessels from which they filled their pipes. He explained that this was a costly product presented to him by the vizier of Hamadan. They smoked it and praised it to the skies. It smells like 1,000 flowers, vowed one guest. Cursed be that drug, cried Shah Abbas, that cannot be distinguished from the dung of horses. Any man gifted with ability and courtesy could rise to a place in the Shah's court. There was no aristocracy of birth. In all classes and sexes, dress was essentially the same. A robe reaching to the knees, tight sleeves, a broad girdle, sometimes of flowered silk, round the waist, a silk or cotton shirt under the robe, breeches gathered at the ankle, and a turban topping all. The women were very richly habited, wrote Tavernier, and little otherwise than the men. They wear breeches like the men. The women lived in the privacy of the zenana, seldom stirring from their homes, and then rarely on foot. There were three sexes. Much of the love poetry was addressed by men to boys, and Thomas Herbert, an Englishman at Abbas's court, saw Ganymede boys in vests of gold, rich bespangled turbans, and choice sandals, their curled hair dangling about their shoulders, with rolling eyes and vermilion cheeks. Chardin noted a decrease in population in his time, and ascribed it to, first, the unhappy inclination which the Persians have to commit that abominable sin against nature with both sexes. Secondly, the immoderate luxury, or sexual freedom, of the country. The women begin there to have children betimes, and continue fruitful but a little while, and as soon as they get on the wrong side of 30, they are looked upon as old and superannuated. The men likewise begin to visit women too young, and to such an excess that, though they enjoy several, they have never the more children for it. There are also a great many women who make themselves abortive, and take remedies against growing pregnant, because when they have been 3 or 4 months gone with child, their husbands take to other women, holding it indecency to lie with a woman so far in her time. Despite polygamy, there were many prostitutes. Drunkenness was widespread, though Mohammedan law forbade wine. Coffee shops abounded. The plant received its European from its Arabic name, kava. Cleanliness was more common in person than in speech. Bathhouses were numerous and were sometimes artistically adorned, but there was much profanity and obscenity. Great dissemblers and flatterers, Tavernier called them, and they were much given to cheating, reports Chardin, but he adds, they are the most kind people in the world, tolerant and hospitable, with the most engaging ways, the most complying temper, the smoothest tongues, altogether the most civilized people of the East. They were fond of music, and usually their poets sang the poems they had composed. We may judge the excellence of the Persian poets from their popularity at the court of the Moguls in Delhi, but none of them in this period found a Fitzgerald to praise them for Western ears. We learn that Urfi of Shiraz was at the top of Persian poetry in the 16th century. He thought himself at least superior to Sadi, but which of us provincials has ever heard of him? His verses were better liked than himself, as we gather from the friends who came to enjoy his mortal illness. My body hath fallen into this state, and my eloquent friends stand like pulpits round my bed and pillow. One draws his hand through his beard and cocks his neck, saying, O life of thy father, to whom is fortune constant, one should not set one's heart on ignoble rank and wealth. Where is the empire of Jamshid and the name of Alexander? Another, with soft voice and sad speech, begins, drawing his sleeve across his moist eyes, O my life, all have this road by which they must depart. We are all travelers on the road, and time bears forward the riders. Another, adorning his speech with smoother words, says, Collect thyself, let not thy heart be troubled, for I will with single purpose collect thy verse and prose. After copying and correcting it, I will compose an introduction like a casket of pearls in support of thy claims. May God give me health again, and thou shalt see what wrath I will pour on the heads of these miserable hypocrites. Urfi's rival in rhyme was Sahib of Isfahan. He followed the fashion of migrating to Delhi, as French and Flemish artists of that age went to Rome. But after 2 years he returned to Isfahan and became poet laureate to Shah Abbas II, 1642 to 1666. He was something of a philosopher, fertile in fragments of measured wisdom. All this talk of infidelity and religion finally leads to one place. The dream is the same dream, only the interpretations differ. The cure for the unpleasant constitution of the world is to ignore it. Here he is awake who is plunged in heavy sleep. The wave is ignorant of the true nature of the sea. How can the temporal comprehend the eternal? The only thing that troubles me about the resurrection day is this, that one will have to look again upon the faces of mankind. If the music of Persian poetry eludes us, the enjoyment of Safavid art is not beyond our reach, for here is a speech that all can understand. The skill, finesse, and taste that had been formed in Iran through 2,000 years now flowered in architecture, pottery, illumination, calligraphy, wood carving, metalwork, textiles, tapestries, and rugs that are among the prizes of the world's museums today. The best architecture of the age, as we have noted, was under Abbas I at Isfahan. There the second of his name built the Talar Ashraf in 1642, and there in the twilight of the Safavids, Shah Hussein raised the Madrasa Madari Shah, the college of the mother of the Shah, which Lord Curzon rated one of the stateliest ruins in Persia. But other cities boasted new architectural achievements. The Madrasa-i Khan at Shiraz, the great mausoleum of Khwaja Rabi at Mashhad, the now ruined but still lovely shrine of Kadamgah at Nishapur, and the Blue Mosque of Erevan. Shah Abbas I founded at Isfahan an academy of painting where students were required, as part of their discipline, to copy famous miniatures in which beauty of design and delicacy of drawing predominated over the subjects and the figures. Now, apparently under European influence, the secular painters allowed themselves to deviate from orthodox Mohammedan custom by making miniatures in which a human figure stood out as a major theme. Here the sequence inverted the Italian. In the painting of the Renaissance, the landscape was at first neglected. Then it became incidental background. Then, perhaps as individualism declined under the Counter-Reformation, it predominated over the figures. But in Islamic painting, the human figure was at first excluded, then it was permitted as incidental. And only in the later stages, perhaps as individualism grew with wealth, did it predominate in the design. So in the Faulkner, a green-robed noble sports a bird on his wrist, against a minor background of golden flowers. And in the poet seated in a garden, every detail reveals the characteristic Persian elegance. Another innovation developed mural painting, of which we have seen an example in the Chihil Sutun. But the great masters still devoted themselves chiefly to the adornment of the Quran, or the illustration of literary classics like Firdausi's Shahnameh or Sadi's Gulistan, which Maulana Hassan of Baghdad illuminated in liquid gold. Supreme in the painting of the second Safavid period was Riza-i Abbasi, who added the Shah's name to his own in gratitude for royal patronage. For a generation his renown was brighter than Bizad's. After him the art declined. The sensitivity of the artist and the refinement or subtlety of his design passed into effeminate excess. Meanwhile the Persian style, having itself felt a Chinese influence, affected in turn the miniature painting at the court of the Moguls, and even their architecture. Grousset thought that the Taj Mahal was but a new chapter in the art of Isfahan. Calligraphy was still a major art in Persia. Mir Imad was almost as loved by Shah Abbas for his meticulous copies of older manuscripts as Riza-i Abbasi for his miniatures. Books were cherished for their form as well as their content. A beautiful binding delighted eyes and touch quite as much as a delicate vase. Artists signed covers as proudly as paintings. So a gold-stamped leather binding of the early 17th century is inscribed, "The work of Muhammad Salih Tabrizi." The cover of papier-mâché, painted in lacquer, is signed Ali Riza and is dated 1713. Both are temptingly beautiful. In the Persian cities, it is the painted tiles that, next to the domes or on them, strike the eye, and their age arouses wonder at the ceramic art that could give such permanence to such brilliance. This immortalizing of color by glazing it with fire was an old skill in Persia. The glazed tiles of Achaemenid Susa in 400 B.C. were already perfect in their kind. Alloys of gold, silver, copper, and other metals were fused to make more lustrous colors, especially in ruby red and turquoise blue. And a double firing hardened the clay and the glaze against the bite of centuries. The Armenians probably employed Persian potters to make the tiles in their Christian church at Julfa, as delicate in design as a miniature. Even more beautiful are the painted tiles in the Kevorkian collection, ascribed to Isfahan in the second half of the 17th century. The potters continued at Isfahan, Kashan, and elsewhere to make lusterware, bottles, bowls, vases, plates, flagons, cups, painted under glaze in varied colors on divers grounds. Mosaic faience became a favorite material to cover the walls of mosques and palaces. Shah Abbas imported Chinese porcelain, and his potters tried to duplicate it, but they lacked the precise soils and skills. Again, under the prodding of the ruler, attempts were made at Isfahan and Shiraz to rival Venetian glass. The metalworkers excelled in carving and inlaying brass. A good example, dated 1579, is a Persian candlestick in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. In the Hermitage at Leningrad is a saber sheath of gold encrusted with large and finely cut emeralds. Textiles were a major industry and art. Designers, weavers, and dyers occupied a large section of Isfahan and were numbered in the thousands. Their products formed the staple of the export trade, giving Persia a worldwide reputation for satins, velvets, taffetas, embroideries, and silks. When Abbas wished to confer a special gift, he usually chose some masterpiece of the Persian looms. The numbers of garments he thus bestows is infinite, reported Chardin. The Shah and his court were dressed, on ceremonial occasions, in silks and brocades whose beauty seemed to Chardin unequaled by any court costumes in Europe. The art of dyeing, he wrote, seems to have been more improved in Persia than in Europe, their colors being much more solid and bright, and not fading so soon. The velvets of Kashan were unrivaled anywhere. Some fragments are among the trophies in the museums of Boston, New York, San Francisco, and Washington. One of the prizes captured by the Christian armies in the repulse of the Turks from Vienna in 1683 was a carpet of brocaded silk velvet, apparently made in Isfahan under Shah Abbas. Persian textiles reached their apogee in the design and weaving of rugs, and the age of Shah Abbas saw the final glory of this art in Iran. A carpet was almost as necessary to a Persian as his clothing. Thomas Herbert reported in the 17th century, "In their houses they have little furniture or household stuff, except it be their carpets and some copper works. They eat on the ground, sitting on carpets cross-legged, as do tailors. There is no man so simple but he sitteth on a carpet better or worse, and the whole house or room is wholly covered with carpets." Colors ran now to deep scarlet or wine red, but to balance this exuberance the design was restful, if only because it carried out with satisfying logic some basic theme. This might be geometrical, and endless were the variations that here made Euclid beautiful. More often the design was floral, bringing to the eye in rich but orderly array the favorite products of a Persian garden. Flowers in vases or loosely strewn, or flowers imagined rather than seen, with leisurely, gracefully trailing arabesques. Sometimes the garden itself provided the design. Trees, shrubs, flower beds, and flowing water were disciplined into geometry. Or the design was centered around a large medallion dangling pendants to each end, or it might display animals in frolic or the chase. Then came infinite labor and patience, stretching the threads in a vertical warp on the loom, interweaving them with the horizontal threads of the weft, and sewing little knots of colored wool or silk into the warp to form the pile and the design. There might be 1,200 knots in a square inch, or 90 million in a rug 23 feet square. Slavery seems woven into this art, but the worker prided himself on the accuracy and finesse of his work, transforming the chaos of his materials into an order and harmony and hierarchy of parts in a whole. Such rugs were made at a dozen centers in Persia, Afghanistan, and the Caucasus, to grace palaces, mosques, and homes, and to serve as precious gifts to potentates or friends. Persian carpets and Persian illumination went through similar developments in the 16th and 17th centuries. They received a Chinese influence in cloud and other designs. They, in their turn, influenced the arts in Turkey and India, and they reached their final peak of excellence under the Safavids. By 1790, the production of Persian rugs was on a quantity basis, hurriedly designed and woven for a larger and less exacting market, chiefly European. Even then, however, there were some exceptional pieces unequaled in texture, color, and design anywhere in the world. Such was Persia, such was Islam in this last flowering of their power and art, a civilization profoundly unlike ours of the West, and at times contemptuously hostile, denouncing us as polytheists and materialists, laughing at our matriarchal monogamy, and sometimes coming in avalanches to batter down our gates. We could not be expected to understand it or admire its art when the great debate was between Moslem and Christian, not yet between Darwin and Christ. The competition of the cultures is not over, but for the most part it has ceased to shed blood, and they are now free to mingle in the osmosis of mutual influence. The East takes on our industries and armaments and becomes Western. The West wearies of wealth and war and seeks inner peace. Perhaps we shall help the East to mitigate poverty and superstition, and the East will help us to humility in philosophy and refinement in art. East is West and West is East, and soon the twain will meet. Chapter 21. Imperial Armageddon, 1564 to 1648. 1. The Emperors. In 1564, the Holy Roman Empire, though as Voltaire said it was none of these, was an imposing motley of semi-independent states: Germany, Luxembourg, Franche-Comté, Lorraine, Switzerland, Austria, Bohemia, Moravia, and part of Hungary. All these acknowledged as their head Emperor Maximilian II of the ancient House of Habsburg, which had ruled the empire since 1438 and would continue to rule it till 1808. After the abdication of Charles V, 1555 to 1556, the family divided half of Europe between its two branches. The Austrian Habsburgs reigned over the empire, the Spanish Habsburgs reigned over Spain and its dependencies. Rarely in history has one family held power so long over so many men. The rule of the Habsburgs was more liberal in the empire than in Spain, because the constituent states differed so widely in government, economy, language, religion, and ethnic character that even Habsburg power and prestige could not keep these centrifugal forces from making the empire a loose association of proudly self-governed units. The imperial diet, meeting occasionally, found it easier to check the authority of the emperor than to make laws that would be accepted by all the states. And the 7 imperial electors who chose the emperor controlled him by the pledges exacted from him as the price of his election. These electors were the King of Bohemia, the rulers of Saxony, Brandenburg, and the Palatinate, and the spiritual electors, the archbishops of Cologne, Trier, and Mainz. The emperor ruled directly only Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and the Tyrol, at times also Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, and western Hungary. His independent revenues were from these lands. For anything more, he had to come hat in hand to the imperial diet, which held the power of the purse. When Ferdinand I, brother of Charles V, died in 1564, the electors transmitted the imperial crown to his son Maximilian II, who had already received the crowns of Bohemia and Hungary. He was too lovable to be an emperor. Everyone basked in the sunshine of his good nature and good humor, his kindness and courtesy to all classes, his open mind and heart. Add his intelligence and toleration, his encouragement of science, music, and art, and a picture emerges of a gentleman incredibly crowned. He had endangered his accession by preferring Lutheran to Catholic preachers, and insisting on wine as well as bread in receiving the sacrament, and only when he had to choose between returning to the Roman Church and retiring to private life did he conform outwardly to the Catholic observance. Meanwhile, he protected the Protestants from persecution. He condemned the massacre of St. Bartholomew as mass murder, and allowed William of Orange to levy troops in Germany to fight Alva in the Netherlands. In an age of intolerance and war, he gave to the states and creeds of the empire a remarkable example of toleration without indifference and of peace without cowardice. On his deathbed in 1576, he refused to receive the last rites from the Church of Rome, but all the empire joined in blessing his memory. He had persuaded the electors to accept his son Rudolf as his successor, though he must have seen in him some traits of character or effects of education dangerous to religious concord. Rudolf II was by temperament suspicious and somber. As a possible heir to Philip II, he had been sent to Spain for part of his schooling, and the Jesuits there had disabled him for toleration. Soon after his accession, he severely restricted the freedom and the area of Protestant worship, alleging, with some reason, that the violence of religious controversy and the mutual intolerance of the Protestant sects were undermining the peace and stability of the empire. But he was not entirely wanting in the qualities that had made his father loved. He lived in a modest simplicity, assuming no imperial airs. When one of his brothers condemned his familiarity with people of humble station, he replied, "Though elevated above others by our dignity and birth, we ought not to forget that we are allied to the rest of mankind by our weaknesses and defects." Indeed, he preferred to be a savant rather than an emperor. He learned 6 languages, practiced almost every science and art, made valuable collections of pictures and statuary, botanical varieties, and zoological specimens. He helped poets and historians and founded many schools. He became proficient in mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, and medicine, but also in alchemy and astrology. He financed the astronomic researches of Tycho Brahe and Kepler, who dedicated to him their Rudolphine tables of the stars. Absorbed in science in his palace at Prague, which he made his capital, he found no time for marriage and not much for government. After 1594, he attended no meeting of the Diet. After 1598, he refused to sign official papers and delegated his authority to incompetent favorites. As his years mounted, his mind deteriorated, not into insanity, but into a brooding, melancholy isolation, haunted by fear of assassination. He had dreamed, or Tycho Brahe had read in the stars, that his murderer would be a monk, so he came to distrust all Catholic ecclesiastics, and especially the Jesuits. Under compulsions internal and external, he resigned to his younger brother Matthias in 1608 the government of Austria, Hungary, and Moravia, and in 1611 the throne of Bohemia and all his remaining powers. In 1612 he died. Matthias was already 55, too wearied with campaigns to enjoy active rule. He entrusted both administration and policy to Melchior Klessel, the able and conscientious bishop of Vienna. Klessel offended the Catholics by concessions to the Protestants, and offended the Protestants by conceding too little. Matthias's cousin Ferdinand, Archduke of Styria, imprisoned Klessel in 1618 and secured his own election to the imperial authority soon after Matthias's death in 1619. By that time, Armageddon had begun. 2. The Empire. Switzerland was only formally a part of the empire. Lusty victories against the emperors and the archdukes had left the cantons free to quarrel among themselves. Savoy and Spain joined the Catholic cantons, led by Lucerne, in diplomatic or martial efforts to recover the Protestant cantons for the Roman Church. The Jesuits, from their college at Lucerne, began in 1577 a resolute campaign of education, preaching, and intrigue. Papal nuncios in Switzerland reformed abuses in the Catholic clergy, ended clerical concubinage, and stemmed the Protestant influences that were spreading from Zurich, Geneva, and Bern. Geneva was slowly recovering from Calvin. Theodore de Bèze succeeded his master in 1564 as head of the Venerable Company of pastors and the Consistory of pastors and laymen, and through them he carried on the work of the Reformed Church with tact and courtesy that only the odium theologicum could disrupt. He traveled into France to attend Calvinistic synods, and we have seen him presenting the case for Protestantism in the Colloquy of Poissy. At home he strove, not quite successfully, to maintain the austere morality that Calvin had imposed. As business leaders diverged more and more from that code, Bèze led the clergy in denouncing usury, monopoly, and profiteering. And when the city council suggested that preachers confine themselves to religion, Bèze argued that nothing human should be alien to religious control. He was the only one of the great Reformation leaders to survive into the 17th century, dying in 1608 at the age of 89. Austria's role in the empire was central. It was usually the home of the emperors. It was the bulwark of Western civilization against the ambitious Turks. It was a bastion of the Counter-Reformation and the seat of Catholic power in the 30 Years' War. And yet it had for a time wavered between Catholicism and Protestantism, even between Christianity and unbelief. During the reign of Ferdinand I, 1556 to 1564, the Lutheran catechism was adopted in most Austrian parishes. Lutheranism prevailed in the University of Vienna. The Austrian Diet allowed communion in both kinds and the marriage of the clergy. It was considered a sign of an enlightened mind to despise Christian interment and to be buried without the assistance of a priest and without a cross. A preacher reckoned in 1567, "Thousands and tens of thousands in the towns, yea, even in the villages, no longer believe in God." Fearing the collapse of religious support to the Austrian government and the Habsburg power, Emperor Ferdinand summoned Peter Canisius and other Jesuits to the University of Vienna. Under their lead, Catholicism began to recover ground, for these trained men combined patient subtlety of intellect with an impressive simplicity of life. By 1598, the Roman Church was again predominant. A like transformation came over Christian Hungary. Two-thirds of Hungary had been under Turkish rule since 1526. The Turkish frontier was less than 100 miles from Vienna, and peace with Turkey was preserved only by an annual tribute paid till 1606 by the emperors to the sultans. Transylvania, lying northeast of Turkish Hungary, paid similar tribute, but in 1606 its prince, Stephen Bátskoy, dying childless, bequeathed the province to the Habsburgs. The Diet of Austrian Hungary, controlled by nobles eager to appropriate Catholic Church property, had since 1526 favored the Reformation. Under the religious freedom that they maintained, Protestantism won ascendancy among the literate classes. Soon it divided into Lutheranism, Calvinism, and Unitarianism, and the Unitarians divided into smaller sects over the propriety of addressing prayers to Christ. The nobles, now secure in their appropriations, saw no further reason for Protestantism. They welcomed Peter Pasmani and other Jesuits, accepted exemplary conversion, expelled Protestant pastors, and replaced them with Catholic priests. In 1618, Archduke Ferdinand of Styria became King of Hungary and actively furthered the Counter-Reformation. In the Diet of 1625, the Catholics regained the majority. Pasmani, son of a Calvinist, became a cardinal and one of the most eloquent Hungarian authors of the age. Bohemia and its dependencies, Moravia, Silesia, and Lusatia, were in 1560 predominantly Protestant. All four states acknowledged the King of Bohemia as their sovereign, but each had its own national assembly, laws, and capital: Prague, Brünn, or Brno, Breslau, Bautzen. Prague was already one of the most flourishing and picturesque cities in Europe. In the Bohemian Diet, only the 1,400 landed proprietors could vote, but its membership included burgher and peasant representatives whose control of the purse gave them an influence beyond words. Most of the nobles were Lutherans, most of the burghers were Lutherans or Calvinists. Most of the peasants were Catholics, but a minority were Utraquists, who in 1587 renounced their Hussite traditions, insisted only on receiving the sacrament in both kinds, and finally in 1593 made their peace with the Roman Church. Most sincere of the religious groups was the Unitas Fratrum, the Bohemian or Moravian Brethren, who took the Sermon on the Mount seriously, shunned all modes of life but agriculture, and lived in peaceful Tolstoyan simplicity. In 1555, Ferdinand I brought the Jesuits into Bohemia. They established a college at Prague, brought up a cadre of fervent Catholics, and won over many nobles who had married Catholic wives. Rudolf II issued edicts banishing first the Bohemian Brethren, then the Calvinists, but he lacked the means to enforce these decrees. In 1609, the Protestants prevailed upon him to sign a famous Majestätsbrief, or royal charter, guaranteeing the freedom of Protestant worship in Bohemia. 2 years later, Rudolf yielded the crown to Matthias, who removed the imperial capital to Vienna, leaving Prague offended and rebellious. In 1617, the Bohemian Diet, increasingly Catholic, though the country was still predominantly Protestant, acknowledged as King of Bohemia Archduke Ferdinand of Styria, who had been educated by the Jesuits and had vowed to eradicate Protestantism wherever he ruled. The Bohemian Protestants prepared for war. Germany was a confusion within a complexity. Not a nation, but a name, a medley of principalities agreeing in language and economy, but jealously diverging in customs, government, currencies, and creeds. Each of these units acknowledged no superior except the emperor, and ignored him 50 weeks in the year. Some foreigners found consolation in this division of Germany. If it were entirely subject to one monarchy, wrote Sir Thomas Overbury in 1609, it would be terrible to all the rest of Europe. Even for Germany it was in many ways a pleasant arrangement. It weakened her in political and military competition with unified states, but it gave her a local liberty, a religious and cultural variety that the Germans might reasonably prefer to such centralized and exhausting autocracies as those of Philip II in Spain and Louis XIV in France. Here was no tyrannical, pullulating Paris sucking the lifeblood of a country, but a galaxy of famous cities, each of which had its own character and vitality. Despite this kaleidoscope of great towns and petty courts, Germany no longer enjoyed the economic ascendancy that she had held in northern Europe before Luther. The discovery of an all-water route from Western Europe to India and the opening of the Atlantic to trade had benefited first Portugal and Spain, then England and the Netherlands. They had injured Italy, which had formerly dominated trade with the East, and the German rivers and towns that had carried commerce from Italy to the north shared in the Italian decline. On the North Sea, the ports of the Netherlands, on the Baltic those of Denmark and Poland, took most of the trade and the fees. The Hanseatic League had long since lost its old ascendancy. Lübeck was ruined in its long war with Sweden from 1563 to 1570. Only Frankfurt am Main retained its prosperity. Its annual fair continued to be the best attended in Europe and made the city the center of Germany's domestic trade and international finance. Money was as popular as ever. Edicts forbidding interest rates above 5% were evaded everywhere. The godless vice of usury, said a priest in 1585, is practiced more zealously now by the Christians than formerly by the Jews. An unchristian love of gold, complained a preacher in 1581, has seized upon everybody and all classes. Whoever has anything to stake, instead of engaging in honest and strenuous work, thinks to grow rich by all sorts of speculation, money-dealing, and usurious contracts. Hundreds of working people invested their savings with the Fuggers, the Welsers, or the Hochstädters, and were wiped out in repeated bankruptcies. In 1572, the banking firm of Lloyd's Brothers went bankrupt, after gathering great sums from simple investors who now lost their savings, even their homes. The Fuggers were ruined by the bankruptcies of Philip II and Alva, whom they had helped to finance. The Welsers failed in 1614, owing 586,000 gulden. Perhaps fear of inflation had driven people into such investments, for nearly every German prince stole from his people by debasing the currency, and counterfeiters and coin clippers abounded. By 1600, all German currencies were in a disgraceful chaos. Population rose while production lagged, and misery verged on revolution. In all but Saxony and Bavaria, the peasants were driven into serfdom. In Pomerania, Brandenburg, Schleswig, Holstein, and Mecklenburg, serfdom was established by law in or soon after 1616. In what German land, asked a writer in 1598, does the German peasant still enjoy his old rights? Where does he have any use or profit of the common fields, meadows, or forests? Where is there any limit to the number of feudal services or dues? Where has the peasant his own tribunal? God have pity on him. Many peasants went to work in the bowels of the earth, but the profits and real wages of mining declined as American silver entered Germany to compete with metal laboriously extracted from exhausted lodes. In the towns, the old guild comradeship gave place to the exploitation of journeymen, day laborers, by masters. In some industries, the working day began at 4 a.m. and ended at 7 p.m., with breaks for beer. The Braziers Guild exacted a 92-hour week in 1573. As early as 1579, we hear of strikes against textile machinery in Germany. Only war was needed to make destitution unparalleled. 3. Morals and manners. If we believe the moralists of this half-century before the war, the moral picture was as dark as the economic. Teachers complained that the youngsters sent to them were not Christians but barbarians. The people bring up their children so badly, wrote Matthias Bredenbach in 1557, that it becomes obvious to the poor schoolmasters that they have got to reckon with wild animals. All discipline appears at an end, said another in 1561. The students are refractory and insolent in the extreme. In most university towns, the citizens hesitated to go out at night for fear of the students, who on some occasions attacked them with open knives. A chief cause of the general depravity of the students, said Natten Kitrensen in 1578, is undoubtedly the decline in home training. Now that we have slipped the yoke of ancient laws and statutes from off our necks, it is no wonder that we find, among the larger part of our young people, such unbridled licentiousness, such boorish ignorance, such ungovernable insolence, such terrible godlessness. Others thought that not the least among the causes why the young lapse into immorality and lasciviousness are the comedies, spectacles, and plays. As for adults, the preachers described them as quarrelsome hypocrites, gluttons, drunkards, and adulterers. Pastor Johann Kuno complained in 1579, "Vice of all sorts is now so common that it is committed without shame. Nay, people even boast of it in sodomitish fashion. The coarsest, the most indecent sins have become virtues. Who regards common whoredom any longer as a sin?" Pastor Bartholomeus Ringwald thought in 1585 that those were the last and worst times which have come upon the world. Profanity was almost universal among the men, regardless of creed. Calumny had a festival. "My superintendent," wrote the Count of Oldenburg in 1594, "has complained to me of the manner in which Dr. Petzel at Bremen has abused and slandered him in one of his books, making out that he spent his days in gluttony, drunkenness, and debauchery, that he was a sheep-devouring wolf, a serpent, a he-goat, an abortion, and that he must be gotten rid of either by hanging, drowning, or imprisonment, by the wheel or by the sword." The court preacher of the Elector of Saxony found that almost throughout the length and breadth of Germany it has been falsely reported that I earn large gilded goblets in drinking matches, that I so fill myself with wine that I have to be propped up and laid on a wagon and carted off like a drunken calf or sow. Eating and drinking were major industries. Half the day of a well-to-do German was consumed in passing edibles from one end of his anatomy to the other. Burghers were proud of their appetites, which, like the dress of their women, served as heralds of their prosperity. A circus performer earned national fame by eating at one meal a pound of cheese, 30 eggs, and a large loaf of bread, after which stint he fell dead. Dinners lasting 7 hours, with 14 toasts, were not unusual. Weddings were in many cases riots of gormandizing and intoxication. A jovial prince signed his letters Valete et inebriamini, be well and get drunk. Elector Christian II of Saxony drank himself to death at the age of 27. A temperance society struggled against the evil, but its first president died of drink. It was asserted that gluttony was shortening the tenure of life. Said Erasmus Winter in 1599, "Owing to immoderate eating and drinking, there are now few old people, and we seldom see a man of 30 or 40 who is not affected by some sort of disease, either stone, gout, cough, consumption, or what not." We must not take these contemporary complaints too seriously. This book is continued at this point on the other side of The Story of Civilization. Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 2. We must not take these contemporary complaints too seriously. Probably the majority of the people were hard-working, long-suffering, and literally God-fearing folk. But in history, as in journalism, virtue makes no news, which proves it usual. The wives of the burghers lived in a modest domestic privacy, absorbed in 100 duties that left no time for greater sins than gossip. And many women of the upper classes, like Anna, wife of Elector Augustus I of Saxony, were models of conscientious devotion to their families. There were some pleasant aspects in that turbulent Germany: love of children and home, generous hospitality, gay dancing and good music, jolly games and festivals. The first Christmas tree in recorded history was part of a celebration in Germany in 1605. It was the Germans who surrounded the Feast of the Nativity with picturesque relics of their pagan past. Dances and folk songs were begetting forms of instrumental music, and hymns were growing into massive chorales. Organs became monuments of architecture. Harpsichords, lutes, and other instruments were themselves products of loving art. Hymn books, especially in Bohemia, were sometimes gorgeously adorned. Protestant hymns were often didactic or polemical, sacrificing the tenderness of medieval sacred song, but the Protestant chorales were already pointing to Johann Sebastian Bach. Musical instruction was compulsory in the schools of all the creeds. The cantor, that is, the professor of music, ranked only after the rector or principal in the scholastic hierarchy. Organists were as famous then as pianists now. Jakob Handel held high repute in Prague, and the Hassler brothers, Hans, Caspar, and Jakob, thrilled congregations, often with their own compositions, in Dresden, Nuremberg, and Prague. Musical ability tended to run in families, not through any mystical heredity, but through the contagion of the home. So a veritable host of Schultzes took the name Praetorius. Michael Praetorius composed not only tomes of music, but also, in his Syntagma Musicum, 1615 to 1620, a thorough and scholarly encyclopedia of musical history, instruments, and forms. The great name in this age and field was Heinrich Schütz, unanimously honored as the father of modern German music. Born to a Saxon family in 1585, exactly a century before Bach and Handel, he established the musical forms and spirit that these men brought to perfection. At 24 he went to Venice, where he studied under Giovanni Gabrieli. Returning to Germany, he hesitated between music and law, but finally settled down as director of music at the Dresden court of John George, Elector of Saxony. From 1618 onward he poured forth choral compositions which, in their manipulation and contrast of choirs, solo voices, and instruments, fully prepared for the many Bachs. Now, for the first time, heavy German choral counterpoint was fused and lightened with the more melodious concerted style, which combined voices and instruments. To celebrate the marriage of the Elector's daughter in 1627, Schütz composed the first German opera, Daphne, based upon Peri's opera of the same name performed in Florence 33 years before. A second trip to Italy influenced Schütz to give further prominence to solos and instruments in his Symphonie Sacri of 1629, setting to music Latin texts from the Psalms and the Song of Songs. In 1631, Saxony became an active theater of war, and Schütz wandered from court to court, even to Denmark, seeking choirs and bread. Not till 1645 was he re-established in Dresden. In that year he created the style of German passion music with an oratorio, the 7 words from the cross. Here he set the example of giving the words of a single character to the same single voice, and of preceding or following the voice with the same strains in the instruments. Bach adopted this method in the St. Matthew Passion. Again, opening up new paths, Schütz published in 1657 Deutsche Concerten, cantatas that placed him with Carissimi as joint founder of the dramatic oratorio. His Christmas oratorio of 1664 set another mark for Bach to aim at. A year later he reached his zenith with The Passion and Death of Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, sternly scored for voices alone and unrelieved with arias. Soon thereafter he lost his hearing. He retired to the solitude of his home and died at 87 after putting to music a passage from the 119th Psalm. Thy statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. 4. Letters and Arts. The outstanding literary productions of the Empire in this age were the translation of the Bible by the Bohemian Brethren in 1588, and the Hungarian epic Zrínyiás from 1644 by Miklos Zrínyi. Germany, and particularly Frankfurt am Main, now, circa 1600, succeeded Italy as the busiest publisher of books. The Frankfurt Book Fair began in 1598 to issue semi-annually a catalogue of publications. Literary societies encouraged poetry and drama, but literature was stifled by civil and ecclesiastical censorship. Lutheran, Calvinist, and Catholic leaders agreed that works considered injurious to the government, the official faith, or public morals should be forbidden, and, strange to say, the total number of books prohibited by Protestant authorities exceeded the total of those condemned by the Roman Church. Scholarship declined as controversy mangled truth. Matthias Flacius Illyricus and his aides compiled in 13-folio volumes a history of the Christian Church. But the Magdeburg Centuries, as their Historia Ecclesiae Christi, 1559 to 1574, came to be called from its place of composition and its division by centuries, was as one-sided as the Catholic histories of that age, when every book was a weapon. So Gregory VII, to these centurions, was the most monstrous of all monsters born, who had compassed the death of several popes before mounting the chair of pestilence. The finest German historiography of its time was Johannes Slidenius's story of the Reformation, De Statu Religionis et Republicae Carlo V Caesare, from 1555, so impartial that not even Melanchthon could forgive him. Next to invective, the most popular literary form was the drama. Both Protestants and Catholics used the stage for propaganda. Protestant plays made much fun of the Pope, and usually ended by conducting him to hell. The Catholic cantors of Switzerland produced Passion, Easter, and Last Judgment plays from 1549, in one case with 290 actors. The Passion play of Oberammergau was first presented in 1634 as the fulfillment of a vow during the plague of 1633, and was repeated every 10th year, lasting from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour intermission at midday. Italian actors entered Germany in 1568 and were followed by Dutch, French, and English. These troupes soon replaced private with professional performances, and they evoked many complaints by their remunerative obscenity. Even more popular was the virile and versatile Alsatian satirist Johann Fischart. Falling gaily into the spirit of the age, he issued a series of anti-Catholic travesties so cleverly devastating that he was soon the most widely read writer in Germany. His Bienenkorb des Heiligen Römischen Immensschwarms, from 1579, attacked with passionate caricature the history, doctrine, ceremonies, and clergy of the Church. All Catholic convents were hothouses of debauchery and abortion. The Church had decreed that priests might have free use of other people's wives. 6,000 infant heads had been found in a pond near a nunnery, and so on. Another satire, Jesuit and Hütlein, ridiculed the four-cornered hat of the Jesuits and denounced all their ways and ideas. In 1575, under a rollicking 8-line title, Fischart published a pretended translation, actually an imitation and proliferation, of Rabelais' Gargantua. Here he derided all aspects of German life, the oppression of the poor, the maltreatment of pupils, the gluttony and drunkenness, the fornication and adultery, in a jumble of style and Alsatian dialect, seasoned with obscenity and wit. Fischart died at 43, having exhausted his vocabulary. Almost as lively, and dying in the same year, 1590, at the same age, Nicodemus Frischlin ran through a dozen lives in one. At 20 he was professor of history and poetry at Tübingen. He wrote Latin verse with quasi-Horatian finesse and scholarly commentaries on Virgil. At 35 he was dismissed for satirizing the nobility. Thereafter he lived with rollicking recklessness. He drank heavily, for wine, he said, was necessary to genius, and the verses of teetotalers were worthlessly watery. He was accused of ruining one girl and poisoning another. Threatened with criminal prosecution for immorality, he fled from city to city. He dedicated a published lecture to 11 different notables, geographically distributed to provide him asylum anywhere, but he died from a fall when he had still not fully expressed his opinion of his enemies. They called him in the manner of the time a stinking, mangy poet, a lying, roguish abortion of the devil, but he was the best poet that Germany could produce in that unhappy age. Art suffered from the Protestant aversion to images, the decline of the Church's patron, the corruption of native styles by uncongenial Italian influence, the deterioration of taste by coarse morals and violent controversy, and later the consuming fire of war. The marvel of it is that despite these discouragements, German craftsmanship produced in the 6 decades before the war several lordly palaces and stately town halls, a good painter, and some precious minor art. The collections of Emperor Rudolf II and Duke Albert V of Bavaria formed the nuclei of the famous Alte Pinakothek of Munich. Albert himself was a German Medici, making his court a haven for artists, beautifying his capital with architecture and gathering sculpture into the imposing antiquarium, the first museum of ancient statuary north of the Alps. In 1611 to 1619, a Dutch architect built for Duke Maximilian I at Munich the residence, which for centuries served as the home of Bavaria's dukes, electors, and kings. Gustavus Adolphus lamented that he could not remove to Stockholm this favorite example of the German late Renaissance. The Jesuits, in their own ornate version of Baroque, raised fine churches at Koblenz and Dillingen, and the massive Hofkirche, St. Michael's, in Munich. In a plainer and statelier style, Santino Solari designed the Salzburg Cathedral just a few years before the outbreak of the 30 Years' War. As the princes had appropriated most ecclesiastical wealth in Protestant Germany, architecture there ceased to be ecclesiastical and became civic, sometimes palatial. Immense castles were built. The Schloss Heiligenberg at Baden, famous for the ceiling of carved lindenwood in its Rittersaal, or Hall of Knights. Aschaffenburg Castle on the Main, Heidelberg Castle, still one of the major sites of Germany. A sumptuous Rathaus or town hall rose to house municipal administration in Lübeck, Paderborn, Bremen, Rothenburg, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Graz. The textile merchants of Augsburg engaged the city's leading architect, Elias Hall, to build their Zughaus, or cloth hall. Bremen provided a corn house, and Frankfurt a Salzhaus for dealers in grain and salt, respectively. But who would have expected vinegar to enshrine itself so tastefully as in Bremen's Essighaus? Now, and in the next 150 years, palaces rose everywhere in Germany to shelter the triumphant princes in gay and curly-cued Baroque. The Margrave of Ansbach-Bayreuth spent 237,000 florins, or about $30 million, on his Plassenburg palace in one of the poorest principalities in the empire. In better taste was the electoral palace provided for the archbishops of Mainz. The domestic architecture of the period appears fascinatingly picturesque in tradition and illustration, but an angry physician described German houses in 1610 as composed of dark, smelly, filthy rooms, seldom breathing fresh air. Nevertheless, the interior of the burgher's dwelling was the real home of Germany's minor arts, rich with adornments made by skilled handicraft, carved panels and ceilings, strong furniture carved and inlaid, railings of wrought iron, locks and bars cast in grandiose forms, figurines of ivory, goblets of silver or gold. The German burgher never had enough of decoration in his home. Engraving, especially on copper, flourished in Germany even through the wars. Lucas Kilian and his brother Wolfgang began about 1600 a remarkable dynasty of engravers which continued through the 17th century with Wolfgang's sons, Philip and Bartholomeus, and with Philip's great-grandsons till 1781. German sculpture, however, suffered from attempts to imitate classic forms alien to the German mold and mood. When native carvers let themselves go, they turned out first-class work, like the central and side altars cut in wood by Hans Degler for the Ulrichskirche in Augsburg, or the 70 figures carved by Michael Hörnel for the Cathedral of Gurk in Austria. A special feature of the age was the wonderful fountains, inspired by Italian exemplars. The Wittelsbacher fountain before the residence at Munich, and the Tugendbrunnen, or Fountain of Virtue, before the Lorenzkirche in Nuremberg. When Rubens heard that Adam Elsheimer had just died in 1610 at 32, he said, "Such a loss should plunge all our profession into deep mourning. It will not be easy to replace him, and in my opinion he can never be equaled in painting small figures, landscapes, and many other things." Born in Frankfurt, Adam left for Italy at 20, and after a stay in Venice, spent the rest of his life in Rome. Rubens prayed God to pardon Adam his sin of laziness, but we do not know if it was laziness that made Elsheimer confine his work to small paintings on copper plates. It could hardly be laziness that made him give to his landscapes such minute finish as in The Flight into Egypt, or such unique representations of light and air as made him, on his modest scale, a Rembrandt before Rembrandt. He seems to have been well paid for his work, but not sufficiently to meet his needs and tastes. He became bankrupt, was imprisoned for debt, and died shortly after his release. Painting on glass was a favorite art in this age, first at Zurich and Basel, then in Munich, Augsburg, and Nuremberg. Windows in convents and homes became as colorful as in a medieval church. The carving of glass appeared early in the 17th century in Nuremberg and Prague. The Hirschvogel family in Nuremberg was famous for artistic glass and pottery. Cologne and Siegburg warmed the German heart with stone jugs and mugs elegantly carved, and stoves were often housed in color-glazed earthenware. In the working of wood, ivory, iron, gems, and precious metals, the Germans were unsurpassed. Cabinet-makers were so highly esteemed that when one of them was condemned to be hanged for theft, he was pardoned because he was so good an art carpenter. The iron railing around the tomb of Emperor Maximilian I at Innsbruck is superb. Anton Eisenhut executed in 1588 liturgical vessels in such delicately designed and richly embellished silver that they still stand at the top of their kind. German goldsmiths were sought for everywhere, and their products readily found a European market. Drinking cups, goblets, and jugs of silver were made in 100 humorous forms. Germans could drink themselves tipsy out of windmills, lanterns, apples, monkeys, horses, pigs, monks, and nuns. Even in their cups they waged the theological war. 5. The Hostile Creeds. The Diet of Augsburg in 1555 had brought the religious strife to a geographical truce on the principle cuius regio eius religio, whose region, his religion. That is, in each state the religion of the ruler was to be made the religion of his subjects. Dissidents were to leave. The agreement represented a mite of progress, since it substituted emigration for execution, but it was restricted to Lutheranism and Catholicism, and the painful uprooting of many families added to the chaos and bitterness in Germany. When a ruler of one creed was succeeded by another of another, The population was expected to change its faith accordingly. Religion became the tool and victim of politics and war. So divided in theology, Germany, before the 30 Years' War, presented no simple religious map. By and large, the north was Protestant, the south and the Rhineland were Catholic. But as the Augsburg principle could not be thoroughly or hastily enforced, there were many Protestants in Catholic areas and many Catholics in Protestant lands. The Catholics had the advantages of tradition and unity. The Protestants enjoyed more liberty of belief, and they divided into Lutherans, Calvinists, Anabaptists, and Unitarians. Even among the Lutherans there was a war of creeds between the followers and the opponents of the liberal Melanchthon. In 1577 the Lutherans formulated their faith in the Book of Concord, and thereafter Calvinists were expelled from Lutheran states. In the Palatinate, Elector Frederick III favored Calvinism and made the University of Heidelberg a seminary for Calvinist youth. There, in 1563, Calvinist theologians drew up the Heidelberg Catechism, which shocked both Catholics and Lutherans by rejecting the real presence of Christ in the wine and bread of the Eucharist. Catholics were tolerated in the Palatinate if they confined their worship to their homes. Unitarians were forcibly suppressed. In 1572, men who questioned or limited the divinity of Christ were put to death at the insistence of Calvinist professors in the University of Heidelberg. Frederick's son, Elector Louis, preferred and enforced Lutheranism. Louis's brother, John Casimir, as regent from 1583 to 1592, preferred and enforced Calvinism, and Elector Frederick IV, 1592 to 1610, confirmed that policy. His son, Frederick V, 1610 to 1623, married Elizabeth Stuart, daughter of James I of England, claimed the throne of Bohemia, and precipitated the 30 Years' War. The struggle between Lutherans and Calvinists was as bitter as between Protestants and Catholics, and it damaged Protestant cooperation during the war, for each alternation of roles between persecutors and persecuted left a heritage of hate. In 1585, Count Wolfgang of Isenburg-Roneburg removed all Lutheran functionaries in his territory and installed Calvinists in their place. In 1598, his brother and successor, Count Henry, informed the Calvinist preachers that they must leave within a few weeks, despite wintry weather. In 1601, Count Wolfgang Ernest succeeded to the government, expelled the Lutheran preachers, and restored Calvinism. Similar replacements of Lutherans with Calvinists occurred in Anhalt in 1595, Hanau in 1596, and Lippe in 1600. In East Prussia, Johann Funk, accused of Calvinist leanings, was put to death in the marketplace of Königsberg amid popular rejoicing in 1566. Chancellor Nicholas Krell was beheaded at Dresden in 1601 for altering the Lutheran ritual in a Calvinist direction and for supporting French Huguenots. In 1604, Landgrave Maurice of Hesse-Kassel adopted Calvinism. In 1605, he enforced it there and in Upper Hesse. His troops beat back a resisting crowd of Lutherans and tore down the religious images in the churches. Preachers unwilling to change from Lutheranism to Calvinism were banished. In the electorate of Brandenburg, Lutherans and Calvinists disputed violently as to whether the consecrated host was really Christ. Finally, the government decreed Calvinism to be the true religion in 1613. Amid these fluctuations of truth, what Melanchthon had called rabies theologorum raged as seldom before or after in history. The Lutheran pastor Nevander in 1582 listed 40 characteristics of wolves and showed that these were precisely the distinctive marks of Calvinists. He described the dreadful deaths of leading anti-Lutherans. Zwingli, he said, having fallen in battle, was cut into straps, and the soldiers used his fat, for he was a corpulent man, to grease their boots and shoes. Said a Lutheran pamphlet of 1590, "If anybody wishes to be told in a few words concerning which articles of the faith we are fighting with the diabolical Calvinistic brood of vipers, the answer is all and every one of them, for they are no Christians, but only baptized Jews and Mohammedans." At Frankfurt Fair, wrote Stanislaus Retius in 1592, "We have noticed for several years that the books written by Protestants against Protestants are 3 times as numerous as those of Protestants against Catholics." These raging theologians, mourned a Protestant writer in 1610, have so greatly aggravated and augmented the disastrous strife among the Christians who have seceded from the papacy that there seems no hope of all this screaming, slandering, abusing, damning, anathematizing, etc., coming to an end before the advent of the last day. To understand this theological rabies, we must remember that all parties to the dispute agreed that the Bible was the infallible word of God, and that life after death should be the main concern of life. And the picture must find room for the real piety that humbled and exalted many Lutherans, Calvinists, and Catholics behind the delirium of the faiths. The pietists fled from the hustings of theology and sought in privacy some reassuring presence of divinity. Johann Arndt's Paradiesgärtlein, Little Garden of Paradise, is still read in Protestant Germany as a manual of devout contemplation. Jakob Böhme carried the mood into a mystical union of the individual soul with a God conceived as the universal well and ground of all things, containing all contradictions, all evil as well as good. Böhme claimed to have seen the being of all beings, the God, the abyss, also the birth of the Holy Trinity. A mind unsympathetic to mysticism will find only a whirlwind of absurdities in Böhme's De Signatura Rerum, on the signature of all things, from 1621. It is consoling to discover that another mystic, John Wesley, described it as sublime nonsense. Better were the simple and sensuous hymns of the Jesuit pietist Friedrich von Spee. As everywhere in Europe, it was the Jesuits who led the Catholic crusade to recover lost terrain. They began by seeking to reform the Catholic clergy. "Pray God," wrote the Jesuit Peter Faber from Worms in 1540, "that in this city there are even 2 or 3 priests who have not formed illicit liaisons or are not living with other known sins." But the main strategy was to capture the young. So the Jesuits opened colleges at Cologne, Trier, Koblenz, Mainz, Speyer, Dillingen, Münster, Würzburg, Ingolstadt, Paderborn, Freiburg. Peter Canisius, head and soul of this Jesuit campaign, traversed nearly all Germany on foot, spawning colleges, directing Jesuit polemics, and explaining to German rulers the advantages of the old faith. He urged Duke Albert V to root out by force all Protestantism from Bavaria. Through the Jesuits, the Capuchins, the reformation of the clergy, the zeal of bishops, and the diplomacy of popes and nuncios, half the ground won by German Protestantism in the first half of the 16th century was regained for the Church in the second half. Some forms of coercion were used here and there, but the movement was largely psychological and political. The masses were tired of uncertainty, controversy, and predestination. Their rulers saw in a unified and traditional Catholicism a stronger support of government and social order than in a Protestantism chaotically divided and precariously new. Realizing at last that their internal divisions were suicidal, the Protestants turned their pulpits and their pens against the Roman foe. A war of words and ink prepared for the war of guns and blood, and mutual vituperation mounted to an almost homicidal ecstasy. Words like dung, awful, ass, swine, whore, murderer entered the terminology of theology. The Catholic writer Johann Naas, in 1565, accused the Lutherans of practicing murder, robbery, lying, deceit, gluttony, drunkenness, incest, and villainy without fear, for faith alone, they say, justifies everything. And he thought it likely that every Lutheran woman was a prostitute. Catholics took the damnation of Protestants as an axiom of theology, but the Lutheran preacher Andreas Lang wrote in 1576 with equal certainty, "Papists, like other Turks, Jews, and heathen, are outside the pale of God's grace, of forgiveness of sins, and of salvation. They are destined to howl, lament, and gnash their teeth everlastingly in the burning fire and brimstone of the flames of hell." Writers on both sides told scandalous tales of each other, as we do now in the war of political creeds. The myth of the Popist Joanna was popular in Protestant literature. "People could see and know," wrote a clergyman in 1589, "what double-dyed knaves and villains the Jesuiters were, who obstinately persisted in denying that the English whore Agnes had been Popess at Rome and had given birth to a boy during a public procession." The popes, said a sermon in 1589, had always been and still were, without a single exception, sodomites, necromancers, and magicians. Many of them had been able to spit hellfire out of their mouths. Satan often appeared visibly to the popes, and joined with them in cursing and trampling the cross of Christ underfoot, and held naked dances over it, which they called divine service. Congregations drank in such intoxicants eagerly. "Children in the streets," said a Protestant clergyman in 1584, have learned to curse and mark the Roman Antichrist and his damned crew. The Jesuits were favorite targets. In hundreds of caricatures, pamphlets, books, poems, they were accused of pederasty, adultery, and bestiality. The German woodcut of 1569, still preserved in the Goethe collection at Weimar, showed the Pope in the form of a sow giving birth to Jesuits in the form of little pigs. In 1593, the Lutheran theologian Polycarp Leiser published a Latin Historia Jesuitici Ordinis, which described the Jesuits as practicing the most obscene vices with full license and pardon from the Pope. Eine wahrhaftige Neue Zeitung, a truthful new journal from 1614, informed its readers that the Jesuit Cardinal Bellarmine had committed adultery 2,236 times with 1,642 women, and it went on to describe the agonizing death of the cardinal, who was not yet dead by 7 years. The Jesuits at first replied with restraint. Canisius advised temperate language, so did the Protestant pastor Johann Mathesius. But the public preferred vituperation to moderation. Protestant polemists accused the Jesuits of accepting the doctrine of the Jesuit Mariana defending tyrannicide. A German Jesuit replied that this was precisely the doctrine that ought to be applied to princes who forced Protestantism upon their subjects. But other Jesuits assured the Protestant rulers that they were considered legitimate princes and that not a hair of their heads would be hurt. The Jesuit Conrad Vetter published, from 1594 to 1599, 10 pamphlets in which he used the grossest terms of abuse, excusing himself on the ground that he was following the lead of Lutheran divines. These pamphlets were bought by the public as fast as they could be printed. The Jesuits of Cologne declared that the stubborn heretics who spread dissension everywhere in Catholic territory ought to be punished as thieves, robbers, and murderers are punished, indeed more severely than such criminals, for the latter only injure the body, while the former plunge souls into everlasting perdition. If 40 years ago Luther had been executed or burned at the stake, or if certain persons had been put out of the world, we should not have been subjected to such abominable dissensions, or to those multitudes of sects who upset the whole world. In the same spirit, the Calvinist David Perrins, professor of theology at Heidelberg, summoned in 1618 all Protestant princes to a crusade against the papacy. In this enterprise they should stop at no kind of severity or punishment. The barrage of pamphlets culminated with 1,800 publications in the 1 year 1618, the first year of the war. As the power and the temper of the Catholics rose, a number of Protestant princes formed a union of evangelical estates in 1608, or Protestant Union for mutual protection. The Elector of Saxony held aloof, but Henry IV of France seemed ready to help in any enterprise against the Habsburg Emperor. In 1609, several Catholic rulers, led by Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria, formed a Catholic union, which came to be known as the Catholic League. By August 1610, nearly all the Catholic states of the empire had joined, and Spain offered military aid. The Protestant Union agreed, in February 1610, to help Henry IV take possession of the Duchy of Jülich-Cleves, but the assassination of the French king on May 14th left the Protestants shorn of their strongest ally. Fear ran through Protestant Germany, but the League was not ready for action. In January 1615, Landgrave Maurice of Hesse-Kassel warned the Protestant Union that the Catholic League, protected by the Pope, the King of Spain, the Court of Brussels, and the Emperor, had ordered its munitions of war with a view to the extirpation of the evangelical religion. Caspar Schopius added to the excitement by warning the Catholics and the Lutherans in 1616 that the Calvinists intended to overthrow the religious and public peace and the whole of the Holy Roman Empire, and to eradicate the Augsburg Confession as well as the Catholic faith from the empire. Perhaps this was an attempt to further divide the main Protestant bodies. Territorial conflicts between Austria and Bavaria weakened the Catholic League in 1616, and men again dreamed of peace. But in Prague, Count Heinrich von Thurn pleaded with the Protestant leaders to prevent the ardently Catholic Archduke Ferdinand from taking the throne of Bohemia. Emperor Matthias had left 5 deputy governors to administer the country during his absence. The governors overruled the Protestants in disputes about church building at Klostergrab and sent the objectors to jail. On May 23, 1618, Thurn led a crowd of irate Protestants into Hradschin Castle climbed to the rooms where two of the governors sat, and threw them out of the window, along with a pleading secretary. All three men fell 50 feet, but they landed in a heap of filth and escaped more soiled than injured. That famous defenestration was a dramatic challenge to the emperor, to the archduke, and to the Catholic League. Turenne expelled the archbishop and the Jesuits and formed a revolutionary directory. He could hardly have realized that he had let loose the dogs of war. 6. The 30 Years' War. 1. The Bohemian Phase, 1618 to 1623. Matthias sent to the Directory an offer of amnesty and negotiation. It was refused. Archduke Ferdinand, ignoring the emperor, dispatched 2 armies to invade Bohemia. Frederick V, Elector of the Palatinate, persuaded Charles Emmanuel, the anti-Habsburg Duke of Savoy, to send to Bohemia's aid a force led by an able condottiere, Peter Ernst von Mansfeld. Mansfeld captured Pilsen, the stronghold of the Catholics in Bohemia. Ferdinand's armies retreated. Christian of Brunswick, Frederick's chancellor, suggested to the directors that they would strengthen their defense and better exclude Ferdinand from the throne if they offered it to Frederick. On March 20th, 1619, Matthias died, leaving Ferdinand the legal king of Bohemia and heir presumptive to the imperial crown. On August 19th, the Bohemian Diet declared Ferdinand deposed as its king. On the 27th, it proclaimed Frederick of the Palatinate king of Bohemia. On the 28th, the imperial electors made the Archduke of Styria the Emperor Ferdinand II. Frederick hesitated to accept his new honors. He knew that, as a leading Calvinist, he could not count on Lutheran support, while against him would be the Empire, the papacy, and Spain. He appealed to his father-in-law, James I of England, for an army. Instead, the canny king sent him good advice, to reject the Bohemian throne. Frederick's gay and spirited wife, Elizabeth, did not urge him to accept, but she promised to share with good cheer whatever fate his choice should bring. And this promise she kept. Christian of Brunswick counseled acceptance. On March 31st, 1619, the new king and queen entered Prague and were enthusiastically welcomed by the Diet and the populace. Frederick was still a youth of 20, of fine character and chivalrous disposition, but too immature for statesmanship. One of his first actions after being installed in Prague was to order the removal of all altars and images from the national sanctuary, the Church of St. Vitus, and soon his followers similarly denuded other Bohemian shrines. The Catholic minority denounced the procedure. The Bohemian Lutherans frowned upon it. Lutheran Germany looked coldly on this enthusiastic Calvinist. On April 30th, 1620, Ferdinand proclaimed Frederick a usurper and ordered him to leave the empire by June 1st. If he failed to do so, he would be declared an outlaw and his property would be confiscated. The emperor offered to guarantee the Protestant states of Germany freedom from attack if they would give the Catholic states a similar pledge. In the Treaty of Ulm, June 3, 1620, this offer was accepted. The Protestant princes argued that Frederick had endangered their liberties by defying Ferdinand. Elector John George of Saxony aligned his Lutheran state with the Catholic emperor. In August, an imperial army of 25,000 men crossed from Austria into Bohemia under Maximilian of Bavaria's general, Johann Zerklaas, Count of Tilly, who had learned his piety from the Jesuits and the art of war from the Duke of Parma. Near the White Mountain, west of Prague, this army met and routed the Bohemians on November 8th. Frederick, Elizabeth, and their entourage fled to Silesia. Failing to raise an army there, the king and queen dismissed their followers and sought refuge in Calvinist Brandenburg. On the day after the battle, Maximilian of Bavaria occupied Prague. Soon Catholicism was restored. Images were replaced in the churches. The Jesuits were called in. All education was put under Catholic control. No religion was to be allowed except Catholicism and Judaism. Communion in wine as well as bread was abolished. John Hus's Day, formerly a national festival, was made a day of mourning, with all churches closed. 30 leading rebels were arrested, 27 were executed, and for 10 years 12 severed skulls grinned from the tower of the Charles Bridge over the Moldau. All rebels were forbidden to emigrate. Their property was forfeited to King Ferdinand, who sold it at bargain prices to Catholics. A new Catholic nobility was established on the basis of peasant serfdom. The middle and commercial classes almost disappeared. While Maximilian of Bavaria was thus refuting Calvinism in Bohemia, Spinola, during the truce in the Netherlands, led a large force from Flanders to capture the Palatinate. Some minor Protestant princes raised a force to oppose him, and Frederick, leaving his wife in The Hague, joined their camp. When Spinola was recalled to the Netherlands by the renewal of the Dutch war with Spain, Tilly replaced him, defeated the Protestants in 1622, and captured and pillaged Heidelberg. The great library of the university was packed into 50 wagons and transported to Rome as a gift from Maximilian of Bavaria to Gregory XV. Maximilian, returning in triumph from Bohemia, was given the Palatinate and its electoral privilege in return for his services to the emperor. Catholic states now had a majority in the electoral diet. The scope and thoroughness of the Catholic victory disturbed Catholic as well as Protestant potentates. The increased prestige and power of Ferdinand II threatened the liberties of the German princes. Maximilian was disturbed to find that he was permitted to hold the Palatinate and Bavaria only as dependencies of the emperor. Pope Urban VIII sympathized with the French view that the Habsburgs were becoming too strong for the good of France and the freedom of the papacy, and he winked at Richelieu's taxing of French Catholics to help German Protestants, and later a Swedish king, against a Catholic emperor. In 1624, the amazing cardinal suddenly transformed the political scene with a succession of diplomatic strokes. On June 10th, he signed an alliance with the Protestant Dutch against Catholic Flanders and Spain. On June 15th, he brought Protestant England into the bond. On July 9th, Sweden and Denmark. On July 11th, he persuaded Savoy and Venice to join him in an attempt to cut the Spanish-Austrian line of supplies and reinforcements through the Valteline passes in the Italian-Swiss Alps. In 1625, Christian IV of Denmark brought 20,000 men to join Mansfeld's 4,000 in Lower Saxony. Alarmed, Maximilian urged the emperor to send aid to Tilly, whose 18,000 troops had been reduced to 10,000 by weather, hunger, and disease. Ferdinand responded by summoning Wallenstein from Bohemia. 2. Wallenstein, 1623 to 1630. His real name was Albrecht von Waldstein, and he regularly signed himself so. His family was one of the oldest in the Bohemian nobility. Born in 1583, he was educated first by the Bohemian Brethren, then by the Jesuits. He married a rich widow, who soon died, leaving him her fortune. He multiplied it by buying, at prices made nominal by the depreciation of the Bohemian currency, 68 estates confiscated by Ferdinand. He was an intelligent and progressive landlord. He improved agricultural methods and production, financed industry, organized schools, medical services, and poor relief, and laid up surpluses to feed his people in time of famine. He impressed his contemporaries not only by his military genius, but by his tall, thin figure, his pale, stern face, his nervous restlessness, his pride and arrogance, his hot, commanding temper. His immutable chastity made him seem superhuman. His confidence in astrology was more active than his faith in Christ. He had endeared himself to Ferdinand by supporting him at every stage in the Archduke's rise to power, and from 1619 onward he lent the emperor great sums that almost financed the throne. For example, 200,000 gulden in 1621, 500,000 in 1623. He exacted no security for these loans. It was enough that he owned a fourth of Bohemia, could raise an army at will, and could lead it with superlative skill. When in 1624 the Valteline passes had fallen under French-Venetian control, and Spanish soldiers and supplies could no longer go from Italy to Austria, Wallenstein offered to mobilize 50,000 men and put them at the service of the emperor. Ferdinand hesitated, knowing Wallenstein's love of power, but Tilly in 1625 cried out for reinforcements. Ferdinand commissioned Wallenstein to mobilize 20,000 men. With startling speed, this new army marched into Lower Saxony, well-equipped, well-disciplined, idolizing its commander and feeding itself by ravaging the countryside. Wallenstein repulsed Mansfeld at Dessau, and Tilly defeated Christian IV at Lutter in 1626. Mansfeld died, and Christian found his diminishing army helpless and mutinous. The great alliance formed by Richelieu had fallen apart through Gustavus Adolphus's jealousy of Christian IV, through England's declaration of war upon France, and Buckingham's expedition to aid the Huguenots at La Rochelle. Richelieu had to withdraw his forces from the Valteline passes, which were again opened to Austria and Spain. Wallenstein, his army growing with each day, marched into Brandenburg and forced its elector George William to declare for the emperor. He pushed on into Christian's own Duchy of Holstein, easily overcoming all resistance. By the end of 1624, all the mainland of Denmark was in his power. The salt air of the Baltic inflated Wallenstein's plans. Now that nearly all the northern coast of Germany and most of Denmark were under the emperor, why not build an imperial navy, revive the Hansa, and, in alliance with Catholic Poland, establish imperial control over the Baltic and North Seas? Then the Dutch and the English could no longer bring lumber from Baltic ports through the Sound to build their fleets for control of the North Sea and its trade, or to close the channel to Spain. Imperial possession of the Palatinate gave the emperor control of the Rhine, so the Dutch would be blocked on river and sea. Their power, their wealth, their obstinate revolution would collapse. Gustavus Adolphus would be shut up in the Scandinavian peninsula. Already in 1627, Wallenstein was styling himself Admiral of the Oceanic and Baltic Sea. The German princes were not quite happy over his victories. They noted that whereas the army of the Catholic League under Maximilian of Bavaria and the Count of Tilly was now fallen to some 20,000 men, Wallenstein commanded 140,000 troops and acknowledged responsibility only to the emperor. So long as the emperor had this army behind him, he could make short work of the princely liberties. Indeed, Wallenstein was probably nursing the idea of ending feudal sovereignties and uniting all Germany into one powerful state, as Richelieu was doing in France and as Bismarck was to do in Germany 240 years later. During the winter of 1627-28, the imperial electors, meeting at Mühlhausen, debated their hopes and fears. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. During the winter of 1627-28, the imperial electors, meeting at Mühlhausen, debated their hopes and fears. The Catholic electors were inclined to support Wallenstein, trusting that he would eradicate Protestantism from the land of its birth. But when Ferdinand deposed the Protestant Duke of Mecklenburg and transferred the duchy to Wallenstein on March 11, 1628, even the Catholic princes were alarmed by the emperor's assumption of power to depose and appoint dukes by his sole will. The electors had one card to play against Ferdinand. He was about to ask them to name his son King of Rome, that is, to guarantee the son's succession to the imperial throne. On March 28th, they notified the emperor that while his armies continued under Wallenstein's command, they would not guarantee the succession. And Maximilian of Bavaria warned him that the general's army and power, if not soon reduced, would dictate imperial policy. As if to point this warning, Wallenstein, apparently on his own authority, began secret negotiations with Christian IV, culminating in the Peace of Lübeck on May 22, 1629. To the surprise of Europe, he restored to the Danish king Jutland, Schleswig, and the royal portion of Holstein, exacted no indemnity, but merely required the cession of Christian's German seas and military authority. What had motivated this generosity? Partly fear of a Western coalition against imperial control of the Baltic and the Straits, partly the belief that Gustavus Adolphus was planning to invade Germany. In the end, Wallenstein foresaw, The issue would be between himself and Gustavus, not Christian. Ferdinand may have been disturbed by his general's assumption of diplomatic authority, but his rising suspicions and jealousy had to be concealed, for he was now planning the boldest move of his career, and would need the support of Wallenstein's troops at every stage of the perilous game. His Jesuit advisers had long been pleading with him to take advantage of his new power, and by imperial edict to restore to the Catholic Church as much as possible of the property and revenues that had been taken from her since the outbreak of the Reformation, or at least since 1552. Ferdinand, strongly Catholic, saw some justice in the plea, but underestimated its practical difficulties. Since 1552, many properties originally belonging to the Church had been bought and paid for by their present possessors. To effect the restitution, thousands of proprietors would have to be dispossessed, presumably by force, and the consequent chaos might throw all Germany into revolution. Maximilian of Bavaria had once favored the idea. Now he was appalled by its scope and implications, and he urged the emperor to defer it until a diet could give it careful consideration. Ferdinand feared that the diet would reject it. On March 6, 1629, he promulgated his Edict of Restitution. "There remains nothing for us," it said, "but to uphold the injured party, and to send forth our commissioners that may demand from the present unauthorized possessors the restitution of all archbishoprics, bishoprics, prelacies, monasteries, and other ecclesiastical property confiscated since the Treaty of Passau." This was the Counter-Reformation with a vengeance. It was also an assertion of absolute imperial power, such as even Charles V might have hesitated to assume. The edict was met with widespread and passionate protests, but it was enforced. Whenever resistance was attempted, Wallenstein's soldiers were called in, and opposition collapsed everywhere except at Magdeburg, which successfully withstood Wallenstein's siege. Entire cities, Augsburg, Rothenburg, Dortmund, and 30 towns passed into Catholic hands. So did 5 bishoprics and 100 monasteries. Hundreds of Catholic parishes were reconstituted. As the principle cuius regio eius religio was applied by the new owners, requiring the subjects to accept the religion of the ruler, thousands of Protestants were compelled to apostatize or emigrate. From Augsburg alone, 8,000 went into exile, including the Elias Hall, who had just completed its stately town hall. Exiled Protestant pastors wandered about the country begging for bread. The Catholic priests who had replaced them petitioned the government to give them relief. Only the coming of Gustavus Adolphus prevented the final success of the edict and of the Counter-Reformation in Germany. Having used Wallenstein's army to enforce the edict and finding no Protestant armies in the field, Ferdinand was no longer obstinate about retaining him. In May 1630, he asked the general to release 30,000 of his men for service in Italy. Wallenstein objected, urging that the King of Sweden was planning to invade the empire. He was overruled, and the 30,000 men were taken. In July, the electors again proposed the removal of Wallenstein. The emperor agreed, and on September 13th he notified the officers of the army that their general had been replaced in supreme command by Maximilian of Bavaria. Wallenstein retired peacefully to his estates in Bohemia, knowing that Gustavus had landed on German soil, and that the empire would soon need a general again. 3. Gustavus's Saga, 1630 to 1632. We must not picture the great king as a Galahad going forth to save the true religion from idolaters. His task was to preserve and strengthen Sweden in political independence and economic development. For these ends, he fought against Catholic Poland, Orthodox Russia, Protestant Denmark. If now he dared to match his modest resources against Empire, Papacy, and Spain combined, it was not because these were Catholic, but because they threatened to make his country the vassal of alien and hostile potentates. He felt that the best defense against such a threat was to establish Swedish bastions on the mainland. Protestant Saxony hesitated, and Catholic France was led to ally itself with Gustavus because they knew that the issue was no theorem in theology, but a struggle for security through power. Nevertheless, religion, though a minor motive among the leaders, was a passionate stimulus among the people, and its energy had to be added to patriotism to lift the populace to martial holocausts. So Gustavus, disembarking his 13,000 troops in Pomerania, offered himself to the North German states as the savior of Protestantism, and to France as a sword against the swelling Habsburgs. He waited for reinforcements from Sweden, Scotland, Brandenburg, and Poland, till he had some 40,000 men, well-disciplined, armed with the new-style flintlock, not the old matchlock muskets, and trained to move swiftly with their light artillery. The commander was still young, only 36, but despite his campaigns he had grown stout, and was a problem to his horses as well as to his enemies. Nevertheless, he was too often in front of the fray, confidently following his golden beard to victory. His soldiers loved him not because he was lenient, but because he was just. While German armies were followed by flocks of prostitutes so numerous that special officers were appointed to keep them in order, Gustavus allowed no courtesan in his camp, though wives were allowed to serve their soldier husbands. Every morning and evening each regiment attended prayer, and every Sunday it heard a sermon. Here was the discipline of Cromwell's Ironsides a decade before Cromwell's wars. Like Cromwell, Gustavus forbade forcible conversions. Wherever he conquered, he left religion free. He spent the remainder of 1630 in spreading his control through Pomerania and seeking allies. If he could associate in one crusade all the foes of the Habsburgs, he might have an army of 100,000 men fit to face Wallensteins. On January 13, 1631, France and Sweden signed a bond by which the king would find the men, and the cardinal would supply 400,000 thalers, or about $4 million, annually, for a 5-year campaign. Neither power was to make peace without the consent of the other, and Gustavus bound himself not to interfere with the exercise of the Catholic religion. Richelieu invited Maximilian to join this alliance. Instead, the Duke-Elector sent Tilly to check the Swedish advance. Tilly took Neubrandenburg on March 19, 1631, and slaughtered the garrison of 3,000 men. Gustavus took Frankfurt an der Oder on April 13th and slaughtered the garrison of 2,000 men. While the king spent time and efforts to add John George of Saxony to his alliance, Tilly and Count zu Pappenheim besieged Magdeburg, which was still resisting the Edict of Restitution. On May 20th, after holding out for 6 months, the city was taken. The victorious troops ran riot in 4 days of pillage. In the greatest shambles of the war, 20,000 persons were slain, not only the garrison of 3,000 men, but 17,000 of the 36,000 inhabitants, and all of the city but the cathedral was burned to the ground. A contemporary writer described the scene. Then there was naught but beating and burning, plundering, torture, and murder. Most especially was every one of the enemy bent on securing much booty. What with blows and threats of shooting, stabbing, or hanging, the poor people were so terrified that if they had anything left they would have brought it forth, if it had been hidden away in 1,000 castles. In this frenzied rage, the great and splendid city that had stood like a fair princess in the land was now given over to the flames, and thousands of innocent men, women, and children, in the midst of a horrible din of heart-rending shrieks and cries, were tortured and put to death in so cruel and shameful a manner that no words would suffice to describe, nor tears to bewail it. Tilly, now an old man of 71, did what he could to stop the massacre. He rightly predicted that the Protestant states would, without doubt, be only straightened in their hatred by this destruction of one of their fairest cities. On July 22, 1631, the Elector of Brandenburg placed all his resources at Gustavus's disposal. On April 30th, John George allied Saxony with Sweden, and on September 17th, the combined Swedish and Saxon armies overwhelmed the outnumbered forces of Tilly at Breitenfeld, near Leipzig. This was the first substantial Protestant victory in the war. It revived the spirit of the Protestant population, and the figure of the Swedish king, fighting without armor in the thick of that battle, covered with dust and sweat, but guiding and leading his men fearlessly, became a heartening symbol to a people so recently divided, defenseless, and cowed by the army of Wallenstein. Mecklenburg was recaptured, and the deposed duke was restored. One state after another entered the Swedish alliance. Soon Gustavus controlled a line stretching across Germany from the Oder to the Rhine. He took up his headquarters at Mainz, in the heart of a region normally Catholic. In November, John George marched his Saxon army unresisted into Prague, carefully sparing Wallenstein's estates on the way. Ferdinand, left with no ally but impoverished Spain and no general except the aged Tilly, turned humbly to Wallenstein in December 1631 and asked him to raise an army for the rescue of Bohemia and the protection of Austria. The proud general agreed, but on extraordinary terms. He was to have supreme command of all imperial forces. He was to have authority to negotiate and sign treaties, except with Adolphus. In lands conquered by him, he was to have the right of confiscation and pardon. In April 1632, all these conditions were granted. Wallenstein collected an army and the funds to finance it, offered John George a separate peace, and recaptured Prague without a shot. The Saxon army retreated into Saxony. Meanwhile, Gustavus took the field and defeated Tilly at Rhine on April 15th. Tilly died a fortnight later of his wounds, and Gustavus occupied Munich. Wallenstein marched out of Bohemia and joined his army with Maximilian's. Gustavus was now greatly outnumbered in men. His allies, suspecting him of imperial ambitions, were restless and unreliable. His troops, beginning to starve, were pillaging and alienating Protestants as well as Catholics. John George, in his cups, revealed his anxiety to rid himself of the Swedish king. Gustavus had hoped to capture Vienna, but now, fearing that John George would join Wallenstein, he turned north. At Nuremberg, conscious that the tide was running against him, he sent final instructions to Oxenstierna for carrying on the Swedish government and the war. At Erfurt, he bade farewell to his wife. On November 16, 1632, at Lützen, near Leipzig, the two greatest generals of the age came at last face to face. Gustavus with 25,000, Wallenstein with 40,000 men. All day the armies fought and bled, wavered and reformed. Wallenstein was forced to give way, but Pappenheim reversed that rout till, shot through the lung, he choked with blood and died. Gustavus, seeing his center retreat, put himself at the head of a regiment of cavalry and led a wild rally. A bullet struck his bridle arm, another his horse. He fell. A bullet entered his back. Imperial cuirassiers closed round him and asked who he was. He answered, "I am the King of Sweden, who do seal the religion and liberty of the German nation with my blood." They drove their swords again and again into his body and shouted out the news of his death. Bernhard, Duke of Saxe-Weimar, took over the command, and the Swedes, maddened by the loss of their king, carried everything before them, won the costly victory, and reclaimed Gustavus's body, riddled with shot and sword. That night the defeated rejoiced and the victors mourned, for the Lion of the North was dead. 4. Degradation, 1633 to 1648. Thereafter greatness left the war. Richelieu took the leadership of the German Protestants. Oxenstierna carried on his dead master's will with wise diplomacy. Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar led the French, Banner and Torstenson the Swedes, to new victories. But the glory was departed, and only the horror remained. The Protestant princes were half relieved at Gustavus's death. They grudged the heavy price he had been forced to take for rescuing them from Ferdinand. And in the process their fields had been ravaged by the rival armies, their cities had been destroyed, and the foreign king had led Germans against Germans to 100,000 deaths. Wallenstein, having for the first time tasted defeat, seemed to lose his nerve. After Lützen, he retired to Bohemia and slowly organized another army. But he, too, now 50, was tired of war, and he hoped for leisure to treat his gout. He negotiated independently with the Protestant leaders, even with Richelieu, and Ferdinand must have known that Bohemian exiles, with Oxenstierna's approval, were plotting to place Wallenstein on the Bohemian throne. When Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar led an army into Bavaria, Maximilian and Ferdinand begged Wallenstein to come to the rescue. Wallenstein replied that he could spare no men for such a move. He quartered his idle army on the imperial estates in Bohemia. The emperor asked him to lighten the contributions imposed upon these imperial lands. Wallenstein refused. On December 31st, 1633, Ferdinand and his council decided that their greatest general must be deposed. Rumors were disseminated through Wallenstein's army that he was plotting to make himself king of Bohemia, and Louis XIII king of the Romans. On February 18th, imperial orders were posted throughout his army, relieving him of his command. 4 days later, taking 1,000 men with him, he fled from Pilsen. At Eger, on the 25th, a few soldiers, hoping for reward, broke into his room, found him alone and unarmed, and pierced him through with their swords. Presently, reported a contemporary, they drew him out by the heels, his head knocking on every stair. The assassins hurried to Vienna, where they received promotion, money, and land. The emperor, who had spent days and nights in fear and prayer, thanked God for his cooperation. The war dragged on 14 years more. Ferdinand's 26-year-old son and namesake replaced Wallenstein as commander-in-chief of the imperial armies. He was a likable youth, educated, kindly, generous, loving philosophy, writing music, carving ivory, yet no fool on the battlefield. Helped by older generals, he overwhelmed Bernhard at Nördlingen in the most decisive imperialist victory of the war. The Protestant forces neared collapse. Oxenstierna saved the situation by the Treaty of Compiègne on April 28, 1635, which committed Richelieu to fuller participation in the conflict. But the Protestant princes of Germany did not relish the prospect of a French cardinal determining their fate. One by one they followed John George of Saxony in making peace with the emperor, who welcomed them because he saw himself faced with the armies as well as the money of France. By the Treaty of Prague, on May 30, 1635, he agreed to suspend the Edict of Restitution for 40 years, and in return most of the Protestant princes promised to help him and his allies to recover all territories lost by them since the coming of Adolphus. As these included Lorraine, the treaty was in effect aimed at France as well as Sweden. It was a reassertion of German unity against invaders. The religious question disappeared from the war. By the end of 1635, the army of Protestant Saxony was fighting the Protestant Swedes in northern Germany, where Bonner and Torstenson, with a military genius worthy of Gustavus, struggled to hold some continental possessions for Sweden's security. In the west, Bernhard stood off bravely the growing forces of the empire. In 1638, France sent him funds and, better still, 2,000 troops under Turenne, who was already rising to fame as a general. So reinforced, Bernhard undertook a campaign memorable in military annals for tenacity of purpose and brilliance of strategy. He defeated the imperialists at Wittenweier and compelled the great fortress of Breisach to capitulate. Then, exhausted at 34, he died in 1639, and his army and his conquests, including Alsace, passed to France. The old emperor had left the scene in 1637, and Ferdinand III, inheriting an empire of untaxable destitution, found it almost impossible to finance armies against a Richelieu who could still wring francs from impoverished France. In 1642, Torstenson carried the Swedish arms to within 25 miles of Vienna, and won a major victory in the Second Battle of Breitenfeld, where the imperialists lost 10,000 men. The defeated Archduke Leopold William, brother of the young emperor, court-martialed his officers for cowardice, beheaded those of high rank, hanged those of less degree, and shot every 10th man in the ranks of the survivors. Every year seemed now to bring new blows to the new emperor. In 1643, his ally Spain was broken by the victory of the Duke of Enghien at Rocroi. In 1644, Enghien and Turenne conquered the Rhineland as far north as Mainz. In 1645, Torstenson again swept down almost to the gates of Vienna. The French won a bloody battle at Allerheim, and a Swedish army under Count Hans Christoph von Königsmark overran Saxony, took Leipzig, and forced John George out of the war. The Bavarian army had been driven out of the Palatinate in 1634, and in 1646 Turenne invaded and devastated Bavaria itself, and the once proud Maximilian sued for peace and begged the emperor to come to terms with France. Ferdinand III, not as somberly inflexible as his father, and hearing the cry of the prostrate empire, sent his ablest negotiators to Westphalia to seek some compromise between the faiths and the dynasties. He was too young to know that the carnage and the desolation were probably greater than men had ever wrought in one generation in any land before. There were not 2 armies, but 6, German, Danish, Swedish, Bohemian, Spanish, French. Armies manned largely by mercenaries or foreigners having no attachment to the German people or soil or history, and led by military adventurers fighting for any faith for a fee. Armies fed by appropriating the grains and fruits and cattle of the fields, quartered and wintering in the homes of the people, and recompensed with the right to plunder and the ecstasy of killing and rape. To massacre any garrison that had refused to surrender after surrender had become inevitable was a principle accepted by all combatants. Soldiers felt that civilians were legitimate prey. They shot at their feet in the streets, conscripted them as servants, kidnapped their children for ransom, fired their haystacks, and burned their churches for fun. They cut off the hands and feet of a Protestant pastor who resisted the wrecking of his church. They tied priests under wagons, forcing them to crawl on all fours till they fainted with exhaustion. The right of a soldier to rape was taken for granted. When a father asked for justice against a soldier who had raped and killed his daughter, he was informed by the commanding officer that if the girl had not been so stingy with her virginity, she would still be alive. Despite the spreading promiscuity, the population of Germany rapidly declined during the war. The decline has been exaggerated and was temporary, but it was catastrophic. Moderate estimates reckon a fall in Germany and Austria from 21 million to 13.5 million. Count von Lützow calculated a reduction of population in Bohemia from 3 million to 800,000. Of 35,000 villages existing in Bohemia in 1618, some 29,000 were deserted during the conflict. Throughout the empire, hundreds of villages were left without a single inhabitant. In some regions, one might travel 60 miles without seeing a village or a house. Of 1,717 houses standing in 19 Thuringian villages in 1618, only 627 stood in 1649, and many of these were untenanted. Thousands of fertile acres were left untilled for lack of men, draft animals, or seed, or because peasants had no assurance that they could reap where they had sown. Crops were used to feed armies, and what remained was burned to prevent the feeding of foes. Peasants in many localities were reduced to eating hidden remnants, or dogs, cats, rats, acorns, grass. Some dead were found with grass in their mouths. Men and women competed with ravens and dogs for the flesh of dead horses. In Alsace, hanged offenders were torn from the gallows to be eagerly devoured. In the Rhineland, exhumed bodies were sold for food. At Zweibrücken, a woman confessed to having eaten her child. Transportation was too disrupted to let a local surplus feed a distant drought. Roads were torn up with battle, or dangerous with brigands, or clogged with deserters and fugitives. The towns suffered only less than the villages. Many of them were reduced to half their former population. Great cities were in ruins. Magdeburg, Heidelberg, Würzburg, Neustadt, Bayreuth. Industry declined for lack of producers, purchasers, and trade. Commerce hid its head. Once wealthy merchants begged and robbed for bread. Communes, declaring themselves bankrupt, repudiated their debts. Financiers were loath to lend, fearing that loans would be gifts. Taxation impoverished everybody but generals, tax collectors, prelates, and kings. The air was poisonous with refuse and offal and carcasses rotting in the streets. Epidemics of typhus, typhoid, dysentery, and scurvy ran through the terrified population and from town to town. Spanish troops passing through Munich left a plague that in 4 months carried off 10,000 victims. The arts and letters that had ennobled the cities withered in the heat of war. Morals and morale alike collapsed. The fatalism of despair invited the cynicism of brutality. All the ideals of religion and patriotism disappeared after a generation of violence. Simple men now fought for food or drink or hate, while their masters mobilized their passions in the competition for taxable lands and political power. Here and there some humane features showed: Jesuits gathering and feeding deserted children, preachers demanding of governments an end to bloodshed and destruction. "God send that there may be an end at last," wrote a peasant in his daybook. "God send that there may be peace again. God in heaven, send us peace." 7. The Peace of Westphalia. Ever since 1635, the rulers and their diplomats had been extending feelers for peace. In that year, Pope Urban VIII proposed a Congress to discuss terms of reconciliation. Negotiators met at Cologne to no result. At Hamburg in 1641, the representatives of France, Sweden, and the Empire drew up a preliminary agreement for a double conference to meet in Westphalia in 1642. At Münster, France would treat with the Empire under the mediation of the papacy in Venice. At Osnabrück, 30 miles away, France and the Empire would treat with Sweden under the mediation of Christian IV of Denmark. This antiseptic segregation was made necessary by the unwillingness of the Swedish emissaries to confer under the presidency of a papal nuncio, and the refusal of the nuncio to sit in the same room with a heretic. Delays were caused by questions of safe conducts and protocol. Torstensson's victory at Breitenfeld spurred the emperor to promise that his deputies would arrive by July 11, 1643. Then the French delegates dallied while France arranged an alliance with the United Provinces against Spain. The Congress of Westphalia was formally opened December 4, 1644, with 135 members, including theologians and philosophers. Even then, 6 months were consumed in deciding in what order of precedence the delegates were to enter rooms and be seated. The French ambassador would not negotiate unless he was given the title Altesse, Highness. When the Spanish ambassador arrived, he shunned the French ambassador because neither would give precedence to the other. They communicated through a third person. France refused to recognize Philip IV's title as King of Portugal and Prince of Catalonia. Spain refused to accept Louis XIV's title as King of Navarre. The Swedish representatives quarreled and marked time until the resolute young Queen Christina peremptorily ordered them to make peace among themselves and with the enemy. Meanwhile, men were going to their death in war. As each party's armies were victorious or defeated, its envoys delayed or hurried negotiations. Lawyers were kept busy inventing difficulties or compromises, tying or untying knots. France's generals were striking their stride, so she insisted on having all the German princes represented at the conference, though most of them had long since made peace with the emperor. Time was asked to stop till all the electors, princes, and imperial cities had sent their diplomats. To weaken France, Spain signed, on January 7, 1648, a separate peace with the United Provinces, which had just promised France to sign no separate peace. But the Dutch could not resist the chance to acquire by a few strokes of the pen what they had fought for through 80 years. France retaliated by refusing to make peace with Spain. Their war went on till the Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659. The Congress might have adjourned without result had not the devastation of Bavaria by Turenne and the attack of the Swedes upon Prague in July 1648 and the defeat of the Spanish at Lens on August 2nd persuaded the emperor to sign. While the outbreak of the Fronde in France in July impelled Mazarin to concessions that would leave him free for war at home. So at last the Treaty of Westphalia was concluded at both Münster and Osnabrück on October 24, 1648. Bloodshed went on for 9 days more while the news traveled to the fronts. Humble and joyous Te Deums rose from 1,000 villages and towns. Let us admit that the negotiations had faced more complicated problems of adjustment than any peace conference before the 20th century, and that they settled the conflicting claims as wisely as the prevailing hatreds, prides, and powers allowed. The terms of this Europe-remaking treaty must be summarized, for they condensed and produced much history. 1. Switzerland and the United Provinces won formal recognition of their independence. 2. Bavaria received the Upper, or South Palatinate, with its electoral vote. 3. The Lower, or North Palatinate, as an 8th electorate, was restored to Charles Louis, son of the dead Frederick. 4. Brandenburg acquired eastern Pomerania, the bishoprics of Minden, Halberstadt, and Kammen, and the succession to the bishopric of Magdeburg. France helped the rising dynasty of the Hohenzollerns to get these plums, with a view to raising another power against the Habsburgs. France could not be expected to foresee that Brandenburg, become Prussia, would, under Frederick the Great, challenge France, and, under Bismarck, would defeat her. 5. Sweden, chiefly through her victorious armies, but partly through French support at the Congress, received the bishoprics of Bremen and Verden, the towns of Wismar and Stettin, and the territory at the mouth of the Oder. Since these were imperial fiefs, Sweden had now a seat in the imperial diet, and as she already had Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, Karelia, and Finland, she was now one of the great powers, mistress of the Baltic till Peter the Great. 6. The German principalities retained and confirmed their pre-war liberties as against the emperors. 7. The emperor had to be content with the acknowledgment of his royal rights in Bohemia and Hungary, so the Austro-Hungarian Empire took form as the actuality within the shell of the Holy Roman Empire. The economic back of the aging empire was broken, partly by the reduction of population and the disruption of industry and trade through the war, but also by the passing of the great river outlets to foreign powers, of the Oder and the Elbe to Sweden, and of the Rhine to the United Provinces. 8. The greatest gains went to France, whose money had financed the victorious Swedes and whose generals had forced the peace. Alsace was in effect yielded to her, with the bishoprics of Metz, Verdun, and Toul, and the fortress of Breisach on the German side of the Rhine. Louis XIV was now in a position to take Franche-Comté and Lorraine at his convenience. The aim of the now-dead Richelieu had been achieved, to break the power of the Habsburgs, to extend the frontiers of France, to improve French unity and defense, and to preserve in the empire a chaos of principalities, a conflict between princes and emperor, and an opposition between the Protestant North and the Catholic South that would protect France from the peril of a united Germany. France had replaced Spain, the Bourbons had replaced the Habsburgs, as the dominant force in Europe. Soon Louis XIV would be equated with the sun. The hidden victim of the war was Christianity. The Roman Church had to abandon the Edict of Restitution, to return to the property situation of 1624, and to see the princes again determining the religion of their subjects. This, however, enabled the Church to banish Protestantism from Bohemia, the land of the Hussite Reformation. The Counter-Reformation was checked. For example, it was out of the question that Poland should establish Catholicism in a Protestant Sweden twice as strong as before. The papal nuncio at Münster refused to sign the treaty. Pope Innocent X declared it null and void, accursed and without any influence or result for the past, the present, or the future. This on November 20th, 1648. Europe ignored the protest. From that time, the papacy ceased to be a major political power, and religion in Europe declined. Some Protestants protested, too, especially those who had lost their homes in Bohemia and Austria. But all in all, the treaty, fruit of a dead and a living cardinal, was a Protestant victory. Protestantism had been saved in Germany. It was weakened in the south and along the Rhine, but in the north it was stronger than before. The Reformed or Calvinist Church was officially recognized in the treaty. The lines of religious division established in 1648 remained essentially unchanged until, in the 20th century, the differential birth rate began a gradual and peaceful extension of Catholicism. But though the Reformation had been saved, it suffered, along with Catholicism, from a skepticism encouraged by the coarseness of religious polemics, the brutality of the war, and the cruelties of belief. During the Holocaust, thousands of witches were put to death. Men began to doubt creeds that preached Christ and practiced wholesale fratricide. They discovered the political and economic motives that hid under religious formulas, and they suspected their rulers of having no real faith but the lust for power, though Ferdinand II had repeatedly risked his power for the sake of his faith. Even in this darkest of modern ages, an increasing number of men turned to science and philosophy for answers less incarnadined than those which the faiths had so violently sought to enforce. Galileo was dramatizing the Copernican revolution. Descartes was questioning all tradition and authority. Bruno was crying out to Europe from his agonies at the stake. The Peace of Westphalia ended the reign of theology over the European mind and left the road obstructed but passable for the tentatives of reason. Book 3, The Tentatives of Reason, 1558 to 1648. Chapter 22, Science in the Age of Galileo, 1558 to 1648. 1. Superstition. Religions are born and may die, but superstition is immortal. Only the fortunate can take life without mythology. Most of us suffer in body and soul, and nature's subtlest anodyne is a dose of the supernatural. Even Kepler and Newton mingled their science with mythology. Kepler believed in witchcraft, and Newton wrote less on science than on the apocalypse. Popular superstitions were beyond number. Our ears burn when others speak of us. Marriages made in May will turn out unhappily. Wounds can be cured by anointing the weapon with which they were inflicted. A corpse resumes bleeding in the presence of the murderer. Fairies, elves, hobgoblins, ghosts, witches, demons lurk everywhere. Certain talismans, for example those found on Catherine de Médicis after her death, guarantee good fortune. Amulets can ward off wrinkles, impotence, the evil eye, the plague. A king's touch can cure scrofula. Numbers, minerals, plants, and animals have magic qualities and powers. Every event is a sign of God's pleasure or wrath, or of Satan's activity. Events can be foretold from the shape of the head or the lines of the hands. Health, strength, and sexual power vary with the waxing and waning of the moon. Moonshine can cause lunacy and cure warts. Comets presage disasters. The world is, every so often, coming to an end. Astrology, though increasingly repudiated by the literate, was still popular. In 1572, its teaching ceased in the University of Bologna. In 1582, the Spanish Inquisition denounced it. In 1586, Pope Sixtus V warned Catholics against it. But in the University of Salamanca it persisted on and off till 1770. The great majority of the people, and many in the upper classes, solicited horoscopes foretelling the future from the position of the stars. All babies of any consequence had their horoscopes cast soon after birth. An astrologer was hidden near the bedchamber of Anne of Austria at the birth of Louis XIV. When Gustavus Adolphus was born, his father, Charles IX, asked Tycho Brahe for a horoscope. The astronomer cautiously predicted that the boy would become king. Kepler doubted astrology, but buttered some bread with it, saying, "As every animal has been given by nature some means of getting a living, so the astronomer has been furnished with astrology in order to enable him to live." Wallenstein paid for a favorable horoscope in 1609 and regularly took an astrologer with him on his travels, perhaps to encourage his troops. Catherine de Médicis and her court repeatedly consulted astrologers. John Dee enjoyed a high reputation as astrologer until he discovered that the position of the stars required that one of his pupils must exchange wives with him. The belief in magical arts was declining, with a bloody exception. This period was the heyday of judicial murders for witchcraft. Persecutors and persecuted alike believed in the possibility of securing supernatural aid by incantations or similar devices. If one could win the intercession of a saint by prayer, why not the help of a devil by courting him? A book published at Heidelberg in 1585, Christlich Bedenken von Zauberei, Christian Ideas on Magic, laid it down as an axiom that everywhere the whole universe, inward and outward, water and air, is full of devils, of wicked invisible spirits. It was a common belief that human beings could be possessed by devils entering them. In 1593 there was a terrible panic in the little town of Friedeberg, for it was said that the devil had taken bodily possession of more than 60 people and had tortured them frightfully. Even the pastor had himself been seized while preaching. The story of the Gadarene swine pictured Christ as driving demons from possessed persons, and had he not given to his followers the power to cast out devils in his name? Priests were called upon by their parishioners for a variety of exorcisms, to drive pests from the fields, to still storms at sea, to cleanse a building of evil spirits, to purify a desecrated church, etc. Pope Paul V issued in 1604 a manual for such priestly services. Protestant writers condemned sacerdotal exorcism as magic, but the Church of England has recognized the value of exorcism as a healing rite. Here, as in so many ceremonies, the psychological effect has been good. Just as the people took the initiative in asking for exorcisms, so they were the prime movers in demanding the prosecution of witches. Fear of the power of witches was widespread. Said a pamphlet of 1563, "To enter into relations with the devil, to have him close at hand in rings or crystals, to conjure him, or to enter into alliance with him, to carry on hundreds of magic arts with him, is more in vogue nowadays among both high and low, learned and unlearned, than ever before." Devil books explaining how to get in touch with helpful demons were popular. One man sold 1,220 of them at 2 fairs in 1568. In some cases, the officers of the Roman Inquisition advised parish priests to instruct the people in the fallacies of witchcraft, counseled disbelief in the witch's Sabbat, and recommended removal of a priest for listening too credulously to accusations of witchcraft. Pope Gregory XV in 1623 required the death penalty for persons convicted of causing death by sorcery. But Urban VIII in 1637 condemned Catholic inquisitors on account of their arbitrary and unjust prosecution of sorcerers, extorting from the accused confessions that were valueless and abandoning them to the secular arm without sufficient cause. Emperor Maximilian II decreed in 1568 that those convicted of sorcery should have their confessions tested by challenges to perform magic in public, and the supreme penalty after 3 convictions was to be banishment. But the frightened populace demanded severity in examinations and haste in executions. Civil and ecclesiastical authorities, sharing or wishing to allay this fear of witches, subjected the accused to rigorous trials, often using torture to elicit confessions. At Nördlingen, the town council had a special set of torture instruments, which it lent to neighboring communities with the assurance that, By these means, and more especially by the thumbscrew, God has often been graciously pleased to reveal the truth, if not at first, at any rate at the last. Torture by preventing sleep was one of the milder methods. Usually the desired admissions were obtained by torture, and the judges were only occasionally disturbed by the unreliability of such confessions. The persecutions were least severe in Spain. In the province of Logroño, the Inquisition convicted 53 persons of witchcraft and put 11 to death in 1610. Otherwise, the accusations were usually dismissed as fanciful or vengeful, and executions for witchcraft were rare. In 1614, the Suprema of the Inquisition issued instructions to its officials to regard witchcraft confessions as neurotic delusions and to show lenience in punishments. An epidemic of witchcraft fears swept southeast France in 1609. Hundreds of persons believed themselves possessed by devils. Some thought themselves changed into dogs and barked. A commission of the Bordeaux Parlement was appointed to try suspects. A method was devised to discover the spots at which devils had entered the body of the accused. He was blindfolded, needles were stuck into his flesh, and any place where he failed to feel the injected point was judged to be the port of entry. Hoping to be pardoned, suspects accused one another. 8 were convicted, 5 escaped, 3 were burned, and spectators swore later that they had seen devils in the form of toads issuing from the heads of the victims. In Lorraine, 800 were burned for witchcraft in 16 years. In Strasbourg, 134 in 4 days, in October 1582. In Catholic Lucerne, 62 were put to death between 1562 and 1572. In Protestant Bern, 300 in the last decade of the 16th century, 240 in the first decade of the 17th. In Germany, Catholics and Protestants competed in sending witches to the stake. It is incredibly and yet reliably reported that the Archbishop of Trier had 120 persons burned at Pfalz in 1596 on the charge that they had made the cold weather last devilishly long. A cattle plague in the Schongau district in 1598 was ascribed to witches. The Bavarian Privy Council at Munich urged inquisitors to show more earnestness and severity in your proceedings. In consequence, 63 witches were burned, and the relatives of the victims were required to pay the cost of the trials. At Hainburg in Austria, 80 were executed for sorcery in the 2 years 1617 and 1618. In 1627 to 1629, the Bishop of Würzburg is said to have put 900 witches to death. In 1582, Protestant editors reissued, with their approval, the Malleus Maleficarum, or Hammer of Witches, which the Dominican Inquisitor Jakob Sprenger had published in 1487 to guide in the detection and prosecution of witches. Elector Augustus of Saxony decreed in 1572 that witches were to be burned to death even if they had injured no one. In Ellingen, 1,500 witches were burned in 1590. In Ellwangen, 167 in 1612. In Westerstetten, 300 in 2 years. There were similar ecstasies in Osnabrück in 1588, in Nördlingen in 1590, and Württemberg in 1616. These latter statistics, however, are derived from contemporary news sheets notorious for inaccuracy. German scholars estimate a total of 100,000 executions for witchcraft in Germany in the 17th century. There were a few voices calling men to reason. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. There were a few voices calling men to reason. We have noted elsewhere the protests of Johann Weir and Reginald Scott, and we have seen how Montaigne turned his skeptical humor upon the mania in the essay of the Lame or Crippled. How much more natural and likely do I find it that 2 men should lie than that 1 man in 12 hours should be carried by the winds from east to west, or that one of us should be carried on a broom through a chimney? People who believe such things need medicine, not death. When all is done, it is an overvaluing of one's conjectures by them to cause a man to be burned alive. Cornelius Loos, a Catholic professor at Mainz, attacked witch-hunting in his Über die wahre und falsche Magie of 1592. But before he could publish it, he was imprisoned and compelled to recant his errors. Another Jesuit, the pietist poet Friedrich von Spee, after serving as confessor to nearly 200 persons accused of witchcraft, denounced the persecution in a brave book, Cautio Criminalis, from 1631. He admitted the existence of witches, but he deplored the arrests on baseless suspicion, the unfairness of the trials, the merciless tortures that would have forced the doctors and bishops of the Church to confess to anything. For every such opponent there were a dozen defenders of the oppression. Protestant theologians like Thomas Erastus in 1572, and Catholic theologians like Bishop Peter Binsfeld in 1589 agreed that witchcraft was real and that witches should be burned. The bishop approved of torture, but recommended that repentant witches should be strangled before being burned. The Catholic lawyer and philosopher Jean Baudin upheld the persecution in his De Monomanie of 1580. A year later, the Protestant poet Johann Fischart translated and expanded this book with gusto, and joined Baudin in urging a relentless severity. Nevertheless, the mania waned. After 1632, when the 30 Years' War became frankly political, religion ceased to hold so warm a place in men's hates. Printing was spreading, books were multiplying, schools were recovering, new universities were opening. Year after year, patient plodders brought a stone to the rising pyramid of knowledge, and in 100 cities curious men tested hypotheses with experiments. Slowly, the area of the supernatural shrank, the sphere of the natural and secular grew. It is a dull, impersonal, fragmentary history and the greatest drama of modern times. 2. The transmission of knowledge. The first heroes here are the printer-publishers who fed the inky stream on which knowledge flowed from mind to mind and from generation to generation. The great publishing house of the Etienne was continued in Geneva by Henri Etienne II, and in Paris by Robert Etienne III. A similar dynasty was founded at Leyden, circa 1580, by Louis Elzevir. His 5 sons, his grandsons, and a great-grandson carried on his work and gave their name to a style of type. At Zurich, Christopher Froschauer earned a place in the history of printing and scholarship by his careful editions of the Bible. Libraries were providing new homes for old treasures. We have noted the Bodleian at Oxford, the Library of the Escorial, the exquisite Bibliotheca Ambrosiana at Milan in 1606. Catherine de Médicis added many volumes and manuscripts to what is now the Bibliothèque Nationale. The new Vatican Library of Sixtus V in 1588 seemed to Evelyn the most nobly built, furnished, and beautiful of any in the world. Newspapers were sprouting. As far back as 1505, single-sheet Zeitungen, or tidings, had been sporadically printed in Germany. By 1519, there were 877 such publications, all irregular. The oldest regular news sheet known to history was the weekly Avisa Relation oder Zeitung, founded at Augsburg in 1609 and composed from reports of agents posted throughout Europe by merchants and financiers. The Frankfurt Oberpostamt Zeitung, founded in 1616, continued publication till 1866. Similar regular weeklies began in Vienna in 1610 and Basel in 1611. Soon Fischart was making fun of the newspaper-believing public and its credulous avidity for news. The inadequate and biased transmission of news and the profitable dissemination of nonsense barred the general public from any intelligent or concerted participation in politics and made democracy impossible. Censorship of publications was practically universal in Christendom, Catholic and Protestant, ecclesiastical and secular. The Church set up in 1571 the Congregation of the Index to guard the faithful against books considered injurious to Catholic belief. Protestant censorship was not as powerful and severe as the Catholic, but it was as sedulous. It flourished in England, Scotland, Scandinavia, Holland, Germany, and Switzerland. The diversity of dogmas in different states allowed heretics in some measure to defeat the censorship by publishing their books abroad and importing copies clandestinely. Modern literature owes something of its wit and subtlety to censorship. In divers translations, but always interpreted as the Word of God, the Bible continued its career as the most popular of all books, and the most influential in doctrine and language, even in conduct. for the worst brutalities of the time, wars and persecutions, quoted Scripture in self-justification. As the humanist Renaissance receded before the theological Reformation, the idolatry of the pagan classics was replaced by worship of the Bible. A commotion was caused when scholars discovered that the New Testament was written not in classical Greek, but in the Koine of the populace. But the theologians explained that the Holy Ghost had used the common diction to be better understood by the people. Another heartache came when Louis Capel, Protestant professor of Hebrew and theology at Zalmer, concluded that the vowel points and accents in the canonically accepted Hebrew text of the Old Testament were additions made to older texts by the Masorete Jews of Tiberias in or after the 5th century B.C., and that the square characters of the accepted text were Aramaic substitutes for Hebrew letters. Johannes Buxtorf the Elder, the greatest Hebraist of the time, begged Capel to withhold these views from the public as injurious to belief in the verbal inspiration of the Bible. Capel published nevertheless in 1624. Johannes Buxtorf the Younger tried to refute him, and argued that the points and the accents were also divinely inspired. The controversy continued through the century. Orthodoxy finally yielded the points, and a modest step was taken toward appreciating the Bible as the majestic expression of a people. Some of the most famous scholars in history belong to these years. Justus Lipsius, oscillating between Louvain and Leyden and between Catholicism and Protestantism, earned European fame by his corrective editions of Tacitus, Plautus, and Seneca, and surpassed all previous grammars with his Aristarchus, Sive de Arte Grammatica, from 1635. He mourned the imminent death of European civilization and warmed himself with the sun of another new empire arising in the West, the Americas. Joseph Justus Scaliger, perhaps the most extraordinary master of general erudition that has ever lived, inherited from his famous father, Julius Caesar Scaliger, the throne of European scholarship. At Agen, in southwestern France, he served his father as amanuensis and absorbed learning with every breath. He read Homer in 3 weeks and marched triumphantly through all the major Greek poets, historians, and orators. He learned Hebrew, Arabic, and 8 other languages, ventured into mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, which then included physics, chemistry, geology, and biology, and for 3 years studied law. His legal training may have helped to sharpen his critical teeth, for in the editions that he issued of Catullus, Tibullus, Propertius, and other classical authors, he raised textual criticism from haphazard surmises to laws of procedure and interpretation. He had a wise respect for dates in the understanding of history. His greatest work, De Emendatione Temporum, on the correction of dates, from 1583, for the first time collated the dates given by Greek and Latin historians with those given or indicated in the history, calendars, literature, and astronomy of Egypt, Babylonia, Judea, Persia, and Mexico. His Thesaurus Temporum, from 1606, collected and arranged every chronological item in classical literature, and on this foundation he established the first scientific chronology of ancient history. It was he who suggested that Jesus was born in 4 B.C., When Justus Lipsius left Leyden in 1590, the university offered its chair of classical scholarship to Scaliger. After 3 years of hesitation, he accepted, and thereafter, till his death in 1609, Leyden was the Olympus of savants. Scaliger, like his father, was vain of their family's supposed descent from the Della Scala princes of Verona, and he was acidly critical of fellow scholars. But in a forgetful moment he called Isaac Casaubon the most learned of living men. Casaubon's career explored the uses of adversity. He was born at Geneva because his Huguenot parents had fled from France. They returned to France when he was 3, and for 16 years he lived amid the alarms and terrors of persecution. His father was absent for long periods of service in Huguenot armies. His family often hid in the hills from fanatical bands of armed Catholics. He received his first Greek lessons in a cave in the mountains of Dauphiné. At 19 he entered the Academy of Geneva. At 22 he became its professor of Greek. For 15 years he held that post through poverty and siege. He could barely live on his salary, but he skimped on food to buy books, and he comforted his scholastic loneliness with kindly letters from the great Scaliger. He issued editions of Aristotle, Pliny the Younger, and Theophrastus, which captivated the learned world not merely by textual emendations, but by illuminating notes on ancient ideas and ways. In 1596, when Henry IV had eased the theological strife, Casaubon was appointed to a professorship at Montpellier. 3 years later he was invited to Paris, but the university had closed its doors to non-Catholics, and Henry had to take care of him as curator of the Bibliothèque Royale at the comfortable salary of 1,200 livres per year. The economical Sully told the scholar, "You cost the king too much, sir. Your pay exceeds that of 2 good captains, and you are of no use to your country." When the great Henry died, Isaac thought it time to accept an invitation from England. James I welcomed him as a fellow scholar and gave him a pension of £300 a year. But the French Queen Regent refused to let his books follow him. The king pestered him with disquisitions. The London wits could not forgive him for not talking English. After 4 years in England, he gave up the battle in 1614 at the age of 55 and was buried in Westminster Abbey. In that age, the title of scholar was honored above that of poet or historian, for the scholar was revered as one whose patient learning preserved and clarified the wisdom and beauty hiding in ancient literature and philosophy. Scaliger, entering Leyden, was hailed like a conquering prince. Claude de Saumaise, known to the world of scholarship as Salmasius, was desired of many nations. After Casaubon's death he was by common consent the most learned of all who are now living, and in general the miracle of the world. What had he done? Born in Burgundy, educated, and converted to Calvinism at Heidelberg, he shone forth at the age of 20 with a scholarly edition of 2 14th-century writers on the controverted primacy of the popes, and a year later with an edition of Floris's Epitome. Work after work followed, 30 in all, marked by all-embracing erudition. He reached his peak with a tremendous folio of 900 double-column pages, Exercitationes in Solini Polyhistora, from 1629. Solinus, a 3rd-century grammarian, had brought together the history, geography, ethnology, economy, fauna, and flora of all the major countries of Europe in an encyclopedic work which a later editor christened Polyhistor. Upon this text Salmasius hung notes covering with cosmic erudition the whole world of imperial Rome. Choosing among a dozen invitations, he accepted a professorship at Leyden, where he was at once made head of a brilliant faculty. All went well until Charles II of England, then in exile in Holland, engaged him to write a condemnation of Cromwell for beheading Charles I. His Defensio Regia pro Carolo Primum appeared in November 1649, only 10 months after the execution. Cromwell did not enjoy it. He hired the greatest poet in England to answer it. We shall hear of it again. Salmasius wrote a reply to Milton, but died in 1653 before completing it, and Milton took the credit for killing him. With so much learning in a few, probably 80% of the people in Western Europe were still illiterate. John Comenius spent 40 years seeking to improve the educational systems of Europe. Born in Moravia in 1592, rising to be a bishop of the Moravian Brethren, he never lost his faith in religion as the basis and end of education. There could be no wisdom without the fear of God. Though his life was made an odyssey of tribulation by the religious hatreds of his time, he remained true to the tolerant philosophy of the Unitas Fratrum. We are all citizens of one world. We are all of one blood. To hate a man because he was born in another country, because he speaks a different language, or because he takes a different view on this subject or that, is a great folly. Desist, I implore you, for we are all equally human. Let us have but one end in view, the welfare of humanity, and let us put aside all selfishness in considerations of language, nationality, or religion. After writing 100 pedagogical texts, he summarized his principles in Didactica Magna from 1632, one of the landmarks in the history of education. First, education should be universal, regardless of sex or means. Every village should have a school, every city a college, every province a university. Advancement to higher education should be made possible for all who show themselves fit. The state must finance the discovery, training, and utilization of all the ability in its population. Second, education should be realistic. Ideas should at every step be kept in touch with things. Words in the vernacular or in a foreign language should be learned by seeing or touching or using the objects they represent. Grammatical instruction should come later. Third, education should be physical as well as mental and moral. Children should be trained in health and vigor through outdoor life and sports. Fourth, education should be practical. It should not stay in the prison of thought, but should be accompanied by action and practice and should prepare for the business of living. Fifth, more and more science should be taught with the advancing age of the student. Schools of scientific research should be established in every city or province. Sixth, all education and knowledge should be directed to improving character and piety in the individual and order and happiness in the state. Some progress was made. The German princes labored to establish an elementary school in every village. The principal universal compulsory education was proclaimed by the Duke of Saxe-Weimar in 1619 for all boys and girls from 6 to 12 years of age, with a month's vacation at harvest time, and by 1719 this system had been established throughout Germany. Secondary schools were still closed to women, but they multiplied and improved. 22 new universities were opened in this age. Oxford was flourishing, as described by Casaubon in 1613. He was impressed by the remuneration and the social standing of the teachers there, as compared with their analogues on the continent. Professors in Germany, in 1600, were so poorly paid that many of them sold beer and wine to eke out a living. At Jena, the students caroused in taverns maintained by professors. Spanish universities declined after Philip II, withering under the glare of the Inquisition. Meanwhile, several universities were founded in Spanish America, at Lima in 1551, at Mexico City in 1553, long before the establishment of Harvard College in 1636. The prospering Dutch organized 6 universities in this period. When Leiden successfully resisted Spanish siege in 1574, the States General of the United Provinces invited the citizens to name their reward. They asked for a university. It was so ordered. In Catholic and Calvinist countries, education was controlled by ecclesiastics. In England and Lutheran lands, it was largely administered by clergymen controlled by the state. In nearly all universities except Padua, teachers and students were required to accept the official religion, and academic freedom was strictly limited by both the state and the church. Religious differences put an end to the international character of the universities. Spanish students were confined to Spain, English students no longer entered the University of Paris, and Oxford continued till 1871 to exact from every candidate for a degree assent to the 39 Articles of the established church. Originative thought tended to disappear from universities and to find refuge in private academies and non-institutional studies. So, in this age, private academies arose uncensored for study and research, especially in science. At Rome in 1603, Federigo Cesi, Marquis of Montebello, founded the Accademia dei Lincei, Academy of the Lynx-eyed, which Galileo joined in 1611. Its constitution defined its aim. The Lincean Academy desires as its members philosophers who are eager for real knowledge and will give themselves to the study of nature, especially mathematics. At the same time, it will not neglect the ornaments of elegant literature and philology, which, like graceful garnets, adorn the whole body of science. It is not within the Lincean plan to find leisure for recitations and debates. The Linceans will pass over in silence all political controversies and every kind of quarrels and wordy disputes. The Academy was dissolved in 1630, but its purposes were carried on in 1657 by the Accademia del Cimento, trial and proof. Soon similar societies were to be formed in England, France, and Germany, and the inspiring International of Science would lay the intellectual and technical foundations of the modern world. 3. The tools and methods of science. First, there had to be scientific instruments. The eyes could not see clearly enough, far enough, minutely enough. The flesh could not feel with requisite accuracy the pressure, warmth, and weight of things. The mind could not measure space, time, quantity, quality, density, without mingling its personal equation with the facts. Microscopes were needed, telescopes, thermometers, barometers, hydrometers, better watches, finer scales. One by one they came. In his Magia Naturalis, from 1589, Giambattista della Porta wrote, "With a concave lens things appear smaller but plainer. With a convex lens you see them larger but less distinct. If, however, you know how to combine the two sorts properly, you will see near and far both large and clear." Here was the principle of the microscope, the field glass, the opera glass, the telescope, a whole hatful of inventions, and all histology. The simple microscope, a single convex lens, had long been known. The invention that transformed biology was the compound microscope, combining several converging lenses.
The industry of grinding and polishing lenses was especially developed in the Netherlands. Spinoza lived and died by it. About 1590, Zacharias Janssen, a spectacle maker of Middelburg, combined a double convex lens and a double concave lens to make the earliest known compound microscope. From that invention came modern biology and modern medicine. A further application of these principles transformed astronomy. On October 2, 1608, another spectacle maker of Middelburg, Hans Lippershey, presented to the States General of the United Provinces, still at war with Spain, the description of an instrument for seeing objects at a distance. Lippershey had placed a double convex lens, the object glass, at the farther end of a tube, and a double concave lens, the eyepiece, at the nearer end. The legislators saw the military value of the invention and awarded Lippershey 900 florins. On October 17th, another Dutchman, Jacobus Matheus, stated that he had independently made a similar instrument. Hearing of these developments, Galileo made his own telescopes at Padua in 1609, which magnified to 3 diameters. These were the instruments with which he began to enlarge the world. In 1611, Kepler suggested that still better results could be obtained by reversing the Galilean position of the lenses, using the convex lens as the eyepiece and the concave lens as the object glass. And in 1613 to 1617, the Jesuit Christoph Scheiner made an improved telescope on this plan. Meanwhile, on principles known to Hero of Alexander in or before the 3rd century A.D., Galileo had invented a thermometer, circa 1603. Into a vessel of water he placed the open end of a glass tube, whose other end was an empty glass bulb, which he warmed by the touch of his hand. When he withdrew his hand, the bulb cooled, and water rose in the tube. Galileo's friend Giovanni Sagredo in 1613 marked off the tube into 100 degrees. A pupil of Galileo, Evangelista Torricelli, closed a long glass tube at one end, filled it with mercury, and stood it with its open end submerged in a dish of mercury. The mercury in the tube did not flow down into the dish. Scholastic physics explained this as due to nature's abhorrence of a vacuum. Torricelli explained it as due to the pressure of the surrounding atmosphere upon the mercury in the dish. He reasoned that this outside pressure would raise the mercury in the vessel into an empty tube freed from air. Experiment proved him right. He showed that variations in the height of the mercury in the tube could be used as a measure of variations in atmospheric pressure. So in 1643 he constructed the first barometer, still the basic instrument of meteorology. Armed with these new tools, the sciences called to mathematicians for improved methods of calculation, measurement, and notation. Naper and Burgi, as we have seen, responded with logarithms, Oughtred with the slide rule, but a greater boon came with the decimal system. Tentative suggestions, as usual, had prepared the way. Al-Kashi of Samarkand, who died in 1436, had expressed the ratio of the circumference of a circle to the diameter as 3 space 14159265358898 space 732, which is a decimal using a space instead of a point. Francesco Pelos of Nice in 1492 used a point. Simon Stevinus expounded the new system in an epical treatise, The Decimal, from 1585, in which he offered to teach with unheard-of ease how to perform all calculations by whole numbers without fractions. The metric system in continental Europe carried out his ideas in the measurement of lengths, volumes, and currencies, but the circle and the clock paid tribute to Babylonian mathematics by retaining a sexagesimal division. Gérard Desargues published in 1639 a classic treatise on conic sections. François Viette of Paris revived the languishing study of algebra by using letters for known as well as unknown quantities, and he anticipated Descartes by applying algebra to geometry. Descartes established analytical geometry in a flash of inspiration when he proposed that numbers and equations can be represented by geometrical figures and vice versa. So the progressive depreciation of currency in a course of time can be shown as a statistical graph, and that from an algebraic equation representing a geometrical figure, consequences can be algebraically drawn which will prove geometrically true. Algebra could therefore be used to solve difficult geometrical problems. Descartes was so charmed with his discoveries that he thought his geometry as far superior to that of his predecessors as the eloquence of Cicero was above the ABC of children. His analytical geometry, Cavalieri's theory of indivisibles from 1629, Kepler's approximate squaring of the circle, and the squaring of the cycloid by Roberval, Torricelli, and Descartes, all prepared Leibniz and Newton to discover calculus. Mathematics was now the goal as well as the indispensable tool of all the sciences. Kepler observed that when the mind leaves the realm of quantity, it wanders in darkness and doubt. Philosophy, said Galileo, meaning natural philosophy or science, is written in this grand book of the universe, which stands continually open to our gaze. But the book cannot be understood unless we first learn to comprehend the language and read the letters in which it is composed. It is written in the language of mathematics. Descartes and Spinoza longed to reduce metaphysics itself to mathematical form. Science now began to liberate itself from the placenta of its mother, philosophy. It shrugged Aristotle from its back, turned its face from metaphysics to nature, developed its own distinctive methods, and looked to improve the life of man on the earth. This movement belonged to the heart of the age of reason, but it did not put its faith in pure reason, reason independent of experience and experiment. Too often such reasoning had woven mythical webs. Reason, as well as tradition and authority, was now to be checked by the study and record of lowly facts. And whatever logic might say, science would aspire to accept only what could be quantitatively measured, mathematically expressed, and experimentally proved. 4. Science and matter. The sciences advanced in logical progression through modern history. Mathematics and physics in the 17th century, chemistry in the 18th, biology in the 19th, psychology in the 20th. The great name in the physics of this period is Galileo, but many lesser heroes merit remembrance. Stevinus helped to determine the laws of the pulley and the lever. He made valuable studies in water pressure, the center of gravity, the parallelogram of forces, and the inclined plane. And at Delft, about 1690, he anticipated Galileo's alleged experiment at Pisa by showing, contrary to immemorial belief, that when two like objects of however different weight are let fall together from a height, they reach the ground at the same time. Descartes laid down quite clearly the law of inertia, that a body persists in its state of rest or in rectilinear motion unless affected by some external force. He and Gassendi anticipated the molecular theory of heat. He based his Météor, from 1637, on a cosmology no longer accepted, but the treatise did much to establish meteorology as a science. Torricelli in 1642 extended his studies of atmospheric pressure to the mechanics of winds. These, he held, were the equalizing currents set up by local differences in the density of the air. Gassendi, that remarkable priest of all sciences, carried on experiments for measuring the speed of sound. His results gave 1,473 feet per second. His friar friend, Mersenne, repeated the experiment and reported 1,380 feet, closer to the current figure of 1,087. Mersenne, in 1636, established the whole series of overtones produced by a sounding string. Research in optics centered on the complex problems of reflection and refraction, especially as seen in the rainbow. About 1591, Marco Antonio de Dominis, Archbishop of Spalato, composed a treatise, De radiis visus et lucis et iridae, published in 1611, in which he explained the formation of the primary rainbow, the only one generally visible, as due to 2 refractions and 1 reflection of light in drops of moisture in sky or spray, and that of the secondary rainbow, an arc of colors in reversed order, sometimes faintly seen outside the primary bow, as due to 2 refractions and 2 reflections. In 1611, Kepler's Dioptrice studied the refraction of light by lenses, and 10 years later, Willebrord Snell of Leyden formulated the laws of refraction with a precision that made possible a more accurate computation of the action of lenses on light and the construction of better microscopes and telescopes. Descartes applied these laws to a mechanical calculation of radiation angles in the rainbow. Explanation of the color arrangement had to wait for Newton. Gilbert's epical discussion of terrestrial magnetism set off a train of theories and experiments. Fammianus Strada, of the Society of Jesus, suggested telegraphy in 1617 by proposing that two men might communicate through a distance by utilizing the sympathetic action of two magnetic needles made to point simultaneously to the same letter of the alphabet. Another Jesuit, Niccolo Cabeo, in 1629, gave the first known description of electrical repulsion. Still another, Athanasius Kircher, described in his Magnes of 1641, a measurement of magnetism by suspending a magnet from one pan of a balance and counterpoising its influence by weights in the other. Descartes described magnetism to the conflict of particles thrown off by the great vortex from which he believed the universe had evolved. Alchemy was still popular, especially as a royal substitution for debasing the currency. Emperor Rudolf II, the electors of Saxony, Brandenburg, and the Palatinate, the Duke of Brunswick, the Landgrave of Hesse, all engaged alchemists to manufacture silver or gold. From these experiments, from the needs of metallurgy and the dyeing industry, and from the emphasis of Paracelsus on chemical medicine, the science of chemistry was taking form. Andreas Libavius personified the transition. His Defense of Transmutatory Alchemy, in 1604, continued the old quest, but his Alchimia from 1597 was the first systematic treatise on scientific chemistry. He discovered stannic chloride, was the first to make ammonium sulfate, was among the first to suggest blood transfusions as therapy. His laboratory at Coburg was one of the wonders of the city. Jan Baptista van Helmont, a wealthy nobleman who devoted himself to science and the medical service of the poor, placed his name among the founders of chemistry by distinguishing gases from air and analyzing their varieties and composition. He coined the word gas from the Greek chaos. He made many discoveries in his chosen field, ranging from the explosive gases of gunpowder to the inflammatory possibilities of human wind. He suggested the use of alkalis to correct undue acidity in the digestive tract. Johann Glauber recommended crystalline sodium sulfate as a splendid medicine for internal and external use, and Glauber's salt is still used as an aperient. Both he and Helmont dabbled in alchemy. All these natural sciences shared in improving industrial production and martial slaughter. Technicians applied the new knowledge of movements and pressures in liquids and gases, the composition of forces, the laws of the pendulum, the course of projectiles, the refining of metals. Gunpowder was used in mine blasting in 1613. In 1612, Simon Sturtevant devised a method of producing coke, that is, coking, cooking or heating, bituminous coal to rid it of volatile ingredients. This coke was valuable in metallurgy, as the impurities in coal affected iron. It replaced charcoal and saved forests. The making of glass was cheapened, hence window panes became common in this age. Mechanical inventions multiplied as industry grew, for they were due less frequently to the researches of scientists than to the skill of artisans anxious to save time. So we first hear of the screw lathe in 1578, the knitting frame in 1589, the revolving stage in 1597, the threshing machine and the fountain pen in 1636. Engineers were accomplishing feats that even today would merit admiration. We have seen how Domenico Fontana aroused Rome by erecting an obelisk in St. Peter's Square. Stevinus, as engineer for Maurice of Nassau, developed a system of sluices to control the dikes, guardian of the Dutch Republic. Giant bellows ventilated mines, complicated pumps raised water into towers to give pressure for houses and fountains in cities like Augsburg, Paris, and London. Truss bridges were built on the simple geometrical principle that a triangle cannot be deformed without changing the length of a side. In 1624, a submarine traveled 2 miles under water in the Thames. Jérôme Cardin, Giambattista della Porta, and Salomon de Caux advanced the theory of the steam engine. Caux, in 1615, described a machine for raising water by the expansive power of steam. Geology was still unborn, even as a word. The study of the earth was called mineralogy, and respect for the biblical story of creation checked all ventures in cosmogony. Bernard Palissy was denounced as a heretic for reviving the ancient view that fossils were the petrified remains of dead organisms. Descartes ventured to suggest that the planets, including the earth, had once been glowing masses like the sun, and that as the planet cooled it formed a crust of liquids and solids over a central fire, whose exhalations produced geysers, volcanoes, and earthquakes. Geography progressed as missionaries, explorers, and merchants strove to extend their faith, their knowledge, or their sails. Spanish navigators, from 1567 and onward, explored the South Seas and discovered Guadalcanal and others of the Solomon Islands, so named in the hope of finding there Solomon's mines. Pecho Paes, a Portuguese missionary taken prisoner in Abyssinia in 1588, visited the Blue Nile and solved an ancient riddle by showing that the periodic inundations of the Nile Valley were due to the rainy season in the Abyssinian highlands. Willem Janssen was apparently the first European to touch Australia in 1606, and Abel Tasman discovered Tasmania, New Zealand, in 1642, and the Fiji Islands in 1643. Dutch traders entered Siam, Burma, and Indochina, but information about these countries and China came chiefly from Jesuit missionaries. Samuel Champlain, under orders of Henry IV of France, explored the coast of Nova Scotia and ascended the St. Lawrence River to the vicinity of Montreal. His followers founded Quebec and charted the lake that bears his name. The map-makers struggled to keep not too far behind the explorers. Gerardus Mercator, or Gerhard Kramer, studied at Louvain and established there a shop for making maps, scientific instruments, and celestial globes. In 1544 he was arrested and prosecuted for heresy, but escaped serious consequences. However, he thought it prudent to accept an invitation to the University of Duisburg, where he became cartographer to the Duke of Ulicleves in 1559. In his life of 82 years he labored tirelessly to map Flanders, Lorraine, Europe, the earth. His famous Nova et acuta terrae descriptio ad usum navigantium accommodata from 1568 introduced the Mercator's projection maps, which facilitated navigation by representing all meridians of longitude as parallel to one another, all parallels of latitude as straight lines, and both sets of lines at right angles to each other. In 1585 he began to issue his great atlas, we owe this use of the word to him, containing 51 regional maps of unprecedented precision and accuracy, describing the whole earth as then known. His friend Abraham Ertel rivaled him with the comprehensive Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, Antwerp, 1570. Together these men freed geography from its millennial bondage to Ptolemy and established it in its modern form. Because of them, the Dutch maintained almost a monopoly on map-making for a century. 5. Science and life. Biology had still to wait 2 centuries for its heyday. Botany grew leisurely through medical studies of curative herbs and the importation of exotic plants into Europe. Jesuit missionaries brought in Peruvian bark, or quinine, vanilla, and rhubarb. About 1560 the potato was introduced from Peru to Spain, whence it spread across the continent. Prospero Alpini, professor of botany at Padua, described 50 foreign plants newly cultivated in Europe. From his studies of the date palm he deduced the doctrine of sexual reproduction in plants, which Theophrastus had expressed in the 3rd century B.C. The female date trees, said Alpini, do not bear fruit unless the branches of the male and female plants are mixed together, or, as is generally done, unless the dust found in the male sheath or male flowers is sprinkled over the female flowers. Linnaeus would later classify plants according to their mode of reproduction, but meanwhile, in 1583, Andrea Cesalpino of Florence offered the first systematic classification of plants, 1,500 of them, on the basis of their different seeds and fruits. Gaspard Boin of Basel, in his massive Pinax Theatri Botanici from 1623, classified 6,000 plants, anticipating Linnaeus's binomial nomenclature by genus and species. Boin devoted 40 years to preparing this table of the botanic world, and he died a year after its publication. It remained for 3 centuries a standard text. The private herbariums of physicians were now evolving into botanical gardens maintained for the public by universities or governments. The earliest, established at Pisa in 1543, achieved renown under Cesalpino. Zurich had one in 1560, then Bologna, Kassel, Leiden, Leipzig, Breslau, Basel, Heidelberg, Oxford. Guy de la Brosse, physician to Louis XIII, organized the famous Jardin des Plantes Médicinales at Paris in 1635. Zoological gardens, as menageries for public amusement, had existed in China in 1100 B.C., ancient Rome, and Aztec Mexico, circa 1450. Modern forms were opened at Dresden in 1554 and under Louis XIII at Versailles. Zoology received less attention than botany, as it offered, except in mythical medicine, fewer cures. Ulisse Aldrovandi began in 1599 the publication of 13 great tomes on natural history. He lived to see 6 through the press. The Senate of Bologna published the remaining 7 from his manuscripts and at public cost. They were superseded only by the Histoire naturelle of 1749 to 1804 of Buffon. The Jesuit polymath Athanasius Kircher began histology with his Ars Magna Lucis et Umbrae from 1646, in which he described the minute worms that his microscope had found in decaying substances. The belief in the spontaneous generation of tiny organisms out of rotten flesh, or even out of slime, was still almost universal, though Harvey was soon to reject it in his De Generatione Animalium of 1651. Zoology was backward partly because only a few thinkers saw in animals the progenitors of men. But in 1632 Galileo wrote to the Grand Duke of Tuscany, "Though the differences between man and the other animals is enormous, one might say reasonably that it is little more than the difference among men themselves." The modern mind was slowly climbing back to what the Greeks had known 2,000 years before. Anatomy was resting after its labors under Vesalius. Dissection of cadavers was still opposed, as by Hugo Grotius, but the numerous anatomy lessons in Dutch art reflect a general acceptance of the procedure. The great name here, as well as in surgery, is Girolamo Fabrizio d'Acquapendente, pupil of Fallopio and teacher of Harvey. During his reign at the University of Padua, the great anatomical theatre was built there, the only such structure still completely preserved from that era. His discovery of the valves in the veins and his studies of the effect of ligatures led to Harvey's demonstration of the circulation of the blood. Knowledge of circulation of body fluids was advanced by Gasparo Azelli's discovery of the lacteals in 1632, lymphatic vessels carrying milk-like chyle from the small intestine. Indeed, Azelli, despite his name, the little ass, ascribed the circulation of the blood 6 years before Harvey published his theory. Andrea Cesalpino had expounded the essential theory in 1571, half a century before Harvey. He still clung to the old view that some blood passes through the septum of the heart, but he came closer than Harvey to explaining, by capillamenta, how the blood finds its way from the arteries to the veins. On 100 fronts, the noblest of all armies was advancing in the greatest of all wars. 6. Science and Health. In that war for the conquest of knowledge, the central battle is that of life against death, a battle which individually is always lost and collectively is regularly won. In fighting disease and pain, the physicians and the hospitals had many human enemies: personal uncleanliness, public filth, noisome prisons, quacks with magical potions, scientific mystics, hernia setters, stone melters, cataract couchers, tooth drawers, amateur uroscopists. And new diseases ran a race with new cures. Leprosy had disappeared, and protective devices had reduced syphilis. Fallopio had invented in 1564 a linen sheath against such infection. This soon came to be used as a contraceptive and was sold by barbers and bawds. But epidemics of typhus, typhoid fever, malaria, diphtheria, scurvy, influenza, smallpox, and dysentery appeared in several countries of Europe in this period, especially in Germany. Probably exaggerated figures reported 4,000 deaths from a plague of boils in Basel in 1563-64, 25% of the inhabitants of Freiburg im Breisgau carried off by plague in 1564, 9,000 in Rostock and 5,000 in Frankfurt an der Oder in 1565, 4,000 at Hanover and 6,000 at Brunswick in 1566. Terrified citizens ascribed some plagues to deliberate poisoning. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 10, Side 1. Terrified citizens ascribed some plagues to deliberate poisoning. At Frankenstein in Silesia,
17 persons were burned to death on suspicion of strewing poison. In 1604, the bubonic plague was so severe in Frankfurt am Main that there were not enough people to bury the dead. These are palpable exaggerations, but we are told on good authority that in a recurrence of the bubonic plague in Italy from 1629 to 1631, Milan lost 86,000, and no less than 500,000 died in the Venetian Republic. Between 1630 and 1631, there were 1 million victims of the plague in northern Italy alone. The fertility of women barely kept up with the resourcefulness of death. Childbirth was made doubly painful by its frequent futility. 2/5 of all children died before completing their second year. Families were large, populations were small. Public sanitation was improving, hospitals were multiplying. Medical education was taking a more rigorous form, though one could still practice medicine without a degree. Bologna, Padua, Basel, Leiden, Montpellier, Paris had famous medical schools drawing students from all Western Europe. We have a peculiar example of patient medical research in the 30 years of experiment by which Sanctorius tried to reduce physiological processes to quantitative measurement. He did much of his work while sitting at a table on a large scale. He recorded the changes in his weight from the intake and the outlet of solids and liquids, and he even weighed his sweat. He found that the human body gives off several pounds daily through normal perspiration, and concluded that this is a vital form of elimination. He invented a clinical thermometer in 1612 and a pulsimeter as aids to diagnosis. Therapy was graduating from toads to leeches. Some reputable physicians prescribed dried toads, sewn in a bag and hung on the breast, as a trap to catch and absorb the poisonous air that surrounded the body in plague areas. Bloodletting by leeches or cupping was combined with plentiful drinking of water, on the theory that some of the intaken fluid would form fresh, uninfected blood. 2 schools of treatment contended for the victim: the iatromechanical, stemming from Descartes' teaching that all bodily processes are mechanical, and the iatrochemical, originating with Paracelsus, developed by Helmont, and interpreting all physiology as chemical. Hydrotherapy was popular. Curative waters were taken at England's Bath, the Netherlands' Spa, France's Plomière, and a dozen places along the Rhine and in Italy. We have seen Montaigne trying them and shedding stones on the way. New drugs like valerian, circa 1580, antimony, circa 1603, ipecac, 1625, and quinine, 1632, were introduced to Europe. The London Pharmacopoeia of 1618 listed 1,960 drugs. Montaigne tells of special treats which a few doctors kept for patients. The left foot of a tortoise, the urine of a lizard, an elephant's dung, a mole's liver, blood drawn from the right wing of a white pigeon, and, for us who have the stone, the pulverized droppings of a rat, and such other tomfooleries that are more suggestive of magic and spells than of a serious science. Such delicacies were impressively expensive, and people in the 17th century moaned over druggists' charges more than over doctors' bills. Dentistry was left to barbers and consisted almost entirely of extractions. The barber-surgeons now included skilled practitioners like Ambroise Paré, François Rousset, who revived the Caesarean section, and Gasparo Tagliacozzi, specialist in the plastic reconstruction of ears, noses, and lips. He was condemned by moralists for interfering with the handiwork of God. His corpse was exhumed from consecrated ground and was buried in unhallowed soil. Wilhelm Fabry, father of German surgery, was the first to recommend amputation of a limb above the diseased part, and Giovanni Colle of Padua gave the oldest known description of a blood transfusion in 1628. As in every age, the patients resented the doctor's fees. The comedians laughed at his long robe, red shoes, and bedside gravity. If we trust the satires of the comic dramatists, his social status was not much above that of the teacher. But when we note the history of Rembrandt's anatomy lesson, we perceive a class of men holding a respected position in society and able to pay well for even a share in a great picture. And the most famous philosopher of the age, dreaming like all of us of a better future for mankind, thought of this as depending upon the improvement of human character, and of medical science as the likeliest agent of this basic revolution. For even the mind, said Descartes, depends so much on the temperament and disposition of the bodily organs, that if it is possible to find some means by which men might commonly be made wiser and abler, I believe it is in medicine that it ought to be looked for. 7. From Copernicus to Kepler. We have left astronomy to the last, for its heroes come toward the end of this period and constitute its pièce de résistance. The same church that was to silence Galileo led the way in a major achievement of modern astronomy, the reform of the calendar. The revision that Sisigines had made for Caesar about 46 B.C. had overestimated the year by 11 minutes and 14 seconds. Consequently, by 1577, the Julian calendar lagged behind the progress of the seasons by some 12 days, and ecclesiastical feasts had fallen out of the season for which they had been intended. Several attempts at calendar reform had been made, under Clement VI, Sixtus IV, and Leo X, but difficulties had been found in securing general agreement and requisite astronomical knowledge. In 1576, a revised calendar drawn up by Luigi Giglio was presented to Gregory XIII. The Pope submitted it to a commission of theologians, lawyers, and scientists, including the Bavarian Jesuit Christopher Clavius, famous in mathematics and astronomy. The final draft was apparently his work. Long negotiations were carried on with princes and prelates to secure their cooperation. Many objections were made, and the effort to win the consent of the Eastern churches failed. On February 24, 1582, Gregory XIII signed the bull that established the Gregorian calendar in Roman Catholic lands. To equate the old calendar with astronomic realities, 10 days were to be omitted in October 1582, the 5th was to be accounted the 15th, and complicated allowances were to be made for the reckoning of interest and other commercial relations. To offset the error in the Julian calendar, only such century years as are divisible by 400 were to have a 29th day in February. Protestant nations resisted the change. In Frankfurt am Main and Bristol, the populace rioted in the belief that the Pope wished to rob it of 10 days. Even Montaigne, avid of time, complained, "The eclipsing or abridging of 10 days, which the Pope hath lately caused, hath taken me so low that I can hardly recover myself." But slowly the new calendar, which would need no further correction for 3,333 years, won acceptance, by the German states in 1700, England in 1752, Sweden in 1753, Russia in 1918. A similar lag occurred in the acceptance of the Copernican astronomy. In Italy it might be studied and taught if presented as hypothesis rather than demonstrated fact. Giordano Bruno defended it, and Campanella already wondered whether the inhabitants of other planets thought themselves, as earthlings do, the center and purpose of all things. Generally, Protestant theologians vied with Catholic in denouncing the new system. Bacon and Baudin alike repudiated it. More surprising was its rejection by the greatest astronomer of the half-century that followed Copernicus's death, in 1543. Tycho Brahe was born in 1546 in the then Danish province of Scania, now the southern extremity of Sweden. His father was a member of the Danish Council of State. His mother was mistress of the robes of the Queen. His rich uncle Jürgen, disconsolately childless, abducted him, wheedled the parents into consent, and gave the boy every advantage of education. At 13, Tycho entered the University of Copenhagen. According to Gassendi, he was drawn to astronomy when he heard the teacher discuss a forthcoming eclipse of the sun. He watched the eclipse come as predicted and marveled at the science that had reached such prophetic power. He bought a copy of Ptolemy's Almagest, pored over it to the neglect of other studies, and never abandoned the geocentric view there presented in the 2nd century of our era. At 16, he was transferred to the University of Leipzig, where he studied law by day and the stars by night. He was warned that this regimen would lead to physical and nervous breakdown. Tycho persisted, and he spent his allowance on astronomical instruments. In 1565, his uncle died, leaving him a large fortune. After settling his business affairs, Tycho hurried to Wittenberg for more mathematics and astronomy, thence, driven by plague, to Rostock. There he fought a duel and had part of his nose cut off. He ordered a bright new nose of silver and gold and wore it the rest of his life. He dabbled in astrology and predicted the coming death of Suleiman the Magnificent, only to find that the Sultan had already died. After much travel in Germany, he returned to Denmark, busied himself with chemistry, and was brought back to astronomy by discovering a new star in the constellation Cassiopeia in 1572. His carefree observations of this transitory star and his account of it in his first publication, De Nova Stella, gave him a European reputation, but shocked some Great Danes, who considered authorship a form of exhibitionism incompatible with blue blood. Tycho confounded them by marrying a peasant girl. He seems to have felt that a simple housewife was the best mate for an absorbed astronomer, and was the best match open to a man with a golden nose. Dissatisfied with astronomical facilities in Copenhagen, he set out for Kassel, where Landgrave William IV had built in 1561 the first observatory with a revolving roof, and Just Burgi had developed a pendulum clock which made possible an unprecedented accuracy in timing the observation and movements of stars. Fired with new zeal, Tycho went back to Copenhagen and interested Frederick II in projects for an observatory. The king gave him the island of Vane, or Venus, in the Sound, and a good pension. With this and his own means, Tycho built there a castle and gardens which he called Uraniborg, or Heavenly City, with living quarters, library, laboratory, several observatories, and a workshop to make his own instruments. He had no telescope. 28 years were to pass before its invention, yet it was his observations that guided Kepler to epical discoveries. In 21 years at Vane, Tycho and his pupils gathered a body of data exceeding in extent and accuracy anything hitherto known. He took records of the sun's apparent motion every day for many years. He was one of the first astronomers to allow for the refraction of light and the fallibility of observers and instruments. So he repeated the same observation time and again. He discovered and reduced to law the variations in the motion of the moon. His meticulous tracing of a comet in 1599 led him to the now universally accepted belief that comets, instead of being generated in the Earth's atmosphere, are true celestial bodies moving in fixed and regular courses. When Tycho published his catalogue of 777 stars, and marked them with loving care on the great celestial globe in his library, he had justified his life. In 1588, Frederick II died. The new king was a boy of 11. The regents who ruled him were not as patient with the pride, temper, and extravagance of Brahe as Frederick had been. Soon the governmental grants ran low, and in 1597 they ceased. Tycho left Denmark and settled in Benedek Castle near Prague as the guest of Emperor Rudolf II, who looked to him for astrological predictions. Brahe imported his instruments and records from Vane and advertised for an assistant. Johann Kepler came in 1600 and worked fitfully but devotedly for his difficult master. Just as Brahe was hoping to develop his massive accumulation of data into a reasoned theory of the heavens, he was struck down at table by a burst bladder. He lingered in pain for 11 days and died in 1601, mourning that he had not completed his work. The funeral orator said that he had coveted nothing but time. 8. Kepler, 1571 to 1630. It turned out well for science that Tycho moved to Prague, for there Kepler inherited his observations and deduced from them the planetary laws that prepared for Newton's theory of gravitation. From Brahe to Kepler to Newton, and from Copernicus to Galileo to Newton, are the basic and converging lines of modern astronomy. Kepler was born at Weil near Stuttgart, son of an army officer who repeatedly went off to war as preferable to domesticity. Returning at last, the father opened a tavern in which Johann served as a waiter. The boy was sickly. Smallpox crippled his hands and permanently impaired his vision. The Duke of Württemberg saw in him the possibility of a good preacher and paid for his education. At Tübingen, Michael Mestlin, who as professor taught the Ptolemaic astronomy, privately converted Kepler to the Copernican theory, and the youth became so enthusiastic about the stars that he abandoned all thought of an ecclesiastical career. After taking his degree, he became a schoolmaster at Graz in Styria, teaching Latin, rhetoric, and mathematics for 150 gulden a year, with free lodging, and adding 20 gulden by editing annually an astrological calendar. At 25, he married a woman of 23 who had buried one husband and divorced another. She brought him a dowry and a daughter. He added 6 children in due course. A year after his marriage, he was forced as a Protestant to leave Graz in 1597, for the new Archduke of Styria, Ferdinand, was a resolute Catholic who ordered all Protestant clergymen and teachers out of Styria. Kepler had given further offense by publishing Mysterium Cosmographicum in 1596, ardently advocating the Copernican system. Hopefully he sent copies to Brahe and Galileo. After a year of despondent poverty, he was saved by Tycho's invitation to Prague. But Tycho was hard to get along with.
There were difficulties with religion and bread. The wife developed epilepsy. Then Tycho died, and Kepler was appointed his successor at 500 florins a year. Brahe had bequeathed his records to him, but not his instruments. Unable to buy the best, Kepler found himself driven to study Brahe's observations rather than add to them. He could never have said with Newton, "I do not invent hypotheses." On the contrary, his head hummed with them. "I have much store of fantasy." His peculiar skill lay in testing hypotheses, and his wisdom lay in casting them aside when the consequences that he had mathematically deduced from them proved incompatible with the observed phenomena. In seeking to plot the orbit of Mars, he tried 70 hypotheses through 4 years. Finally, in 1604, he reached his basic and epical discovery that the orbit of Mars around the Sun is an ellipse, not a circle as astronomers from Plato to and including Copernicus had supposed. Only an elliptical orbit harmonized with the repeated observations of Brahe and others. Kepler's agile mind leaped to the question, what if all the planetary orbits are elliptical? Rapidly he tested the idea with the recorded observations. It agreed with them almost completely. In a Latin treatise on the motions of Mars, Astronomia Nova de Motibus Stellae Martis in 1609, he published the first 2 of Kepler's laws. First, each planet moves in an elliptical orbit, in which one focus is the Sun. Second, each planet moves more rapidly when near the Sun than when farther from it, and a radius drawn from the Sun to the planet covers in its motion equal areas and equal times. Kepler ascribed the differences in planetary speed to the greater emanation of solar energy felt by the planet as it neared the Sun. In this connection he evolved from Gilbert an idea of magnetic attraction closely akin to Newton's theory of gravitation. When Emperor Rudolf died in 1612, Kepler moved to Linz, and again he lived by teaching school. His wife having passed away, he married a poor orphan girl. In providing his new home with wine, he was fascinated by the difficulty of measuring the contents of a cask with curved sides. The essay that he published on the problem helped to prepare the discovery of infinitesimal calculus. After puzzling for 10 years over the relation between the speed of a planet and the size of its orbit, Kepler published in his book The Harmony of the World, in 1619, his 3rd law. The square of the time of revolution of a planet around the Sun is proportioned to the cube root of its mean distance from the Sun. For example, Mars's time of revolution is demonstrably 1.88 times that of the Earth. The square of this is 3.53. The cube root of this is 1.52. That is, the mean distance of Mars from the Sun will be 1.52 times that of the Earth from the Sun. Kepler was so overjoyed by having reduced the behavior of the planets to such order and regularity that he likened each orbital speed to a note on a musical scale and concluded that the combined motions make a harmony of the spheres, which, however, is audible only to the soul of the Sun. Kepler mingled mysticism with his science, illustrating again Goethe's generous saying that a man's defects are the faults of his time, while his virtues are his own. We can forgive the pride that wrote in the preface to The Harmony of the World, "What I promised my friends in the title of this book, what 16 years ago I urged as a thing to be sought, that for which I joined Tycho Brahe, to which I have devoted the best part of my life, I have at length brought to light. It is not 18 months since the unveiled sun burst upon me. Nothing holds me. I will indulge my sacred fury. If you forgive me, I rejoice. If you are angry, I can bear it. The die is cast, the book is written, to be read either now or by posterity, I care not which. It may well wait a century for a reader, as God has waited 6,000 years for a discoverer." In an epitome of the Copernican astronomy, 1618 to 1621, Kepler showed how his laws supported, clarified, and amended the Copernican system. "I have attested it as true in my inmost soul," he said, "and I contemplate its beauty with incredible and ravishing delight." The treatise was placed in the index of prohibited books because it argued that the Copernican theory had been proved. Kepler, a pious Protestant, was not disturbed. For a while he enjoyed prosperity and acclaim. His salary as imperial astronomer was generally paid. From faraway Britain, James I invited him in 1620 to come and adorn the English court, but Kepler refused, saying that he would suffer from being cooped up in an island. He shared the prevailing belief in witchcraft.
His mother was charged with practicing it. Witnesses alleged that their cattle or they themselves had become ill because Frau Kepler had touched them. One witness swore that her 8-year-old daughter had been made ill by Mother Kepler's witchery, and she threatened to kill the witch if she did not at once cure the girl. The accused woman denied all guilt, but she was arrested and chained in a cell. Kepler fought for her at every stage of the proceedings. The state's attorney proposed that a confession be drawn from her by torture. She was taken to the torture chamber and was shown the instruments to be used upon her. She still asserted her innocence. After 13 months' imprisonment, she was released, but she died soon afterward in 1622. This tragedy and the impact of the spreading war darkened Kepler's final years. In 1620, Linz was occupied by imperialist troops, and its inhabitants neared starvation. Through all the chaos, he continued his labor of formulating the observations of Brahe, others, and himself in the Rudolphine Tables in 1627, which catalogued and charted 1,005 stars and remained standard for a century. In 1626, he moved to Ulm. His imperial salary fell far in arrears, and he was hard-pressed to feed his family. He applied to Wallenstein for employment as astrologer. He was engaged, and for some years he followed the general, casting horoscopes for him and publishing astrological almanacs. In 1630 he went to Regensburg to appeal to the Diet for the arrears of his salary. The effort consumed his last physical resources. He was seized with fever and died within a few days, on November 15, 1630, in the 59th year of his age. All traces of his grave were swept away by the war. His function in the history of astronomy was to mediate between Copernicus and Newton. He advanced beyond Copernicus by replacing circular with elliptical orbits, by abandoning eccentrics and epicycles, and by placing the sun not at the center of a circle, but at one focus of an ellipse. By these changes he freed the Copernican system from many of the difficulties that had almost justified Tycho Brahe in rejecting it. Through him, the heliocentric view now won a rapidly widening acceptance. He transformed what had been a brilliant guess into a hypothesis worked out in impressive mathematical detail. He provided Newton with the planetary laws that led to the theory of gravitation. While keeping his religious faith fervent and undiminished, he revealed the universe as a structure of law, as a cosmos of order in which the same laws ruled the earth and the stars. "My wish," he said, "is that I may perceive the God whom I find everywhere in the external world in like manner within me." 9. Galileo, 1564 to 1642. 1. The physicist. Galileo Galilei was born at Pisa on the day of Michelangelo's death, February 18, 1564, in the same year as Shakespeare. His father was a cultured Florentine who shared in teaching him Greek, Latin, mathematics, and music. Not for nothing was Galileo an almost exact contemporary of Monteverdi, 1567 to 1643. Music was one of his perennial consolations, especially in his blind old age. He played the organ creditably and the lute well. He liked to draw and paint, and sometimes he regretted that he had not become an artist. In that wonderful Italy of his youth, the flame of the Renaissance still burned, inspiring men to be complete. He mourned that he could not design a temple, carve a statue, paint a portrait, write poetry, compose music, guide a ship. He longed to do all of these, and we feel as we contemplate him that he lacked only time. Such a man, under different accidents, could have been any kind of great man. Whether by nature or by circumstance, he turned in boyhood to making and playing with machines. At 17, he was sent to the University of Pisa to study medicine and philosophy. A year later, he made his first scientific discovery, that the swings of a pendulum, regardless of their width, take equal times. By lengthening or shortening the arm of a pendulum, he could retard or quicken the rate of oscillation until it synchronized with his pulse. By this pulsologia, he could accurately measure his heartbeat. About this time he discovered Euclid. He overheard a tutor teaching geometry to the pages of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. The logic of mathematics seemed to him immeasurably superior to the scholastic and Aristotelian philosophy that he had received in the classroom. Clandestinely, with Euclid's Elements in his hand, he followed the lessons of the instructor to the pages. The tutor took an interest in him and taught him privately. In 1585, Galileo left the University of Pisa without taking a degree, moved to Florence, and under the tutor's guidance gave himself with passion to mathematics and mechanics. A year later he invented a hydrostatic balance to measure the relative weights of metals in an alloy, and won the praise of the Jesuit Clavius for an essay on the center of gravity in solid bodies. Meanwhile, his father's means ran out, and Galileo faced the obligation to earn his own bread. He applied for teaching posts at Pisa, Florence, and Padua. He was rejected as too young. In 1589, as he and a friend were planning to seek their fortunes in Constantinople and the East, they heard that the chair of mathematics at Pisa had fallen vacant. Galileo applied for it in forlorn hope. He was still only 25. He was given a 3-year appointment at 60 scudi per year. On this he could starve, but he could show his mettle. He was mettlesome enough, for he began at once, from his professorial chair, a war on the physics of Aristotle. According to the Greek, the downward movement of a mass of gold or lead, or of any other body endowed with weight, is quicker in proportion to its size. Lucretius and Leonardo da Vinci had expressed the same view. Even in antiquity, Hipparchus, circa 130 B.C., had questioned the opinion of Aristotle on bodies carried downward through weight. And Johannes Philipponus, in 533 A.D., commenting on Aristotle, thought that the difference in time of fall between two objects, one of which is twice the weight of the other, will be either none at all or imperceptible. Here we come upon a famous and disputed story. It appears first in an early biography of Galileo, written by his friend Vincenzo Viviani in 1654, 12 years after Galileo's death, and claiming to be founded on Galileo's own verbal account. To the dismay of all the philosophers, very many conclusions of Aristotle were by him, Galileo, proved false through experiments and solid demonstrations, as, among others, that the velocity of moving bodies of the same material of unequal weight moving through the same medium did not mutually preserve the proportion of their weight as taught by Aristotle, but all moved at the same speed. Demonstrating this with repeated experiments from the height of the Campanile of Pisa in the presence of the other teachers and philosophers and the whole assembly of students, he upheld the dignity of his professional chair with so great fame that many philosophasters, his rivals, stirred with envy, were aroused against him. Galileo himself nowhere mentions the Pisa experiment in his extant writings. Neither is it mentioned by two of his contemporaries who in 1612 and 1641 reported their own experiments in dropping objects of diverse weight from the top of the leaning tower. Viviani's story has been rejected as a legend by some scholars in Germany and America. Uncertain, too, is the tradition concerning the resentment of fellow professors at Pisa. He left that university in the summer of 1592, probably because he had been offered a loftier chair at a better fee. In September we find him installed at the University of Padua, teaching geometry, mechanics, and astronomy, and turning his home into a laboratory to which he invited his friends and students. He avoided marriage, but took a mistress who gave him 3 children. Now he made the researches and experiments that he gathered together only toward the end of his life in his Dialogues concerning 2 new sciences, that is, concerning statics and dynamics. He affirmed the indestructibility of matter. He formulated the principles of the lever and the pulley, and showed that the speed of freely falling bodies increases at a uniform rate. He made many experiments with inclined planes. He argued that an object rolling down one plane would rise on a similar plane to a height equal to its fall if it were not for frictional or other resistance. And he concluded to the law of inertia, Newton's first law of motion, that a moving body will continue indefinitely in the same line and rate of motion unless interfered with by some external force. He proved that a projectile propelled in a horizontal direction would fall to the earth in a parabolic curve, compounding the forces of impetus and gravity. He reduced musical tones to wavelengths of air, and showed that the pitch of a note depends upon the number of vibrations made by the struck string in a given time. Notes, he taught, are felt as constant and harmonious when their vibrations strike the ear with rhythmic regularity. Only those properties of matter belong to matter that can be dealt with mathematically: extension, position, motion, density. All other properties, sounds, tastes, odors, colors, and so on, reside only in consciousness. If the living creature were removed, all these qualities would be wiped away and annihilated. He hoped that in time these secondary qualities could be analyzed into primary physical qualities of matter and motion, mathematically measurable. These were basic and fruitful contributions. they were hampered by inadequacy of instruments. So, for example, Galileo underestimated the factor of air resistance in the fall of objects and projectiles. But no man since Archimedes had ever done so much for physics. 2. The astronomer. Toward the end of his stay in Padua, he gave more and more of his time to astronomy. In a letter from 1596 to Kepler, 7 years his junior, thanking him for the Mysterium Cosmographicum, he wrote, "I esteem myself happy to have as great an ally as you in my search for truth. I will read your work all the more willingly because I have for many years been a partisan of the Copernican view, and because it reveals to me the causes of many natural phenomena that are entirely incomprehensible in the light of the generally accepted hypotheses. To refute the latter I have collected many proofs, but I do not publish them because I am deterred by the fate of our teacher Copernicus, who, though he had won immortal fame with a few, was ridiculed and condemned by countless people, for very great is the number of the stupid. I would dare to publish my speculations if there were more people like you." He professed his Copernican faith in a lecture at Pisa in 1604. In 1609 he made his first telescope, and on August 21st he demonstrated it to Venetian officials. Hear his account. "Many of the nobles and senators, although of a great age, mounted more than once to the top of the highest church in Venice, St. Mark's, in order to see sails and shipping so far off that it was 2 hours before they were seen without my spyglass. For the effect of my instrument is such that it makes an object 50 miles off appear as large as if it were only 5 miles away. The Senate, knowing the way in which I had served it for 17 years at Padua, ordered my election to the professorship for life." He improved his telescope until it magnified objects 1,000 times. Turning it to the sky, he was amazed to discover a new world of stars, 10 times as many as had yet been catalogued. Constellations were now seen to contain a great number of stars invisible to the unaided eye. So the Pleiades were seen to be 36 instead of 7, and Orion 80 instead of 37, and the Milky Way appeared not as a nebulous mass, but as a forest of stars, great or small. The moon was no longer a smooth surface, but a corrugation of mountains and valleys, and the vague illumination of its unsunned half could be explained as partly due to sunshine reflected from the earth. In January 1610, Galileo discovered 4 of the 9 moons, or satellites, of Jupiter. "These new bodies," he wrote, "move around another very great star, in the same way as Mercury and Venus, and peradventure the other known planets, move around the sun." In July he discovered the ring of Saturn, which he mistook for 3 stars. Critics of Copernicus had argued that if Venus revolved around the sun, it should, like the moon, show phases, changes in illumination and apparent shape, and they had held that there was no sign of such changes. But in December, Galileo's telescope revealed such phases, and he believed that they could be explained only by the planet's revolution around the sun. It seems unbelievable, but Galileo, in a letter to Kepler, affirmed that the professors at Padua refused to credit his discoveries, refusing even to look at the skies through his telescopes. Tiring of Padua, and hoping for a better intellectual climate in Florence, which was passing from art to science, Galileo named the satellites of Jupiter the Sidera Medicea, after Cosimo II, Grand Duke of Tuscany. In March 1610 he dedicated to Cosimo a Latin treatise, Sidereus Nuncius, summarizing his astronomical revelations. In May he wrote to the Duke's secretary a letter warm with the ardor and pride of Leonardo's appeal to the Duke of Milan in 1482. He listed the subjects that he was studying and the books in which he hoped to describe his results, and he wondered if he might secure from his master an appointment that would require less time for teaching and leave more for research. In June, Cosimo named him first mathematician of the University of Pisa and first mathematician and philosopher to the Grand Duke, with an annual salary of 1,000 florins and without obligation to teach. In September, Galileo moved to Florence without his concubine. He had insisted on the title of philosopher as well as mathematician, for he wished to influence philosophy as well as science. He felt as Ramus, Bruno, Telesio, and others had done before him, as Bacon was urging in this same decade, that philosophy, which he understood as the study and interpretation of nature in all its aspects, had gone to sleep in the lap of Aristotle, and that the time had come to escape from these 40 Greek volumes and look at the world with loosened categories and open eyes and mind. Possibly he trusted too much to reason. To demonstrate to my opponents the truth of my conclusions, I have been forced to prove them by a variety of experiments, though to satisfy myself alone I have never felt it necessary to make many." He had the pride and pugnacity of an innovator, though at times he spoke with a wise modesty. I have never met a man so ignorant that I could not learn something from him. He was an ardent controversialist, skilled to spear a foe on a phrase or roast him with burning indignation. In the margin of a book by the Jesuit Antonio Rocco, defending the Ptolemaic astronomy, Galileo wrote, "Ignoramus, elephant, fool, dunce, eunuch." But that was after the Jesuits had joined in condemning him. Before his encounter with the Inquisition, he had many friends in the Society of Jesus. Christopher Clavius confirmed Galileo's observations with his own. Another Jesuit lauded Galileo as the greatest astronomer of the age. A commission of Jesuit scholars, appointed by Cardinal Bellarmine to examine Galileo's findings, reported favorably on all points. When he went to Rome in 1611, the Jesuits entertained him at their Collegium Romanum. "I stayed with the Jesuit fathers," he wrote. "They had verified the actual existence of the new planets and had been constantly observing them for 2 months. We compared notes, and I found that their observations agreed exactly with my own." He was welcomed by dignitaries of the Church, and Pope Paul V assured him of his unalterable goodwill. In April, he showed to prelates and scientists in Rome the results of observations that revealed spots on the sun, which he interpreted as clouds. Apparently unknown to Galileo, Johannes Fabricius had already announced their discovery in De Maculis Solis, Wittenberg, 1611, and had anticipated Galileo's conclusion that the periodicity of the spots indicated the rotation of the sun. In 1615, Christopher Scheiner, Jesuit professor of mathematics at Ingolstadt, addressed to Marcus Welser, chief magistrate of Augsburg, 3 letters in which he claimed to have discovered the spots in April 1611. Galileo, back in Florence, received from Welser a copy of Scheiner's communications. He discussed them in 3 letters on the solar spots, published at Rome by the Accademia dei Lincei in 1613. He claimed that he had observed the spots in 1610 and had shown them to friends in Padua. In the clash of claims to priority in discovering the spots, the friendship between Galileo and the Jesuits cooled. Convinced that his findings could be explained only on the Copernican theory, Galileo began to talk of the theory as proved. The Jesuit astronomers had no objection to considering it as a hypothesis. Scheiner sent his objections to the Copernican view to Galileo with a conciliatory letter. "If you wish to advance counter-arguments," he wrote, "we shall in no way be offended by them, but will, on the contrary, gladly examine your arguments in the hope that all this will assist in the elucidation of the truth." Many theologians felt that the Copernican astronomy was so clearly incompatible with the Bible that if it prevailed, the Bible would lose authority and Christianity itself would suffer. What would happen to the fundamental Christian belief that God had chosen this earth as his human home, this earth now to be shorn of its primacy and dignity, to be set loose among planets so many times larger than itself, and among innumerable stars? 3. On trial. Galileo met the problem uncompromisingly. "Inasmuch as the Bible," he wrote to Father Castelli on December 21, 1613, "calls for an interpretation differing from the immediate sense of the words, as when it speaks of God's anger, hatred, remorse, hands, and feet, it seems to me that as an authority in mathematical controversy it has very little standing. I believe that natural processes which we either perceive by careful observation or deduce by cogent demonstration cannot be refuted by passages from the Bible." Cardinal Bellarmine was alarmed. Through common friends he sent to Galileo a pointed admonition. "It seems to me," he wrote to the astronomer's pupil Foscarini, "that you and Galileo would be well advised to speak not in absolute terms of the new astronomy as proved, but ex suppositione, as I am convinced that Copernicus himself did." On December 21, 1614, a Dominican preacher, Tommaso Caccini, began an attack, taking as his text an excellent pun, "Viri Galilei, quid statis apicientis in coelum?" "Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into the heavens?" and proceeded to show that the Copernican theory was in irresoluble conflict with the Bible. Other minor warriors sent complaints to the Inquisition, and on March 20, 1615, Caccini lodged a formal accusation against Galileo before the Congregation of the Holy Office, the Inquisition. Monsignor Dini wrote to Galileo that if he would insert into his publications a few sentences declaring the Copernican view to be a hypothesis, he would not be disturbed. But Galileo refused, as he put it, to moderate Copernicus. In a letter to the Grand Duchess of Tuscany, published in 1615, he wrote with bold clarity, "As to the arrangement of the parts of the universe, I hold the sun to be situated motionless in the center of the revolution of the celestial orbs, while the earth rotates on its axis and revolves about the sun." He went on to a broader heresy. "Nature is inexorable and immutable. She never transgresses the laws imposed upon her, or cares a whit whether her abstruse reasons and methods of operation are understandable to men. For that reason it appears that nothing physical which sense experience sets before our eyes, or which necessary demonstrations prove to us, ought to be called in question, much less condemned, upon the testimony of biblical passages which may have some different meaning beneath their words." However, he promised submission to the Church. "I declare, and my sincerity will make itself manifest, not only that I mean to submit myself freely and renounce any errors into which I may fall in this discourse through ignorance of matters pertaining to religion, but that I do not desire in these matters to engage in disputes with anyone. My goal is this alone, that if among errors that may abound in these considerations of a subject remote from my profession, there is anything that may be serviceable to the Holy Church in making a decision concerning the Copernican system, it may be taken and utilized as seems best to the superiors, and if not, let my book be torn and burned, as I neither intend nor pretend to gain from it any fruit that is not pious and Catholic. But," he added, "I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use." On December 3, 1615, he went to Rome of his own accord, armed with friendly letters from the Grand Duke to influential prelates and the Florentine ambassador at the Vatican. In Rome he undertook to convert ecclesiastical officials individually. He upheld the Copernican system at every opportunity. Soon everybody in Rome was discussing the stars. On February 26, 1616, the Inquisition directed Cardinal Bellarmine to summon before him the said Galileo and admonish him to abandon the said opinions, and in case of refusal to intimate to him before a notary and witnesses a command to abstain altogether from teaching or defending the said opinions and even from discussing them, and if he do not acquiesce therein, he is to be imprisoned. Galileo appeared before Cardinal Bellarmine on that day and declared his submission to the decree. On March 5th, the Holy Office published its historic edict. "The view that the sun stands motionless at the center of the universe is foolish, philosophically false, and utterly heretical, because contrary to Holy Scripture. The view that the earth is not the center of the universe and even has a daily rotation is philosophically false, and at least an erroneous belief." The Congregation of the Index, on the same date, forbade the publication or reading of any book advocating the condemned doctrines. But in the case of Copernicus's De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, from 1543, it forbade the use of the book until it is corrected, and in 1620 it allowed Catholics to read editions from which 9 sentences that represented the theory as a fact had been removed. Galileo returned to Florence, lived in studious retirement in his villa, Bellosguardo, and kept out of controversy till 1622. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 10, Side 2. Galileo returned to Florence, living in studious retirement in his villa, Bellosguardo, and kept out of controversy till 1622. In 1619, his disciple Mario Guiducci published an essay embodying Galileo's theory, now rejected, that comets are emanations of the Earth's atmosphere, and vigorously criticizing the views of the Jesuit Orazio Grassi. The irate father, under a pseudonym, published an attack upon Galileo and his followers. In 1622, Galileo sent to Monsignor Cesarini in Rome the manuscript of Il Saggiatore, the Assayer, answering Grassi, and rejecting in science all authority but observation, reason, and experiment. With the author's consent, some members of the Accademia dei Lincei softened a few passages.
In this form, Urban VIII accepted its dedication and sanctioned its publication in October 1623. It is Galileo's most brilliant composition, a masterpiece of Italian prose and controversial skill. The Pope, we are told, enjoyed it. The Jesuits squirmed. So encouraged, Galileo set out again for Rome on April 1, 1624, hoping to convert the new Pope to Copernican ideas. Urban received him cordially, gave him 6 long interviews and many gifts, listened to the Copernican arguments, but refused to lift the Inquisition's ban. Galileo went back to Florence, consoled by Urban's declaration to the Grand Duke, "For a long time we have extended our fatherly love to this great man, whose fame shines in heaven and marches on earth." In 1626, Galileo was heartened by the appointment of his pupil Benedetto Castelli to be mathematician to the Pope, and of another pupil, Father Niccolo Riccardi, as chief censor of the press. He hastened now to complete his chief work, an exposition of the Copernican and anti-Copernican systems. In May he took the manuscript to Rome, showed it to the Pope, and obtained the ecclesiastical imprimatur for its publication, on condition that the subject be treated as hypothesis. Back in Florence, Galileo revised the book and issued it, in February 1632, under a long title, Dialogue of G.G., where in meetings of 4 days are discussed the 2 chief systems of the world, Ptolemaic and Copernican, indeterminately proposing the philosophical and natural arguments, as well on one side as on the other. The book might have brought Galileo less grief and renown had it not been for its beginning and its end. Said the preface to the discerning reader, "Several years ago there was published in Rome a salutary edict which, in order to obviate the dangerous tendencies of our present age, imposed a reasonable silence upon the Pythagorean opinion that the earth moves. There were those who impudently asserted that this decree had its origin not in judicious inquiry, but in passion none too well informed. Complaints were to be heard that advisers who were totally unskilled in astronomical observations ought not to clip the wings of reflective intellects by means of rash prohibitions." This was in effect to notify the reader that the dialogue form was a dodge to elude the Inquisition. In the dialogue, 2 characters, Salviati and Sagredo, the names of 2 of Galileo's warmest friends, defend the Copernican system. A 3rd character, Simplicio, rejects it, but with transparent sophistry. Near the end of the work, Galileo put into Simplicio's mouth, almost verbatim, a statement that Urban VIII had insisted on being added. "God is all-powerful, all things are therefore possible to him. Ergo, the tides cannot be adduced as a necessary proof of the double motion of the earth without limiting God's omniscience." Upon which Salviati comments sarcastically, "An admirable and truly angelic argument." The Jesuits, several of whom were roughly handled in the dialogue, Scheiner's ideas were called vain and foolish, pointed out to the Pope that his statement had been put into the mouth of a character who throughout the book had been represented as a simpleton. Urban appointed a commission to examine the work. It reported that Galileo had treated the Copernican system not as hypothesis, but as fact, and that he had secured the imprimatur by clever misrepresentations. The Jesuits added, with foresight, that the doctrines of Copernicus and Galileo were more dangerous to the Church than all the heresies of Luther and Calvin. In August 1632, the Inquisition forbade further sale of the dialogue and ordered the confiscation of all remaining copies. On September 23rd, it summoned Galileo to appear before its commissioner in Rome. His friends pleaded his 68 years and many infirmities, but to no avail. His daughter, now a fervent nun, sent him touching letters begging him to submit to the Church. The Grand Duke advised him to obey, provided him with the Grand Ducal sedan chair, and arranged with the Florentine ambassador to house him in the embassy. Galileo reached Rome February 13, 1633. 2 months passed before the Inquisition called him to its palace on April 12th. He was charged with having broken his promise to obey the decree of February 26, 1616, and was urged to confess his guilt. He refused, protesting that he had only presented the Copernican view as hypothesis. He was kept a prisoner in the palace of the Inquisition till April 30th. There he fell sick. He was not put to torture, but may have been led to fear it. At a second appearance before the commission, he humbly confessed that he had stated the case for Copernicus more strongly than against him, and offered to correct this in a supplementary dialogue. He was allowed to return to the house of the ambassador. On May 10th he was examined again.
He offered to do penance and begged consideration for his age and ill health. At a fourth examination on June 21st, he affirmed that after the decree of 1616, every doubt vanished from my mind, and I held and still hold Ptolemy's opinion that the earth is motionless and that the sun moves, as absolutely true and incontestable. The Inquisition countered that Galileo's dialogues made quite clear his acceptance of Copernicus. Galileo insisted that he had been anti-Copernican since 1616. The Pope had kept in touch with the examination, but had not attended in person. Galileo hoped that Urban VIII would come to his aid, but the Pope refused to interfere. On June 22nd, the Inquisition pronounced him guilty of heresy and disobedience. It offered him absolution on condition of full abjuration. It sentenced him to the prison of this holy office for a period determinable at our pleasure, and prescribed as penance the recitation of the 7 penitential psalms daily for the next 3 years. He was made to kneel, repudiate the Copernican theory, and add, "With a sincere heart and unfeigned faith I abjure, curse, and detest the said errors and heresies, and generally every other error and heresy contrary to the Holy Church. And I swear that I will never more in future say or assert anything which may give rise to a similar suspicion of me. And that if I shall know any heretic or anyone suspected of heresy, I will denounce him to this holy office. So may God help me, and these his holy Gospels, which I touch with my own hands." The sentence was signed by 7 cardinals, but did not receive papal ratification. The story that on leaving the trial chamber Galileo muttered defiantly, "Eppur si muove," and yet it does move, is a legend not traceable before 1761. After 3 days in the prison of the Inquisition, he was allowed, by order of the Pope, to go to the villa of the Grand Duke at Trinita dei Monti in Rome. A week later he was transferred to comfortable quarters in the palace of his former pupil, Archbishop Ascanio Piccolomini, at Siena. In December 1633 he was allowed to remove to his own villa at Arcetri, near Florence. Technically he was still a prisoner, and he was forbidden to wander outside his own grounds, but he was free to pursue his studies, teach pupils, write books, and receive visitors. Here Milton came in 1638. His nun daughter came to live with him and took upon herself the penalty of reciting the Psalms. 4. The Patriarch. Apparently he was a broken man, defeated and humiliated by a church that felt herself the guardian of the faith, hopes, and morals of mankind. His abjuration, after months of imprisonment and days of questioning that could have shattered the mind and will of a young warrior, was forgivable in an old man who remembered Bruno's burning 33 years before. But he was not really defeated. His book spread through Europe in a dozen translations, and his book did not recant. He solaced his grief at Siena and Arcetri by summing up his physical researches in another major work, Dialogues Concerning 2 New Sciences. As the Italian press was closed to him by his condemnation, he negotiated secretly with foreign printers, and finally the Elsevier firm issued the book at Leiden in 1638. It was acclaimed throughout the learned world as raising the science of mechanics to a higher level than ever before. After its publication, he continued to prepare additional dialogues, in which he studied the mechanics of percussion and adumbrated Newton's second law of motion. In the last days of his life, says his first biographer, and amid much physical suffering, his mind was constantly occupied with mechanical and mathematical problems. In 1637, just before his eyesight began to fail, he announced his last astronomical discovery, the librations of the moon, the variations in that side of the moon which always faces the earth. And in 1641, a few months before his death, he explained to his son a plan for making a pendulum clock. The portrait that Sustermans painted of him at Arcetri, now in the Pitti Gallery, is of genius incarnate. Immense forehead, pugnacious lips, searching nose, penetrating eyes. This is one of the noblest faces in history. The eyes lost their sight in 1638, perhaps from too arduous gazing. He consoled himself with the thought that no man since Adam had seen so much as he. This universe, he said, that I have extended 1,000 times has now shrunk to the narrow confines of my own body. Thus God likes it, so I too must like it. In 1639, suffering from sleeplessness and 100 pains, he was allowed by the Inquisition to visit Florence under strict surveillance to see a physician and hear Mass. Back in Arcetri he dictated to Viviani and Torricelli and played the lute till his hearing also failed.
On January 8, 1642, aged almost 78, he died in the arms of his disciples. Grotius called him the greatest mind of all time. He had, of course, some limitations of intellect and character. His faults, pride, temper, vanity, were literally the defects or price of his qualities, his persistence, courage, and originality. He did not recognize the importance of Kepler's calculations on the planetary orbits. He was slow to credit the work of his contemporaries. He hardly realized how many of his discoveries in mechanics had been made before him, some by another Florentine, Leonardo. The views for which he was punished are not precisely those that astronomers hold today. Like most martyrs, he suffered for the right to be wrong. But he was not wrong in feeling that he had made dynamics a full-fledged science and had widened the human mind and perspective by revealing, in greater measure than ever before, the frightful immensity of the universe. He shared with Kepler the honor of winning acceptance for Copernicus, and with Newton the distinction of showing that the heavens declare the glory of law. And, like a good son of the Renaissance, he wrote the best Italian prose of his time. His influence pervaded Europe. His very condemnation raised the status of science in northern lands, while lowering it for a while in Italy and Spain. Not that the Inquisition destroyed Italian science. Torricelli, Cassini, Borelli, Redi, Malpighi, Morgagni carried the torch on to Volta, Galvani, and Marconi. But Italian scientists, remembering Galileo, avoided the philosophical implications of science. After the burning of Bruno and the intimidation of Descartes by Galileo's fate, European philosophy became a Protestant monopoly. In 1835, the Church withdrew the works of Galileo from her index of prohibited books. The broken and defeated man had triumphed over the most powerful institution in history. Chapter 23. The last chapter. Philosophy Reborn, 1564 to 1648. 1. Skeptics. Under and amid the conflicts of national states, economic forces, political parties, and varieties of religious belief, the essential drama of modern European history was taking form. The fight for life of a great religion besieged and sapped by science, sectarianism, Epicureanism, and philosophy. Is Christianity dying? Is the religion that gave morals, courage, and art to Western civilization suffering slow decay through the spread of knowledge, the widening of astronomic, geographical, and historical horizons, the realization of evil in history and the soul, the decline of faith in an afterlife and of trust in the benevolent guidance of the world? If this is so, it is the basic event of modern times, for the soul of a civilization is its religion, and it dies with its faith. To Bruno and Descartes, Hobbes and Spinoza, Pascal and Bayle, Holbach and Helvetius, Voltaire and Hume, Leibniz and Kant, it was no longer a question of Catholicism versus Protestantism. It was a question of Christianity itself, of doubts and denials rising about the dearest fundamentals of the ancient creed. The thinkers of Europe, the vanguard of the European mind, were no longer discussing the authority of the Pope. They were debating the existence of God. Many factors made for unbelief. The principle of private judgment, condemned by the Catholic Church as an invitation to doctrinal and moral chaos, had been proclaimed, established, and then condemned by nearly all the Protestant bodies. Meanwhile, it had undermined the citadel of belief. Multiplying sects fought one another like superabundant progeny, exposed one another's weaknesses, and left faith naked to rationalist winds. In their war they called both Scripture and reason to their support. The study of the Bible led to doubts of its meaning and infallibility, and the appeal to reason ended the age of faith. The Protestant Reformation achieved more than it desired. The assaults of biblical criticism especially damaged a Protestantism that had recklessly based itself upon a divinely inspired Bible. Improvements in social order and human security softened terror and cruelty. Men felt compelled to reconceive God in gentler terms than those of Paul and Augustine, Loyola and Calvin. Hell and predestination became incredible, and the new morality shamed the old theology. The growth of wealth and pleasure made for an Epicurean life which sought a philosophy to justify it. Religion was a casualty in the wars of religion. The increasing knowledge of pagan morals and philosophies, of Asiatic cults and rituals, led to disturbing comparisons with Christianity. Have we not heard Erasmus praying to Saint Socrates, and seen Montaigne reduce religious creeds to the accidents of geography and the arbitrament of war?
The growth of science revealed the operation of natural law in many cases, for example, the path of comets, where faith had seen the hand of providence. The educated classes found it harder to believe in miracles, even while the letterless gloried in them. And this earth, which, in the fond mythology of the people, had felt the feet of God, was it, as Copernicus and Galileo implied, only a bubble and a moment in a universe immeasurably too vast for the jealous, vengeful deity of Genesis? Where had heaven gone, now that up and down changed places twice a day? The mildest skeptics were the Unitarians, who in Italy, Switzerland, Poland, Holland, and England suggested doubts about the divinity of Christ. There were already a few deists who professed belief in a God loosely identified with nature, rejected the divinity of Christ, and wished to make Christianity an ethic rather than a creed. They were as yet sporadic and cautious, except when, like Edward Herbert of Charbury, they had sufficient status to frighten the hangman. We shall find them more vocal after 1648. Bolder were the Epicureans of Germany, who laughed at the Last Judgment, which took so long in coming, and at hell, which was probably not so terrible after all, since all the jolliest company gathered there. In France, such men were called esprits forts, tough minds, or libertins, whose loose ways began to give its modern meaning to a word that had originally meant freethinkers. In 1581, Philippe Duplessis Mornay wrote a book of 900 pages, De la vérité de la religion chrétienne contre les athées. In 1623, the Jesuit François Garras published a quarto of over 1,000 pages in which he denounced the beaux esprits who believed in God only by way of form or as a maxim of state, and accepted only nature and destiny. In that same year, Morin-Mersenne estimated the atheists of Paris at 50,000, but that word was then so loosely used that he may have meant deists. In 1625, Gabriel Naudet explained that the divine revelations of laws to Numa Pompilius and Moses were fables invented to promote social order, and that the monks of the Thebaid had fabricated their stories of combats with the devil to raise their reputation and milk the credulous mob. François de la Motte-Lavaillé, secretary to Richelieu and tutor to the future Louis XIV, published in 1633 his Dialogues of Horatius Tibero, professing a general skepticism. Our knowledge is asininity, our certainties are fictions, our whole world is a perpetual comedy. He was one of those whose faith faded before the multiplicity of infallible creeds. Amongst that infinity of religions there is no man who does not believe that he possesses the true and condemns all the rest. Despite his skepticism, he married at 78 and died in bed at 84. Like a good skeptic, he made his peace with the Church. Much of this French skepticism was a negative echo of Montaigne. It became a positive and constructive force in Montaigne's friend Pierre Charon, a Bordeaux priest who gave him the last rites and inherited his library. Charon's Traité de la Chazesse from 1601, a 3-volume description of wisdom, has been inadequately described as a systematization of Montaigne. It is rather an independent treatise, owing much to the essays, but bearing the stamp of Charon's grave and courteous character. All knowledge, he says, is derived from the senses, and is therefore subject to the many mistakes and limitations of the senses. Truth is not for us. Fools argue that truth is proved by universal consent, and that vox populi est vox Dei. Charon believes rather that the voice of the people is the voice of ignorance, of opinions manufactured for them, and that one should be especially skeptical of what is widely believed. The soul is a mysterious, restless, searching activity connected with the brain and apparently dying with the body. Religion is composed of unprovable mysteries and many absurdities, and has been guilty of barbarous sacrifices and intolerant cruelties. If, as Voltaire would repeat, all men were philosophers, lovers, and practisers of wisdom, religion would be unnecessary, and societies would live by a natural ethic independent of theology. I would have a man virtuous without heaven and hell. But considering the natural wickedness and ignorance of mankind, religion is a necessary means to morality and order. Consequently, Charon accepts all the fundamentals of Christianity, even to angels and miracles, and he advises his sage to observe all the religious rites prescribed by the Church, to which, however accidentally, he belongs. A true skeptic will never be a heretic. Despite these orthodox conclusions, a contemporary Jesuit classed him with the most wicked and dangerous atheists,
and when Charron suddenly died, aged 62, of an apoplectic stroke in 1603, the pious called it God's judgment on his infidelities. Shortly before his death he prepared a second edition in which he softened his more reckless passages and assured his fellow clergymen that by nature he meant God. His book was put on the index nevertheless. For half a century it far surpassed Montaigne's essays in popularity. De la Sagesse had 35 editions in France between 1601 and 1672, and in the 18th century Charron was more influential than his master. But the same orderliness of exposition that attracted the classic 17th century seemed a dreary and scholastic didacticism in the 19th, and Charron was lost in the rediscovered brilliance and gaiety of Montaigne. 2. Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600. Copernicus had enlarged the world. Who would now enlarge God and reconceive deity in terms worthy of those numberless and imperturbable galaxies? Bruno tried. He was born in Nola, 16 miles east of Naples. Christened Filippo, he changed his name to Giordano when, aged 17, he entered the monastery of the Dominicans at Naples. There he found a good library, rich not only in theology but in the Greek and Latin classics, in Plato and Aristotle, even in Arabic and Hebrew authors who had been translated into Latin. His poetic nature took readily to the pagan mythology, which persisted in his thought long after the Christian theology had faded away. He was fascinated by the atomism of Democritus, as continued by Epicurus and so majestically expounded by Lucretius. He read the Moslem thinkers Avicenna and Averroes, and the Jewish philosopher Avicebron, or Ibn Gabirol. Something of Hebrew mysticism entered into him and mingled with the ideas of Pseudo-Dionysius and Bernardino Telesio on the union of contraries in nature and God. Something, too, of the vision that Nicholas of Cusa had had of an infinite universe without center or circumference and animated by a single soul. He admired the rebellious medical mysticism of Paracelsus, the mystical symbolism and mnemonic devices of Raymond Lully, and the occult philosophy of Cornelius Agrippa. All these influences molded him and inflamed him with hostility to Aristotle, to scholasticism, to Thomas Aquinas. But he was in a Dominican monastery, and Aquinas was the intellectual hero of the Dominicans. Inevitably, the young monk troubled his superiors with objections, questions, and theories. Moreover, sex was simmering in his blood. He confessed later that not all the snows of the Caucasus could quench his fires. And there is some subtle connection between sexual and intellectual awakening. He took full priestly orders in 1572, but doubts continued to agitate him secretly. How could there be three persons in one God? How could a priest, with whatever formula, transform bread and wine into the body and blood of Jesus Christ? Twice after his ordination he was formally censured by his superiors. Suddenly, in 1576, after 11 years as a monk, he fled from the monastery, and for a while he hid himself in Rome. He discarded his monastic gown, resumed his baptismal name, and sought safety and privacy as a teacher of a school for boys in Noli, near Genoa. So began 16 years of wandering, in which the restlessness of his body kept pace with the vacillations of his mind. After 4 months in Noli he moved to Savona, then to Turin, to Venice, to Padua. To secure monastic hospitality he donned again the garb of a Dominican monk. Then on to Brescia, to Bergamo, and over the Alps to Chambéry, where a Dominican monastery received and fed him. Then to Lyon, then to Geneva. There, in the citadel of Calvinism, he again divested himself of his monastic robe. For 2 months he lived in uncongenial peace, earning his bread by correcting manuscripts and proofs. Among these was his own review of a lecture given at the University of Geneva by a Calvinist theologian. Bruno pointed out 20 errors in that lecture. The printer of his review was arrested and fined. Bruno himself was called to trial before the consistory. He apologized and was excused. Disappointed to find that he had escaped one censorship to fall into another, he left Geneva, returned to Lyon, and passed on to Toulouse. There some measure of tolerance transiently appeared through the rivalry of Catholics and Huguenots and the influx of only slightly converted Jews from Spain and Portugal. Probably during Bruno's stay in 1581, François Sanchez published at Toulouse his skeptical treatise of the right noble knowledge that nothing is known. For 18 months Bruno lectured on Aristotle's De Anima. Then, for reasons unknown, perhaps desiring a more capital fame, he moved up to Paris. He had acquired a reputation not only as a philosopher but as an expert in mnemonics. Henry III sent for him and solicited the magic secrets of a good memory. The king was pleased with Bruno's lessons and appointed him to a professorship in the Collège de France. For 2 years Bruno bore with peace, but in 1582 he published a comedy, GALILEO, the Torchbearer, in which with verve and fury he satirized monks, professors, pedants, but let the prologue speak. You will see in mixed confusion snatches of cut-purses, miles of cheats, enterprises of rogues, also delicious disgusts, bitter sweets, foolish decisions, mistaken faith and crippled hopes, niggard charities, virile women, effeminate men, and everywhere the love of gold. Hence proceed quartan fevers, spiritual cancers, light thoughts, ruling follies, advancing knowledge, fruitful action, purposive industry. In fine, you will see throughout naught secure, little beauty, and nothing of good. He signed the play Bruno the Nolan, graduate of the Academy, called The Nuisance. And so, in March 1583, he tried England. Henry III, readier to recommend him to others than to retain his services, gave him letters of introduction to the French ambassador in London, Michel de Castelnau, Sieur de la Mauvisière. Now began Bruno's happiest interlude. For 2 years he lived and ate in the ambassador's mansion, free from economic necessities, writing some of his most important works, always finding refuge there from the storms precipitated by his character, and comforted in his controversies by a tolerant man of the world who knew better than to take metaphysics seriously. In that home Bruno met Sir Philip Sidney, the Earl of Leicester, John Florio, Edmund Spenser, Gabriel Harvey, and others of the finest minds in Elizabethan England. These conversations provided the basis of Bruno's symposium, La Cena de la Cenerie. He met the great queen herself and eulogized her in terms that were later held against him by the Inquisition. In 1583 he requested of Oxford University the privilege of lecturing in its halls, and expounded his qualifications in terms that forever cleared him of any imputation of modesty. Permission given, he spoke on the immortality of the soul and on the fivefold sphere, that is, the planetary system of Copernicus. He was heckled by, among others, the rector of Lincoln College, as he tells us in his own way. Would you hear how they were able to reply to his, Bruno's, arguments? How 15 times, by means of 15 syllogisms, a poor doctor whom on this solemn occasion they had put forward as the very Coryphaeus of the Academy was left standing like a chick entangled in tow? Would you learn with what incivility and discourtesy that pig comported himself, and the patience and humanity of him who showed himself to be born a Neapolitan and nurtured under a more benign sky? Are you informed how they closed his public lectures? Later he called Oxford the widow of sound learning, a constellation of pedantic and most obstinate ignorance and presumption mixed with rustic incivility that would exhaust the patience of Job. Our philosopher was no Job. He wrote brilliantly about the stars and found earthlings intolerably dull. He felt that his philosophical development of Copernican astronomy was a beneficent advance in understanding, and he was a biting critic of all who rejected his views, though Florio found him, when appeased, gentle and urbane. His vanity was a trial to his friends as well as the wind in his sails. He gave himself the most magnificent titles: Doctor of the more developed theology, Professor of purer and harmless wisdom. He had the fervid imagination, the excitable eloquence of a Neapolitan. Wherever he went, the sun of the south heated his blood. For love of true wisdom, he said, and zeal for true contemplation, I tire, torment, and crucify myself. Toward the end of 1585 he returned to Paris in the suite of the recalled ambassador. He lectured at the Sorbonne, exciting the hostility of the Aristotelians as well. The war of the League against Henry III persuaded Bruno to sample German universities. In July 1586 he registered at the University of Marburg. Refused the right to lecture, he denounced the rector and went on to Wittenberg. For 2 years he lectured at Luther's University. Departing, he voiced his gratitude in a soaring valedictory, but the theology of the Reformers did not attract him. He sought the patronage of Rudolph II at Prague. The emperor thought him fantastic, but gave him 300 thalers and permission to teach at the University of Helmstedt in Brunswick. For some months he was happy,
Then the head of the Lutheran Church there denounced and excommunicated him. We do not know the upshot, but Bruno passed on to Frankfurt, to Zurich, to Frankfurt, from 1590 to 91, where he settled down to publish his Latin works. By this time, 1 year before his imprisonment by the Inquisition, his philosophy was complete, though it never achieved clarity or coherent form. On looking into Bruno's chief writings, we are struck by the titles, which are here given in abbreviated form. The Ash Wednesday Supper, of Cause, Beginning, and the One, of the Infinite Universe and the Worlds, Expulsion of the Triumphant Beast, of the Heroic Frenzies, the Revelation of the Horse of Pegasus, of Magic, etc. Often they are poetic and obscure, and warn us to expect rather reveries and ecstasies than a systematic or consistent philosophy. Hardly elsewhere, outside of Rabelais, shall we find such a gallimaufry of epithets, rhetoric, allegories, symbols, myths, humours, conceits, bombast, trivia, exaltation, burlesque, and wit, piled one upon another in a nebulous confusion of dogmas, insights, and hypotheses. Bruno inherited the skill of the Italian dramatists, the scandalous hilarity of the macaronic poets, the slashing satire of Berni and Aretino. If philosophy means calm perspective, reasoned restraint, ability to see all sides, tolerance of difference, even sympathy for simpletons, Bruno was not a philosopher but a warrior who put on blinders lest surrounding dangers should divert him from his goal, which was, 2 centuries before Voltaire, écraser l'infâme, to smash the infamy of obscurantism and persecution. There is something bitterer than Voltaire in the savage sarcasm wherewith he satirizes the theological idealization of unthinking faith. There is not, I say, a better mirror placed before human eyes than asininity, or the ass, or which demonstrates more clearly the duty of that man who looks for the reward of the final judgment. On the other hand, nothing is more effective to engulf us in the abyss of Tartarus, hell, than philosophical and rational speculations which, born of the senses, ripen in the developed human intellect. Try, therefore, to be asses, all ye who are men, and you who are already asses, study to proceed from good to better, so that you may arrive at that end and dignity which is attained not by knowledge and effort, however great, but by faith, and which is lost not by ignorance and misdoing, however enormous, but by unbelief. If by this conduct you are found written in the book of life, you will obtain grace in the church militant and glory in the church triumphant, in which God lives and reigns through all ages. Amen. Bruno's vision of the universe is primarily aesthetic, a profound and wondering appreciation of an incandescent infinity. But it is also a philosophical attempt to adjust human thought to a cosmos in which our planet is an infinitesimal part of an unknowable immensity. The earth is not the center of the world, nor is the sun. Beyond the world that we see, there were no telescopes when Bruno wrote, there are other worlds, as telescopes were soon to show. And beyond these other worlds are other worlds again, as better telescopes were to show. And so on endlessly. We cannot conceive an end, nor a beginning. And instead of the fixed stars being fixed, as Copernicus thought, they change their place constantly. Even in the skies, panta rei, all things flow. Space, time, and motion are relative. There is no center, no circumference, no up or down. The same motion differs when seen from different places or stars. And as time is the measure of motion, time too is relative. Probably many stars are inhabited by living, intelligent beings. Did Christ die for them too? Yet in this endless immensity there is an invariable conservation of matter, an eternal and inviolable constancy of law. Since the universe is infinite, and there cannot be two infinites, the infinite God and the infinite universe must be one. Here is Spinoza's Deus sive substantia sive natura, God or substance or nature. There is no prime mover, as Aristotle supposed. There is motion or energy inherent in every part of the whole. God is not an external intelligence. It is more worthy for him to be the internal principle of motion, which is his own nature, his own soul. Nature is the outside of the divine mind. However, this mind is not in a heaven above, but in every particle of reality. The world is composed of minute monads, indivisible units of force, of life, of inchoate mind. Here Bruno is a bridge between Lucretius and Leibniz. Each particle has its own individuality, has a mind of its own. and yet its freedom is not liberation from law, but, as in Spinoza, behavior according to its own inherent law and character. There is a principle of progress and evolution in nature in the sense that every part strives for development. Aristotle's Entelechia. There are opposites in nature, contrary forces, contradictions. But in the operation of the whole cosmos, in the will of God, all contraries coincide and disappear. So the diverse motions of the planets make the harmony of the spheres. Behind the bewildering, fascinating variety of nature is the yet more marvelous unity, wherein all parts appear as organs of one organism. It is unity that enchants me. By her power I am free, though thrall, happy in sorrow, rich in poverty, alive even in death. Though I am subject to law, I express my own nature. Though I suffer, I find solace in recognizing that the evil of the part becomes meaningless in the perspective of the whole. Though I die, the death of the part is the rejuvenating life of the whole. Hence the knowledge of the supreme unity is the goal of science and philosophy, and the healing medicine of the mind. Spinoza's intellectual love of God. This crude summary of Bruno's philosophy leaves out all his spark and heroic frenzy, and implies in his thought a continuity and consistency quite alien to it, for it contains as many contradictions as asseverations, and a flux of moods agreeing only in cosmic inebriation. Another selection of his ideas could make him a Magian mystic. He talked of the individual virtues of the several planets. He thought that persons born under the influence of Venus are disposed to love, rhetoric, and peace, those under Mars to strife and hate. He believed in the occult qualities of objects and numbers, and that diseases may be demons and may in some cases be cured by a king's touch or the spittle of a seventh son. His final delusion was his hope that if he returned to Italy and should be questioned by the Inquisition, he could, as well he might, quote enough orthodox passages from his works to deceive the Church into thinking him her loving son. Perhaps he hoped that Italy had not heard of the book he had published in England, The Expulsion of the Triumphant Beast, in which the beast to be expelled could be interpreted as Catholicism or Christianity or theological dogmas in general. He must have longed for Italy, for how else shall we explain the eagerness with which he accepted the invitation of Giovanni Mocenigo to come to Venice as his teacher and guest? Mocenigo belonged to one of Venice's most illustrious families. He was a pious Catholic, but he was interested in occult powers, and had been told that Bruno was well informed on all branches of magic, and had the secrets of a tenacious memory. The Inquisition had long since declared Bruno an outlaw to be arrested at the first opportunity, but Venice was famed for protecting such outlaws and defying the inquisitors. So in the fall of 1591 Bruno hurriedly left Frankfurt and made his way over the Alps to Italy. Mocenigo gave him rooms and took lessons from him in mnemonics. The pupil's progress was slow, and he wondered whether his teacher was withholding from him some esoteric magical lore. Meanwhile, he trembled at the heresies which the loquacious and incautious philosopher expressed. Mocenigo asked his confessor if he should report Bruno to the Inquisition. The priest advised him to wait until he had drawn out his instructor more definitely. Mocenigo obeyed. But when Bruno announced his intention of returning to Frankfurt, Mocenigo notified the inquisitors, and on May 23, 1592, Bruno found himself in the prison of the Holy Office in Venice. Mocenigo explained that he had acted by the constraint of his conscience and by order of his confessor. He informed the inquisitors that Bruno was averse to all religions, though he liked Catholicism best, that he denied the Trinity, the Incarnation, and transubstantiation, that he charged Christ and the apostles with having deceived the people through alleged miracles. Bruno had said that all friars were asses, defiling the earth by their hypocrisy, avarice, and evil life, that religion should be replaced by philosophy, that indulgence in carnal pleasures is not sinful, and that he, Bruno, had satisfied his passions to the extent of his opportunities. Bruno had told him that ladies pleased him well enough, though he had not yet reached Solomon's number. The Inquisition examined the prisoner at its leisure from May to September 1592. Bruno pleaded that he had written as a philosopher and had availed himself of Pomponazzi's distinction between the two truths, that one might question as a philosopher doctrines that he accepted as a Catholic. He admitted his doubts as to the Trinity. He confessed that he had been guilty of many errors. He professed repentance and besought the tribunal, knowing my infirmity, to embrace me to the breast of Mother Church, providing me with remedies suitable for my welfare and using me with mercy. The inquisitors gave him no comfort, but returned him to his cell.
On July 30th they examined him again, heard his confession and his plea for mercy, and again remanded him to his cell for another 2 months. In September, the head of the Roman Inquisition instructed the Venetian inquisitors to send their prisoner to Rome. The Venetian government objected, but the inquisitors pointed out that Bruno was a citizen of Naples, not of Venice, and the Senate consented to his extradition. On February 27, 1593, Bruno was deported to Rome. It was part of Inquisition procedure to let a prisoner brood in jail for long periods before, between, and after examinations. Almost a year passed before Bruno was brought before the Roman tribunal in December 1593. He was examined again, or tortured by questioning, in April, May, September, and December 1594. In January 1595, the inquisitors met twice to study the record. In March 1595 and April 1596, Bruno, says the trial record, was brought before the Lord Cardinals and was visited in his cell and was interrogated by them and heard concerning his necessities. In December 1596 his complaints were heard concerning food. In March 1597 he was brought before the examiners, who again heard him concerning his necessities. We are not told what these were, but the repeated pleas suggest nameless hardships, not including the long suspense aimed, presumably, to break down an ardent spirit into an edifying humility. Another year passed. In December 1597, another questioning, then another year in the cell. In December 1598, he was allowed paper and pen. On January 14, 1599, he was again summoned. 8 heretical propositions taken from his books were read to him, and he was asked to recant them. He defended his views, but agreed to accept the decision of the Pope as to the quoted passages. On February 4th, Clement VIII and the Congregation of the Holy Office decided that the excerpts were plainly heretical. No mention of Bruno's Copernican views occurs in the record of the trial. The heresies related to the Incarnation and the Trinity. He was allowed 40 days more to acknowledge his errors. He was heard again on February 18th, and in April, September, and November. On December 21st, he declared that he would not retract. On January 20th, 1600, he addressed a memorial to the Pope, claiming that the condemned propositions had been wrongly taken from their context, offering to defend them against any theologians, and again expressing willingness to accept the decision of the Pope. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. On January 20th, 1600, he addressed a memorial to the Pope, claiming that the condemned propositions had been wrongly taken from their context, offering to defend them against any theologians, and again expressing willingness to accept the decision of the Pope. Thereupon, reads the record, the Most Holy Lord, Pope Clement VIII, decreed and commanded that the cause be carried to final measures, sentence be pronounced, and the said brother Jordanus be committed to the secular court. On February 8th, the inquisitors summoned Bruno, repeated the accusations, and told him that he had been allowed 8 years in which to repent, that he had agreed to accept the decision of the Pope as to whether his propositions were heretical, that the Pope had so decided, and that the prisoner still persisted in his heresies, continuing impenitent, obstinate, and pertinacious. Wherefore sentence was now passed upon him that he should be delivered to the secular court, to the governor of Rome here present, that thou mayest be punished with the punishment deserved, though we earnestly pray that he will mitigate the rigor of the laws concerning the pains of thy person, that thou mayest not be in danger of death or of mutilation of thy members. The sentence was signed by 9 cardinals, including Bellarmine. According to Caspar Schopius, a German scholar recently converted to Catholicism and then residing in Rome, when the verdict was read to Bruno, he said to his judges, "Perchance you who pronounce my sentence are in greater fear than I who receive it." He was at once transferred to a secular prison. On February 19th, still impenitent, his body nude, his tongue tied,
He was bound to an iron stake on a pyre in the Piazza Campo dei Fiori, and was burned alive in the presence of an edified multitude. He was 52 years old. On that same spot in 1889, a statue was erected to him by subscription from all quarters of the world. 3. Vanini and Campanella. 19 years later, a kindred spirit moved quickly to a like fate. Giulio Cesare Lucilio Vanini was born in southern Italy of an Italian father and a Spanish mother, powder mating with fire. After wandering over Europe like Bruno, sampling climates and theologies, and writing books whose occasional insights, as that man had once been a quadruped, hardly balanced the occult nonsense, he settled down in Toulouse in 1617, and, again like Bruno, enjoyed there 2 years of peace. But an attendant at his lectures reported him as laughing at the Incarnation and questioning the existence of a personal God. Another hearer, Sieur de Francon, gained Vanini's confidence, drew him out as Mocenigo had done with Bruno, and reported him to the municipal Parlement. On August 2, 1618, he was arrested not by the Church, but by order of the Procurator General of the King. On the basis of his lectures, he was accused of atheism and blasphemy, both of them crimes punishable by the state. Vanini affirmed his belief in God, but Francon alleged that the prisoner had more than once professed atheism, saying that nature was the only God. The judges accepted the evidence, and despite Vanini's passionate protests and the piety that he showed in his cell, they condemned him, 34 years old, to be delivered into the hands of the executioner of justice, who shall draw him on a hurdle, in his shirt, with a halter about his neck, and bearing upon his shoulders a placard with the words, "Atheist and blasphemer of the name of God." He shall thus conduct him before the principal entrance to the church of St. Stephen, and being there placed on his knees, he shall ask pardon from God, and from the king, and from justice, for his said blasphemies. Afterward he shall bring him into the palace of Salins, bind him to a stake there erected, cut off his tongue, and strangle him, and afterward his body shall be burned, and the ashes thrown to the wind. Tradition tells us that as Vanini came from his cell to bear his agony, on February 9, 1619, he exclaimed, "Andiamo, andiamo, allegramente a morire da filosofo." Let us go, cheerfully to die like a philosopher. Tommaso Campanella, too, was born with Calabrian lava in his blood. He cooled it for a while in a Dominican monastery, studied Telesio and Empedocles, rejected Aristotle, ridiculed a papal excommunication, and was imprisoned for some months by the Inquisition at Naples, from 1591 to 92. Released, he took courses at Padua, and was indicted for unchastity. There he wrote his first significant work, Prodromos Philosophiae Instaurendi, in 1594, in which, like Francis Bacon 11 years later, he advised thinkers to study nature rather than Aristotle, and outlined a program for the restoration of science and philosophy. Returning to Naples, he joined a conspiracy to free it from Spain. The plot was frustrated, and Campanella languished in state jails for 27 years, from 1599 to 1626. 12 times he was tortured, once for 40 hours. He allayed his suffering with philosophy, poetry, and visions of perfect states. His sonnet, "The People," voices his resentment at the failure of the populace to support his revolt. "The people is a beast of muddy brain, that knows not its own force, and therefore stands loaded with wood and stone. The powerless hands of a mere child guide it with bit and rein. One kick would be enough to break the chain. But the beast fears, and what the child demands it does, nor its own terror understands, confused and stupefied by bugbears vain. Most wonderful, with its own hand it ties and gags itself, gives itself death and war for pence doled out by kings from its own store. Its own are all things between earth and heaven, but this it knows not, and if one arise to tell this truth, it kills him unforgiven." The most famous product of those weary years was his Civitas Solis. Campanella imagined his city of the sun as standing on a mountain in Ceylon. Its officials are chosen, and are removable, by a national assembly of all inhabitants over 20 years old. The magistrates so chosen choose the head of the government, a priest called Ho. He and his aides rule in all matters, temporal or spiritual. They preside also over the union of the sexes, seeing to it that men and women are so joined together that they bring forth the best offspring, Indeed, they laugh at us who exhibit a studious care for our breed of horses and dogs, but neglect the breeding of human beings. Hence, deformity is unknown. Women are communistically shared and sternly disciplined. They are required to take active exercise, which gives them a clear complexion. If any woman dyes her face or uses high-heeled boots, she is condemned to capital punishment. Both the sexes are trained to war. Those who flee from battle are, when caught, put to death by being placed in a den of lions and bears. Everyone is assigned to work, but only for 4 hours a day. Children are brought up in common and are psychologically prepared for a communistic sharing of goods. The religion of these people is a worship of the sun as the face and living image of God. They assert that the whole earth will come to live in accordance with their customs. This communist manifesto, echoing Plato, was written in jail about 1602 and was published in Frankfurt am Main in 1622. Perhaps it expressed the aspirations of the Neapolitan conspirators, and may have contributed to Campanella's long incarceration. In time he made his peace with the Church and was released. He delighted Urban VIII by asserting the right of the popes to rule kings. In 1634 Urban sent him to Paris to save him from implication in another Neapolitan revolt. Richelieu protected him, and the tired rebel, recapturing his youth, died in a Dominican cell in 1639. "I am the bell," or campanella, he said, "that announces the new dawn." 4. Philosophy and Politics. 1. Juan de Mariana, 1536 to 1624. The central feature of medieval politics was the unifying supremacy of the papacy over the kings. The outstanding aspect of modern political history is the conflict of nation-states freed from papal power. Hence the first question that agitated political philosophy in the century after the Reformation was the demand of Catholic thinkers that papal supremacy be restored, and the demand of Protestant thinkers that papal authority be wholly destroyed. Papal polemists argued that absolute kings, claiming divine right and repudiating all restraints by religion, morals, and law, would tear Europe to pieces. The defenders of the Reformation replied that no supranational authority could be trusted to seek the good of mankind rather than its own power and profit. Moreover, a supreme church would stifle all freedom of life and thought. The scholastic philosophers of the Middle Ages, echoing Roman jurists, had derived all royal authority from the consent of the people rather than from God. Consequently, there was no divine right of kings, and a bad ruler might be justly dethroned. Calvinist thinkers like Bez, Buchanan, and the author of Vindiciae contra Tyrannos warmly seconded this view, but Lutheran and Anglican theologians supported the divine right of kings as a necessary offset to public violence and papal claims, and upheld the duty of obedience even to unjust kings. The defenders of popular sovereignty included many Jesuits who saw in this view a means of weakening royal as against papal authority. If, argued Cardinal Bellarmine, the authority of kings is derived from and therefore subject to the people, it is obviously subordinate to the authority of the popes, which is derived from the establishment of the Church by Christ, and is therefore subject only to God. Luis Molina, a Spanish Jesuit, concluded that the people, as the source of secular authority, may justly, but by orderly procedure, depose an unjust king. Francisco Suarez, the finest theologian the Society of Jesus has produced, restated this view with careful modifications in countering the absolutist claims of James I, and upheld the right of popes to unseat kings. The Jesuit Juan de Mariana's defense of tyrannicide roused an international furor because it was alleged to have encouraged the assassination of Henry IV. Mariana, whom we have already noted as the greatest historian of his generation, was in all ways a remarkable individual, renowned for learning, eloquence, and intellectual audacity. In 1599 he dedicated to Philip III, and published with the permission of the local Jesuit censor, the treatise De Rege et Regis Institutione, on the king and his education. Anticipating Hobbes by half a century, he described a state of nature before the origin of society. Men then lived like animals in the wild, free from all restraints but their physical limitations, recognizing no law and no private property, and following instinct in seeking food and mates. But there were inconveniences in this Rousseauian freedom. For example, dangerous animals abounded. To protect themselves, men formed social organization, the greatest of all tools yet invented and a necessary counter to the physiological organs of defense and offense given by nature to animals. By an explicit or implicit contract, the members of a group agreed to delegate their collective authority to a chief or king, but sovereignty remained in the people, and in almost all cases, as in the Cortes of Spain, a national assembly checked this delegated power, retained control of the purse, and formed a body of laws whose authority was superior to the king's. Democracy, in Mariana's view, is made impossible by the unequal distribution of ability and intelligence among men. It would be ruinous to let policy be determined by plebiscites. A limited or constitutional monarchy is the best form of government compatible with the nature of man and the survival of the state. It should be hereditary, for an elective monarchy is a periodic invitation to anarchy. The king should be limited by laws, by religious and moral restraints, and by the right of the people to depose him if he becomes a tyrant. He must not change the laws or levy taxes without the people's consent. He should determine nothing about religion, for the church is superior to the state and must rule herself. Nevertheless, he must protect the national religion, for if religion is neglected, a state cannot stand firm. The state should support religion in maintaining morality. It should condemn bullfights as encouraging brutality, and the stage as stimulating sexual license. It should finance the care of the sick and the poor through a wide distribution of hospitals and charity, and the rich should give to the needy what they now spend on their luxuries and their dogs. Taxes should be high on superfluities, low on necessaries. The goods of the earth would suffice for all if they were rightly distributed. A good prince will guard against the concentration of wealth. Private property replaced primitive communism because greedy and furious avarice laid its hand upon the divine gifts and claimed everything for itself. It is now a necessary institution, but in heaven communism will be restored. A tyrant may be deposed, he may rightly be killed, even in some circumstances, by an individual. Who may justly be held a tyrant? We do not leave this to the decision of any individual, or even to the judgment of many, unless the voice of the people publicly takes part, and learned and serious men are associated in the deliberation. But when a prince brings the country to ruin, abuses state property and the possessions of individuals, spurns public laws and holy religion, begins to assert himself arrogantly, insolently, and impiously, when citizens have been deprived of the possibility of assembling for general deliberation, but are earnestly minded to put an end to the existing tyranny, and supposing this to be notorious and unendurable, if in such a case any individual comes forward who responds to the general desire and offers to put such a ruler to death, I for one shall not regard him as an evildoer. It is a salutary reflection that princes have been persuaded that if they oppress the state, they can be killed not only justly but with praise and glory. Mariana reminded his readers of historic tyrannicides, of Harmodius and Aristogeiton, who killed Hipparchus, tyrant of Athens, and of Brutus, who drove the tyrant Tarquinius from Rome. And he pointed out that Athens and Rome, indeed all literate Europe, honored their memory. But Mariana showed his hand and bias by half approving the recent, in 1589, assassination of Henry III by Clément. Henry III, King of France, lies dead, stabbed by a monk in the intestines with a poisoned knife, a detestable spectacle. Jacques Clément studied theology in the Dominican college of his order. He was told by the theologians whom he had consulted that a tyrant may be killed legally. Clément died in eternal honor to France, as it has seemed to very many. Many people consider he died worthy of immortality, while others, preeminent in wisdom and learning, think it blamable. Henry III, it will be recalled, had opposed the Catholic League and had ordered his aides to kill Henri, Duke of Guise, its leader. Philip II of Spain had supported and in part financed the League. He had agreed to the assassination of Elizabeth I and William of Orange, and Philip III had no objection to a doctrine that justified the killing of an enemy of Spain. In 1599, Claudio Acquaviva, general of the Society of Jesus, ordered that Mariana's de Rege should be corrected. When Henry IV was murdered by Ravaillac, May 14, 1610, Acquaviva condemned Mariana's teaching on tyrannicide and forbade its propagation in Jesuit instruction. Meanwhile, Mariana had been arrested, not for praising tyrannicide, but for arguing against Philip III's debasement of the coinage and warning him in a brilliant treatise, De Monetae Mutatione, of 1605, of the evils of inflation. Mariana suffered his confinement philosophically, survived it, and lived on till 1624, dying at the age of 87. 2. Jean Baudin, 1530 to 1596. How different was Baudin! no theologian with his feet in the sky, no somber lover of the League, but a politique after l'Hôpital's heart, a defender of toleration, a counselor and admirer of Henry IV. Born at Angers, probably of a Spanish Jewish mother, he came to Paris in 1560, practiced law unprofitably, and lost himself eagerly in philosophy and history. He studied voraciously Hebrew, Greek, German, Italian, Livy, Tacitus, the Old Testament, Cicero, and the constitutions of all the West European states. He believed that the study of history is the beginning of political wisdom. His first venture into print was in 1566, Method for the Easy Understanding of History. The student will find it jejune, rhetorical, verbose. The philosophic mind does not mature early. Baudin, at 36, thought that history inspires us to virtue by showing the defeat of the wicked and the triumph of the good. Nevertheless, the book, after Machiavelli's Discourses, is the first significant work on the philosophy of history. Here, and in the later De Republica, a century and a half before Vico and Montesquieu, is a systematic consideration of climate and race as factors in history. History is a function of geography, of temperature, rainfall, soil, topography. Geography determines character, and character determines history. Men differ in character and conduct according as they live on mountains, plains, or the sea. In the north, they excel in physical strength and muscular energy, in the south in nervous sensitivity and subtlety of mind. Men in the temperate zone, as in the Mediterranean nations and France, unite the qualities of north and south. More practical than in the south, more intellectual than in the north. The government of a people should be adapted to its geographically and racially determined character, which hardly changes in time. So the peoples of the north should be ruled by force, those of the south by religion. In a minor work, Réponse au paradoxe de Monsieur le Malestroit, Baudin almost founded political economy. He analyzed the reasons why prices were rising so rapidly in Europe, discussed the evils of a debased currency, advocated freedom of trade in an age of natural and regional protectionism, and emphasized the relations between economic realities and governmental policies. But his chef-d'œuvre, the most important contribution to political philosophy between Machiavelli and Hobbes, was La République of 1576. Baudin used this word in its Roman sense, as meaning any state. He distinguished between the state and society. Society is founded on the family, which has a natural basis in the relations of the sexes and the generations. The state is founded on artificial force. In its natural form, the family was patriarchal. The father had absolute power over his wives, his children, and the family property, and perhaps civilization has dangerously reduced the patriarchal rights. Woman should always be subject to man, for she is mentally weaker. To raise her to equality would be a fatal disregard of nature. The husband should always have the right of divorce at will, as in the Old Testament. The decline of paternal authority and family discipline, thought Baudin, was already sapping the natural foundations of social order. For the family, not the state, is the unit and source of order and morality, and when family unity and discipline decay, no number of laws can take their place. Private property is indispensable to the structure and continuance of the family. Communism is impossible because all men are born unequal. Baudin is more realistic than Mariana and Rousseau in discussing the origin of the state. There is no nonsense here about a social compact or contract. Village communities might originate in such an agreement, but the state originated in the conquest of one group of families by another, and the leader of the victors became king. The sanction behind the laws was not the will or sovereignty of the people, it was the organized force of the government. Consequently, absolute monarchy is natural. It continues in the state the power of the father and the patriarchal family. No government is sovereign if it is subject to any laws but those of nature and of God. Just as Hobbes was to run to these conclusions in flight from the chaos caused by the English Civil War of 1642-49, so Baudin saw in an absolute government the only escape from the religious wars and the division of France. Note that his book was published only 4 years after the massacre of St. Bartholomew. It could have been written in the blood that ran in the streets of Paris. It seemed to Baudin that if the function of the state is to maintain order, it can do this only through absolute and inalienable sovereignty. Hence, the best form of government is unlimited and hereditary monarchy. It must be unlimited if it is not to end in chaos, and it must be hereditary to avoid wars of succession. Monarchy, like paternal authority, has prevailed over most of the earth and through the longest time. It has the sanction of history. Democracies have only briefly ruled states. They go to pieces on the fickleness of the people and the incompetence and venality of popularly elected officials. In every popular assembly, the votes are counted without weighing them, for the quality of thought behind the vote, and always the number of the foolish, the wicked, and the ignorant is 1,000 times greater than the number of men of worth. The salvation of democracy is that behind the pretense of equality only a small minority rules, and the balance of brains outweighs the count of heads. Baudin recognized that some escape would have to be found from absolutism if the monarch became a tyrant. Therefore, perhaps illogically, he allowed the right of revolution and tyrannicide. He admitted that even his complete monarchies would in time decay and be overthrown by ineluctable change. Anticipating Hegel, he divided history into 3 periods, the first dominated by Oriental states, the second by Mediterranean nations, the third by North European countries. Through this concatenation of rising and falling states, Baudin thought he saw some progress. The golden age lies not in the mythical past, but in a future that will reap the results of the greatest of all inventions, print. And the sciences, he wrote, half a century before Bacon, contain in themselves treasure that no future ages will ever be able to exhaust. Baudin was a free thinker with a wholesome regard for the Bible, or rather for the Old Testament, he almost ignores the New, and with strong convictions about the reality of witchcraft, angels, demons, astrology, and the necessity of building a state in accord with the mystic virtues of numbers. He called for the severest sentences against witches. He advised princes to maintain unity of religious belief as long as possible, but if a heresy should become powerful and widespread, it would be unwise to use force in its suppression. Better rely on time to win the heretics to the official faith. What that faith should be, Baudin did not say. His own faith was dubious. In his strange Colloquy of 7 Men, which he cleverly left unpublished, it was first printed in 1841, he pictured a Catholic, a Lutheran, a Calvinist, a Jew, a Mohammedan, an Epicurean, and a deist in disputation at Venice. Judaism comes off well. The Christian dogmas of original sin, the Trinity, and the Incarnation are more strongly attacked than defended, and only the belief in God emerges unharmed. Baudin's critics denounced him as a Jew, a Calvinist, and an atheist, and reported that he died without religion, like a dog. But belief in the divine guidance of the world is vigorously expressed in the Republic, and atheism is put beyond the pale of toleration, as making nonsense of the universe. Baudin, like Hobbes, was a frightened man trying to reason his way to stability amid the flux of revolution and war. His greatest book was infected by his time. It was a philosophy for a disordered world longing for order and peace. It cannot compare with the urbane wisdom of the Essai, of the less harassed Montaigne in those same years. And yet no one since Aristotle, except possibly Ibn Khaldun, had spread political philosophy over so wide a field, or defended his prejudices with so much learning and force. Not till Hobbes's Leviathan in 1651 shall we find so resolute an effort to discover a logic in the ways of states. 3. Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645. If Huyghe de Groot is remembered when most of the pathfinders in his field of international law are almost forgotten, it may be because he lived as well as wrote, and because he composed his classic in the interims of active diplomacy and perilous politics. Born in Delft, educated at Leiden in mathematics, philosophy, and jurisprudence, he won the praise of Scaliger for his Latin style, and at 26 earned the applause of his country for his Mare Liberum of 1604, which outlined maritime law and argued for freedom of the seas for all nations, especially for the Dutch, who were challenging the Portuguese assumption of maritime monopoly in the Far East. Appointed historiographer for the United Provinces, he composed in almost classical Latin a spirited but accurate history of the Great Revolt. We have seen him fighting on the side of Arminian liberalism in the conflict between Oldenbarnevelt and Maurice of Nassau. Arrested, he confessed his errors and was let off with life imprisonment. His wife begged and was allowed to share his captivity. After nearly 3 years in jail, he escaped, concealed by his wife in a chest of books, and fled to Paris in 1621. Louis XIII gave him a small pension, and while Germany intensified its 30 Years' War, Grotius, living in poverty, composed his The Law of War and Peace in 1625. I saw prevailing throughout the Christian world a license in making war of which even barbarous nations would have been ashamed, recourse being had to arms for slight reasons or no reason, and when arms were once taken up, all reverence for divine and human laws was thrown away, as if men were thenceforth authorized to commit all crimes without restraint. Machiavelli had argued that states cannot be preserved unless they are absolved from obeying the moral code laid upon their citizens. Statesmen must be ready, usually by proxy, to lie, rob, and kill as amply as may seem to them desirable for the good of the state. For states as yet live in a jungle stage like that of families before states came. They know no law but that of self-preservation. Grotius admits that governments may be exempt from lex, that is, positive, man-made law, but he holds them bound to obey jus naturale. He defines this natural right or law as the dictate of right reason showing the moral turpitude or the moral necessity of any act from its agreement or disagreement with a rational nature, and consequently showing that such an act is either forbidden or commanded by God, the author of nature. Natural law, then, is that system of rights and duties which follows from the essential nature of man as a rational being living in a society. Whatever is necessary for his existence and his participation in society is his natural right. It is something due to his nature. The behavior of states should observe these rights. Moreover, Grotius continues, it should be subject to jus gentium. Roman jurisprudence had used this term to mean the laws of peoples not included in Roman citizenship. When the Western Roman Empire broke up, medieval jurists applied it to the relations of states with one another. In Grotius it becomes the vague accumulation of rules and restraints customarily accepted by the most developed nations in their mutual contacts. On these two bases, jus naturale and jus gentium, he builds his theoretical structure, the first modern formulation of desirable international law. He by no means outlaws war in general. He knows that a group, like an animal, when it feels itself threatened in its dearest possessions or its life, will defend itself by any available means, if possible by argument or law, and then, if these prove inadequate, by any force it can command. Consequently, a state in like circumstances is justified in going to war to defend the lives and properties of its citizens. But war is unjust if it is waged for conquest, for plunder or land, or from the real or pretended desire to impose a beneficent government upon a people unwilling to receive it. Preventive wars are unjust. Some writers have advanced a doctrine which can never be admitted, that the law of nations authorizes one power to commence hostilities against another whose increasing greatness awakens her alarm. As a measure of expediency, such a measure may be adopted, but the principles of justice can never be advanced in its favor. Individuals are bound to refuse to serve in wars that they judge clearly unjust. Assuming, then, that a war can be just, every nation entering into it has certain rights. It may use deceit, make reprisals, capture spoils, take and use prisoners. But the nation has duties as well as rights. It should declare war before waging it. It should honor any treaty responsibly made for it, no matter with whom. In conquests, women, children, and old men, indeed all non-combatants, should be spared. Prisoners may be enslaved, but they should not be killed. Grotius welcomes one sign of progress. Christians and Mohammedans have ceased to enslave prisoners of their own faith. It was a noble and moderate argument, despite its flaws. If natural law is a dictate of right reason, who shall determine what reason is right? In a state, this is determined by a government armed with force. Ultimately, a commandment of conduct is obeyed because the legislator can enforce it. Might does not make right, but it makes law. International law waits for an international legislature buttressed by an international force. Meanwhile, it will consist chiefly of modest restraints and violable agreements accepted as convenient for the time being by the powers concerned. To define the law of nations as the customs of the most developed peoples again presupposes some authority competent to name the most developed. But where is he? In Europe? In China? In Islam? And can a government afford to let its citizens judge for themselves whether a war is just or not? It can if its machinery of indoctrination is adequate. It was an illogical book, but a necessary one. 1,000 unjust wars had been fought. It was good that someone should outline measures for mitigating incorporated homicide with mutually accepted restraints. Good that wars of conquest or plunder should be condemned. Good that a plea should be made for mercy to non-combatants and prisoners. The 30 Years' War made a mockery of these distinctions and pleas, but when that madness abated, Grotius's book seemed all the more justified by the condition of Germany. Richelieu, resolved to enter the 30 Years' War, withdrew Grotius's pension, and the endangered author retired to Hamburg. In 1635, Oxenstierna sent him back to Paris as Sweden's ambassador. But like most philosophers, Grotius was more at home with ideas than with men. He allowed his dislike of Richelieu than of Mazarin to determine his diplomacy, and in 1645 he returned to the comfort of his books. Queen Christina invited him to stay at her court as a well-pensioned scholar, but he obtained her permission to retire to Germany. She arranged for his passage to Lubeck. The vessel was driven ashore by a storm. Grotius suffered from shock and exposure and died at Rostock, August 29, 1645, aged 62. After 267 years, Holland forgave him his liberalism and raised a statue to him in 1886 in the city of his birth. In 1899, the delegates of the United States to the International Peace Conference at The Hague placed a silver wreath on his tomb in recognition that his book had for a time shared in mitigating the sport of kings. 5. The Epicurean Priest. Shall we make a final pause on our way to Descartes and contemplate the mystery of a Catholic priest reviving the materialism of Epicurus? It was some measure of Europe's mental development that the Greek philosopher of pleasure, whose name had been for centuries a synonym for atheist, should now, in the spreading distaste for Aristotle, come into honor at the hands of a pious and irreproachable vegetarian who died from fasting too rigorously in Lent. Pierre Gassendi began as a peasant's son near Digne in Provence. He showed so sharp and avid a mind that at the age of 16 he was appointed teacher of rhetoric, or literature, and at 25 professor of philosophy in the University of Aix. He took holy orders and became a canon and provost of the cathedral at Digne. By that time he had already begotten a passionate book of paradoxical exercises against Aristotle. Most of these he burned on the advice of friends, but the parts that he published in 1624 supported the Copernican astronomy, the atomism of Lucretius, and the moral philosophy of Epicurus. Here was a crying invitation to martyrdom, but Pierre was so amiable a youth, so modest in conduct, so regular in his religious duties, that nobody seems to have thought of burning him. Throughout his life he professed the doctrine of the two truths, that the conclusions apparently compelled by reason could be accepted in philosophy, while in religion one might still follow the orthodox faith and ritual as an obedient son of the Church. Gassendi ate his cake and had it. At the invitation of Descartes' friend Mersenne, he proposed some powerful objections to the Cartesian philosophy. Let us defer them. In 1645 he took the chair of mathematics at the Collège Royal in Paris, but soon he fell sick with a lung ailment, and he returned to the sunnier climate of Digne. There he wrote his major works all around Epicurus, De Vita Moribus et Doctrina Epicuri, in 1647, De Vita Moribus et Placitis Epicuri, in 1649, and a 1,600-page double column Syntagma Philosophii Epicuri, also in 1649. While continuing to affirm his Catholic faith, Gassendi expounded to the Latin-reading world the philosophy of Epicurus and Lucretius, materialism, atomism, and the legitimacy of happiness. The first cause of all things is God, but after that initial push, everything proceeded by its own inherent forces and laws. All knowledge comes from the senses and is of individual entities. Universals or general ideas are useful tools of thought, but have no objective correlate. The soul is doubtless immaterial and immortal, but seems dependent upon the body, and memory is apparently a function of the brain. Sensual pleasure is not immoral if it is prudently moderate, but the least treacherous delights are those of the mind. Mathematics, for example, can cause transports of joy. Gassendi himself, of course, was an Epicurean, not an Epicurean, capital E, not small e. That is, he accepted the philosophy of Epicurus, but he was not an addict of sensual pleasure. On the contrary, he led an extremely abstemious life. Attacked by fever after too long a fast, he was finished by his physicians through 13 bloodlettings in 1655. Molière and Cyrano de Bergerac were among his disciples at Paris. Fontenelle, Saint-Evremont, and Ninon de L'Enclos accepted his philosophy without his theology. Hobbes profited from talks with him. Locke may have taken from him some elements of sensationalist psychology through Gassendi's pupil and Locke's friend François Bernier, who published an Abrégé de la philosophie de Gassendi in 1678. Newton preferred the atoms of Gassendi to the corpuscles of Descartes, and found in the Provençal priest an inkling of gravitation. In the 18th century, the latent materialism in Gassendi, and his emphasis on science and experience as against the logic of Aristotle or the metaphysics of Descartes, gave him a greater influence among the philosophes than any other French thinker but Descartes. What is it, then, that made Descartes, for a century, the fountainhead of an engulfing stream in modern philosophy? 6. René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. First of all, he had a Jesuit education, which has been the starting point and whetstone of French heretics from Descartes through Voltaire to Renan and Anatole France. In the temple were forged the hammers which destroyed the temple. He was born at La Haye in Touraine. His mother died of tuberculosis a few days later. He inherited the disease from her. As an infant, he was so pale and weak and coughed so pitifully that the physician offered no hope of saving him. A nurse would not give him up as lost. She gave him the warmth and nourishment of her body. He came back to life, and perhaps for that reason he was called René, Renatus, reborn. His father was a prosperous lawyer, a councillor of the Parlement of Rennes, who at his death left his son an income of 6,000 francs per year. At the age of 8 he was entered in the Jesuit College of La Flèche, which, says an ardent freethinker and famous mathematician, seems to have given him a much better grounding in mathematics than he could have got at most universities at that time. His teachers recognized his physical weakness and mental alertness. They allowed him to remain in bed beyond rising hours and noted that he used the time to devour one book after another. In all his metaphysical wanderings he never lost his admiration for the Jesuits, and in their turn they took his doubts with paternal indulgence. At 17 he went to Paris to sow wild oats. He found that he had none to sow, being as yet indifferent to women, but as a devoted mathematician he took to gambling, figuring that he could break the casino bank. He went on to the University of Poitiers, where he received degrees in civil and canon law. Having gained health and strength, he amazed his friends by enlisting in the army of Prince Maurice of Nassau in 1618. When the 30 Years' War gathered impetus, he joined the forces of Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria. An uncertain tradition pictures him as having taken part in the Battle of the White Mountain. Amid these campaigns, and especially in the long months when winter interrupted slaughter, Descartes continued his studies, especially of mathematics. One day, on November 10, 1619, at Neuburg, near Ulm in Bavaria, he escaped the cold by shutting himself up in a stove, probably in a specially heated room. There, he tells us, he had 3 visions or dreams, in which he saw flashes of light and heard thunder. It seemed to him that some divine spirit was revealing to him a new philosophy. When he emerged from that stove, he had, he assures us, formulated analytical geometry and had conceived the idea of applying the mathematical method to philosophy. He returned to France in 1622, arranged his finances, and set out again on travels. He spent almost a year in Italy, went, some say on foot, from Venice to Loreto, paid his tribute to the Virgin, saw Rome in the 1625 Jubilee, passed through Florence, did not visit Galileo, and came back to Paris. There and in the countryside he pursued scientific studies. He accompanied the mathematician and military engineer Gérard Desargues to the siege of La Rochelle in 1628. Later in that year he moved to Holland, and barring some visits to France for business purposes, he spent nearly all the remainder of his life in the United Provinces. We do not know why he left France. Possibly, having shown forth his reasons for doubting many things, he feared accusations of heresy. And yet he had many ecclesiastical friends there, like Mersenne and Bérulle. Perhaps he sought to avoid friends as well as enemies, hoping to find in an alien land the social but not intellectual isolation in which he could give form to the philosophy that was seething within him. He disliked the bustle and prattle of Paris, but did not mind the busy traffic, soft-pedaled by canals, of Amsterdam. There, in the crowded throng of a great and very active people, he says, he could live as solitary and retired as in deserts the most remote. It may have been to conceal himself still further that he changed his habitat 24 times in the next 20 years. From Franeker to Amsterdam, to Deventer, to Amsterdam, to Utrecht, to Leiden, but usually near a university or a library. His income allowed him to live comfortably in a small chateau with several servants. He avoided marriage, but took a mistress in 1634, who bore him a daughter. We are pleased to hear that when his daughter died at the age of 5, Descartes wept humanly. We should err if we thought of him as coldly unconcerned with mundane affairs. We shall find him justifying many of the passions that moralists normally condemn. He had some himself, being subject to pride, anger, and vanity. It took a proud spirit to dare his scope. Consider what he undertook. Mathematics, physics, astronomy, anatomy, physiology, psychology, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, theology. Who would venture today on such a circumnavigation? For this he coveted seclusion, made experiments, equations, diagrams, weighed his chances of escaping or appeasing the Inquisition, and sought to give mathematical method to his philosophy and philosophical method to his life. Where should he commence? In the epical Discours de la Méthode, he announced a first principle that in itself could have brought the world of authority down upon his head, all the more so since the essay was written in readily intelligible French and in an animated, captivating first-person style. Here were many revolutions. He would begin, he said, by rejecting all doctrines and dogmas, putting aside all authorities, especially of ille philosophus, the philosopher, Aristotle. He would start with a clean slate and doubt everything, de omnibus dubitandum. The chief cause of our errors is to be found in the prejudices of our childhood, principles of which I allowed myself in youth to be persuaded without having inquired into their truth. But if he doubted everything, how could he proceed? In love with mathematics, above all with geometry, which his own genius was transforming, he aspired to find, after his initial and universal doubt, some fact which would be admitted as generally and readily as the axioms of Euclid. Archimedes, in order that he might draw the terrestrial globe out of its place and transport it elsewhere, demanded that only one point should be fixed and immovable. In the same way, I shall have the right to conceive high hopes if I am happy enough to discover one thing only which is certain and indisputable. He hit upon it exultingly. Je pense, donc je suis. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The most famous sentence in philosophy. It was intended not as a syllogism, but as an immediate and irrefragable experience, the clearest and most distinct idea that we can ever have. Other ideas should be considered true in proportion as they approach this primal intuition, this direct perception in distinctness and clarity. Descartes' new method in philosophy, his novum organum, was to analyze complex conceptions into their constituents until the irreducible elements are simple, clear, distinct ideas, and to show that all such basic ideas can be derived from or can depend upon the primary consciousness of a being that it thinks. Conversely, we should try to deduce from this primary perception all the fundamental principles of philosophy. It was again a revolution in philosophy that Descartes took as his starting point, not external objects supposedly known, but the conscious self. The Renaissance had rediscovered the individual. Descartes made him the hitching post of his philosophy. I see clearly that there is nothing which is easier for me to know than my own mind. If we begin with matter and rise through levels of organic life to man, we shall be tempted by the logic of continuity to interpret mind as material. But matter is known to us only through mind. Only mind is known directly. Here begins modern idealism, not as idealism in an ethical sense, but as a philosophy that starts with an immediate fact of ideas, rather than with things known through ideas. Descartes sets the epistemological theme of modern European philosophy. No more useful inquiry can be proposed than that which seeks to determine the nature and scope of human knowledge. Now, for 3 centuries, philosophy would wonder if the external world exists except as an idea. This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, concluded. Now, for 3 centuries, philosophy would wonder if the external world exists except as idea. For just as it is difficult to pass from body to mind with any theory that does justice both to the apparently material source and agency of sensations and to the apparently immaterial nature of ideas, so Descartes, having begun with the self, finds it difficult to pass from mind to things. How does the mind know that the sensations that seem to attest to an external world are anything more than its own states? How can it trust the senses, which so often deceive us, or the mental images that are just as vivid when false in sleep as when true in the day? To escape from this solipsistic prison of the self, Descartes appeals to God, who surely would not make our whole sensory equipment a deception. But when did God come into this system that began so boldly by doubting all received beliefs? Descartes cannot prove the existence of God from evidences of design in the external world, for he has not yet shown the existence of that world. So Descartes evolves God out of the knowing self,
very much as Anselm had done in the ontological proof 6 centuries before. I have, he says, a conception of a perfect being, omniscient, omnipotent, necessary, and eternal. But that which exists is more nearly perfect than that which does not. Therefore, a perfect being must include existence among his attributes. And who could have put that idea into me but God himself? It is not possible that I should have in myself the idea of a God if God did not veritably exist. For if God were a deceiver, he would not be perfect. Therefore he does not deceive us when we have clear and distinct ideas, nor when he allows our senses to reveal to us an external world. I do not see how he could be defended from the accusation of deceit if these ideas were produced by causes other than corporeal objects. Hence we must allow that corporeal things exist. So the gap between mind and matter, subject and object, is marvelously closed, and Descartes, by the help of God, becomes a realist. Science itself, our confident belief in a logical, orderly, law-abiding, calculable universe, becomes possible only because God exists and cannot lie. As we follow Descartes, we see the infant age of reason recoiling in fear from the hazards of thought and seeking to re-enter the warm womb of faith. The Meditationes was reassuringly entitled The Meditations of René Descartes on First Philosophy, in which the existence of God and the immortality of the soul are demonstrated. And the book was dedicated to the very sage and illustrious dean of the Sacred Faculty of Theology of Paris, that is, the Sorbonne. The dean accepted the dedication, but in 1662 the volume was placed on the Index of Prohibited Books until it is corrected. It began on the same brave note as the Discours. Today, since I have procured for myself an assured leisure in a peaceful retreat, I shall at last freely and seriously address myself to the general upheaval of all my former opinions. He throws them out the window and then lets them in at the door. And not only the belief in a just and omnipotent God, but also in a human will free amid universal mechanism, and a soul immortal despite its apparent dependence upon mortal flesh. Yield as we must to the logic of an unbreakable chain of cause and effect in the world of matter and body, the freedom of our wills is one of those innate ideas which are so clear and distinct, so vivid and immediate, that no one ever doubts them in practice, however much he may play with them in abstract theory. The idea of God, of the self, of space, time, and motion, and the axioms of mathematics, all these are innate. That is, the soul derives them not from sensation or experience, but from its own essence and rationality. Here Locke would demur, and Kant would applaud. However, these innate ideas may remain unconscious until experience startles them into conscious form. The soul, then, is not a product of experience, but its active and originative partner in the production of thought. This rational soul, the ability to reason, is clearly immaterial. Its ideas have no length, breadth, position, weight, or any other of the qualities that belong to matter. This me, that is to say, the soul by which I am what I am, is essentially distinct from the body, and is even easier to know than the latter. Therefore, this immaterial mind or soul can, and surely does, survive the body. Were these orthodox conclusions sincere, or were they protective coloration? Was Descartes so anxious to pursue his scientific studies in unpersecuted peace that he exuded metaphysics like some befuddling mist to hamper birds of prey? We cannot say. It is possible for a man to be a good scientist, at least in physics, chemistry, and astronomy, if not in biology, and at the same time accept the basic doctrines of Christianity. In one passage, Descartes affirmed that reason does not prevent us from believing matters that have been divinely revealed as being more certain than our surest knowledge. His correspondence with Princess Palatine Elizabeth is eloquently pious and orthodox. Salmasius, visiting him at Leyden in 1637, described him as a most zealous Catholic. And yet the last decade of his life was dedicated to science. He turned his rooms into a laboratory and made experiments in physics and physiology. When a visitor asked to see his library, Descartes pointed to a quarter of veal that he was dissecting. At times he spoke like Bacon of the great practical benefits that would accrue to mankind when science had made men the masters and possessors of nature. His subjective emphasis and his confidence in deduction often led him to dubious conclusions, but he worked creatively in several sciences. He insisted that science should replace the vague and qualitative abstractions of medieval physics
with quantitative explanations in mathematical form. We have noted his development of analytical geometry and his adumbration of infinitesimal calculus. He solved the problems of doubling a cube and trisecting an angle. He established the use of the first letters of the alphabet to represent known, and of the last letters to represent unknown quantities. He seems to have discovered the law of refraction independently of Snell. He studied fruitfully great forces exerted by small means, as by the pulley, the wedge, the lever, the vice, and the wheel, and he formulated laws of inertia, impact, and impetus. He may have suggested to Pascal that atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude, though he was mistaken in declaring that a vacuum existed nowhere except in Pascal's head. He suggested that every body is surrounded by vortices of particles whirling about it in spherical layers, a conception not unlike the present theory of magnetic fields. In optics, he correctly calculated the angle of refraction. He analyzed the changes to which light is subjected by the crystalline lens of the eye. He solved the problem of correcting spherical aberration in telescopes, and designed lenses with elliptical or hyperbolic curvature free from such aberration. He dissected and anatomically described a fetus. He dissected, he tells us, the heads of various animals in order to ascertain in what memory, imagination, etc. consist. He made experiments in reflex action and explained the mechanism by which the eye winks at the approach of a blow. He developed a theory of the emotions resembling that of William James and Carl Lange. The external cause of the emotion, for example, our sight of a dangerous animal, automatically and simultaneously generates a responsive action, flight, and the corresponding emotion, fear. The emotion is the accompaniment, not the cause of the action. The passions are rooted in physiology and should be studied and explained as mechanical operations. They are not in themselves bad, for they are the wind in our sails, but when not moderated by reason, they can enslave and ruin a personality. The whole universe, except God and the rational soul, may be viewed as mechanical. Remembering Galileo and the Inquisition, Descartes is careful to present the idea as hypothetical. Assuming that God has created matter and endowed it with motion, we can imagine the world evolving thereafter by the laws of mechanics without interference. The natural movement of material particles in a universe without a vacuum would take a circular form, resulting in diverse vortices or whirlpools of motion. The sun, the planets, and the stars may have been formed by the concentration of particles at the centers of these vortices. Just as every body is surrounded by a whirl of fine atoms, which explains cohesion and attraction, so each planet is enclosed in a vortex of particles that holds its satellites in orbit. The sun is the center of a vast vortex in which the planets are swept around it in circles. It was an ingenious theory, but it fell apart when Kepler proved that the planetary orbits are elliptical. Descartes proposed that if our knowledge were complete, we should be able to reduce not only astronomy and physics and chemistry, but all the operations of life, except reason itself, to mechanical laws. Respiration, digestion, even sensation are mechanical. See how beneficently this principle worked in Harvey's discovery of the circulation of the blood. Descartes confidently applied the mechanical conception to all the operations of animals, for he refused to credit them with the power of reasoning. He may have felt religiously compelled to do this injustice to animals, for he had based the immortality of the soul upon the immateriality of the rational mind, and if animals too had such minds, they too would be immortal, which might be an inconvenience, if not to dog lovers, at least to theologians. But if the human body is a material machine, how can the immaterial mind act upon it, or govern it by so unmechanical a power as free will? At this point Descartes lost his confidence. He answered desperately that God arranges the interaction of body and mind in mysterious ways beyond our finite understanding. Perhaps, he suggested, the mind acts upon the body through the pineal gland, which is appropriately situated at the middle base of the brain. The rashest act in Descartes' life was his request to Mersenne to send advance copies of the Meditationes to various thinkers with an invitation to submit criticisms. Gassendi, in reply, demolished Descartes' contentions with Gallic courtesy. The priest was not convinced by the ontological argument for the existence of God. Hobbes objected that Descartes had not proved the mind's independence of matter and the brain. Privately, according to Aubry, Hobbes was wont to say that had Descartes kept himself wholly to geometry, he had been the best geometer in the world, but that his head did not lie for philosophy. Huygens agreed with Hobbes and thought that Descartes had woven a romance out of metaphysical webs. It is simple now, profiting from 3 centuries of discussion, to point out weaknesses in this brave first modern system of philosophy. The idea of reducing philosophy to geometrical form condemned Descartes to a deductive method in which, despite his experiments, he relied too recklessly on his flair for reasoning. To make the clarity, distinctness, vividness, and immediacy of an idea the test of its truth was suicidal, for on that basis who would dare deny the revolution of the sun around the earth? To argue that God exists because we have a clear and distinct idea of a perfect and infinite being, do we? And then to argue that clear and distinct ideas are trustworthy because God would not deceive us, is a form of reasoning as circular and dubious as Descartes' planetary orbits. This philosophy is dripping with the medieval scholastic conceptions that it proposed to reject. Montaigne's doubt was more basic and lasting than that of Descartes, who merely removed traditional nonsense to make room for his own. Even so, there remained enough in his science, if not in his metaphysics, to make him fear persecution. His theory of universal mechanism left miracles and free will in a parlous state, despite his professions of orthodox belief. When he heard of Galileo's condemnation in June 1633, he put aside the major work, Le Monde, in which he had planned to unite all his scientific work and results, and he wrote sadly to Mersenne, "This has so strongly affected me that I have almost resolved to burn all my manuscript, or at least to show it to no one. If it, the motion of the earth, is false, all the principles of my philosophy, of world mechanism, are erroneous, since they mutually support one another. But on no account will I publish anything that contains a word that might displease the Church." At his death, only a few fragments of Le Monde could be found. The attack came not in his lifetime from the Roman Church, but from the Calvinist theologians in the universities of Utrecht and Leiden. They considered his defense of free will as a heresy dangerous to predestinarianism, and they saw in his mechanical cosmogony a descent to within a step of atheism. If the universe could get along with merely an initial impetus from God, it was only a matter of time till God would be absorbed from that inaugural push. In 1641, when a Utrecht professor adopted the Cartesian system, the rector of the university, Gisbert Voetius, persuaded the city magistrates to ban the new philosophy. Descartes retorted with an attack upon Voetius, who answered bitterly and was rebutted by Descartes. The magistrates summoned the philosopher to appear before them in 1643. He refused to come. Judgment was passed against him, but his friends at The Hague intervened, and the magistrates contented themselves with a decree forbidding any further public argument either for or against Descartes' ideas. He was consoled by the friendship of Princess Elizabeth, who, with her mother, Electress Palatine Elizabeth, the dethroned Queen of Bohemia, was living at The Hague. The princess was 19 when the Discours appeared in 1637. She read it with delighted surprise that philosophy could be so intelligible, and Descartes, meeting her, saw with delight that metaphysics could be beautiful. He dedicated to her the Principia Philosophiae in terms of enraptured flattery. She ended as an abbess in Westphalia in 1680. Not quite so happy in Holland as before, Descartes now frequently visited France in 1644, 1647, and 1648. His patriotism was stirred by a pension from the new government of Louis XIV in 1646. He angled for a post in the administration, but the approach of civil war, the Fronde, frightened him back to Holland. In February 1649 he received an invitation from Queen Christina of Sweden to come and teach her philosophy. He hesitated, but was attracted by her letters, which revealed in excellent French an eager mind already won to the dear delight. She sent an admiral to coax him, then a warship to fetch him. He yielded, and in September he sailed from Amsterdam for Stockholm. He was received with every honor, but was alarmed to find that the Queen wished to be instructed 3 times a week, always at 5 o'clock in the morning. Descartes had long been accustomed to lie late in bed. For 2 months he conformed to the royal schedule, walking through the winter dawn and snow from his rooms to the Queen's library. On February 1st, 1650, he caught a cold, which became pneumonia. On February 11th he died, after receiving the last rites of the Catholic Church. He had taken as a motto, Bene vixit qui bene latuit. He has lived well who has hidden well. But his fame had become international many years before his death. The universities rejected his philosophy, and the clergy sniffed heresy in his piety, but scientists applauded his mathematics and physics, and the fashionable world in Paris took up with pleasure the works that he had written in lucid and engaging French.
Molière laughed at the femmes savantes who bandied vortices in salons but could not endure a vacuum. The Jesuits had heretofore been tolerant of their brilliant pupil. They had silenced one of their number who had attacked him. But after 1640 they withdrew their protection, and in 1663 they were instrumental in having his works placed on the index. Bossuet and Fénelon welcomed Descartes' proofs of the basic Christian beliefs, but saw danger to faith in resting it on reason. Pascal denounced the reliance on reason as a reed shaken by the wind. It was precisely this Cartesian trust in reason that stirred the mind of Europe. Fontenelle summed up the matter. It is Descartes who gave us a new method of reasoning, much more admirable than his philosophy itself, in which large part is false or very doubtful according to the very rules that he has taught us. The Cartesian doubt did for France, for the continent in general, what Bacon had done for England. It freed philosophy from the barnacles of time and set it bravely sailing the open sea, even if in Descartes it soon returned to safe and familiar ports. Not that there was any immediate victory for reason. Through France's most brilliant age, the Grand Siècle of Louis XIV, tradition and scripture more than held their own. It was the epoch of Port-Royal, Pascal, and Bossuet rather than of Descartes' inheritors. But in Holland that same period was the age of Spinoza and Bayle, and in England it was the time of Hobbes and Locke. The seed was sprouting. Descartes' work had some influence on French literature and art. His style was a refreshing innovation. Here was philosophy in the vernacular, dangerously open to all, and seldom had a philosopher spoken with such charming intimacy, recounting the adventures of reason as vividly as Froissart recounting an exploit in chivalry. That brief and digestible Discours de la Méthode was not only a masterpiece of French prose, it set the tone, both in its language and in its ideas, for the classic age in France. For order, intelligence, and moderation in letters and arts, in manners and speech. Its emphasis on clear and distinct ideas suited the Gallic mind. Its exaltation of reason became in Boileau the first principle of the classic style. Love reason, then. Let your writings ever derive from it alone their lustre and their worth. For 2 centuries the French drama became the rhetoric of reason competing with the turbulence of passion. Perhaps French poetry suffered from Descartes. His mood and his mechanisms left small scope for imagination or feeling. After him, the ebullient chaos of Rabelais, the formless meandering of Montaigne, even the violent disorders of the religious wars, gave way to the rational arguments of Corneille, the rigid unities of Racine, the logical piety of Bossuet, the law and order, form and manners of the monarchy and the court under Louis XIV. Unwittingly, Descartes had shared in inaugurating a new style in French life as well as in philosophy. His influence in philosophy was probably greater than that of any other modern thinker before Kant. Malebranche stemmed from him. Spinoza schooled himself in the Cartesian logic and found its weaknesses in expounding it. He imitated the Discours in his autobiographical fragment on the improvement of the understanding. He adopted the geometrical ideal of philosophy in his ethics. He based his discussion of human bondage on Descartes' Traité des Passions. The idealistic tradition in modern philosophy from Berkeley to Fichte started with the Cartesian emphasis on thought as the only reality directly known, just as the empirical tradition flowed from Hobbes to Spencer. But Descartes offered an antidote to idealism, the conception of an objective world completely mechanical. His attempt to understand organic as well as inorganic operations in mechanical terms gave a reckless but fruitful impetus to biology and physiology, and his mechanical analysis of sensation, imagination, memory, and volition became a major source of modern psychology. After the 17th century in France had buttressed orthodoxy with Descartes, the Enlightenment of the 18th century found rich roots in his methodical doubt, his trust in reason, his interpretation of all animal life in the same terms as physics and chemistry. All the upholding pride of the expatriated Frenchman justified itself in his proliferating influence upon the mind of France. The great debate between reason and faith was taking conscious form, but its modern history had only begun. Looking back over those 90 years from 1558 to 1648, from Elizabeth to Richelieu, from Shakespeare to Descartes, we perceive that the absorbing issues were still within the confines of Christianity, between competing varieties of religious faith based upon a Bible that all accepted as the Word of God. Only in stray voices was there a suggestion that Christianity itself might be put on trial, and that philosophy might soon reject all forms of supernatural belief.
After these first steps in the conflict, Catholicism remained supreme in Spain and Portugal, where the Inquisition still spread its terror and pall. In Italy, the old religion had taken a humaner form, beautifying life with art and anointing mortality with hope. France compromised. Christianity survived vigorous and fruitful among the people, Catholic or Huguenot, while the upper classes frolicked with doubt, postponing piety to the eve of death. The Netherlands made a geographical compromise. The southern provinces kept Catholicism, while Calvinism triumphed in the north. In Germany, Protestantism was saved by a French cardinal, but Bavaria and Austria were confirmed in their former allegiance, while Hungary and Bohemia were recaptured for the papacy. In Scandinavia, Protestantism became the law of the land, but the Queen of Sweden preferred the ceremonies of Rome. In England, Elizabeth proposed a gracious union of Roman ritual with national liberty, but English Protestantism, dividing into a swarm of sects, displayed its vitality and risked its life. Amid this clash of armies and creeds, the International of Science was laboring to lessen superstition and fear. It was inventing or improving the microscope, the telescope, the thermometer, and the barometer. It was devising the logarithmic and decimal systems, reforming the calendar, and developing analytic geometry. It was already dreaming of reducing all reality to an algebraic equation. Tycho Brahe made the patiently repeated observations that enabled Kepler to formulate those laws of planetary motion which were to illuminate Newton's vision of one universal law. Galileo was revealing new and vaster worlds through his ever larger telescopes, and was dramatizing the conflict of science and theology in the halls of the Inquisition. In philosophy, Giordano Bruno was letting himself be burned to death in the attempt to reconceive deity and the cosmos in terms worthy of Copernicus. Francis Bacon, summoning the wits to science, was mapping its tasks for centuries to come, and Descartes, with his universal doubt, was giving another cue to the age of reason. Morals and manners were molded by the vicissitudes of belief. Literature itself was touched by the conflict, and the ideas of philosophers echoed in the poetry of Marlowe, Shakespeare, and Donne. Soon all the wars and revolutions of the rival states would sink into minor significance compared with that mounting, spreading contest between faith and reason, which was to agitate and transform the mind of Europe, perhaps of the world. This concludes the reading of The Age of Reason Begins by Will and Ariel Durant. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Additional titles by Will and Ariel Durant in the Books on Tape library include Our Oriental Heritage and Caesar and Christ. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will qualify as a tax write-off. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
A Dance to the Music of Time, the third and fourth movements by Anthony Powell. Volume 5 consists of 2 novels, The Military Philosophers and Books Do Furnish a Room. Copyright 1968 and 1971 by Anthony Powell. This recording of the full-length reading of A Dance to the Music of Time was published by arrangement with Harold Ober Associates in conjunction with David Hyam Associates Limited, and was produced in 1996 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by David Case. A Dance to the Music of Time, third movement, The Military Philosophers by Anthony Powell. This book consists of 5 chapters and is 244 pages long. The book bears a dedication for Georgina. Chapter 1. Towards morning the teleprinter's bell sounded. A whole night could pass without a summons of that sort, for here, unlike the formations, was no responsibility to wake at 4 and take dictation. Some brief unidentifiable passage of, on the whole, undistinguished prose, from the secret radio's spider, calling and testing in the small hours. Sleep was perfectly attainable when no raid intervened, though recurrent vibration from one or both machines affirmed next door the same restlessness of spirit that agitated the duty officer's room, buzzing all the time with desultory currents of feeling bequeathed by an ever-changing tenancy. Endemic as ghouls in an Arabian cemetery, harassed aggressive shades lingered forever in such cells, to impose on each successive inmate their preoccupations and anxieties, crowding him from floor and bed, invading and distorting dreams. Once in a way a teleprinter would break down, suddenly ceasing to belch forth its broad paper shaft, the column instead crumpling to a stop in mid-air, like waters of a frozen cataract. Jammed works might at this moment account for the call. More probably the bell signified an item of news that could demand immediate action. I went through to investigate. Grey, untidy typescript capitals registered the information that small detachments of Poles were crossing the Russian frontier into Iran, just a few men at a time, but enough to suggest some sort of evacuation had begun. This was very much our concern. It had been long awaited. My first thought was to ring Colonel Finn at once at his flat, but reconsidering matters, day nearly come, a copy of the cable would be on his desk when he arrived in a few hours' time. Nothing effective could be done until consultations had taken place. Besides, working late the night before, past 11 when last seen heavily descending the stairs with the tread of Regulus returning to Carthage, Finn deserved any repose he could get. I returned to bed. The teleprinters continued to clatter out their incantations, sullen and monotonous, yet not without a threat of sudden, uncontrolled frenzy. However, shattered fragments of sleep were no longer to be reconstituted. After a while, attempt had to be abandoned. The day faced. On the way to shave, I paused in the room of the section handling incoming signals. For the tour of duty, one came under orders, whatever his rank, of their officer in charge for any given period. On this occasion, a near midget, middle-aged and two-pipped, with long arms and short legs attached to a squat frame, who had exacted regulation rights, waived by the easygoing, to assistance in his postal deliveries the evening before. As he had hurried fretfully down the long dark passages, apportioning hot news to swell the inn trays at break of day, he seemed one of the throng from the Goblin Market. Now, opening the door of their room, identification was more precise. The curtain had obviously just risen on the third drama of The Ring. Mime at his forge, the wizened lieutenant revealed in his shirt-sleeves, crouched over a table, while he scoured away at some object in an absolute fever of energy. "Good morning." There was no concealing a certain peevishness at interruption of the performance at such a crucial juncture. Only a matter of seconds before the burst of guttural tenor notes opened the introductory lament. "Labour unending, toil without fruit, the strongest sword that ever I forged." However, he discontinued his thankless task for a brief space, though still clutching the polishing cloth in claw-like fingers. It was not, in fact, Siegfried's sword to which he was devoting so much attention, trading with the enemy when one came to think of it, but that, by now almost universally adopted, possibly Mogul, contribution to military tailoring, the Sam Brown belt, doubtless his own, the unbuckled brace of which waited treatment on another table. "Can I see the cable about Poles leaving the USSR?" The distribution marked at the foot would provide a forecast of immediate contacts on the subject. Rather grudgingly producing the night's harvest, he held the sheaf of telegrams close to his chest, like the cards of a cautious poker player, so that, as he thumbed them through, no other eye should violate their security. The required copy was at the bottom of the pile. Recipients noted we had a further word together on the subject of the building's least uninviting washing place, agreeing in principle that no great diversity of choice was available. Shaking his head despairingly, either at the thought of rows of grubby basins, or his own incessant frustration as swordsmith, or other leather worker, Mime returned to the Sam Brown. The door closed on sempiternal burnishings. Outside in the corridor, diffused in clouds by the brooms of the cleaners' dawn patrol, and smarting to the eye like pepper, rose the dust of eld. Messengers in shabby blue uniforms, a race churlish almost to a man, were beginning to shuffle about, yawning and snarling at each other. Theoretically, night duty continued until 9 a.m., but the Nibelung allowed fealty to himself and his clan, by now sufficiently discharged. I dressed, and not sorry to be released once again from this recurrent nocturnal vassalage, went out to find some breakfast. As well as stimulating teleprinter news, there were things to think over that had happened the previous day. An unfriendly sky brooded over lines of overcrowded buses lumbering up Whitehall. Singapore had fallen 5 or 6 weeks before. Because of official apprehension of a lowering effect on public morale, Japanese excesses there had been soft-pedalled, though those in touch with documents of only relatively restricted circulation knew the sort of thing that had been going on. Withdrawal in Burma was about to take shape. In London, the Blitz, on the whole abated, would from time to time break out again like an incurable disease. The news about the Poles being at last allowed to leave Russia was good. Something cheering was welcome. The matter had particular bearing on my own changed circumstances. 9 or 10 months before, a posting had come to a small, rather closed community of the General Staff, the Section's establishment, including Finn himself, a lieutenant colonel, something less than a dozen officers. Gazetted captain after a brief period of probation, I had been transferred to the Intelligence Corps for purposes of administrative convenience. Like most of those who could claim an earlier military incarnation, I continued to wear the badges, deemed for no particular reason to carry an enhanced prestige, of my former line regiment. Pennystone, for example, recently promoted major, would not even abandon his anonymous lion and unicorn, under which he had first entered the army. I was Pennystone's assistant in Polish liaison. The rest of the section were concerned either with the other original allies, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Norway, Czechoslovakia, or the neutrals, some of whom from time to time were metamorphosed into allies or enemies, running to nearly 20 in number who boasted a military attaché. A military attaché was the essential point. He provided the channel through which work was routed for all but 3 of the Allied forces. Exceptions were the Free French, the Americans, the Russians. Only matters innate to the particular appointment of military attaché as such, routine invitations to exercises and the like, involved Finn with this trio. They were, for their part, dealt with by special missions, Americans and Russians on account of sheer volume of work involved, Free French for the good reason they lacked an embassy to which a military attaché could be attached. The Vichy administration, unlike German-established puppet regimes in other occupied countries, was still recognized by Great Britain as the government of France, though naturally unrepresented diplomatically at the court of St. James's. Pennystone had explained much of this when we met a year before at the Free French mission itself, where Finn, then a major, had interviewed me for a job to which I was not appointed. That interview had, in due course, brought me to the section, though whether it would have done so had not Finn himself decided to accept the promotion he had so often in the past refused, is another matter. Pennystone might have got me into the section anyway. There seems no avoiding what has to be. Finn's good nature makes him vulnerable, Pennystone said, but he can always fall back on his deftness and his VC. Finn was certainly prepared to use either or both these attributes to their fullest advantage, when occasion required. But he had other weapons, too, and took a lot of bypassing when it came to conflict. Quite why he had changed his mind about accepting promotion, no one knew. If, until that moment, he had preferred to avoid, at his age, what that age was remained one of his secrets, too heavy responsibilities, too complex duties. He now found himself assailed by work as various as it was demanding. There was perhaps a parallel with Lance Corporal Gittins, storeman in my former battalion, a man of similarly marked character who, no doubt to the end, preferred a job he liked and knew thoroughly to the uncertainty of rising higher. Possibly a surface picturesqueness about the duties, the people with whom he was now brought in contact, had tempted Finn more than he would have admitted. That would be easy, for Finn admitted to nothing but the deafness and the VC. Not even the L of his own initial, though he would smile if the latter question arose, as if he looked forward one day to revealing his first name at the most effective possible moment. "Finn's extraordinary French is quite famous in Paris," said Penistone. "He has turned it to great advantage." Penistone, capable, even brilliant, at explaining philosophic niceties or the minutiae of official dialectic, was entirely unable to present a clear narrative of his own daily life, past or present, so that it was never discoverable how he and Finn had met in Paris in the first instance. Probably it had been in the days before Penistone had abandoned commerce for writing a book about Descartes, or possibly Gassendi, and there had been some question of furnishing Finn's office with Penistone's textiles. In peace or war, Finn was obviously shrewd enough, so he might have ferreted out Penistone as assistant, even had he not been already one of the section's officers, but on the contrary concealed in the innermost recesses of the military machine. He enjoyed a decided prominence in Finn's councils, not by any means only because he spoke several languages with complete fluency. Why did Finn leave the city for the cosmetics business? Didn't he inherit some family interest? I don't know. His daughter's married to a Frenchman serving with the British Army, as a few are on account of political disinclinations regarding de Gaulle. But Finn keeps his wife and family hidden away. Why is that? Penistone laughed. My theory is because presence of relations, whatever they were like, would prejudice Finn's own operation as a completely uncommitted individual, a kind of ideal figure, anyway to himself in his own particular genre, one to whom such appendages as wives and children could only be an encumbrance. Narcissism, perhaps the best sort of narcissism. I'm not sure he isn't right to do so. I saw what Penistone meant, also why he and Finn got on so well together. At first sight surprising, since Finn had probably never heard of Descartes, still less Gassendi. He was not a great reader, he used to say. Such panache as he felt required by his own chosen persona had immense finish of style, to which even the most critical could hardly take offence. Possibly Mrs. Finn had proved the exception in that respect, lack of harmony in domestic life resulting. Heroes are notoriously hard to live with. When Finn conversed about matters other than official ones, he tended on the whole to offer anecdotal experiences of the earlier war, old favourites like the occasion when, during a halt on the line of march, he had persuaded the medical officer to pull a troublesome molar. Copious draughts of rum were followed by the convulsions as of earthquake. Finn would make appropriate gestures and mimings during the recital, quite horrifying in their way, and undeniably confirming latent abilities as an actor. The climax came almost in a whisper. The M.O. made a balls of it. The tooth was the wrong one. Had Finn, in fact, chosen the stage as career, rather than war and commerce, his personal appearance would have restricted him to character parts. Superficial good looks were entirely absent. Short, square, clean-shaven, his head seemed carved out of an elephant's tusk, the whole massive cone of ivory left more or less complete in its original shape. Eyes hollowed out deep in the roots, the rest of the protuberance accommodating his other features, terminating in a perfectly colossal nose that stretched directly forward from the totally bald cranium. The nose was preposterous, grotesque, slapstick, a mask from a Goldoni comedy. He had summoned me a day or two before the teleprinter news of the Polish evacuation. "As David's still in Scotland," he said, "I want you to attend a cabinet officers' meeting. Explain to them how one Polish general can be a very different cup of tea to another." The Poles were by far the largest of the Allied contingents in the United Kingdom, running to a corps of some 20,000 men stationed in Scotland, where Penistone was doing a week's tour of duty to see the army on the ground and make contact with the British liaison headquarters attached to it. The other allies in this country mustered only 2,000 or 3,000 bodies apiece, though some of them held cards just as useful as soldiers, if not more so. The Belgians, for example, still controlling the Congo, the Norwegians a large and serviceable merchant fleet. However, the size of the Polish corps and the fact that the Poles who had reached this country showed a high proportion of officers to that of other ranks, inclined to emphasize complexities of Polish political opinion. Some of our own official elements were not too well versed in appreciating the importance of this tricky aspect of all Allied relationships. At misunderstandings worst, most disastrous, the Poles were thought of as a race not unlike the Russians, indeed by some scarcely to be distinguished apart. Even branches more at home in this respect than the censorship, to whom it always came as a complete and chaotic surprise that Poles wrote letters to each other, expressing feelings towards the USSR that were less than friendly, were sometimes puzzled by internal Allied conflicts alien to our own, in many respects unusual, ideas about running an army. The Poles themselves have a joke about their generals being either social or socialist, said Finn. Only wish it was as easy as that. I expect you've got the necessary stuff, Nicholas. If you feel you want to strengthen it, apply to the country section or our ambassador to them. This is one of Widmerpool's committees. Have you heard of Widmerpool? Yes, sir. I had dealings with him quite often. Some people find him... Finn paused and looked grave. He must have decided to remain imprecise because he did not finish the sentence. Very active is Widmerpool, he went on. Not everyone likes him. I mean where he is. If you've come across him already, you'll know how to handle things. Have all the information at your fingertips. Plenty of notes to fall back on. We want to deliver the goods. Possibly Fairbrother will be there. He has certain dealings with the Poles in these secret games that take place. Fairbrother's got great charm, I know, but you must resist it, Nicholas. Don't let him entangle us in any of his people's goings-on. No, sir, of course not. Is it Colonel Widmerpool? He's a half-colonel. Good God, I've been keeping Lava waiting all this time. He must come up at once. You better ring David in Scotland and tell him you're standing in for him at this Cabinet Office meeting. He may have something to add. Make a good impression, Nicholas. Show them we know our business. The fact was, Finn was rather overawed by the thought of the Cabinet officers. I was a little overawed myself. The warning about Fairbrother, whose name I'd already heard mentioned several times as a lieutenant colonel in one of the secret organizations, expressed a principle of Finn's, almost an obsession, that his own section should have as distant relations as possible with any of the undercover centers of warfare. He considered, no doubt with reason, that officers concerned in normal liaison duties, if they swarm, even had an occasional dip in waters tainted by the varied and dubious currents liable to be released, sometimes rather recklessly, from such dark and mysterious sources, risked undermining confidence in themselves vis-à-vis the allies with whom they daily worked. Secret machinations of the most outlandish kind might be demanded by total war. They were all the same to be avoided, from the security point of view and every other, by those doing a different sort of job. That was Finn's view. You could take it or leave it, as a theory. A Dance to the Music of Time, the third and fourth movements by Anthony Powell. Volume 5 consists of 2 novels, The Military Philosophers and Books Do Furnish a Room.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.